Chapter 002. When consciousness was restored, Broly had been born. Watch the babies next to them being put into the capsule one by one and then sent to unknown planets. Suddenly, Broly discovers an incomparably familiar face, the Monkey King, whose name is Kakarot. Is this Bardock's son? Humph, this father and son are really strange. Bardock's combat effectiveness as a low-level warrior has reached the standard of elite fighters, but his son only has 2 points of combat effectiveness, and he is a lower-level fighter among lower-level fighters. A voice with a thick disdain appeared, and Broly thought to himself, if you knew about the future achievements of the Monkey King, you would not say so. And the current scions are really degenerate, and the word bullying is really appropriate for the current scions. The whole group is full of the desire to kill and destroy, losing the pride of the fighting nation, and the mentality is not right from the beginning. No wonder in the original work, Vegeta was hit by the Monkey King again and again from the second time after crushing the Monkey King at the beginning. Because Broly was born on the same day as Sun Wukong, it will be his turn immediately. This little guy is the son of Paragus. Humph, the combat power is only 5, which is a little stronger than Badar's son. It is really a shame for us scions. At this moment, Broly was cursing in his heart, this product belongs to the Tang monk, no wonder you are a villain, there are really a lot of, if you can't expose it now, otherwise the little master will tear your mouth. Fortunately, there were no twists and turns, and it was smoothly sent to the spacecraft and then sailed according to the designated planet. I don't know if it's the reason for the weak combat effectiveness, Broly's target planet is relatively close to the Earth where Sun Wukong went. Not long after the spacecraft flew out, planet Vegeta exploded with a bang. Broly knew that Frieza had already made a move on planet Vegeta, and except for a few scions who survived, all the other scions perished with the explosion of planet Vegeta. Although I don't have any feelings for the scions and planet Vegeta, since I have crossed into a scion in this life, I will destroy Frieza in the future and avenge you. Broly silently swore in his heart. At this time, Broly in the spaceship called out the system, "System, how far is it to reach the target planet?" According to the system, it will take about 63 days to reach the destination. System, then is there any way to replenish your energy other than my own strength? Yes, the system found that there is a very powerful force in the host's body, and if you absorb this power a little, you can almost recover. Please rest assured that the host will not cause damage to the host's constitution, and at most it will cause the host to sleep for a period of time due to the effort, and believe that the system permissions are all open, and the host will not be disappointed. The system said with some induction. Well, anyway, it's still a long time before reaching your destination, and it's just time to pass the time with a deep sleep. At this time, Broly felt that the mini dragon bead in his body shone for a while, and then he felt that the violent energy in his body quickly flowed into the bead, flowing faster and faster. Broly felt that his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. And finally his eyes were black and fainted. Time is like flowing water, and it will never return. At this time, Broly had been sleeping for 7 years, and 7 years had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta. 7 years ago, in order to restore the super assistance system to normal, Broly agreed to absorb the energy in his body. Who would have thought that once he slept, he would have slept for 7 years, and Broly had already arrived at his destination. After waiting for the spacecraft, Broly noticed that something didn't seem to be right, recalled for a while, and then, "System, you give me out, this is what you call sleeping for a while. Please don't be angry with the host, the starting point of the system is all for the host, although the host has been sleeping for 7 years, but it has also eliminated the sequelae of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, that force is not the current host can control, sooner or later it will be eroded by that force." Broly was shocked, but when he thought about it, he was. In the original book, Broly lost his sanity because he could not control this force, and his father Polygath made a head ring-like control device in an attempt to control Broly to achieve his ambition to conquer the entire universe. Although the system absorbs this power, the host's Scion bloodline is still there, except that it cannot automatically increase its combat effectiveness from time to time, and the rest is no different from the original. This bloodline power will gradually recover as the host's strength grows. When the host's combat power reaches 10,000 again, it can be fully restored. Broly was depressed for a while, and then wanted to open too. With the lessons of the past, who knows if he can control this force? If he can't control it, wouldn't it be tragic? The system spoke again at this time. Because of absorbing the power in the host's body, the host's combat power dropped to 50 points, and in order to compensate the host, the system decided to give the dance technique to the host. Broly was no longer able to complain at this time, and the only thing he felt comforted was the dance technique given by the system, although he could also comprehend it, but he could save a lot of time who was willing to spend time pondering. After thinking about it, Broly returned to the spacecraft and asked, "System, can it locate the coordinates of the Earth? It is the planet to which Sun Wukong was sent. I remember what seemed to be a beautiful blue planet located in the southern part of the northern Milky Way. As for why go to Earth? That's because Earth was relatively safe in the early stages of Dragon Ball, and there were no alien invasions with particularly high force values. It just so happens that he can improve his strength on Earth, and because he was an Earthling in his previous life, he will always have a special sense of closeness to the Earth in another world. Fortunately, it is not far from the Earth, and it takes about 3 days to reach the Earth." About to see the Earth again, Broly was still in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a smile, and he embarked on a journey to the Earth. Chapter 003. It's a beautiful planet. Looking at the blue planet in front of him, although it is not the Earth where his previous life was, Broly is still full of nostalgia. After the spacecraft entered Earth, Broly saw an endless ocean below. Everywhere you go, the clouds are shrouded, the seagulls are chirping, and there is a whistling sound of the waves. It's really pleasant. It seems that coming to Earth is a good decision. By chance, Broly saw a small area of inconspicuous islands in the sea. But that's not the point is that there is a small villa on this small island, and there is a weather vane in front of the roof of the villa that is turning slightly. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, would it? Broly was slightly surprised in his heart. Isn't this where the turtle immortals live? After a little thought, Broly decided to land, without him, because Broly wanted to meet the martial arts grandmaster who created the turtle immortal flow, the enlightenment mentor of Sun Wukong. Speaking of this turtle immortal, Broly remembered what the turtle immortal did in his life in the original book. Turtle immortal, also known as Wushan Teacher, which is also his real name, created his own martial arts school, Turtle Immortal Flow. In terms of the current Earth, it can be regarded as a group of people with the highest combat effectiveness. On the surface, he is a squinted and disrespectful old and unorthodox martial artist, but in fact, he is a martial artist who is full of justice in his heart and has the courage to fight evil forces to the end. In the early days of Dragon Ball, the Turtle Immortals had the reputation of the god of martial arts, and although the combat effectiveness of Goku, Klin, Tianjin Rice, etc. in the later period became more and more explosive, the respect for the Turtle Immortals never changed. Broly also admired the actions of the Turtle Immortals. So Broly's hand moved, and the spaceship boom turned into a universal capsule that Broly spent a little point exchanging. I looked at the white-bearded man below, with black sunglasses, and a large turtle shell behind his back, leaning cute and lewdly on the beach chair, holding a magazine to read with relish. Coming to this familiar and unfamiliar planet again, Broly chuckled, I come, I see, I conquer. I will give 82 points to the host of this B-suit, and the remaining 18 points will be given to you in the form of 666. The system teased again from time to time. Just after saying the word me, Broly suddenly felt that something was not right. Look down. Nima, how is it falling down? Wow. Broly hurriedly used the dance technique to stabilize his body. However, the painful thing is that the use of the dance is very incongruous. So, he magnificently interpreted and told about an actual high-altitude free fall of the human body. Ah! The old man below thee is about to dodge, he is going to smash people to death, quickly hide to the left. The turtle immortal who was reading the hot beauty in the magazine was frightened by this fierce voice, and the large sea turtle next to the turtle immortal who had been shrugging his eyelids and leisurely basking in the sun was even more frightened into the sea. The turtle immortal subconsciously hid to the left, and then only listened. Bang! Bang! Two voices sounded one after the other. The turtle immortal only had time to shout "don't," and then the whole person printed a human-shaped crater on the beach. Just when the witty escaped and the big sea turtle who secretly paid attention wanted to climb forward to see what was going on, a pair of small hands stretched out from the pit, and then a 7 or 8-year-old little Shota rolled over and climbed out with his elbow supporting the edge of the pit. Oops, I'm so dizzy. Fortunately, there is a turtle immortal as a meat pad, otherwise it may be disfigured. Then Broly got up and put up the middle finger of his right hand and cursed, "You bastard system, do you want to trap the little master, for Mao Wu Void Art will fail, if there is no reasonable explanation, hum." At this moment, a groan sounded behind him that seemed to be about to hang. "Oh, it's hurting my old man, who is so unsophisticated, it just costs my old life." Old man. Hello old man, my name is Broly, because something happened to the plane I was driving, so it fell." Broly scratched his head in shame. After all, he pit the old man on the other side. Broly didn't want to tell the turtle immortals his identity to avoid any accidents. "Oh, forget it, old man, I don't have a big deal. But little doll, the next time you go out to drive, you'd better be careful, if you want to change to someone else, it's not as good to talk to as my old man. Maybe just lie on the ground and hum, dead or alive just can't get up, if you don't deceive you, it's definitely not over." The turtle immortal rubbed his old waist, and then pressed his shoulder and swiped his arm, grumbling, "Really, whose little ghost is this, dare to let him run alone at such a young age?" Broly thought to himself, should it be said that this is really worthy of being a turtle immortal, it is so easy to talk to? Since you have nothing to do, that's great. By the way, you are the legendary turtle immortal who created the turtle immortal flow, and the teacher of Wushan, known as the god of martial arts. I came to find you specifically, but I didn't expect us to meet in this way. Oh, you little devil actually knew I lived here? So what did you come to me for? The essence in the eyes of the turtle immortal flashed. That's right, although I'm young, I'm actually a martial artist, and I heard that teacher Wushan you live here, so I want to learn martial arts here in your old man's home. Oh, that's right, but I don't accept disciples anymore, unless you can find something that pleases me. In fact, the turtle immortals had already noticed when they first saw Broly, the potential in Broly's body was very strong, and the breath on his body was also very pure. Otherwise, whether the turtle immortals will be as good to talk as just now, then it is not certain. Well, it's purely an intuition. By the time Broly proposed to learn, the turtle immortal was already moved. Of course, the old man of the turtle immortal also subconsciously thought that Broly wanted to worship himself as a teacher. But for the sake of face, I can't say worship to Broly, I have to accept your psychology, so I made this request and gave myself a step down. Haha, I'm so smart. The turtle immortal had already decided in his heart that no matter what Broly took out for a while, he said that he was very satisfied, and then he could accept him logically. Countless thoughts had turned in the turtle immortal's heart. But Broly could not read the mind of the turtle immortal, so it was impossible to know what calculations this old man had in his heart. That I don't seem to say, I want to worship under your door, do I? Broly laughed secretly in his heart. Humph, I knew that you would come to this set, but I don't do this, as long as I find a way to fight with you, as long as the skills on your body are used, then they are all mine. Hey? Little ghost, did your head just get broken? When the turtle immortal heard Broly's words, he wanted to check his head to see if there was a problem. Joke. I want to come and learn without a teacher, old man. I worked hard to create something. Where in the world is there such a cheap thing? Cut, your head was just broken. Dodging the turtle immortal's outstretched hand, Broly said with an unhappy face, do you think it's like this? I also don't want you to teach me what cultivation methods, turtle immortal flow skills or whatever, you can just accompany me to fight a few times, how about it? Oh, these are your hard work. Saying that, Broly took out the universal capsule, spent a little point from the system space, exchanged a bunch of that implicit photo disk out, pretended to be conjured from the capsule, and sent it to the turtle immortal. The turtle immortals should like this disc more than magazines, Broly guessed maliciously. In fact, following the turtle immortal learning, Broly did not feel that there was anything to be ashamed of. First of all, Broly recalled the Monkey King in the original book, and his methods of cultivating himself to become stronger were almost all inspired by the turtle immortals. In this way, he went to challenge the strong people in the world, and took advantage of various harsh climates, combined with some other external restrictions, and strictly trained himself, so that his combat effectiveness kept improving as if there was no bottleneck. Secondly, the skills that Wukong used the most in the original work are Turtle Qigong, Teleportation, Realm King Fist and Genki Bullet. In the middle and late stages, Dragon Ball warriors have developed their own skills, but only Goku's Turtle Sect Qigong has been used until the end. Now think about it, why didn't Wukong develop his own skills? In Broly's opinion, maybe Wukong used to it, or discovered the potential of Turtle School Qigong, and added his own perception to the original skill, creating his own Turtle School Qigong. Of course, these things, except for the Realm King Fist and Teleportation, Broly does not need anything. Because no matter any skill of the Turtle Immortal, Broly has absolute confidence that he can instantly develop it and even perfect it with just one glance. In fact, Broly just came with the technique of using Chi. Because this planet, known as Earth, in the eyes of science, is only a lower planet. At present, on this Earth, the most top-notch existence in combat power is probably Tenjin, Vic, or Mr. Bobo. And the combat effectiveness of the three of them is even only a few hundred points. In the case that it is difficult to improve combat effectiveness, mining the use of Chi has become another effective way to improve combat effectiveness. And this method, which is the main purpose of Broly's coming here to find the Turtle Immortals. As the top combat power on the Earth in the early stage of Dragon Ball, the Turtle Immortal must have a unique insight into the use of Chi. And this is what is most needed for the current Broly. Finally, not for now. In short, for now, getting all the good things on the Turtle Immortals will definitely not be wrong. It must also have great benefits for their future development, anyway, it must be more beneficial than disadvantageous. If the Turtle Immortal has to worship his own teacher before he is willing to teach, then he can only fight with him every day, and after a fight or two, Broly is estimated to be able to figure out a lot of useful things. Although studying by yourself is not as fast as the Turtle Immortal's finger point, this is also a matter of no way. Oh hee, hey. Little ghost, you are very good. Even if it's a fight or something, my old man doesn't have that energy anymore, and there is nothing to fight with this little guy of yours. Seeing that the Turtle Immortal saw the beautiful women on the covers of those discs and magazines, his eyes seemed to start to glow, and Broly was also drunk. The Turtle Fairy quickly flipped through those magazines at the speed of being single for more than 300 years, and then hugged them with those CDs, and disappeared in front of Broly with a boom. After 2 seconds, with a poof, the Turtle Immortal rushed out of the house again. Where does this agile skill look like an old man over 300 years old? The Turtle Immortal who rushed out, his face instantly became serious. Ahem, little fellow, I am very satisfied with your worship gift, from now on, you will be my disciple of the Turtle Immortal flow. Hey? I said, why are you old man like this? I didn't want to. Ahem, since you have agreed, then we have decided so happily. Chapter 004. Newcomer New Book, Week Ask for Flowers in Collection. In the morning, the rising sun is shining with golden light. Seagulls fly close to the sea in flocks, and the warm sunlight reflects the sea surface brightly, and the colorful light floats like wisps of gold silk floating in the sky. I didn't find it yesterday, the view here is still great, and it is good to stay here for a while. Broly was surprised by the picturesque scene in front of him, and his originally somewhat unhappy mood was suddenly relieved. Even if he was cheekily punished by the turtle immortal yesterday, he was left behind. After all, beautiful sights always bring people a good mood. Broly felt that his cells were cheering and ready to start the first day of practice. Suddenly, Broly remembered yesterday's failure of the dance void technique, so he decisively summoned the system, and then slashed his head and covered his face. But then I learned from the system wizard that the skills exchanged from the system need to be practiced and familiarized several times before they can be used normally. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Broly growled. The system elf responded weakly, you didn't ask me again. If you redeem a new skill in the future, just remember to familiarize yourself. At number yen, Broly found himself speechless. Broly, when I saw you yesterday, I found that you already had a very solid foundation in martial arts, so I won't do it to you anymore. My introductory special training of Turtle Immortal Flow, and directly explain the use of Chi to you. When you can fully master and skillfully apply it to the battle, I will teach you the meaning of our Turtle Fairy Flow Turtle School Qigong Wave. What do you think? The Turtle Fairy sat cross-legged on the back of the giant turtle and began to teach Broly. Feel free. A day later, Broly was already able to manipulate his chi skillfully during this time and could hide his chi without relying on foreign objects in non-combat situations. A month later, Broly can already perfectly exert his own strength. If his own strength can only punch 70% of his own strength or even less without professional guidance before, after a month of careful teaching by the Turtle Immortals, he can already perfectly exert all his strength and even 12 points of strength. This reminds Broly of the national art of his previous life, and the knowledge of the Turtle Immortals is very simple, but also complicated. It is similar to the power method of Kyushu, but it is very different. Through a solid lower disc, the dispersed force is transmitted to the waist using Chi, and then the slight twist of the waist sends the power up the spine, and the force of the spine and torso accelerates the forearm and the swinging fist. As long as you practice for a long time, your arms and fists can work with an iron whip and hammer. Once this power bursts out, the damage to the human body is simply devastating. The most important thing in this method is the strength of the spine, followed by the coordination of the whole body. If the coordination is not good, the strength of the body cannot be twisted into a rope. P.S. The above is purely the author's blindness, please do not be true. But Broly is not satisfied with this. In the novels he read in his previous life, Broly knows that there is still an inch of strength, dark energy in this realm. Broly suddenly thought, if you can fuse this power technique guided by the Turtle Immortal with the dark energy known in the previous life, and bombard the enemy's body, what effect will it have? There is also inch strength. When the enemy is close, at this time, inch fist has become the most effective way to strike. Inch fist is also known as inch fist. The core essence is to burst out the maximum power in the shortest distance. Bruce Lee's self-created Jeet Kune Do belongs to the inch of strength boxing, which can be summarized in 8 words: simple, to spirit, to mighty, and fierce. Watching the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, Broly felt that the strength of the Dragon Ball warriors was not cohesive enough when they fought, and they scattered too much power. The consequence is that most of the power is not poured out on the enemy, and most of the power is not fully utilized. It is easy to be guided by the opponent into the surroundings, and then all kinds of buildings or rocky ground are affected. If you can master these two skills, you can use the minimum force to deal the most damage when fighting people in the future. Of course, this is only what Broly seems. When Broly fought his enemies a few years later, he discovered that it was not the Dragon Ball warriors who were dispersed, but that he found that he could form a protective shield outside the body. When the limbs of the fist bombard each other, if the protective shield formed by that layer of chi cannot be violently shattered, most of the force really cannot act on the enemy's body, so that the shock wave formed by the force collision rushes around. That is, Broly has mastered the skill of dark energy, so that he can hit the opponent more effortlessly. This is a later story, let's not mention it for the time being. Thinking of drying, Broly flew to the city to buy a large pile of tender tofu, cut into cubes the size of a fist, not thick. Then put the tofu on the stone, punch down, and when can you completely crush the inside of the stone under the tofu without hurting the tofu, even if you have completely mastered it. At first, every time the fist fell, the tofu dregs splashed Broly's face, and the first day was the same result. But his heart was firm, without a trace of wavering, and he practiced for 10 days if he couldn't do it one day, and he practiced for 100 days until he mastered it. Gradually, the tofu dregs are getting smaller and smaller, and the following ones are crumbling more and more. Time goes on day after day, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Broly is 10 years old, and his height is almost 1 meter 6. I don't know if it is the blood of the scion. Broly is particularly fast. I remember that Broly in the previous life seems to be more than 2 meters tall. And in these 3 years, Broly also got his due reward. Now he punched through the tofu. The appearance of the tofu is not damaged at all. The stone is not damaged in the appearance alone, but if someone knocks with his hand, he will find that the inside of the stone is hollow. The turtle immortals also said that they have nothing to teach, and the rest is only to rely on Broly himself. It is worth mentioning that the turtle immortals handed over the turtle school Qigong to Broly in the first month of Broly's worship. Broly said he was really able to learn at a glance. The turtle immortal did not believe in evil, and then demonstrated her tricks to Broly one after another. The afterimage fist, the heaven-shattering palm of all nations, the golden binding technique, and even the mind-reading technique were all demonstrated, but the result was still difficult for Broly. The turtle immortal was silent for a long time, speechless and choked, indicating that Broly was too shocking. Silently lay back on the beach chair and continued to study the philosophy of the human body. Of course, Broly also wiped the sweat on the top of his head, almost hit his face. The first 3 are fine, the last one belongs to a special function. He will really not learn for a while. Fortunately, the system elf solved the siege in time. Of course, the price was spent 100 points, because it is not exchanged, it belongs to teaching, so it is not particularly expensive. At the same time, Broly's combat effectiveness has also made great progress. When he first came to the earth, it was 50, because the violent force in the bloodline temporarily slept, so in the past 3 years, Broly's legendary super race physique has not automatically increased strength. Under Broly's intentional suppression, Broly's current combat effectiveness has approached 200 under the full burst. At first glance it feels blind to the physique of this legendary super race, but Broly knows in his heart that only the foundation is solid. In the future, explosive improvement of strength will be convenient for stability. P.S. The Earth roll is not very long, it is expected to end in 20 chapters, after which the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Z and interspersed with Dragon Ball Z will begin, and the protagonist will begin to explode in strength. Chapter 005. Newcomer New Book, Week Ask for Flowers and Collection. Saying goodbye to the Turtle Immortals, Broly plans to go out and experience it. At the same time, I also want to relax. After all, 3 years of hard practice also needs to be relieved. One by one is the way of civilization and martial arts. Thinking a little far, Broly's next goal is to prepare to go to Bun Mountain to find the Monkey King, and as a Dragon Ball fan, of course, I want to see what the real Monkey King looks like. Asking for directions, Broly flew over Bun Mountain, and by the time he arrived, it was already dark, and the soft moonlight shone down, lighting up the road ahead for Broly. Broly looked up at the white and flawless moon. Well, the moon? The heart was suddenly shocked and relaxed. Fortunately it was not a full moon, otherwise it would not be good to transform. Then Broly thought again, this is not a thing, you can't hide yourself every time you reach the full moon, you will always see. P.S. The scion tail is an important organ for transforming into a gorilla, and can only be transformed into a gorilla if it is illuminated by the bolt's light of the full moon if there is a tail. If you pull out your tail, it will affect your own combat effectiveness. As for not being able to transform into a gorilla after pulling out its tail? Since Broly accepted the identity of a scion, I have never thought of becoming a gorilla, but I want to become the strongest man in the universe. If I want to become a super scion, how can I become a gorilla? Broly's heart moved, and he asked, System, is there a way for me to see the full moon do not change or control myself from changing when I have a tail? Yes, gene-modifying agents, used to improve genetic defects, this system is tailored for the host. There is only one in the universe, there is no semicolon. Affordable, service-oriented. Only you can't think of it, and I can't do it without me. For just 500 points, you can take it home. Broly directly ignored the chatter of the system. In fact, he also found that since the last airborne incident, the feelings of the system seem to be getting richer, but they are also becoming more and more talkative, no longer the cold tone before. Broly stared at the 500 points, and I went, it was fatal. The system has not said how to earn points so far, and the remaining nearly 800 points will be gone when it is spent. Host, I suggest you buy this potion. There will be a surprise after using it. After thinking about it, Broly decided to buy it. Looking at the azure blue liquid in the syringe in front of him, Broly plunged into his wrist without saying a word. It doesn't seem to feel anything special. This is an improvement agent. It is to improve the function of genes, not recombinant genes. In other words, the host's genes are already perfect, and only a small improvement in the problem of the transformation of the full moon is needed. Doesn't it have to be normal to die and live in pain? Also, it takes about 24 hours to take effect after the gene agent is injected, and there will be a surprise after the effect, and the system will notify the host after the effect of the drug. This time the service is quite thoughtful, Broly said secretly. Looking at the remaining 298 points, after thinking about it, he spent 200 points to buy an improved version of the weight-bearing training clothes made by Tenjin, which appeared directly on Broly's body. The moment the weight-bearing suit appeared, Broly felt his body sink, felt extremely incongruous, and quickly asked the system what was going on. After being explained, I learned that this modified version of the weight suit has 500 kilograms, acts on every cell of the body, and will not be damaged with the changes of the body. Broly temporarily put the weight suit in the system storage space. This kind of thing will not be able to adapt to for a while. System, how do I get points? Broly asked next. Points can be obtained by publishing tasks through the system, and the host can earn reward points after completing the task, or by recycling the goods that the host has redeemed. Then why have you never posted a task? I forgot. At number Yuan. System, I'll give you a name, it's also awkward to always call you System. Broly raised his eyebrows and smiled a little sinisterly. This system is to better assist the host and help the host to be strong. Host convenience, how to call it casual. Then I'll call you Urha from now on. I protest, solemnly protest. Protest invalid, oh. At number Yen, the system silently circles in the corner. Urha, is there a task? Humph. Urha is very arrogant. Ding, mission release, meet the Monkey King. Mission reward, 200 points. Seeing that the mission was released, Broly walked up decisively, sensed Sun Wukong's chi, and flew towards the top of the mountain. P.S. I can't tell if it's the top of the mountain in the anime, just count it by the top of the mountain. After reaching the top of the hill, Broly saw a small house, and far outside the house, Broly saw a small figure busy. Start a fire, then carry the legs of an unknown beast and grill it on the shelf. See the familiar hedgehog head, the innocent smile, and the wishful stick behind it. I don't know if it's a genetic problem with scions, except for direct relatives, other scion hairstyles are not the same, of course, Darren's is an exception, not only the hairstyle is the same, but even the whole person is the same. Off topic. Broly stood there straight, his eyes blank, clearly caught up in memories. Broly, who thought of it, involuntarily let out a chuckle, which immediately alarmed little Gaku. Who is where? Gaku drew his wishful stick and pointed in Broly's direction. Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious, I just got lost and found here when I saw the fire here. Broly casually made up nonsense, there should be no pressure to deceive this simple little Gaku. At this time, Broly did not realize that he was the same age as Gaku, but he looked precocious on the outside, like a 14 or 5-year-old little Shota. Ding! The task is completed and the points have been issued, please check the host in time. What kind of monster are you, can you still talk? But it looks a bit like me, and has the same tail as me. Of course, Broly knows why Gaku said this, he has never seen anyone living other than his grandfather since he was a child, and it is certainly not surprising to say so. So Broly patiently explained to Gaku for an hour, and finally, Gaku learned that there are many humans like his grandfather in this world. Broly is of the same race as him, and Gaku knows that Broly has no place to live for the time being, and with curiosity invites the first living person other than his grandfather to live in his home. Chapter 006. Newcomer New Book, Week Ask for Flowers and Collection. In the morning, the gentle sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and shines on the two figures. Along with Goku's cheerful laughter. Broly is ready to stay here with Gaku for a while, first because he wants to relax. The second is to see that Wukong's combat effectiveness is a little low at present, just give guidance, and in the process of guiding Wukong's practice, by the way, sort out and precipitate what he has learned in the past 3 years. Broly, you're ready, I'm going to attack. Gaku said with a slight excitement. Looking at Goku's excited look, Broly secretly said, it is worthy of being a fighting nation scion, and he really has an extraordinary passion for fighting. But then again, in fact, Broly is also excited, after all, in the physique of the legendary super race, although the soul comes from another time and space, it is easy to be affected by the warlike of the scions. Attack Gaku, don't keep your hands, you can't hurt me. Drink. Gaku swung his right fist and smashed into Broly's cheek. Broly unhurriedly raised his right hand in a backhand gear, then turned sideways to the left and right, and a hand knife slashed at Goku's body. Only to see Gaku suddenly lying on the ground. Broly, you are so strong, can you guide me in my practice? Since my grandfather died, no one has guided me in my practice. Don't worry, I will stay here for a long time, and you can ask me any questions about your practice during this time. At night, Broly, who was lying on Chuang, looked at Gaku, who was sleeping with his nose bubbling next to him, and looked up at the starry sky outside the window, pondering how to go in the future. Just as Broly was in his mind, Urha's voice suddenly sounded. The host, the effect of the gene improvement agent has been fully absorbed, and after the host sees the full moon after being irradiated by Bolt's light waves, the blood will have a clear boiling feeling, and the heart will beat more powerfully. In this state, if the host is a giant ape that does not change its body, the combat power can also be increased twice on the original basis, such as the host's existing combat power of 200, which is 200 plus 2*200, equals 600 after doubling. Hearing this, Broly was overjoyed and just about to boast about Urha. Who knows, there is another piece of good news. Because the host gene is relatively perfect, the gene agent has only produced 2 optimizations, one is what was just said, and the other is that when the sleeping violent force belonging to the legendary super race awakens again, it will not erode the host's sanity, and the host's spirit will not be affected in any way. Hearing this, Broly finally grinned, these 500 points are really worth his Niang. Then he praised him well, and turned over and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, in the blink of an eye, from summer to winter, and from winter to summer. Spring and autumn have come, and it has been a year since Broly came to Goku's house as a guest. During this time, Goku had to fight Broly several times almost every day, and needless to say, he was beaten every time with a blue nose and a swollen face, and then Goku was happy. Broly also informed Goku of the essence of the Turtle Immortal Flow's practice, wondering if Goku would go to challenge the world strong earlier than in the original work. Of course, the skills of the Turtle Immortal Broly are not taught, anyway. Goku will have to worship under the Turtle Immortal sooner or later. It is better to let the Turtle Immortal teach. It is worth mentioning that because he has been pestered and fought by Goku every day for the past year, although Broly did not show much strength, he also took everything he saw and learned in the Turtle Immortals before to review it. Now his combat power has reached 278, and Goku's combat power has also reached 66, which is not much stronger than when the original book first appeared. After beating Goku down again, Goku goes out hunting again to find lunch, a bet between the two of them, and whoever loses will prepare food. Suddenly, Broly heard Goku's cry of pain and the scream of a young girl. Broly's heart moved, and he quickly followed the sound and flew over. I hit someone. The girl's terrified voice sounded, but before she finished speaking, she saw the boy who was hit stand up again like a nobody, and the girl was immediately dumbfounded. "You monster, if you want to snatch my prey, I won't let you succeed." With that, he lifted the girl and the car she was driving and threw it out. "Ah!" A high decibel girl screamed. It turned out that the girl was thrown out of the car by this huge force and was falling towards the ground. At this time, Boomer was very scared in his heart, originally found a strange bead in the warehouse at home, and secretly ran out of the house after making a difference. After wanting to find all the dragon beads, he made a wish to find a handsome boyfriend, but the dragon beads were about to die before he found one. Just when Boomer was desperate, he suddenly found himself in a warm embrace. He opened his beautiful big sapphire-like eyes and found that it was a handsome boy who saved him. This young man with long black hair and shawl, his face is like a crown jade, his eyes are like cold stars, and there is a kind smile on the corner of his mouth, and he holds himself in his arms in a princess-holding position. Boomer's dream of Prince Charming burst out at once, and his eyes stared at Broly for half a ring before he regained consciousness. "Oh, it's such a shame, how can you be so fancy? Although he is really handsome. Bomana Snow White powder." The tender cheeks flushed to the neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Goku, how can you be so rude to girls?" Broly said with a slight reproach. At this time, Broly lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms, with long silky blue hair, frightened and coquettish. Mixed delicate cheeks, embellished with a straight and beautiful yao nose, two curves seem to frown, but the most impressive thing is her pair of eyes that seem to be happy and non-happy as if they can speak. At this time under her red face looks shy and disgusted. Such a pair of eyes, a glance makes Broly drowned. The beauty of this moment, make Broly also crazy. The hands are like soft shades, the skin is like curd, the collar is like a grub, the teeth are like a rhinoceros, the head of the moth is eyebrows, the smile is delicate, and the eyes are beautiful. This poem is really appropriate for the girl at this time. "Thanks. Thank you for saving me," the girl whispered. Mumbling woke up Broly, who was immersed in this beauty. If it weren't for Broly's strength, he really wouldn't have heard this sound like a bee's wings. P.S. In case some readers may wonder, why didn't Broly have no hatred and killing intent for Monkey King like the original? Xiao Hei is here to share Xiao Hei's insights with all book friends. First of all, when Broly and Sun Wukong were born, Sun Wukong was frightened by the violent power of Broly's body and cried, only because of the annoying cry that Broly, who was already dominated by that violent force, first had hatred and killing intent for Kakarot, and then met more than 20 years later, and Broly, who was a legendary super race, was defeated by Kakarot and made him burst out in anger. Of course, Blackie believes that part of the reason is that Broly is unconscious, and no one is born bad. Goku's cry only made Broly angry and did not drive Broly crazy. Broly was dominated by uncontrollable forces at birth, so he became more and more crazy. But in this book, Broly hides his chi early on, does not scare Goku, and has not eroded his mind, so there is no negative emotion when Broly confronts Goku. Sun Wukong and Broly did not have a very good fate when they were children, but fortunately Sun Wukong hit his head and changed the fate of Wukong's life. Whenever he saw Broly in the theatrical version, the roar felt the same as Sun Wukong's angry roar. It was cathartic and tragic. The difference is that Goku catharsed the death of relatives and friends, and Broly was a cathartic fate. If there was a choice, I think he would rather choose to be an ordinary scion. Xiao He often laments Broly's ill-fated. How good it would be to save Broly in the original book, and now it can be regarded as achieved in an alternative way. Finally, in the application, the above feelings are purely the author's complaints. Please do not be more true. If there are book friends with different opinions, you can share them in the comments. Every comment Xiao He will read it with heart. Chapter 007. Rolling around all over the place for flowers and collections, it is best to have recommendations. Thanks. Thank you for saving me, my name is Boomer. The girl whispered. The murmur woke up Broly, who was immersed in this beauty, and if it weren't for Broly's strength, he really wouldn't have heard this sound like a bee's wings. Looking at the girl in front of him who seemed to be in love, Broly chuckled. It's okay, protecting girls is what boys should do. My name is Broly, and the boy over there is called Monkey King. His voice is so gentle, lying in his arms really feels safe. I really want time to stand still in this moment. Boomer couldn't help but start fantasizing. Why is this handsome boy so gentle with me? Does he like me? What should I do if he proposes to me? Do you want to say yes or not? Really, shame on you. As everyone knows, Broly really likes Boomer, an innocent and romantic girl. In the original book, Broly believes that Boomer has always liked Goku, and even after marrying Vegeta, he has always had one person in his heart, that is, Sun Wukong. Broly once thought that Goku would definitely be with Boomer when he grew up, but it turned out. Angry Broly rebought a TV set. Well, the original one was smashed into a hole by the furious Broly with the remote control. Of course, this is not to say that Boomer water-based Poplar, nor that she does not love Vegeta, but has a deep bond with Goku. Not being with Goku has to be said to be a pity, which makes countless Dragon Ball fans sigh. At that time, Kiki flashed marriage with Sun Wukong at an incredibly fast speed. Before Boomer did not realize or realized but did not pay attention to Sun Wukong's feelings for Wukong, until Kiki appeared in the sky and fulfilled his promise to marry Goku, Boomer realized what kind of position Sun Wukong occupied in his heart. Unfortunately, it was already late, and Boomer withdrew sadly with a blessing for Goku, but even if he withdrew, Boomer still did not change his feelings for Goku. At the beginning, after Sun Wukong returned from cultivating from the heavenly gods, Boomer was very happy to learn that Wukong had grown into a very handsome boy. Secondly, when he heard that Goku was coming, he was also very happy, and said that he didn't expect Goku to be so handsome and choose the wrong object. And the most convincing thing is that near the end of Dragon Ball Z, Kiki said to Boomer, "Actually, you have always loved my family Goku." At that time, Boomer must have been very shocked in his heart. The same woman, but also a friend. Kiki should be very familiar with Boomer. Women's intuition is unreasonable. Once smart women's intuition is even more unreasonable. Even Kiki said that. Can it be wrong? Therefore, in fact, Kiki can also feel with a woman's intuition that Boomer has always loved Goku. At the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, Boomer was 28 years old at the time and almost 30 when he married His Highness Bei. The ignorant love in the girl's heart germinated unconsciously, grew silently, and finally fell sadly. Thinking of this, Broly felt more and more pity for the girl in his arms. Meeting you in my lifetime cost me all my luck. Finally, the theme song in GT is gradually attracted to you, although Broly originally thought that this song was very good and touched and nostalgic, but it was a little inappropriate as the theme song here, because if this song is translated, you will find that this is a love song, and Broly was full of puzzlement at that time. Later, Broly thought that this was talking about friends and even enemies around Goku, and was slowly conquered by Goku's personality charm, such as Vic and Vegeta, so he used this song to express it. In the end, Broly discovers Boomer's feelings for Goku and suddenly realizes that the song easily resonates with Boomer's feelings for Goku. It feels like telling Boomer's feelings for Goku, and many of the lyrics are like what Boomer has always wanted to say to Goku but didn't dare. To say that the coincidence may not be big, such a passionate fighting style anime like Dragon Ball does not choose inspirational songs, but chooses this kind of song that expresses feelings in the heart, and the lyrics are easy to resonate with the feelings of the two. Perhaps there is indeed a reason for it. Maybe Old Bird feels that if Boomer is really with Goku, the plot will be too perfect, and it may have a big impact on the existence of some other characters, and it may also have a more or less impact on the excitement of the plot. So the Old Bird was ruthless and broke up the two of them, leaving the emotional dispute between the two to the audience's own imagination. For Dragon Ball fans who love Goku and Boomer, it is really a big regret of Dragon Ball, and it has achieved a regretful beauty. As for whether Goku realized Boomer's feelings for him after he understood the feelings between men and women after remarrying? Have you also discovered your feelings for Boomer, but have you considered your own family reasons, so you have been avoiding this relationship and hiding your feelings for Boomer deep in your heart? Is it really like in the original book? Well, let's talk about that later. P.S. Again special meow off topic, well, the above is purely Xiao Hei's speculation, really not vomiting unhappy. Xiao Hei likes the role of Boomer very much, please forgive all book friends. Writing here, I suddenly thought that Boomer had never done anything to be sorry for Vegeta in his original work. Why did he always feel that Vegeta's head was green? What are you talking about? What kind of girl boy, isn't she a monster that came out of that big yokai? Goku broke the beautiful atmosphere in front of him very inappropriately, and became a super light bulb, but he didn't have a little sense of enlightenment, and asked with a small face seriously, making people want to be angry and can't get up. Goku's sudden voice interrupted Boomer and Broly, who were immersed in fantasy, and Boomer, realizing that there was someone else, screamed and hurriedly broke free from Broly's arms. Broly cried and laughed, and told Goku about the difference between boys and girls. Ah, are you a girl? It does look like I have a Dragon Ball. Goku looked confused and puzzled. What, haven't you hillbillies even seen girls? Boomer also looked at Goku suspiciously. Yes, you're the first human I've seen besides Grandpa and Broly. Goku responded innocently. Boomer took a deep breath and was speechless, looking surprised by the little brother in front of him. The look of the brother defeated. But Grandpa often tells me that if I see a girl in the future, I must be gentle with her. That's right, your grandfather must be a very personable gentleman. Did your grandfather live with you? Boomer asked curiously. Grandpa died when I was a kid and I was the only one who lived. But Broly still lives with me. As he spoke, Goku ran behind Boomer to lift Boomer's skirt to see if he also had a tail, but was blocked by Broly first. Goku, girls' skirts can't be lifted casually, so it's very disrespectful to girls. And Boomer and other humans are different from us, they all have no tail. Broly explained to Goku. By the way, Boomer, what are you doing here? Broly said suspiciously. Ah, I forgot if you don't mention it. Boomer quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar and found that there was a Dragon Ball nearby, so he took out the 2-star bead and 3-star pearl found in the warehouse at home to show the two. This bead is called Dragon Ball, I found this bead in my home warehouse, and there are 7 of them, and if you gather them all, something incredible will happen. At the same time, in an unknown palace-like existence, there is an altar-like place at the innermost part of the palace, and a Dragon Ball is enshrined at the top of the altar. Suddenly, the gate of the palace opened, and you could vaguely see that there were 3 reflections of a large or 2 small 3 outside the door. P.S. Brothers, please ask for flowers and collections, please support the next book, Xiao He will repay everyone with more wonderful content. In addition, because many details in the anime Dragon Ball Xiao He can no longer remember, so in the evening Xiao He has to take part of the time after work to revisit this anime. Xiao He codeword speed is really slow, but Xiao He will work hard to code. How many codes are uploaded and how much? Guaranteeing 1 every day is absolute, and working hard for 2 or even more. Chapter 008. These 3 people are the trio of Piraf in the original book. Piraf carefully walked to the center of the altar, carefully removed the Dragon Ball from the offering platform in the center of the altar, and couldn't wait to make a wish. Stopped by a little dance. There are 7 Dragon Balls, only 1 is useless, and the stars in each Dragon Ball are different. By the time Mai finishes introducing how to use Dragon Ball, Piraf is already immersed in his fantasy of world domination. On the other side, after Goku saw Boomer take out 2 Dragon Balls, the whole person was smekta, and directly rushed over to grab the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand. Puzzled, he said, "Why are there 2 grandfathers? How did you steal Grandpa out?" After Boomer's explanation, Goku returned home and saw the 4-star pearl, that is, Goku's grandfather's relics were still on the table. Goku picked up the Dragon Balls and sighed, "It's amazing, it turns out that as long as you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can achieve any wish." In this regard, Broly also lamented the wonder of the Dragon Ball world. At this time, Urha, who had been diving for a long time, finally bubbled. "Boss, the system has just discovered that the system can already activate another function of the system to earn points." Since the last time he named Urha, Broly has asked Urha to call himself the boss in the future, because the system is always the host, which makes Broly extremely uncomfortable. What function? Broly instantly sobered up. Currently points can only be earned through missions, God knows when the next mission can be triggered. There are 2 ways to open it. The first one requires the boss to open it after the combat power reaches 1 million. This can't be achieved in the short term, change to a more reliable method. The second method is to make a wish with the Dragon Ball, and the system can quietly steal a part of the mysterious power generated when the Dragon Ball grants the wish at that time. This point-earning function is that when the boss defeats or kills your opponent, you can get the corresponding points, and the higher the combat power of the defeated enemy, the higher the points obtained after defeating, and vice versa. This is a good way to earn points, and Broly's mood instantly stirred, and he had already booked his first Dragon Ball wish. "Although I don't have any wishes to fulfill for the time being, I also want to come up with a wish to fulfill this point reward." The exchange points in the points mall are as low as 1 point, and the highest value of the unblocked exchange items currently requires 100,000 points. At that time, make a wish to the dragon and choose one of the most expensive skills, such as teleportation, time stopping, and other skills worth tens of thousands or even 100,000 points, and you can save a lot of points. Suddenly, but there was one exchange item that caught Broly's eyes lit up. Nerve tree fruit, the fruit that can only be eaten by the gods. This fruit is planted by its seeds into the vitality-rich life planet. After germination, its roots will deeply penetrate the earth, quickly absorb all the vitality of the planet, so that the land of the planet becomes a barren desert. The absorbed planet vitality will give birth to fruits full of vitality on its branches, which is called spirit tree fruit. This fruit is rich in vitality, which can increase a lot of combat power after the first consumption, and can replenish or restore a large amount of vitality. The effect of increasing combat effectiveness with repeated use will gradually weaken until it disappears, leaving only the effect of replenishing vitality. Nerve tree fruit, small 300 points. Nerve tree fruit, middle 500 points. Nerve tree fruit, large 1000 points. Looking at it, he had 298 points left. Broly sighed, his pockets were shy, he couldn't even afford the smallest spirit tree fruit. Urha suddenly spoke up again, in fact, the host does not need to use the nerve tree fruit for the time being. This system recommends that the host pass harsh special training in the future, such as dozens of times the gravity training done in the spaceship like the original Sun Wukong did when flying to Nami Nok, or the best effect will be used with the spirit tree fruit when the special training is carried out in the spirit time house. Because this kind of special training is very harmful to the body if the body is not strong, if it is not recuperated in time, it is likely that various problems will occur. If you are unlucky, it is more likely that like the Monkey King in the original book, the time to adapt to the gravity environment during the flight to Nami Nemesis is too short, resulting in the pressure on the heart not yet adapting, but suddenly increased again, causing some subtle viruses in the universe to invade Sun Wukong's heart when the heart function is temporarily decelerating. If not for the bottle of heart disease medicine sent by the future tenants, he would really die in such a suffocation. And if there is a nerve tree fruit is different, it can not only provide the host with the body's lost vitality, repair the dark wounds in the body, the host can do a lot of special training without worrying about physical problems. With the cooperation of the nerve tree fruit, the host's body will not leave any hidden dangers. After hearing this, Broly praised Urha a lot, and highly praised Urha's work very conscientiously, and it seemed that he was also suffocated when he could say so many things at once. Then Broly began to secretly ponder that exchanging points for nerve tree fruits would definitely not work. Because the number of nerve tree fruits he needs is not 2 by then, since the point exchange does not work, then he can only beat the idea to Dallies. Anyway, sooner or later he will meet this pirated Monkey King. When the time comes, get close and intimate with him, and then snatch his nerve tree fruit seed, and use it as much as you want. While Broly was making future plans here, in the unknown base of the universe, a burly scion with a thick tail wrapped around his waist suddenly felt violent, and a cool breath came from the bottom of his heart. On closer inspection, this scion is exactly the same as the adult Monkey King. Damn, what a hell! You fools will give me the fastest speed to study the planting method of this seed, and if there is still no result within 5 years, you will all accompany the previous few old immortals. Darrens frowned fiercely, whispered depressed, and then vented this unhappiness on dozens of people in white coats who looked like old pedants. Let's get back to business. After Boomer says she wants to collect the 7 Dragon Balls, she wants to invite Broly and Goku to join her team. Broly's side doesn't matter. He originally wanted to collect the Dragon Balls to make a wish, and he could still get points. But Goku listened to Boomer say that the outside world could become as strong as his grandfather, and readily agreed. As everyone knows, Boomer also has her little idea. Goku, this kid is so young and has such great strength, he must be very powerful. Seeing how he respected Broly so much, it seemed that this handsome boy should be even more powerful than Goku. And it's such a blessing to be able to stay with this handsome guy all the time in the process of searching for Dragon Ball, and to protect me when I am in danger. Now that they have decided, Goku and Broly simply clean up, then decide to set off, and use a universal capsule to conjure a hovering car in Boomer to startle Goku again, making various jokes, and being despised by Boomer. Just like that, the 3 of them embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. Broly will also begin his path to his strengthest. P.S. On the heroine question of this book, Xiao He initiated a vote, and interested brothers can go and vote. These 2 days of codewords are always a little stuck. Later Xiao He looked for the reason, found that it is because although the plot in the anime is still remembered, but many details are not clear, for the future plot development, Xiao He needs to take part of the time to restudy the entire anime and theatrical version of Dragon Ball. These 2 days may only be guaranteed 1 more, but Xiao He will try his best to change more yards. Please forgive me, brothers. Chapter 009. I beg you to take great care of this new book, enjoy some flowers, and collect it. Along the way, various talking dinosaur-based beasts appeared in front of the 3 people, wanting to eat a few of them as delicious. It's a pity that under Goku's fist, it has become a dinner for 3. Looking at the beasts that can talk and have a higher IQ than humans, Broly said that Dragon Ball is really a magical world. If placed in the fairy world of the previous life, these fierce beasts could be properly divided into the monster series of cultivation essence. Broly, wearing a special weight-bearing suit, is gradually adapting to the discomfort it brings to him, and the weight of this special weight-bearing suit is actually nothing to Broly. But the most awkward thing is that this 500 kilograms weight cannot be simply supported by a certain part of the body or joints, but acts on every part of the body. In this way, Broly seemed to be cultivating in a gravity environment equivalent to 5 or 6 times the Earth. This is extremely obvious for the improvement of strength, and when Broly completely adapts to this weight, his strength will usher in a breakthrough. Of course, it was obviously not so easy to get used to the weight, and Broly refused to travel with Boomer and them. Insisting on chasing Boomer and them by running, Boomer saw that Broly's tone was very firm, so he had no choice but to let Broly. So Broly began his practice of pain and pleasure. Whenever Broly felt that he was about to fall apart, he decisively put the weight suit into the system space, and then flew to Boomer's hovering car, lay in the car like mud to recover his strength, and after recovering, he became alive and jumped and continued to jump out of the car to catch up with Boomer and them. In fact, Broly can directly exchange fairy beans from the exchange mall, but although this thing is not expensive, only 10 points can be exchanged for one, but Broly does not only need one to use, it can be seen from his nearly 20 car breaks along the way. So you can still save it, maybe when you need to use fairy beans or other exchange items, but you will be fucked without points. Just as Broly is lying in the car again to rest, Goku doesn't know where to save a lost giant turtle, and the kind Goku decides to return the turtle to the sea. Broly, who was resting to recover his strength, heard a familiar voice, looked up and opened his eyes, and saw a familiar and obscene large turtle head. Broly was not ready to rest anymore. Jumped out of the car and landed in front of the turtles. "Hey, old turtle! Long time no see," Broly said with a smile at the giant turtle. "Hey? Broly? I just heard Goku mention your name, but I didn't expect it to really be you." The big sea turtle was pleasantly surprised when he saw Broly. "Since you met, let's send you back to Teacher Wushin by the way, just in time to visit Teacher Wushin. Then it's going to trouble you. Just 20 kilometers or so ahead of us, we can reach the edge of the ocean, you guys sit tight, I'm going to accelerate." On the road, a monster with a dog bear who did not have long eyes blocked the way and was knocked out by Goku. Several people arrived at the beach smoothly, and the turtle entered the sea and asked Broly to wait for a while, and it went to find the turtle immortal to help it repay Goku for saving his life. After a short while, Goku saw the big sea turtle swimming this way from far away. Along with it came a person standing on his back, who had not seen anyone from afar, and the first thing that caught Goku Boomer's attention was this person's shiny and smooth mirror-like head, which seemed to reflect in the dazzling sunlight. Getting closer, Goku and Boomer began to look at the comer. Snow-white beard, a pair of sunglasses, a crutch in his right hand, a large turtle shell behind his back, and the lewd temperament and frivolous eyes that could not be concealed. Don't ask me how I see through the sunglasses, I don't know. What kind of owner there is, what kind of pet. The corner of Broly's mouth twitched, looking at the person and pet with the perfect temperament in front of him. Really, Broly, you little bunny, you haven't come back to see my old man for so long, I thought something happened to you. The turtle immortal came up and complained, but Broly heard through the complaining in the old man's tone of the turtle immortal, which contained a strong worry and longing, and his heart was warm. "And la la! Didn't I come to see you, old man? Besides, with my current strength, it is enough to protect myself." Broly said in his heart, isn't it enough to protect himself? It can literally sweep all the powerhouses of the earth before Dragon Ball Z. These days of weight training, although Broly still can't fully adapt, but it is much stronger than the beginning. Weight running for a few hours is no problem, but exercise time still needs to rest. In 2 more days, you can fully adapt to the weight suit like Goku in the original book. Of course, Goku's weight-bearing suit in the original book is not comparable to what Broly is wearing now. In the past few days, just by adapting to the pressure brought by the weight suit, Broly's combat power has also reached 396, nearly 400, which is almost comparable to the combat power of Goku when Raditz descended to Earth in Dragon Ball Z in the original book. You're the boy who saved the old turtle, and sure enough, the people who can stay with this smelly boy Broly are not ordinary people. Since you saved the old turtle, I'll give you a gift. Old man, stop talking nonsense. I remember that you don't have a somersault cloud, anyway, you can't use it, so I gave it to Goku. His heart is kind, the 6 roots are pure, and his personality is simple, and he can drive the somersault cloud. The turtle immortals immediately exploded when they heard this. What? This is worth it. What do I can't use? Come out, Du Yun. The angry turtle immortal shouted with his crutches. Then, a cloud of yellow really appeared in the sky. The colored cloud flew in this direction and stopped in front of Broly and the others. At this time, Broly opened his mouth and introduced, the name of this cloud is called the somersault cloud. If you can control the somersault cloud, you can fly in the air as you like. After listening to this, Goku's eyes lit up. Then can't you fly in the sky like you? That's right. In fact, for the Dance of the Void, Goku has been hungry for a long time, and once pestered Broly for a long time to learn from Broly, but he was shirked by Broly on the pretext that Goku is currently focusing on improving his strength. Of course, it's not that he doesn't want to teach it, and it's not worth Broly's broom for a small dance technique. It's just that at present, Goku should really focus on improving his strength, so Broly will wait a little longer now. Before Goku participates in the 22nd Tianxia First Martial Arts meeting, he is teaching Goku, if he learns the art of dancing in advance, coupled with Goku, who has been trained by himself for a year, it should be stronger and trickier than the original. Bidding farewell to the Turtle Immortals, the 3 of Broly embark on a journey to find the Dragon Balls again. This time Broly sat with Boomer and chatted to cultivate a relationship, since he was almost used to the weights, so he didn't need to train at all, while Goku drove his new vehicle, Do-Yun, to play in the sky. Unlike the original, Broly prevented the Turtle Immortal from personally demonstrating it, and also saved the Turtle Immortal from making a big embarrassment in front of his apprentice. The joke, even Broly himself is not sure if he and Boomer are eligible, let alone the Turtle Fairy. In order to avoid the Turtle Immortal being embarrassed in front of his disciple, Broly stopped the Turtle Immortal, and then quietly exchanged a bunch of magazines carefully selected by the old driver of Urha from Urha to exchange the Dragon Ball of the Turtle Immortal. Boomer is a woman, she has decided. How can she meet the requirements of the Turtle Immortals? P.S. Blackie took the time to watch the theatrical version of the first part of Dragon Ball and found that there was nothing to write. So I decided to go and collect Dragon Balls, and even tricked the plot of some fairy beans and super god water from the Cat Immortals. There is also Xiao Hei arranging a creation for the protagonist. The protagonist's strength will get a leap from the divination mother-in-law in the future. You can leave a message in the comment area. Guess in what way the protagonist will get a leap in strength? Finally, by the way, I am asking for flowers and collections, and your support is Xiao Hei's motivation. Chapter 010. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Because Xiao Hei is a novice, the writing is not good, and the update is slow. Therefore, Xiao Hei never asks for anything else. If you think it is okay after reading this book, please collect it. If you have flowers, please vote for this book. Looking at the 4 Dragon Balls that had been collected, Boomer said excitedly, Broly, look quickly, we have already collected 4 Dragon Balls. If you find the other 3 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to make a wish. Boomer made no secret of sharing her happiness with Broly. Really? Hehe, that's really going to congratulate you in advance. Seeing that Boomer had such high expectations for the Dragon Ball, Broly frowned and didn't know how to speak. What's wrong with you, Broly? Aren't you happy that the dragon balls are about to be collected all and then you can summon the divine dragon to make a wish? We are good friends, if you have anything unspeakable, you don't have to, just say okay, just let me help, I will definitely help you. Boomer is also a nice clever girl, and may have seen Broly's insincerity, so he asked aloud. Really? Then I won't hide it from you. In fact, I currently have a very tricky matter that cannot be solved in the short term, so I need to rely on the help of Shenlong, and I must personally make a wish to Shenlong to solve this trouble, so... Oh, that's just it, that's okay. Then when the dragon balls are all collected, it's up to you to make a wish to the dragon. Without waiting for Broly to finish speaking, Boomer understood what was going on and directly and generously gave up this opportunity to make a wish. But this action made Broly even more embarrassed, so he stared into Boomer's eyes and promised seriously, "Then thank you very much, Boomer, if you have any wishes, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you complete it." "No need Broly, we're good friends, and since you have important things that need Dragon Balls to complete, it is also appropriate to let it be given to you." After a pause at the end, his face turned red, and his voice became smaller and smaller. "Moreover, in fact, my wish is not far from being realized, and you don't have to compensate me or anything." Seeing Boomer's flushed face, and then thinking of Boomer's wish in the original work, Broly felt a pang of loss in his heart. "But then I thought about it, no, when Boomer came to Bun Mountain, where Goku lived, he should not have dismissed this wish, but now. The more I thought about it, the clearer my thoughts became, and the only men I encountered along the way were beasts of fierce beasts, and the only males were Turtle Immortal, Goku and himself. Well, and an old turtle. The first Turtle Immortal will not say, think about it, I know that Boomer can't look at the Turtle Immortal so hard. If the second Goku does not have himself, it is very likely to happen in the future, but now there is himself, and at present Goku is a small doubting, and he has not been with him for a long time, so Juken will not be Goku." As for the old turtle, Broly didn't think about it at all. As for himself, although he is the same age as Goku and is currently 11 years old, neither Boomer nor Goku knows Broly's age. If you look at his appearance alone, he looks like a teenager of 15 or 6, and Goku also developed late as in the original book. When the two are compared, it will appear that Broly is more mature and stable. Plus he saved Boomer once on Bun Mountain, and Broly asked himself that his appearance in this life can definitely be called worthy of the audience, the people, and the country. Maybe that person's 8 achievements are me. No, that person must be me and must be me. Thinking of this, seeing Boomer's clear and beautiful eyes, as if a clear spring flowing blue-purple eyes were looking at him with affection, Broly seemed to be encouraged, and couldn't help but hold Boomer's slender jade hand. Summoning up the courage that came from nowhere, he looked at Boomer's eyes as if he had an indescribable charm, as if he had taken an oath, and said, "Boomer, can you be my girlfriend?" Boomer heard the Prince Charming in his heart so suddenly, and such a sensational confession, suddenly stayed there as if he had been struck by lightning, and when he reacted, he hurriedly covered his little mouth with his small hand. Happiness came too suddenly, like a tornado, violently hit Boomer's heart. "What's wrong, Boomer, don't you want to? Don't even give me a chance?" Broly saw Boomer's appearance as if he had been fixed, and thought that he had guessed wrong, thinking that Boomer did not feel anything about him, so he hurriedly asked. No, it's not Broly. I'm just so excited. I didn't expect you to confess to me so suddenly, so that I was not prepared at all." Boomer was afraid that Broly would misunderstand, so he waved his hand again and again to deny it. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, the protagonist is out of single, Yamcha or something, let's go play with Vegeta. Humph hum ha 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 ha. Chapter 011. What are you doing, Boomer, are you blind? Just when Broly is about to kiss Boomer's beauty. Feel the lips. At the time of the flap, the voice of the King of Light Bulbs, Sun Wukong, once again interrupted Broly's good deeds out of place. Lying down. Trough. At this time, Broly's heart seemed to have 10,000 Chun-Ji mounts roaring by, just a little bit. At this time, what Broly wanted to do most was to pull out the Monkey King, who was a bad old man and a good deed to play little Tintin to death. Ah! A scream sounded. Dead Gaku, why are you again? It turns out that not only Broly, but Boomer is also going crazy. Starting from Bun Mountain, several romantic atmospheres along the way were ruthlessly interrupted by Gaku, but Gaku is still a simple teenager with an outrageously low emotional intelligence. I'm afraid he doesn't know what he did to make Broly and Boomer gnash their teeth, but can't blame Gaku yet. Broly and Boomer continue to the location of the next Dragon Ball with a little regret, and along the way, the temperature is getting higher and higher. As we got closer to our destination, we found that it was a mountain with a raging fire burning all over the mountain, which caused the temperature around the area to rise sharply. This should be the Fried Bread Mountain where the Bull Demon King lives, and the 6th Dragon Ball is in the castle on the top of the mountain. After getting it, go to the 3 bitter dragon sets and grab the last Dragon Ball. You can summon the dragon to make a wish, and completely open the new point earning function. As for whether the Bull Demon King would agree to let him take the Dragon Ball, that was no longer in Broly's consideration. For the sake of the Bull Demon King is also a disciple of the Turtle Immortal, give him a little face. If he doesn't know how to lift, then he will directly grab it, dare to resist until he is convinced. Broly is now fully adapted to the weight-bearing suit, and has reached the combat power of 436, and the Bull Demon King is not the same as playing. Don't look at Broly. Since he came to this world, he has always been very gentle with the Gaku Boomer Turtle Immortal, and he thinks Broly is good to talk. That's because these characters are people that Broly admires or likes, so Broly opens his own kind side to them. Change to someone else, hee. Then ask for blessings. And the Bull Demon King, this person, not to say evil, but also not a good person, robbing something that is irrelevant to him. Broly does not have a little psychological burden. Still, as before, Gaku saw that Fried Bread Mountain was burning and could not go to the top, so he volunteered to fly in with a somersault cloud. As a result, the Bull Demon King was attracted by the burning of his tail and a cry of pain. Boomer, be careful! Seeing a giant axe flying across the sky, Broly picked up Boomer and flew to the side. The Bull Demon King just wanted to warn the 3 of them, and did not kill the heart, otherwise the angry Broly did not know whether he would directly kill the Bull Demon King. In the end, Gaku still entangled with the Bull Demon King. After pestering for a while, the Bull Demon King found the somersault cloud driven by Gaku and the Ruhi stick on his back, so as to learn about the relationship between Broly, Gaku and his group and the Turtle Immortal and Son Gohan, and after talking for a while, turned to Broly's side. This little brother, you are Broly, the new disciple of Teacher Wushin, right? Since you are a new disciple of Teacher Wushin, I wonder if you can go with Wukong Sensei to find Teacher Wushin and borrow the banana fan in his hand to help me put out the fire on this fried bread? After all, it is also the same door, and the Bull Demon King still has a plea, and the Bull Demon King's tone softened a lot and begged. Don't bother so much, and you said that the banana fan has long been unknown where to let the old man go. I will directly use a simple and rude method to help you solve it. Broly looked unconcerned and said indifferently. What? The banana fan was lost. Then you don't? The Bull Demon King was unwilling at first, but after reacting to the second half of the young man's words, his eyes suddenly widened, and it was difficult to hide the shock in his heart. If it is true, then this teenager is also too against the sky. Then, Broly stopped talking nonsense, turned to Gaku and said. Gaku, look good. I will show you one of the core meanings of the turtle fairy flow, whether you can learn it or not depends on yourself. Broly did not teach Wukong the use of turtle Qigong waves, but wanted to demonstrate to Wukong the turtle Qigong waves after he mastered and improved, hoping that Gaku would also create his own turtle Qigong waves after observing his use. Yes. Gaku had seen Broly's power, did not speak much, and was currently preoccupied with observing Broly's every movement and fluctuations of chi. I saw Broly fly into the air, and then Broly swung out 2 arms, the left arm went down to the right, and the right arm swung half a circle to the upper left, and finally the palms of the 2 hands were facing outward, the left hand was in the lower right hand and the right hand was closed in front of the upper body, and then closed to the lower right abdomen. When Broly's chi gathered to a certain extent, a blue light wave appeared between his hands placed under his right abdomen, gathering larger and larger. Turtle Pi Chi Gong Wave. Suddenly, a blue light rushed towards the raging fire on the fried bread mountain. At this time, if someone looks closer, they will find that the turtle Qigong waves sent by Broly are actually spinning and impacting forward. The inside of the Qigong wave is wrapped in layers of Qigong waves like 1,000 layers of rolls. The difference is that each layer of Qigong waves is different from the direction of rotation of the 2 layers of Qigong waves adjacent to it inside and outside, and the piercing force and strangling power of this Qigong wave are very strong. If the Qigong wave with a large enough area and strength hits the enemy, let alone the cell, even the various common elements that make up the cell will not be left. This was created by Broly after being inspired by the anime he watched in his previous life, adding some ideas of his own, and experimenting n times, and Broly named it the Void Annihilation Cannon. This means that once the enemy is hit, it will hit the bit directly strangled and annihilated into nothingness. And this method is not limited to turtle Qigong waves can be used, if there are other Qigong waves can be fused and used. Due to Broly's conscious control of the bombardment target of the Qigong wave, a strong airflow and dazzling light were suddenly generated around him. Ugh! It was accompanied by a long childish scream. Broly knew it was not good when he heard it. And he just didn't notice that there were people there. Hurriedly flew towards the place where the scream was made, and after a few seconds flew out with a little girl in her arms. After a while, when everyone's gaze recovered, they found that everything in front of them was suddenly stunned. The fire of fried bread mountain was extinguished, but everything that was original, including the castle, was all turned into ruins. Fortunately, this time it was just a fire. Of course Broly would not use much power, otherwise there might not even be ruins left. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 012. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections. Seeing this shocking scene, Goku's whole person froze, opened his mouth wide, and trembled. Shake. Of course, this is not a tremor of fear. Trembling, but trembling with excitement. Shake. As a scion who is more and more courageous and fights the world, Sun Wukong seems to be born with an extremely warlike spirit and never admit defeat in the depths of his soul. It turns out that there can still be such a powerful force in this world. It turns out that Broly didn't even show half or even less of his strength when he fought me before. However, I will not admit defeat, I will definitely surpass you. Goku secretly swore in his heart. Since then, surpassing Broly has become Goku's lifelong goal. After making up his mind, Sun Wukong ran towards a clearing in front of him, and then learned Broly's posture just now, controlling his chi and gathering his hands. Turtle Pi Chi Gong Wave. A blue light wave of small n appeared and blasted forward, thanks to Broly's guidance and a year of practice and sparring with Goku. The current Goku is much stronger than he was at this time. So although this Qigong wave is much smaller than Broly, and the composition is very different, it is also amazing enough. This shows that Goku's comprehension and talent in combat is truly amazing. Ugh! A scream that was even harsher than just now sounded, and it turned out that little Lori found that she was actually being held in her arms, and a warm big hand was wrapping around her little steamed bun that had just begun to develop on the head, while the other warm big hand is holding his own little fart. Share. At this time, Boomer and they found that Broly was still holding a cute little loli in his arms. Only listening to the sound of the bell, it turned out that the little loli saw that she was held in her arms whole, and couldn't help throwing out the ice axe on her head. Of course, it was casually blocked by Broly. Little Lori saw that the ice axe did not work, so she immediately shot an Emilim ray towards Broly. Of course, it was still useless, and the little Loli knew that Broly was not easy to mess with, so she looked at the Bull Demon King with those pitiful little eyes. "Kiki, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to run around casually?" The Bull Demon King quickly ran over after seeing the little girl and hugged Kiki from Broly's arms, but the Bull Demon King knew how terrible Broly was. Just now Kiki attacked him. In case Broly was angry, the Bull Demon King did not dare to imagine. After Kiki left Broly's embrace, she stared at Broly for a long time, and the expression on her face changed several times until she looked at Broly's straight hair. That. Will you marry me later?" No one expected that the young Kiki suddenly burst out of her mouth with such a shocking sentence. "Hey? Why?" Broly was also lightly thundered. "Woo share, Dad said that this is something that can only be done between husband and wife. Since you did this kind of thing to me, you don't even want to marry me, and you clearly don't want to be responsible." As soon as Kiki saw Broly's appearance, Kiki was almost at Broly's idea. The aggrieved eyes could no longer be controlled, and he began to cry. I didn't mean to." Seeing everyone's strange eyes, Broly was also drunk, so he hugged me gently. "Do you want to talk about me like this? Beast! And why are you talking so skillfully? Woo, I don't care if I don't care, you touched my body, I can't marry someone else, then you must be responsible for me." Broly was also greatly troubled when he saw this, and turned his head to look at Boomer. I saw Boomer nodding slightly to him, indicating that you agreed first and coaxed her before speaking. "Amount. Stop crying, Kiki. I'll marry you when you grow up, okay?" Broly had no choice but to agree temporarily, thinking that if he still took this seriously when Kiki grew up like the original, it would be a big deal to accept it, and he would not go through it for a while. "Really? Are you sure? Don't lie to me, I'll always take it seriously, and if you don't come and marry me when I grow up, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life." Kiki looked at Broly with big teary eyes. It seems that this little girl is really persistent. Forget it, wait until she grows up, it seems that she will do the thought work for Boomer in the future. Because if nothing else, just say the 18th Broly's harem reserved a place for it. How can the spicy and beautiful little sister be cheap, that little bald Klin? Getting back to business, looking at the castle that was destroyed by himself, the Bull Demon King also said that he didn't mind, and calmly admitted his mistake in what he did during the time when Fried Bread Mountain caught fire, saying that he would definitely change his evil in the future and never do it again in the future. In the original work, the Turtle Immortals also destroyed the entire castle, saying that they did not control it well. But this kind of words are okay to deceive others. Broly knows that although the old man of the Turtle Immortal is not very anti-heavenly, there are really few who can surpass him in the control of chi. I think I saw the Bull Demon King being lustful for money. Hope domination went astray, so he deliberately ruined the finances in the castle and cut off the Bull Demon King's thoughts in the hope that he would change his evil. So Broly also followed the example of the Turtle Immortals and destroyed everything, leaving only the Dragon Ball. When the 5th Dragon Ball was found, Broly and his party left Fried Bread Mountain together after bidding farewell like the Bull Devil. Lie Big and Boomer. Broly on his leg was thinking, so far he had collected 6 Dragon Balls, Boomer found 2, Goku 1, Turtle Immortal 1 there, and Bull Demon King 1. And then at an old grandmother's place got another 1. The remaining Dragon Ball, if Broly remembers correctly, should now be in the hands of the trio of Pilaf, who have devoted their lives to finding Dragon Balls and making wishes to rule the world. Broly thought of this bitter trio, the corners of his mouth twitched, and for some reason he always thought of another bitter trio in the anime world. It is also like the Piraf trio, with the perseverance of the Grey Wolf, the determination to not get together with the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wishes, and the spirit of Xiaoqiang who cannot die. And most importantly, the members are also composed of a man, a woman, and an animal. Thinking of those 3 churning sticks, Broly always felt that if he was not careful, he might really capsize in the gutter. If it is wasted like the original, and finally made such a wish, Broly is going crazy. After thinking back to the plot, Broly decided to make a plan. So he said to Boomer, "Boomer, you give me the bag with the Dragon Balls." When Boomer heard this, although he didn't know what Broly was going to do, he obediently opened the bag and sent it to Broly. Broly picked out the 4-star Dragon Balls and placed them in the system space, handing the bag to Boomer again. The reason for this is that Broly is afraid that something unexpected will happen. So take out one of them first, and then even if the Pilaf trio tricks together the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, it will be useless. After gathering all the Dragon Balls, Broly decided to stay away immediately, and everything would wait until after he made his wish. Broly's group headed in the direction of the last Dragon Ball, and just as they passed a desert, suddenly a robot like a squid rushed out, and a cannonball slammed into the car where Broly and the others were riding. "Goku, dodge away!" While reminding Goku, Broly had already picked up Boomer and flew out. Boom! The sound of the car being blasted sounded, and the robot rummaged in the car for a while to find the bag with the Dragon Balls, and got up and left without checking. As for whether Broly deliberately did not stop it, of course he knew that this was done by the Dragon Set trio again. Anyway, the 4-star beads are stored in their own system space, and Broly is not afraid that they will snatch the other 5 Dragon Balls. As long as you follow the direction he left, you can easily find the last remaining Dragon Ball according to the Dragon Ball radar. I beg all book lovers to take great care of this book, enjoy some flowers, and then collect it. Chapter 013. New books ask for flowers, for collections, for support. What to do, Broly? Dragon Ball was snatched, why aren't you worried at all? Don't you want to make a wish like a dragon? Boomer was so anxious that he almost jumped up, but he was even more angry when he saw Broly's indifferent look. "It's okay, what do you think this is?" Broly said, taking the 4-star bead out of the system space and holding it to Boomer's eyes. "Hey? How so? Dragon Ball has obviously been snatched away. Could it be that at that time you were already?" Boomer saw the 4-star Dragon Ball in Broly's hand and wondered, and suddenly remembered that Broly suddenly asked himself for the bag containing the Dragon Balls a few days ago, and at that time he was still wondering why Broly suddenly wanted to see the Dragon Balls on a whim. It turned out that he had expected that someone would come to grab the Dragon Balls. Looking at the look of realization and admiration on Boomer's face, Broly was also very weak-hearted, and he could almost guess what Boomer was thinking. As everyone knows, Broly is a day outsider, and he has long known that this scene will happen. "I'm going to follow that guy to see where he's going to send the Dragon Balls and take the rest of them back. Otherwise, if you use the Dragon Ball radar to find it, you may have to look for several days. Are you waiting for me here or coming with me?" "Of course, I will follow you wherever you go, don't want to leave me alone." "Of course we went together," Boomer said at the same time as Goku. After flying to the castle where the Pilaf trio were located, Broly did not stay any longer this time. With Broly's terrifying combat power that was enough to sweep the entire earth, he appeared in front of the 3 of Piraf at a speed that destroyed the decay. Piraf found that the various means he had prepared were so pale in the face of Broly's 436 combat power, and decisively accepted his fate. With lightning speed, he took out the Dragon Balls that had been prepared long ago, lowered his head, and presented it in front of Broly with both hands. Seeing Piraf so knowledgeable, Broly was embarrassed to make a move. According to his thoughts, these 3 stirring sticks may spoil his good deeds at some point and directly kill 100. But seeing Xiao Wu, he hesitated again. After thinking about it, Broly felt that it was better to keep these auspicious 3 treasures. Without them, the future Dragon Ball world would be much less fun. And whether it is the original book or the present, the hearts of this trio are not bad. It should be to give the future tenants a face. Just with the combat power of the 3 of them, they will not pose any threat to themselves. Well, for the sake of you being so sensible, I will leave you with your lives. Remember to do more good deeds in the future, don't do any beautiful dreams of ruling the world, how good it is to be free and carefree." After saying that, Broly wrapped up the Dragon Ball, and the three of them took a car to the place where the turtle immortals lived. No one expected that Broly let go of the three of Giraffe on a whim, but he was greatly helped by these three inconspicuous dragon traps in the future. When he arrived at the beach where he first met the Turtle Fairy, Broly took out the 7 Dragon Balls and put them together, and the 7 Dragon Balls echoed each other with dazzling light. "Come out! Shenlong!" Broly called out loudly according to the method of summoning the Divine Dragon in the original book. Suddenly, the surrounding sky quickly darkened, the clouds were dense, and each of the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling light that gathered together and rushed into the sky, showing a dragon-shaped light in the air. After half a ring, a divine dragon covered in green and blood-red eyes flew out from that light. Looking at this appearance alone, it seems to be similar to the dragon totem of Huaxia, but this color is too different. "Whoever summoned me out, please say what wish you have, I can help you fulfill any wish, but only one." Shenlong's thick, magnetic voice sounded as if it was dying. Looking at the most expensive exchanges in the system mall, the only skills that are currently useful to Broly are teleportation and time stop. Broly thought about it for a long time, and finally chose the teleportation skill, because the scope of this skill will not be limited like time stopping. As long as the higher the strength, the greater the range of movement. Like the late stage of Dragon Ball Z, Sun Wukong can directly move to the Realm King God realm. You must know that that place can only be entered by the Realm King God, and even the Great Realm King cannot enter. And in the future, whether it is to save people or dodge enemy attacks, it will be used frequently. The most important point is that the teleportation ability of the Jebbet God is more profound than that of the Monkey King, and it is necessary to know that wherever the Monkey King moves, he needs to capture the chi of a person within the target location, and use the person's chi as a reference object, so as to achieve teleportation from one place to another. But in other words, this trick can't go where no one is. But the teleportation ability of the Jebbet God is much greater, whether there is gas or not, he can directly reach any planet in the nether. Although this ability itself cannot accurately find a person, when it comes to the realm of Broly, he has long been able to feel everyone's chi, let alone Jebbet God, so learning this trick has one more advantage than Sun Wukong's teleportation. P.S. In GT, God Jebbet once moved directly to Earth to save Goku based on Goku's chi. So Broly made a wish like a divine dragon, "Shenlong, I want to have the 2 abilities mastered by the Realm King God Realm Jebbet God, can you help me achieve it?" Broly thought to himself, wanting to try to see if he could play word games with Shenlong, and if he failed, he would not lose, and if he succeeded, he would earn blood. Looking at the system mall, the redemption points of these 2 special abilities require a total of 18W, 10W for teleportation, and 8W for healing damage. If it can be achieved, it will be profitable. As soon as Shenlong heard this wish, a layer of sweat immediately broke out in his brain, and he said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, because the teleportation ability of the Jebbet God belongs to a special racial talent, so this wish cannot be fully fulfilled, but another ability can be mastered by you." Broly's heart was half cold when he heard this. "Didn't you say that any wish can be fulfilled? Why can't even a small teleportation be achieved?" Shenlong was also anxious at this time. If the wish of the person who summoned him was reasonable but it could not be fulfilled or could not be fully fulfilled. It was reasonable that he could not leave unless he was consulted with the person who summoned him and the summoner agreed. "Or you see, although I can't let you have the teleportation ability of Jebbet, I can let you master another kind of teleportation, but I can't reach no one's land. But as compensation, I can give you another special ability of God Jebbet to heal damage. In this way, you can heal not only others but also yourself, even if you are not conscious, you can slowly heal yourself. What do you think? Isn't that the kind of teleportation that Monkey King mastered?" Fortunately, Anyway, I don't have the luxury of really learning the teleportation ability of Jebet God directly. What's more, there is also a bonus skill, which is a superb skill, which can be both active and passive. In the future, as long as he is not directly killed in seconds, he will definitely not die. Coupled with his legendary super race physique, his combat effectiveness will continue to improve during the battle until he defeats the enemy. Such a buggy ability Broly is thrilled to think about. I beg all book lovers to take great care of this book, enjoy some flowers, and then collect it. Chapter 014. New books ask for flowers, for collections, for support. Well, I agree. Then let's get started. As you wish. Shenlong's flushed eyes flashed a red light and disappeared into Broly's body. Broly immediately found that he had 2 more ways to use special abilities in his mind. Since your wish has been fulfilled, then, goodbye. The divine dragon said that his complete body emitted a dazzling light again, and then transformed back into 7 dragon balls that burst out in different directions. Broly saw the direction where the 4-star bead flew out, his body rushed out, flashed in front of the 4-star bead, and then reached out and held the 4-star bead that had temporarily turned into stone. Then it fell in front of Goku and gave it to Goku. Goku, this 4-star bead will be returned to you, and he will return to his original appearance in a year. Thank you, Broly. Goku struck over and thanked him. He also saw that if it weren't for Broly, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to catch the 4-star bead that was about to fly away. Broly, what did you just say about teleportation? Listening to Shenlong, it turned out to be a skill possessed by a god? At this time, Boomer also came over and asked Broly curiously. Since you want to see it, I'll show you it. You grab my left arm. After Goku and Boomer grabbed it, Broly put his right index finger and middle finger on his forehead and silently chanted, "Move." Swish! The figures of the 3 Broly instantly disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived on the island where the turtle immortals lived. Wow, what a great skill! It turned out to be the place all at once. Boomer and Goku were amazed, and made Goku look hungry, but they were still dismissed by the lack of strength. Just like the first time I saw the turtle fairy was lying on a beach chair with a magazine on his face and was faking sleep. Heard the sound and got up to see that it was Broly and them. It's really strange, if it's just Broly, this smelly boy, I don't notice it. Why don't I notice the other 2 people either? Is it too long without exercise? The turtle immortal muttered to himself. Broly first greeted the turtle immortal, and then explained the identity of Goku like the turtle immortal, wanting to leave Goku here to practice. When the turtle immortal learned that Goku was actually the grandson adopted by his eldest apprentice, he immediately saw Goku's eyes a lot kinder. Goku also expressed his willingness to practice under the turtle immortal sect, because Goku knew that his grandfather, the Bull Demon King and Broly were all disciples of the turtle immortal sect, especially Broly, who was better than the blue and was the most proud disciple of the turtle immortal. Broly knew that soon after, that Bald Klin didn't know where to get the news, and it was time to rush over to worship the teacher, so he was not afraid that Goku would be bored here alone. Goku, usually exercise your tail more, your current tail is too fragile, it is a very fatal weakness for you. When you finish participating in the 21st Tianxia First Martial Arts Association and go out to practice, you can climb the Karin Tower and come to me to learn the art of dancing. Before leaving, Broly called Goku to him and instructed him. Then after asking the turtle immortal for the specific location of Karin Ta and his sister divination mother-in-law, Broly said goodbye to the turtle immortal and took Boomer back to the western capital, and just on the way, Urha's voice sounded in Broly's mind. Since the boss has fully enabled the point earning function, the system specially rewards the boss with 1000 points. In addition, when the point earning function is fully enabled, it will automatically absorb energy, and 5 points will be automatically generated every day. Hearing this, Broly felt that the time he spent collecting Dragon Balls along the way was really not in vain. Get rich, get rich. Originally, I thought that just turning on the point earning function was cost-effective. Unexpectedly, in addition, I gave away 1000 more points, and most importantly, I could give away 5 points for free every day. In this way, there are 150 points in a month for 30 days, and 1800 points for a year. Finally, I got rid of the embarrassing situation of looking at the many exciting exchange items in the system mall without points available. That's right, Why did you ask me to ask the location of the divination mother-in-law before? Is there anything I need to find her for divination? At that time, the boss will know, because with me this may be a bigger surprise for the boss than opening the point earning function. This benefit is enough for the boss to use the Awakening Legend KSI bloodline. For the Guanzi sold by it made Broly more and more itchy. What kind of surprise should this be to support himself until the super competition? When he just flew to a city not far from the west, Broly saw the police car whistling below, chasing and blocking a yellow-haired girl, and suddenly the ends of the blonde girl riding a motorcycle were blown to the lower end of Yao's nose by the wind, and then sneezed, and suddenly the hair color changed from yellow to blue. Seeing this familiar scene, Broly almost guessed who this girl was. This is a good girl who is sometimes gentle and virtuous, hard-working and kind, and sometimes savage and violent, rude and fierce female man. She is one of the few female characters in the early Dragon Ball period Lankai. Speaking of Lankai, Broly thought in his previous life that this female character is a dual personality. If you marry her, wouldn't it be a buy one get one free, which is equivalent to marrying two? What are you looking for? When did my mind become so dirty? That being said, people still have to be saved, and in the original work, the blonde Lankai fell in love with Tianjin Rice at the world's first martial arts club. Although Tianjin Fan knew Lankai heart for him. But it's a pity that Tianjin Rice put all his thoughts on martial arts, and had no interest in other things, deliberately avoiding Lankai feelings for him. Lan Chi may also have seen Tianjin Fan's thoughts, stayed with Tianjin Rice for a while and left, only occasionally went back to see, but in the end there was no news. It wasn't until Dragon Ball Z, Goku fought with Vegeta and Majin Buu in the realm of the King of the Realm, and Goku gathered the Genki Bomb, that Lankai appeared again in a shot, like doing a profession such as express shipping. Alas! Another poor girl who was abandoned by Cupid and his wife and needed to be saved by herself. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't, which caused the tragic fate of my lonely life. Broly sometimes viciously speculates that the reason why Tianjin Rice does not accept Lankai is not because of dumplings. To be reasonable, this is also a female character who makes Broly feel regret and reluctance, and since Z, the old bird has inexplicably diluted her sense of existence, if it weren't for Toei's final edition of Lankai's shot to the anime, maybe the old bird wouldn't even let her show her face. Broly wanted to let Boomer hurry first, and then flew down himself. At this time, Lan Chi in the blue-haired state no longer has the fierce character and the ability to use firearms, and the situation is precarious, and if he does not pay attention, he may be injured by a stray bullet or arrested by the police. Seeing this, Broly flew down directly, picked up Lankai and instantly flew into the sky towards Boomer's house. Because Broly was so fast, the policemen didn't know what was happening before they noticed that the robber Lankai had disappeared in front of their eyes. Chapter 015. P.S. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for support. In addition, the Dragon Ball Z plot is about to begin, and it is predicted to start around 20 chapters, and there is the plot of the fight. The current protagonist's combat power sweeps the earth without pressure. It is better to write it at the beginning of the Z plot, probably before the maximum 40 chapters should be able to transform into a super race. At this time, Broly was flying towards the west with Lankai in his arms, and when he was on the way, Lankai finally calmed down. At this time, the blue-haired Lankai found that the handsome man who had just saved himself was holding himself in a shameful posture. The blue-haired Lankai blushed and said softly, "Thank you, sir, for helping. I really don't know how to thank you." "Xie doesn't have to." But I'm curious why the cops are arresting you? Broly knowingly asked to find a topic to see if there was any way to keep the girl. After arriving at Boomer's house, Broly learned that Lankai, who had two personalities, knew about her split personality. But no matter what kind of personality she manifested externally, Lan Chi would not know what happened to her previous other personality. Therefore, when Broly learned that the current Lankai was temporarily unsettled, he immediately invited her to live in Boomer's house to help and take care of Boomer. As for what to do with Goku and Klin's worship after sending Lanky to live in Boomer's house, it is none of Broly's business. Anyway, Broly knows the old man of the Turtle Immortal very well, and if he really wants to take an apprentice, even if Goku and Klin do not complete the task, he will not deliberately embarrass the two. After returning to Sichu, they met Boomer and her parents, and the Brives had a very good impression of Broly after meeting him. When Broly introduces Lankai to Lankai's experience and personality split, Boomer and his parents also sympathize with Lankai. Boomer looked at Lankai in the blue-haired state again at her gentle and kind, and I saw a look of pity. With a soft heart, he directly married Lan Chi to his sisters, and let Lan Chi stay and be responsible for the diet and living of the Boomer family. This made Broly look stunned, and said in his heart, "This is too smooth, I haven't said anything yet." Unexpectedly, Boomer suddenly turned his head at this time and glared at Broly viciously. Broly suddenly froze, and secretly said in his heart, "Could it be that this little chick Boomer is so shrewd and can see my intentions so quickly? But I shouldn't have any flaws, this chick won't be cheating me, right?" Thinking of this, Broly's face was not red and his heart did not beat, and he looked at Boomer with a frank face. Which honest gaze made Boomer feel ashamed of his suspiciousness in his heart, and blamed Broly. As everyone knows, at this time, Broly silently ordered 32 likes for himself in his heart, lamenting that his acting skills, gods and horses are floating clouds. Although he knew that he was sorry for cheating Boomer like this, he couldn't hide Boomer for long. But it will take a while to take Lankai by himself, and during this time, the relationship between Boomer and Lankai will become deeper and deeper. At that time, I was provoking this matter with Boomer, presumably at that time, Boomer would have much less mustard in his heart, and it would be easier to accept Lankai. Which was better than telling Boomer the truth directly, God knows what Boomer would do. It seems that to reverse Boomer's opinion, there is still a long way to go to not oppose the task of opening a harem himself. The family was happy, and spent 2 months happily with Boomer and Lankai. During these 2 months, Broly deliberately exchanged a small nerve tree fruit, divided it in half, and ate it for Boomer and Lanky. In order to avoid accidents after the second daughter eats, Urha was specially asked to seal the energy contained in it, so that the second daughter could slowly absorb the energy released by it, so that the second daughter could have the power of self-preservation, so as not to have any accidents during the time she left the second daughter. One day 2 months later, Broly said goodbye to Boomer Anji and the Brief couple, ready to go out to improve his strength. Anyway, he has the ability to teleport, and he can come back at any time. Because of this, Boomer and Lankai did not have much reluctance. Broly plans to go to the divination mother-in-law first, and according to Urha, there is a chance to improve his strength that is a disaster for others, but an adventure for himself. After leaving the western capital, Broly flew in the direction of the desert where the divination mother-in-law was. It's not that Broly doesn't want to use teleportation, but he hasn't felt the chi of the divination mother-in-law and the 5 dragon sets under him, so he can only fly over slowly. After searching for a long time, I finally found a beautiful and clear small lake, which shimmered with dazzling light under the sun. There is a palace next to the small lake, and at this moment a line of people is lining up. At this time, a mini ghost that was greeting the warriors who were lining up to challenge flew over and flew in front of Broly. "You go to inform the divination mother-in-law, just say that his brother's disciple wants to meet the divination mother-in-law, and has prepared a hard fee of 100 million yuan to ask her for a favor." Without waiting for the mini-ghost to speak, Broly said first, and then stuffed some tips for the mini-ghost. "Dear and generous sir, Please wait. I will bring your words to the divination mother-in-law as quickly as possible." As the little ghost spoke, he quickly flew towards the castle, apparently to report. It's good to have money is willful, even the ghosts who are not people and ghosts can be leveled with money. Broly thought with emotion. As for where did the money come from? Broly can pretend to say, Boomer's family lacks everything, but there is no shortage of money. After a while, the little ghost flew back and respectfully led Broly towards the palace where the divination mother-in-law was. When he saw the divination mother-in-law, Broly still couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It is worthy of being the sister of the old man of the turtle immortal, and the two of them are dressed so well, funky. One loves money, one is. Genema is a brother and sister. I saw the diviner mother-in-law dressed as a witch. It seems that she was originally a witch, her short body sitting on a crystal ball, and the wrinkles on her face felt like she could catch a fly. Little ghost, are you the new disciple of my undisciplined younger brother? As soon as the divination mother-in-law spoke, the soul-destroying voice once again made Broly's goosebumps fall to the ground. Yes, that's right. I have something I want to ask your fortune-teller mother-in-law for help. This 100 million yuan is for my mother-in-law to laugh at, and the excess should be the debt I paid for the old man. Broly replied with the discomfort in his stomach, and then placed the huge cloth bag in front of the diviner. Oh hee, little ghost, you are very good. Tell me, what do you want to ask your wife to help you divination? The diviner's eyes narrowed into a slit when she saw a bag full of banknotes. I want to challenge those 5 dragons under my mother-in-law. 5 fighters. I almost said the word dragon set. Oh, is this all you want to ask me to do you with so much money, although this does not require me to divinate for you, but since you proposed it, I will not return this money, but what makes me curious is why don't you directly challenge it? This way you can save a lot of money? Because there are too many people who want to find your mother-in-law for divination, and I am not poor in money, I don't want to queue up, hurry up and start, I can't wait. Broly really couldn't wait, and according to that surprise was on those 5 dragon sets. Well, as you wish, come with me. Follow the diviner through a long passage, and when you are completely out of the passage, you will be greeted by a small lake, on which a ring is built, and there is nothing around the ring, that is, if you are beaten in the ring, you will fall directly into the water. Little ghost, the way to challenge is very simple. After the challenge starts, as long as one of the 2 sides raises their hands to surrender or falls into the water, it will be considered a loss. What do you think? No problem, let's get started. Broly didn't want to wait for a moment, he just wanted to finish quickly and then climb the Karantat, blackmail some good things in the hands of that old cat, and then seize the time to cultivate and awaken his legendary KSI bloodline as soon as possible. Ask for flowers and collections, your support is the motivation of Blackie. Chapter 016. P.S. The virgin reward of this book is thick line, thanks to the local rich book friends he cut me here. 2000 V-tip. Xiao He felt that the speed of codewords was much faster. Today's 3 changes, specially for the local tyrant book friends to add a chapter more. In addition, ask for flowers and collections, please support. Seeing Broly like this, the divination mother-in-law nodded and did not speak. Come out! Batman! The diviner mother-in-law shouted. The words fell, and I found that a bat flew out of the sky, and then bang turned into a scrawny like a human person. Well, that's right, it's indeed a human form. Let's go. The diviner mother-in-law spoke. Broly didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. As soon as the divination mother-in-law's words fell, the figure instantly disappeared in place, only to hear another pang sound, between which a splash splashed on the lake, and then looked at the Batman who had disappeared and replaced Broly who appeared in its original location. The diviner mother-in-law was shocked in both her heart and face. You are already so strong, why bother? I'm just looking for an opportunity to get stronger, and I don't mean anything else, so hurry up and start the next one. Broly interrupted without waiting for the diviner to finish. Next, Bro used action to illustrate what it means to be crisp and neat. One punch used 2 punches, one punch knocked out the transparent man and the mummy. Needless to say, transparent people make no difference in front of people who can use chi, whether they are hidden or invisible. And the mummy too, Broly didn't even let him say a word of nonsense, and directly printed it on the wall around the battlefield with a punch. Where exactly is the surprise you mentioned? There are only 2 left, and if I don't show up, I'll clear the level. Broly shouted anxiously to in his heart. Don't worry, boss, the surprise you told you is in the next one. Replied to Broly unhurriedly. Next? Could it be the demon man? Broly recalled the 5 warriors guarding the gate under the divination mother-in-law. That's right, it's the demon man. Devil man. Broly thought back to the demon man again and found that there really didn't seem to be anything special. Well, wait. If there is something special, Broly really thought of one, that is, this demon man has a light skill, called demon light. It is said that a person who has been hit by the demonic light will stimulate and breed a steady stream of evil thoughts in his heart, and when there are too many evil thoughts, the body will swell more and more until the person who is hit is blown up. Could it be? Is Urha's surprise for himself here? That's right, boss, this is a great creation. All you need is the boss to resist a few demonic rays, and I'll take care of the rest. Urha seemed to know what Broly wanted to ask, and said in time. Broly couldn't help but imagine that if he was hit by a demon light, and Broly didn't dare to continue thinking about it, the picture was too beautiful to bear to look at directly. Lying down, I'm not Sun Wukong's simple demon who doesn't have any distractions at all. Also special Meow hard anti-demon rays? How many more shots of special Meow? 300 words omitted here. Broly's broken thoughts couldn't stop at all, and he scolded Urha. Boss, after you listen to me, we are one now, how can I pit you? Don't worry, with me. This demon light can become a plug in general existence after being handled. Urha was aggrieved at first, but when it came to the back, he was more and more excited. Really? Broly stared at Urha suspiciously, as if to see something on his face. That's right, Urha can manifest its specific image in Broly's mind after the point earning function is fully turned on. As for its image, well, let Broly a little regret giving it such a funny name as Urha, and he knew that he should have named it Urfat. I saw a black and white creature with a body distribution color like a panda manifested in Broly's mind, the only difference was that this product had no limbs and no body. No, it should be said that the limbs, torso, and head of this product are all one part, because this product is a ball of black and white like a large sea creature. Chubby, round, soft, warm. Don't ask me how I could tell that the color division of its body resembled a panda. Well, I don't know anything. Got too fat? No, it was Urha's reply. Broly completely let go of his heart, and when the demon man appeared, Broly did not directly second him. Instead, he pretended to have a superior strength than the demon man to suppress the demon man, and during the suppression period, he made various verbal and spiritual mockery of the demon man. I hope that this demon man will quickly use the demon light, and then he will be able to achieve his goal, and he will be able to leave here early. Sure enough, this product also lived up to Broly's expectations. This product looked at Broly's mouth was too vicious, he couldn't touch a hair of Broly, so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and it was not like in the original book before releasing the demon ray. Boy, don't hide, if you can take my trick unharmed, I will pee backwards in the future. The demon man was really mad, and he probably didn't know how much he said. Okay, this is what you said, I don't hide, you make a move. It really made me wait for a good meal, and finally waited for you, but Broly pretended to be excited to succeed on the surface, and said with disdain on his face. Humph, ha ha ha, go die. The demon man sent a red wave of light from both hands towards Broly, and Broly still stood there without dodging. Little ghost dodge. You'll die after being hit. This is the divination mother-in-law suddenly spoke. This little devil is spending money to find himself to help, and he is his only brother's most proud disciple. In public and private, he can't watch him die. It's okay, divination mother-in-law, since I dare to resist hard, of course, I am sure to take it. Although Broly was slightly grateful, he didn't care and said. Suddenly, Broly was surrounded by a cloud of red envelopes, and he only felt that all kinds of hatred and killing intent, as well as anger and other negative emotions in his heart were rapidly breeding. But at this moment, outsiders could not see the inside of the body that only Broly himself could see. A mysterious and soft white light appeared, quickly turned into a large net, shrouded in a cloud of demon light, and after tightening, fixed the demon light deep in the heart where to constantly breed negative emotions in Broly's heart, and finally the negative emotions formed a stream of black energy. Then the bow's net separated a white hollow chain and linked it to the system formed by the mysterious Dragon Ball in Broly's mind, and then after a short while, a white hollow chain appeared again in the system space transformed by the mysterious Dragon Ball in his mind, linking to the unknown place of Broly's body. I saw that the hollow part of the chain leading to the system, wisps of black energy formed by the negative emotions in Broly's heart were constantly transported to the system, and the hollow part of the chain connected to Broly's body was a trace of grey energy. It should be colorless, but because the colorless energy is only a trace, the protagonist may not be able to see it, so use grey. That's right, just a hint. If the red energy transmitted into the system is the thickness of a little finger, then the energy transmitted into Broly's body is only as thin as a hair, and you can't really see it if you don't look closely. Rest assured, this demon light will not cause any trouble to the protagonist. After all, the system is not given for nothing. It will not be used by any of the protagonist's enemies. In short, this disgusting plot will never happen. This demon light will only bring great benefits to the protagonist. In the eyes of outsiders, Broly did not have the slightest effect after being hit by the demon light, and the immortal demon man sent 2 more demon rays to Broly, and the red light dispersed. Broly was still standing there intact, but he did not know that the 2 demon rays were also fused together by the white net and the previous expulsion. At this time, the grey energy in the chain transmitted into Broly's body also changed from the thickness of the hair to the thickness of the embroidery. Needle. Ask for flowers in collections. Your support is the motivation of Blackie. Chapter 017. P.S. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for support. The last chapter is not well coded, and it will be sent again in the evening. Thank you again to the local tyrant book friends. Cut me down. Great support. Just as Broly was about to stimulate the demon man again, Urha contacted Broly. Boss, there is no need to stimulate him anymore. The current fusion of 3 demon rays has been saturated, reaching the upper limit of the speed at which this skill breeds negative emotions. Even if it is absorbed a few more times, there will be no change. Yes, it's a pity. Since the goal has been achieved, it is time to withdraw. Demon man, it seems that your trick is of little use to me. Remember to stand upside down when you want to urinate in the future. Broly did not forget to continue to stimulate this tragic trick of selfless dedication to Broly. The demon man, who was full of grief and indignation, stood there motionless as if he had been struck by lightning, feeling as if the belief he had held for many years had collapsed. Broly's heart was full of malicious thoughts at this time. I don't know if this product will collapse after meeting Sun Wukong in the future, and after using the magic ray again, after finding that Sun Wukong is immune to his skills again, I don't know if this product will collapse. Broly silently calculated the psychological shadow area of this product. Gee, poor child paper, I hope you can withstand the next critical attack of the Monkey King on you, and then bravely continue to live. After leaving the palace where the divination mother-in-law lived, Broly flew away according to the coordinates of the Karanta given by the Turtle Immortals. On the way, Broly asked again about the role of the demon light in Urha's body. Boss, this time I made a lot of money. Although the black energy bred by the demon light is the energy of negative emotions, the system can just absorb and convert the emotional power generated by energy. That is to say, if the boss is due to other factors in the outside world that cause anger, hatred, and other emotions in your heart, the system has no way to transform, but the negative emotions generated by the demon light are not strictly real emotions, but a pure energy with emotional effects. So the system has a way to absorb and convert it, and most of the energy that is converted into emotional power is removed, leaving only pure energy. Although there is no 1 in 10, this is a steady stream of energy. Almost every minute and every second can improve the host's strength, almost equivalent to the weakened version of the legendary super race automatically improving the strength. As long as the boss is a normal person, there will definitely be negative emotions in his heart, and this demon light is only bred with the help of negative emotions, and will not have any negative effects on the boss's body. By the way, boss, didn't you find that your strength had improved a little? And the benefits don't stop there. Small mouth is the same as Gatling, but it is difficult to hide the excitement. After all, not only Broly, the system has also gained a lot of benefits. What? It turned out to be such a powerful surprise, and there are other benefits? Broly was already dumbfounded, and as soon as he checked it, he found that his strength had indeed increased from 436 to 458, and in a short period of time. He had automatically increased his combat effectiveness by 22 points. After all, being able to improve your strength all the time can already hang up to the sky, and listening to Urha seems to have more than these benefits. Yes, part of the pure energy that has been decomposed is absorbed by the boss your body, and a small part of it can enhance your strength at all times, and most of it will constantly strengthen the strength of your bloodline at all times, stimulate your potential, and allow you to awaken the legendary KSI bloodline earlier. There is another small part of energy, due to the continuous loss of energy in the process of the system decomposition of energy, the system absorbs it in the spirit of waste and shame, so that without the host to improve the strength, the exchange items in the system mall can also be more and more, the functions will be more and more, and there will be points generated every moment. Oh yes, and the system removes all the negative emotions decomposed from the negative emotional energy bred by the demon light, but retains the angry emotional energy in it, because the system feels that this may be useful to the boss in the future, and when the boss needs to use it, you can choose a certain amount to release by yourself. I listened to the good news one after another from Urha, and saw that it had not been a day now, and the points were indeed more than 40 points. Broly was completely shocked. How unbelievable is this dragon set skill, it's really buggy. I like it though. Sure enough, the Dragon Ball world described by the old bird is really just the tip of the iceberg, the universe is huge, and the magical race is all strange, Broly said with sincere emotion this time. Not long after, Broly saw a long tower soaring into the sky ahead. Broly saw that he could already see the Karanta with his eyes, indicating that he was almost there. Of course, at Broly's speed, it was indeed almost there, so he immediately accelerated, and a wave of air formed behind him. Looking at the Karanta, which is only 3 or 4 meters in diameter but cannot see the end at a glance, standing straight there, without the slightest look to be dumped, Broly's heart lies straight in the groove. Well, anything that goes against common sense in Dragon Ball can't be viewed scientifically. Although he thought so, Broly did not stop and flew directly to the Karanta with his aerial dance. After about a few minutes, I finally saw the top of the tower. I saw that the Karlan Tower, which was only 3 or 4 meters in diameter, was supporting a rod with a diameter of dozens of times the diameter of the tower, like a squashed rod. Top of the Lollipop Tower. On top of the tower at this time. A white one. Fat cat. Well, that's right, it's a cat, and it's quite fat. But this is not the point is that this is a cat standing on 2 feet like a human, with 2 eyes in a line, 3 beards on the left and right where the cheeks are close to the end of the mouth, as opposed to the brain door above the eyes where there are also 3 eyebrows on the left and right. The difference is that the beard is horizontal, but the eyebrows are erect, slightly tilted to the sides, holding a wooden staff on the shoulder in the right hand, as if asleep and not moving. This classic image is the cat immortal who has lived for at least 800 years at the top of the Karan Tower. P.S. The cat fairy is smoother than the Carlin fairy, and it will be called the cat fairy in the future. At this time, the cat fairy who seemed to have woken up opened his eyes like a thin line. Don't ask me how I could see his eyes open. As soon as the cat fairy's words fell, Broly rushed to the top of the tower, and then landed in front of the cat fairy. Looking at the cat fairy in front of him who looked like Garfield, Broly raised his eyebrows and walked in and asked, "You are the immortal who lives on this Karan Tower?" Broly asked knowingly. On the surface, it looked like Broly was asking the cat immortal, but in fact, he was pondering in his heart how to get some good things such as fairy beans and super god water from this old cat's hand. "That's right, don't you have any objections? But to be precise, fairy cats. And I prefer to be called a cat fairy, meow. As for improving your strength, because your current strength is already very strong, I can't help you become stronger." Broly looked at the cat fairy suspiciously. Although in the anime, the cat fairy only showed a little stronger than the strength of the Monkey King after his guidance, but God knows if this is the full strength of this old monster who has lived for at least 800 years. What a pity! Do you have any other special gifts here? Can't you let me come for nothing, right? Broly pretended to look pitying. P.S. Ask for flowers and collections, your support is the motivation of Blackie. Chapter 018. P.S. New books ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for support. Meow, how did you know I had good stuff here? The cat fairy was also looking at Broly, looking and observing for a long time, and found that there was nothing evil in the chi on Broly's body, and his feelings found that there was no evil thought in his heart, and the cat fairy immediately let go of his heart. "Well, I said it from Teacher Wushan, and he said that you have a lot of good treasures here, such as Duyun and the like. And he also told me that if I come to you at any time, don't forget to ask for a few pieces." At this time, Broly said nonsense, and by the way, he took out the turtle immortal to the post. "Oh, so you rogue disciple. I see that your strength is already very strong, and you can also dance the void art, and most of the treasures in my collection will not help you, meow. In that case, I'll introduce you to a magical bean that I cultivated. This immortal cultivation of this immortal bean, as long as it eats one, can directly heal people's internal and external injuries, and they will not be hungry for 10 days. How about it? It is very common for people who practice martial arts to be injured in battle. If they are seriously injured, that is not easy to heal. As long as they have this thing, they can recover immediately. How about it? Isn't it amazing?" Hearing that the young man in front of him turned out to be the rogue disciple who had broken the cat fairy was completely relieved, although that person was really undisciplined, but his vision of the cat immortal was still trustworthy, otherwise the cat immortal would not have trained him and was soft and hard to take away several treasures such as banana fans, tendon clouds, and so on. "In this way, then you can give me a few hundred pills at will." Broly saw that the cat immortal did not mention the super god water, and said with a slight disappointment, "In fact, Broly climbed the Karanth tower in addition to the fairy bean for the super god water." Meow. When you are the immortal beans carefully cultivated by this immortal, you grab a large handful of jelly beans casually, and hundreds of grains, telling you that there is no meow in the door. Only give you a maximum of 3 capsules, don't pull down. This immortal has only cultivated dozens of grains, and gave you all the immortal beans. What will the immortal eat when he is hungry in the future? As soon as the cat immortal heard Broly's words, he immediately exploded. He really deserved to be the disciple of Wu Tian's smelly and faceless teaching, and he was simply a virtue. "Do you eat this when you're hungry? Shouldn't cats like to eat fish?" Broly is also quite puzzled by this in the original book. What fish? Well, what, meow. Fish, you say? Do you have the best fish under the sun? The cat fairy didn't care when he heard the fish at first, but after a second he reacted and jumped several meters high. Broly pouted in his heart. Sure enough, he was still a cat, and by nature he thought that fish was the most delicious. I don't have fish, but I have canned fish, which is delicious and can be stored for a long time. Saying that, Broly exchanged a bottle of canned fish and opened it and brought it to the cat fairy. The scent wafting from the can conquered the cat fairy on the spot. Little brother, do you still have canned fish? How about we make a deal? How about I exchange fairy beans for your canned fish? 1 fairy bean for 5 cans of fish. The cat fairy couldn't bear it anymore, and he didn't meow anymore, and directly called the little brother. What? This is the most delicious canned fish under the sun, but it is very rare, the price is very expensive, 5 cans can be exchanged for a fairy bean, won't I die? No, 1 can for 5 fairy beans is about the same. Seeing this, Broly rolled his eyes and had an idea. Secretly said in my heart, I was about to think of a way to pry something good out of your hand, but I didn't expect you to bump into it yourself. In that case, wouldn't it be sorry for your good idea if you didn't pit it? Thinking of this, Broly was not in a hurry, and began to ask for money at a sky-high price. Meow. It's good to say, if you have enough canned fish, you can also get a discount. How about 1 fairy bean for 4 canned fish? Or only 3 cans? What they don't change? Those 2 cans will do. What? Meow. Not yet? Then a can of canned fish for a fairy bean can always be done, no less. Of course, the cat fairy knows what Broly thinks, and in the eyes of the cat fairy, such a delicious canned fish will definitely be very expensive, which does not think that Broly is lying to him. The cat fairy and Broly finalized a bottle of canned fish for 1 fairy bean, and the two exchanged 1,000 copies, and then both sides waved and agreed. Well? What they? Just now the cat immortal said that there are only a few dozen fairy beans at most? Well, ahem. Don't eat it as a fish, don't do it. Broly almost grinned when he heard this, and after holding back, he pretended to be difficult and finally made up his mind and said, well, deal. You wait here for me for an hour, and I'll help you collect canned fish. Okay meow, just so I also went to see if the number of fairy beans is enough. If it is not enough, I will make some more. Then you have to hurry, I'll be back soon. Definitely, definitely. In the blink of an eye, he walked to the peak of the tall cat life, and the cat fairy's eyes almost lost their smile. As soon as the cat fairy's words fell, Broly also teleported and returned to Boomer's house. As everyone knows, after Broly teleported and just returned to Boomer's house, the cat fairy couldn't hold back anymore, and he was full of excitement, and his eyes were almost out of sight. Get rich! Get rich! Get rich! I didn't expect that the fairy beans I just used to fill my stomach could be exchanged for so many delicious canned fish. Talking to himself, the cat fairy also rushed into a warehouse at the top of the tower. At the same time that the cat fairy was dancing happily, Broly, who had returned to Boomer's house, also grinned in unison, repeating in his mouth, earn big! Earn big! Earn big! Broly was also happy at this time, feeling as if he was walking. That's right, Broly was not prepared to let Boomer help collect 1,000 canned fish, and directly spent a huge amount of 10 points in the system mall, exchanged 1,000 canned fish, and then exchanged 1,000 immortal beans worth 10,000 points in the system mall where the cat fairy was. Well, 10 points for 10,000 points. Gee, 1,000 times the profit, how come this transaction does not come a few more times? The cat fairy and Broly both felt that they had punished each other fiercely, and they were grinning and dancing like two neuropathy. A while later, the cat fairy finally gathered the 1,000 fairy beans it made. Broly told the cat fairy how to use the universal capsule. The cat fairy waved his hand, and the universal capsule on the ground became a large number of various canned fish disappeared, and I don't know where it was hidden by the cat fairy, and the cat fairy also handed a large bottle full of fairy beans to Broly. Broly got a large bottle full of fairy beans and hid it in the system space at a lightning speed. At the same time, he did not forget to give instructions to the cat immortal. Cat immortal, remember to cultivate more fairy beans when you are usually fine, and I will often come to you with canned fish in the future. Looking at so many fairy beans in the system space, Boomer will no longer have to worry about me fighting with people in the future. P.S. Ask for flowers in collections, your support is the motivation of Blackie. In fact, Xiao He finished the code in the early morning of the day in advance, and uploaded it the next day, because Xiao He was afraid that if Kevin did not come out that day, he would be embarrassed, and he couldn't even guarantee a chapter. Chapter 019. P.S. Please collect, please support Xiao He. By the way, Cat Immortal, I have a question I want to ask you. What questions to ask, as long as I know will answer you. Maybe he felt that he had pit Broly fiercely, a little weak-hearted, and wanted to make up for Broly from somewhere else, and the cat fairy slammed his chest at the moment to assure. I heard teacher Wu Tian talk about the super divine water. It is said that its function is really in line with the legend of the super holy water. After drinking it can awaken the potential hidden in the body. I want to ask the immortals if they know how to find the super divine water. In fact, Broly came to Carlinta for two purposes. The first is fairy beans, and the second is super divine water. Unlike super holy water, which is just an ordinary bottle of water, super god water is a magical water that truly has the effect of exploring potential. In previous lives, Dragon Ball fans have always had great controversy about super god water, and one side believes that super god water is a well-deserved god water that can awaken potential and continuously increase potential. The other party felt that the super god water was just a prop specially created by Old Bird in order for Sun Wukong to defeat Bike. But the only thing that can be recognized by both parties is that the super god water is really highly toxic, causing Goku to be much less immune than other Scions after taking the super god water. And super god water and gravity training and Realm King Fist, each of which will cause a serious burden on the body, and Goku often does this. After doing it, he did not take good care of his body, which led to the fact that only Goku, a Scion, suffered from viral heart disease. Therefore, Sun Wukong's heart disease in the future is not unrelated to taking super god water when he was young. Super divine water is indeed a divine water with incredible power, but it is also highly toxic. Although after drinking and successfully surviving can stimulate potential, for the sake of you and me working together happily for the first time and for the sake of happy cooperation in the future, I secretly give you a piece of advice. It is best not to drink that thing as a last resort, and even if you survive after drinking that thing, it is not all for nothing. The toxicity of super divine water will lurk in the body and slowly breed until the day of the outbreak. The strangest thing is that this toxin itself is not the kind of toxin that is harmful to the human body, but it is equivalent to the existence of a large supplement for substances harmful to the body in the human body, so no one knows which germs in the body will provide nutrients after the toxicity. Once it is absorbed by a certain germ in the body and has an incurable disease, it is troublesome. It may be that Broly will become his long-term supply customer in the future, for fear that Broly will not think of drinking Chao Shen water for a while, and the cat immortal quickly told Broly about the disadvantages of super god water. Fortunately, as the cat immortal thought, Broly's brows furrowed tightly after hearing this, although the poisonous god horse was not okay with himself, but after thinking about it, Broly was relieved. With the terrifying potential he possessed and the terrifying physique of the legendary super race, as well as the demon light that was strengthening his potential and combat power every moment. There was no shortage of this super divine water. So he nodded his head to the cat fairy as a thank you, and then said goodbye to the cat fairy and returned to the western capital. After returning to the western capital, Broly began to prepare for his last thing in the early stages of Dragon Ball, and when he was done, he would no longer have to run around the world. I also have time to accompany my second daughter more. In this way, after accompanying the second daughter for a week, he once again embarked on a new goal: the king of the Northern Realm. That's right, it's the planet where the Northern Realm king who gave the king of the Gaku Realm fist and the Yuan Chi bomb is located. As for why go to the Northern King? It's very simple. Broly is also ready to try to see if he can learn these two skills. The price of these two skills in the system mall is 50,000 points, the two together is 100,000, and the flawless teleportation is also at this price. So for these 100,000 points, Broly is ready to try to see if he can fool from this Northern Realm king who likes to listen to cold jokes. At this time, Broly found the diviner mother-in-law again and asked to take him to the prefecture to meet King Yan. The divination mother-in-law originally disagreed, but she couldn't resist Broly's offensive of not bad money, and then she also threw it away. Well, a lot more temperance than the turtle immortals. Little ghost, don't talk nonsense when you get to the prefecture, and don't say that I helped you enter the prefecture, but I risked the risk of being punished by King Yan Luo to make an exception to help you only this time. If you are driven out, don't be looking for me to help. The divination mother-in-law looked like I was forced, not because of the expression of money. It's okay, as long as the divination mother-in-law helps me enter the prefecture, the rest will be handed over to me. Broly swore with a look of conviction. In fact, in order to get through the relationship, Broly had already gone to the gods of heaven and asked him to write a letter of recommendation to King Yan Luo, but how to enter the Hell House for living people, the gods said that they could not help. Even if the recommendation letter doesn't work, it doesn't matter, Broly has teleportation, and can enter the underground mansion with various chi at any time, so there is this scene. King Yan Luo learned that it was recommended by the gods, and did not say much, but just instructed some matters about the snake path, so he opened the drawer and let Broly enter. Broly, who was ready to break in, breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is no one on the snake road, teleportation cannot be moved to a place where no one is there, which also makes Broly give up the idea of using teleportation to shuttle back and forth between the snake road and Boomer's house. After all, he didn't have the patience of Sun Wukong, and he actually ran on the snake road for half a year. Although he now far surpasses the strength of the original Monkey King, coupled with the art of dancing the void, he will not be able to meet Boomer and them for at least quite a while. No way, honestly asked Urha if there was any good way. Sure enough, with the help of Urha, Broly really found a very practical and reasonable exchange item in the system mall. Positioning flag. This item is a consumable. 100 points can be used 10 times, 900 points can be used 100 times, 8,000 points can be used 1,000 times, and 50,000 points can be used indefinitely. This guide flag can locate a total of 3 locations. The location is not limited to the Earth. If all 3 positioning locations are located and want to locate a new place, you need to specify and cancel a location that has been located before you can locate it again. The method of use is to integrate the gas into the guide flag. You can sense the place that has been located and teleport, similar to teleportation. Note: if you are about to run out of guide flags with consumption times and do not want to reposition, you can spend points to replenish the number of times. You can choose from the above 4 times, the cost is unchanged, and the original remaining number can be added after the new number of times. Broly decisively chose to redeem 100 points, and what he bought was a palm-sized guide flag. Use it for the time being, wait for the points to save enough 50,000 points, directly upgrade the teleportation, that is, the kind of Jebit God, but much stronger in all aspects, such as sensing gas or location much faster, releasing speed, etc., which is much more convenient than this guide flag. In this way, Broly flew along the snake path to the planet, and when he was tired of flying, he set the coordinates. Then teleported back to Boomer's house, prodded Lankai from time to time, and after resting, he used the guide flag to return to the snake road and continue to fly towards the realm of King Star. In this way, it lasted for more than a month and finally saw the Realm King at the end of the Snake Road. P.S. Explain why the protagonist arrived at the realm in just over a month. In the original work, Sun Wukong ran from the Snake Road to the world of King and used it for half a year, that is, 6 months. But the protagonist only used it for more than a month, which has 2 reasons. 1. The protagonist's strength at this time is much stronger than when Sun Wukong ran the Snake Road for the first time. 2. The protagonist is flying, and in the original work, Sun Wukong is used to run, and the Snake Road is not a straight line, but presents an irregular curve, so the protagonist can directly fly to the Boundary King according to the law of the shortest straight line between 2 points, which can be at least 1/3 less than Sun Wukong. This is still going home from time to time to provoke the sister to delay time, otherwise it will be faster. However, one thing that made Broly very puzzled in his previous life was that Goku once fell off the snake path when he went to the realm of King, and then ran back from Hades' drawer. But why didn't he jump straight off the snake path when he returned? Wouldn't that be much faster than running from the Realm King to the other side of the snake path? And those Dragon Ball warriors don't have to die either. Chapter 020. Looking at the planet in front of him that didn't seem to be as big as the Boomer Manor, Broly really didn't know how the King of the Northern Realm passed the time. When Broly arrived at the planet, he suddenly felt his body sink and was almost crushed. Of course, the gravity of 10 times that of Earth was acceptable for Broly, and he could adapt to it in about half a day at most. But the problem is that Broly is still wearing a weight-bearing suit, and after stacking, pressing, Broly weighed thousands of kilograms and was still scattered throughout his body. The pressure under 10 times the gravity is not just the weight plus the weight of the training suit multiplied by 10. Just as Broly was trying to adapt to the terrifying pressure on his body, a person with 2 antennas on his head, blue skin, wearing a pair of small black sunglasses, wearing a Realm King uniform, the one with the highest popularity and appearance among the 5 Realm Kings, including the Great Realm King, the little fat Northern Realm King who was driving his car, slowly stopped beside Broly. "Who are you? Did you come to race with me?" The King of the Northern Realm looked at Broly, who was bouncing up and down in place, and asked as he got out of the car. Broly always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he looked at the King of the Northern Realm standing in front of him, which made Broly's mind involuntarily think of the protagonist of a famous suspenseful reasoning drama in a previous life. "Well, book friends, what do you think? Gee, what should I think of to get the King of the Northern Realm to teach me his skills?" Broly thought to himself. Recalling the cold joke told by Goku to the King of the Northern Realm in the original book, Broly suddenly became clever, feeling that the whole person was not good. The corner of Broly's mouth twitched. Such a humiliating thing cannot be done to death, even if you can't learn the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, it doesn't matter, it's a big deal to wait for enough points to save and directly exchange them from the system. What racing? I came to learn from the King of the Northern Realm, besides, you are so small here, and there is only one lane, what if you rear-end when racing? At that time, not only will the rear end be chased, but even the people will be thrown out. Broly pouted, this may be really big. Rear end while racing? Throwing someone off after a rear end collision? The King of the Northern Realm suddenly looked shocked, repeated the last 2 sentences, and then, his face was flushed, and then he really couldn't hold it back, and began to laugh all over the ground. Looking at the King of the North Realm rolling on the ground with a smile, it made Broly so embarrassed to watch, and Broly was also lying in the groove. This cold joke is not funny at all. Broly was also drunk when he thought about it, and the laughter of the King of the Northern Realm was really low. Well, IQ and EQ are not normal. Sometimes Broly wondered how this King of the Northern Realm became the King of the Upper Realm. "Young man, you are very promising, why don't you let me guide you and learn the supreme joke meaning with me?" The King of the Northern Realm looked like he was in love, and he didn't know that he thought that the good teacher had met Hao Puyu. Originally, hearing the first half of the Northern Realm King's sentence, Broly was quite happy. thinking that as long as he guided me to practice, was he afraid that he would not be able to retrieve those 2 skills? Who knew that Broly almost vomited blood when he heard the last sentence. This. Let's not learn the joke. Well, this learning is too spiritual. I ask myself if I can learn it, or learn martial arts practice with you in the Realm King. Really, why didn't you make it clear just now? Well, look at the 2 jokes you just told are the funniest jokes I've ever heard. I'll guide you to practice for a while. Although in the original work, the 4 Realm Kings have always seemed to give people a very inconspicuous feeling of combat effectiveness, and even the Northern Realm King said at the beginning of Z that Vegeta and Nappa, who are about to arrive on Earth, are stronger than themselves. However, Broly also listened casually. The King of the Northern Realm is famous for being black, and whoever believes in who is a fool is a fool. For now, Broly did not dare to underestimate this unassuming King of the Northern Realm. Because, Broly knew that Bojack was an unknown planet that was jointly sealed at the end of the galaxy by the kings of the East, West, South, and North. But in the Shayla plot, because Goku brought Shaylu, who was about to self-detonate, to the Northern King Star, the Northern King was killed. Then because of the death of the King of the Northern Realm, Bojack broke the seal and escaped. As for Bojack, this house has appeared in several theatrical versions, especially the theatrical version of Galaxy Facing Crisis, where Bojack exists as a big boss. As Super 1 full power, Vegeta and Gohan couldn't do this, and in the end, Gohan turned into Super 2 with Goku's help and encouragement to kill this fight. In terms of strength, this house is definitely not worse than the complete Shaylu, perhaps a little stronger than Shaylu. The strength should be between Super 1 and Super 2, very close to the appearance of Super 2. Then, thinking about the extremely terrifying question, this kind of strength that can be comparable to complete body Shuru was actually sealed by the 4 Realm Kings. How bad can the strength of these 4 Realm Kings be? What's more, he created the King of the Northern Realm who created the 2 divine techniques that Sun Wukong used from the beginning of Z to the end of GT to the end of Dragon Ball Super before he was eliminated. God knows how much his true strength really is. P.S. Since this is said, Xiao He will tell you about the direction of the plot after Z. Next, Xiao He should arrange an opponent for the protagonist, and the protagonist's strength will soon begin to explode. The plot is still mainly based on the main film, but Xiao He is ready to intersperse and join the theatrical version as an aid. Although the theatrical version is a story that takes place in a parallel universe, here Xiao He wants to make changes, try it, and combine the plot of the theatrical version with the plot of the main film, that is, the characters and plots that will only appear in the theatrical version will appear in the time and space where the protagonist is located. Hopefully, this change will bring you a well, forget it, if only everyone didn't hate it. Broly practiced in the Northern King for about 4 months, of course, during these 4 months of practice, Broly used teleportation from time to time to return to the Western capital to visit his second daughter. And each time he stayed for a short time and returned to the King of the Realm again. At the end of 4 months of practice, Broly returned to the Western capital. Without him, because Broly's learning speed and strength growth are really amazing. When he first began to adapt to the gravity of the planet, Broly resolutely did not take off his weight-bearing suit, and as a result, he adapted to it for 3 days before the situation improved slightly. At first, like Goku, he also caught the 2 pets of the Realm King, but the task given to Broly by the Northern Realm King was to catch 2 pets at once within a specified time. From not even touching at the beginning, to completing the task in the next few seconds. In the last month, Broly finally learned the 2 most proud skills in the life of the Northern Realm King, the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bullet. When Broly is proficient in using both skills in combat, the King of the Northern Realm said that he had nothing left to teach, and the only thing left was to rely on himself. Before parting, Broly bowed to the King of the Northern Realm sincerely, thanking the King of the Northern Realm for guiding him unreservedly and imparting skills. Then he bid farewell to the King of the Northern Realm and returned to the Western capital. In fact, Broly didn't know that the king of the Northern Realm began to pay attention to Broly when he was not yet in the Realm King, and as the king of the realm, he could easily use the antenna above his head to feel Broly's pure determination to pursue stronger and the terrifying potential in his body. Immediately, a heart of love arose, and even if it weren't for Broly's unintentional words that made the king of the Northern Realm laugh, the king of the Northern Realm would have taught Broly's practice. P.S. The Realm King fist that the protagonist learns will be of great use in the later stage, and I ask all friends who see this book to give a collection. Chapter 021. P.S. Xiao He doesn't ask for anything, just ask for a collection. After returning to the western capital, Broly did not run around again this time, but spent 5 years peacefully with Boomer and Lan Kai. 5 years later, Broly is almost 18 years old, and in these 5 years, Boomer seems to have sensed something wrong between Broly and Lan Kai in the first 2 or 3 months, but I don't know whether it is out of feelings for Broly's already inextricable feelings, Lan Kai's unfortunate encounter and friendship that has grown over time, or both. In short, Boomer acquiesced to all this, accommodated Broly, and allowed Broly to finally succeed in taking Lan Kai after a year, of course, just to confirm the relationship, not the kind of thing you think. Of course, Broly knew what kind of affection Boomer had for him, and it was a great sacrifice for him, and agreed to share his man with other women, because Boomer knew that he could not do without this little man. This made Broly deeply moved by Boomer and feel more and more pity for Boomer in his heart, wrapping Boomer's developed bumpy body, and swearing in his heart, no matter what happens in the future, in Broly's heart, Boomer, you will always be the first, except me, no one can bully you. In the past 5 years, Broly has flirted with her sisters every day, such as once Lan Kai changed back to a violent yellow-haired state because of a sneeze, which startled Boomer and almost demolished Boomer's house, and after being cleaned up by the unbearable Broly, the yellow-haired Lan Kai finally quieted down, staring at Broly with shameful eyes, as if to spew fire. In the future, as long as Lan Chi in the yellow-haired state, every time she makes a fuss, she will be cleaned up by Broly. Every time after cleaning up the yellow-haired Lan Kai, Broly always sighed, Lan Kai's buttocks. The ministry and the Xiong department seem to have developed a lot more than the last time. I don't know if the yellow-haired Lan Kai has a tendency to shake the more violent Broly is to her, the more excited she is, and several times Broly found that this girl was absolutely sabotaged, in order to attract Broly to punish her. In addition to his daily flirtation, Broly spent the rest of his time exercising his body almost all the time, and since returning from Emerald 5 years ago, he has spent a week warming up his slightly damaged body due to the weight to adapt to the gravity of Virkum. Then in the past 5 years, the intensity and endurance of deliberate exercise have been made, and now Broly's body is terrifyingly strong. Broly has spent almost all of his time in the past 5 years on the intensity of exercising his body, even the colorless energy decomposed by the demon light is used to warm and polish the strength of the body, although he has not deliberately improved his strength, but due to the extreme terrifying strength, endurance, ability to resist blows, and vigorous chi and blood and strong physique, Broly's combat effectiveness at this time has also reached an astonishing 9,000 upwards, and another 1,000 can reach 10,000, awakening the legendary super race bloodline. This is still the 9,000 combat power achieved under Broly's intentional suppression, because Broly's combat power will not exceed 10,000 for the time being under the suggestion of Urha. It was decided to exercise the body to the limit first, and then changed 10 large nerve tree fruits. And after replenishing the energy associated with the legendary KSI that was absorbed by the system and seriously fell into a deep sleep, he was ready to awaken the bloodline. In this way, the accumulation is extreme, and when the combat power reaches 10,000, the day the bloodline awakens is when Broly rises. At that time, Broly's strength will erupt like a volcano, and he can completely control the violent force brought by the bloodline that belongs to the legendary super race. P.S. There is only one chapter today, and the card couldn't come out of a few words for half a day in the early hours of last night, and then I found the reason, because I couldn't remember many details in the anime, and I wrote it until almost 2 o'clock before the code came out, about 1000 words. So Blackie has to take a little time every day to relieve the Dragon Ball in its entirety. The following is because the code can't come out, so wrong Xiaohei don't have to make up the word count, otherwise it's only 1000 words, and it's embarrassing if you don't upload it. Let's talk about why the protagonist attaches so much importance to physical fitness. This path is what the protagonist will take in the future. As for why Broly attaches so much importance to the intensity of exercising in all aspects of the body without improving his strength? Broly found a few things after summarizing the original work he had read in his previous life. First of all, it is the Ji-King Fist that has been learned. The Ji-King Fist has very high requirements for physical quality, but the requirements for potential are not high, mainly depending on the user's physical endurance, the higher the multiple of the Ji-King Fist. However, if you forcibly use the Realm King Fist that exceeds the user's physical capacity by too much, your body will collapse. For example, Vegeta descended on Earth and forcibly used the Realm King Fist to fight against the Monkey King. Therefore, the King of Realm Fist is a physical fitness to drive combat effectiveness, mainly only has strict requirements for physical fitness, and does not have great requirements for potential. And the increase in combat power obtained by transforming into a Super Saiyan does not actually mean that the original combat power has reached this point. This is only a part of the terrifying potential in the body can be released in advance, and the further back the transformation form, the more potential is released. Therefore, there is a division of Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, the higher the basic combat effectiveness, and the greater the potential, the more increase after transformation. However, after transforming into a super game, it is very physically consuming. Strictly speaking, the super race form can be regarded as a kind of buff, which is time limited, and once it is hit hard, it will be played out of this state. However, Scions can extend this buff indefinitely after rigorous physical exercise. For example, in the original work, in order to fight against Shailu, Sun Wukong's father and son maintained a super race form until they adapted to the spiritual time house cultivation. This is also very demanding for physical fitness, but once fully adapted, this state is the strongest state of Super Race 1, even if it reaches the most ideal Super Race state, which is called Super Race 1 Full Power. The advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of the general super race in the battle with large physical exertion, can maximize the potential combat power of the super race, and avoids the energy loss that ordinary super race will produce even if it does not fight, and it is calmer. There is a detail in the original book that the normal little Trunks who trained with Vegeta in the gravity room could not adapt to the gravity of 150G, and easily adapted after becoming overtaken. This shows that the potential released by the transformation super race not only increases the combat effectiveness, but also increases some of the endurance. Then it can be launched. After the development of the potential, the combat effectiveness increases significantly, and the endurance will increase accordingly by a part. But this part of the bearing power directly bears the burden on the body after the transformation super competition, and it is definitely necessary to pay some price for releasing a part of the potential in advance to greatly improve the combat power, that is, the burden on the body. Therefore, super competition is potential to drive combat effectiveness, although there are strict requirements for potential, but there are also certain requirements for the body, such as when Sun Wukong's father and son practiced in the Spirit Time House, Sun Gohan also successfully transformed into a super race for the first time at that time, and also had to rely on anger to temporarily ignore the burden on the body during transformation to transform successfully, but it also succeeded for a few seconds and was tired of shock, which is the reason why the physical fitness is not up to standard, although it can transform into a super race, but the physical strength is huge. Secondly, the two children of Wushan and Trance can transform at about 7 or 8 years old. On the one hand, after their fathers are successfully transformed into super competitions, their mothers are pregnant with them, congenital genes are good, and they can grow quickly without much cultivation, until they reach the point where they can transform into super competitions. Secondly, Trunks can walk under the gravity of 150g, and his physical fitness and basic combat power have also reached the conditions for transforming into a super race, so he can transform, and Sun Wuxian's situation is similar. As for why you want to transform into a super competition with a minimum combat power of 100W requirements, in fact, it is also related to physical fitness. When the combat power reaches 100W, the physical fitness also follows to a certain extent, and the potential has also accumulated to a certain extent, meeting the minimum requirements of the transformation super competition, but it is also extremely difficult to transform into a super competition, and it is necessary to have the ultimate anger guidance to be able to transform successfully. Sun Wukong is because of Qin's death. Vegeta is because he is a Scion prince but has always lagged behind with Sun Wukong, with his own pride. Pride couldn't accept it, and his extreme anger turned into himself. Sun Wuhan Chao was based on imagination for a while, and Chao too was stimulated by the death of artificial man number 16 and transformed in anger. It can be said that the first batch of Scions at that time almost all successfully transformed with anger. And when the combat power reaches the level of 1000W after a long period of cultivation, the upper limit of the strength that the body can withstand becomes larger, and the physical fitness and potential are not the same as when it is 100W, so it is easy to transform successfully without much anger guidance. This is a blessing for the second or third generation of Super Sai other than Gohan. Sharp. But in Z, after the mysterious Gohan was exploited by the old world king god, it became easy to understand that he did not transform into a super race, and potential equals combat power plus endurance. The potential has been fully stimulated, naturally there is no need to transform into a super race. As for many people who have said that Mystic Gohan has no potential, so he cannot transform into a super race. In fact, it is not for this reason, because the potential has been fully released. Even if it transforms, it can't release much potential, and under normal conditions, it can reach the strongest combat power. Why waste more physical strength to transform into a super competition? To sum up, if you want to transform into a super race, you need 4 conditions: combat effectiveness, potential, physical fitness, and anger. Indispensable. Especially anger. The Scion race is very special. The more angry it is, the more terrifying the combat effectiveness is improved. You can imagine the importance of anger to the Scion race. Even Broly has always retained the anger catalyzed by the demon light, which may be useful in the future. Although it also requires a certain physical fitness to transform into a super match, it is not like the King of Realm boxing, which almost completely depends on the physical quality to determine the combat effectiveness. As for why Sun Wukong almost didn't stack and use the Realm King Fist in the case of the super competition? In Broly's opinion, Sun Wukong's burden on his body after transforming into a super match is already quite large, so in the superposition of the Realm King Fist, the body will directly collapse. Therefore, in the entire Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong only used the Realm King Fist superimposed on him in the state of the super match a few times. First of all, in Dragon Ball Z, when Goku fought Ribs Rice in the Jifu martial arts battle, because the Super 1 full power Son Goku was no match for Ribs Rice, he used the Kai Wang Fist in the super match form, and after using it, he knocked the Ribs Rice away, and it only took a moment to take it with only one scene in the anime. Goku transforms into a super tournament form, using the King of Realm Fist and only once in the entire Dragon Ball Z. And in Dragon Ball Super, because Hith in the 6th universe is too powerful, Goku uses the 10X Realm King Fist in order to defeat him in the Super Sai God Blue state, but after the battle, Sun Wukong's body begins to collapse a little. As for why this is the case? Or the physical fitness cannot support so much burden. Under Broly's speculation, as long as the physical strength is strong enough, it is not impossible to superimpose 100 times the use of the Realm King Fist in the state of the Scion God. Therefore, the reason why Broly attaches so much importance to exercising physical fitness is because he has a goal, that is, to superimpose the Super King Fist in the super match state. Think about it, in the state of super match 1 full power continues to superimpose 10 times the Realm King fist. At this time the super match 1 increases the combat power by 50 times, and on this basis, it increases the combat power of the Realm King fist by 10 times, isn't it 500 times the combat power in the normal state? It must be known that the combat power increased by Super Match 2 is 100 times that under normal conditions, and the combat power increased by Super Match 3 is 400 times that under normal conditions. What's more, in Broly's mode of opening the legendary super competition, and then superimposing the use of the Realm King fist, you can reach 1000 times the normal when you can Super Match 1, and you can simply hang the Monkey King of Super Tournament 3, of course. This is in the case of Broly's unlimited potential. As for the potential, does the legendary super match lack this thing? Of course, the above is just Broly's imagination, not to mention the continuous superposition of 10 times the Realm King fist under the super match, just to say that the continuous superposition of twice is out of reach of Broly. Twice superimposed Realm King boxing. Broly estimated that when he surpassed the first match, with his physical fitness, he could still stick to it for a short time, and his body would collapse after a long time. But Broly can already see hope. As long as his persistent exercise increases physical strength, hanging Super Race 3 at Super Race 1 is indeed not an unattainable dream. P.S. Well, although the above is just Xiao He making some reliable guesses, by the way, make up the word count. Of course, the above description is only the foreshadowing that Xiao He as the protagonist can use the legendary Super Race 1 to beat ordinary Super Race 2 or even Super Race 3. I hope that the majority of Dragon Ball fans will not spray me if they don't agree or dislike it. Xiao He's heart is like glass, very brittle. In addition, the Z plot is about to begin, the protagonist's opponent is about to appear, and Xiao He's long-awaited fight scene is finally about to appear. I believe that all the book friends and brothers are the same. Well, there will be 3 waves of enemies that will arrive on Earth separately, both in the main plot and in the theatrical version. Chapter 022. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. So, when Broly was about to polish his physical strength to the limit, about 2 years passed again. At this time, Broly's strength had been suppressed to the limit, and he only barely broke through to 10,000. This also makes Broly extremely hard to suppress in the past 2 years. However, Broly felt that everything was worth it, because his physical strength, his spiritual power, his potential and heritage, everything was cultivated to the extreme by Broly. At this time, Broly felt that he could no longer suppress the increase in strength, so he stepped out and disappeared in the cultivation room, appearing on the snake path that had been positioned with the guide flag. Because Broly is not sure what unpredictable consequences will occur after his bloodline awakens, in case he does not control his chi when his bloodline awakens, and destroys the earth too miserably, Broly is not in the mood to collect the dragon beads to make a wish. Seeing that there were still more than 10 points to reach 10,000 combat power, Broly stuffed a small nerve tree fruit into his mouth, and then slowly controlled the energy that the fruit turned into the long-sleeping bloodline. During this period, Broly once again suppressed his strength and slowly rose point by point. Finally, when his combat power reached 9,999, he could no longer suppress it, and Broly saw that he had polished himself to the extreme, so Broly suddenly withdrew all his suppression. Just listening to the boom, Broly's body erupted with a shining golden flame, and the golden flame that erupted soared into the sky, blowing Broly's long hair into the sky. The blood in Broly's body was flowing and boiling at an accelerated pace, and Broly seemed to have an illusion that he sensed cheers and joy from the depths of his blood, as if to vent its awakening. At the same time, all the scions who were still alive, including Sun Wukong, felt a tremor in their bodies at the same time, which was not their intention. It seemed that deep in their bodies, there was a force trembling. The trembling thus affected them, and it was the respect and submission of the Scion bloodline to the king. Of course, the golden aura that erupted on Broly's body was not Broly's transformation into KSI, but the vision caused by the long-dormant legendary KSI's bloodline awakening. At this time, Broly's strength that had been suppressed for 5 years increased rapidly with the awakening of the bloodline, 10,000, 13,000, 17,000, 24,000, 28,000 until it reached 30,000. Broly suppressed the growth of strength again, and instead used the unconsumed power of the bloodline to improve the strength of the body. Until this power was consumed, Broly's strength stabilized again at 35,000, and his physical fitness reached the limit again, and he wanted to improve only when his combat power increased again before he could continue to refine his body to improve his physical strength. After that, Broly can be regarded as a trapped dragon ascending to heaven, and he can focus on the strength of cultivating his body without bothering to find time to improve his own battle. Because the legendary super race can automatically improve its strength every moment, even if most of the energy that automatically improves the strength of the legendary super race every moment is pumped out of the body refining. There is no need to worry that its combat power cannot keep up, even if it is a small part of the energy. The speed of combat power improvement is extremely considerable. In the 7 years of Broly's retreat and cultivation, Sun Wukong still ran into several future Dragon Ball warriors and worshipped under the Turtle Immortal because of the plot that was automatically corrected by the world. When the Vic Great Demon King was unsealed, when Sun Wukong drank the Super God Water in order to eliminate the Vic Great Devil King, because of the reasons that Broly had told him a long time ago, the Turtle Immortals did not intend to sacrifice their lives to use the magic seal wave. After destroying the Great Demon King Bike, Goku returned after 3 years of cultivation with the Tenjin and spared the newborn Vic at the 23rd First Martial Arts meeting under heaven. Just 3 years ago, for a while, the Vic Great Demon King almost reached the western capital once, and made Broly, who had been practicing in seclusion and had no time to ignore the Vic Great Devil, make a move. It was also that time that Broly casually slapped the Vic Great Demon dying, and taught the Vic Great Demon a good lesson. Shocked in Bike's heart, Broly didn't mind it. Anyway, this Vic generation wouldn't live long. What Broly didn't expect was that when he was about to hold a wedding, Sun Wukong actually sent him an invitation. None of this mattered, the important thing was that the invitation was written that Sun Wukong was going to get married. This made Broly not slow down all of a sudden. Who did he marry? Later, on the day of Goku's wedding, Broly also held a wedding with Boomer's 4 daughters, and the 2 weddings were held together. Broly also learned from Goku. It seems that Goku also inadvertently saved a rich family named Parisa, but this rich family Kyunjin fell in love at first sight with Goku, a 2/3 rich and handsome lifesaver, fell in love with Goku, and wanted to marry Goku to repay the life-saving grace. Goku, an emotional idiot, naturally didn't know what the word marriage meant, so he agreed in confusion. Broly thought to himself, it's better to marry a rich family in this way than to put all the family burden on Kiki alone in the original book. It's no wonder that Kiki in the original book always complains that Goku doesn't care about home. How many women can there be in reality who can persevere under such a burden? I just don't know if in the future, in such a situation of solid family and rich life, without Kiki's forced education, will the Gohan born in the future concentrate on martial arts, and how many achievements will there be in the future? Chapter 023. More than 3 months have passed since Broly married the 4 daughters of Boomer, excluding the 2 months after marriage. The rest of the time Broly has all been used for cultivation, and under his intentional suppression, his strength has reached 8W. That's right, in the case of awakening the legendary Super Sai bloodline, it reached about 8W, mainly because Broly sucked away part of the legendary KSI energy that improved his strength every moment to refine the body, and the other part returned to the depths of the bloodline to cultivate the bloodline. Of course, Broly did this on purpose, and Broly always felt that he could use this energy to quickly improve his strength in the early stage without laying a foundation, although he could achieve unparalleled combat power in the early stage and sweep everything. But it is not good for his future growth, and he wants to reach the level of the God of Destruction. Here refers to the realm, not combat power. It will be very troublesome, and it will even take the method mentioned by Shenlong in God and God to get the energy of the other 5 scions to converge on the 6th scion to succeed. How could the arrogant Broly be willing to use this method of borrowing the power of others to improve his strength, so he could only sacrifice some time in the early stage to lay a solid foundation. Broly prefers to fight against strong enemies rather than practice alone. According to Broly's speculation, in doing so, although the strength is improving slowly, when his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Legend has it that the bloodline energy of the super race will grow stronger and stronger, and the energy that is increased every moment after it grows will increase accordingly. There will be more energy and faster speed refining, and the time saved can improve the combat power, so as to enter a virtuous circle. As long as it reaches 1000W in this way, he will naturally transform into a Super Saiyan, and he will not have to be so deliberately suppressed, because at that time, he can directly fix himself in the state of Super 1 full power. As long as you can transform into a super match, you can make maximum use of the bloodline of the legendary super competition, and you only need to divide a part of the energy refining body while your strength continues to increase, as long as you can ensure that the strength of your body can keep up at any time, and you can continue to bear the double burden brought by the super match superimposed Realm King Fist. At this moment, Urha, who had been sleeping for a long time without incident, woke up again and bubbled. Ding! The system releases 1/6 of the continuous mission, defeats 3 Scions who are about to arrive on Earth, and the next mission will be automatically triggered after completing the mission. The first ring mission completion reward, 1 nerve tree fruit each for large, medium, and small ones, 20,000 points. Rewards for completing the first 3 ring missions, Gene Improvement Elixir *10, 50,000 points. All mission chains complete mission rewards, teleportation increases by 1 level and points 100,000 points. It should be Vegeta and the surviving Scions. Well, this plot time seems to be much earlier, and the rewards are also very rich. Especially teleportation, another level up to the level of Jebet God. But is this Z plot finally about to begin? Then strong enemies will appear in the future. That being said, Broly was really excited, and he already felt his body start to move with excitement. God knows how hard Broly has endured in the past 10 years, as a warlike Scion, or a Scion with a legendary Super Saiyan physique. Broly, who is affected by his bloodline, does not reject this belligerent character at all, on the contrary, his enthusiasm for fighting is unparalleled. But then again, when the time comes, will Vegeta keep him alive? If he kills, the later plot will be a little boring. For Vegeta before and after the beginning of the plot of Majin Buu and Z, Broly has a very contradictory view of him, which is simply extremely two-sided. Before the beginning of Buu's plot, he looked down on Vegeta, and shortly after he first arrived on Earth, he personally killed his subordinate Nappa, who had followed him since childhood. When encountering a strong enemy that cannot be defeated, it is easy to lose fighting spirit and breed despair, but there is a breakthrough in strength, but it begins to be extremely arrogant, but every time it is pretending that he will be slapped in the face soon, and then lose his fighting spirit again, worthy of the name of Tragic Tower. But after the Majin Buu plot, Vegeta's mentality has a reversal, and the second tier is when Vegeta decides to sacrifice himself and die with Majin Buu. At that time, Vegeta very unusually hugged Trunks, which he had never hugged, and Bike's desire to speak, as well as the nostalgic glimpse into the distance before dying, all announced that the past Vegeta was history. It can be said that Vegeta is the most successful supporting character in Dragon Ball, deliberately manipulated by the magician Babadai, but with his own depth. Scion Prince into the bone marrow. Arrogant, abruptly out of control, just to find a suitable excuse to fight with Sun Wukong. When he fought against Goku, he still did not forget to say that he hated himself, who was softened by his feelings, and he could say that he was very arrogant, but he knew in his heart that he actually enjoyed this kind of life, having family and friends. There are proud capitals, and there are coquettish objects. His relationship with Goku's fateful nemesis and fighting partner constantly pushes him forward. So Broly decided at this time that when the time came, it would be better to leave Vegeta alive, and if his hands itched in the future, he would go to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the two friends of Vegeta. Otherwise, there is no opponent who can fight with themselves, and they will really be suffocated. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and one morning after January, Broly, who was practicing in the gravity room, suddenly stopped. Because Broly felt three powerful chi and rushed towards the Earth's atmosphere. At the same time, several Dragon Ball warriors, including Vic who was trying to cultivate in an attempt to defeat Sun Wukong, arrived at the place where the three powerful auras landed at the same time. Chapter 024. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. Just as the Dragon Ball warriors were on their way, they saw three space capsules rushing into the atmosphere, rushing towards the ground at great speed. When the Dragon Ball warriors arrived at the scene, the surrounding area that was still bustling was already in ruins. I saw three different figures, large, medium and small, wearing strange combat uniforms standing in the center of the ruins. In addition, all three wore a thin lens on their left eye, and most conspicuously, behind them, they all had a thick tail wrapped around their waist. Since Sun Wukong also learned about his own life and the legend of the scions from the gods, seeing the familiar tail, Sun Wukong probably guessed his relationship with the three people in front of him. Unlike the original, Raditz did not come alone this time, and was killed by Vic's magic light cannon with Monkey King, but came to Earth with Vegeta and Nappa. At this time, among the three scions opposite, a scion with long hair similar to Sun Wukong spoke. Kakarot, although you have grown up, I still recognize you at a glance, you really look exactly like our father. But look at what you've been doing all these years on Earth, and why are the humans who should have been destroyed by you still alive? The scions led by Vegeta asked Son Goku for news of the Dragon Ball, and they planned to use strong force to make them submit, and then inquired. At this time, Broly, who was far away in the western capital, naturally sensed the three scions who descended on the earth. After using the real eye to roughly understand the combat power of the three people, he found that the combat power of the three scions did not seem to be quite right. Of course, it is not weak but strong, and it is not 1 point or 2. For example, Raditz, at this time, he was still the weakest of the three scions, but even so, his surface combat power reached nearly 2,500 combat power. Vegeta and Nappa are also, originally supposed to have a maximum of 2W and 8,000 combat effectiveness, respectively. At this time they are almost doubled. Vegeta has reached a combat power of nearly 40,000, and Nappa is about 15,000. Moreover, this is all superficial combat power, and after the strength breaks out in battle, the combat power should be increased accordingly. Hey, ha 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 ha! It's so much fun! The butterfly effect? The corner of Broly's mouth hooked an evil smile, and the four women who knew Broly knew that this was the smile that Broly's blood was boiling and his fighting spirit soared. I don't know if it's because of his own crossing, he has guided Sun Wukong's practice for a long time, resulting in Sun Wukong's strength being much stronger than the original, and the strength of the three Vegeta is also much stronger than the original. But Broly didn't care, and was even more excited. I finally looked forward to an opponent with decent strength, and finally able to fight heartily. Yes, there is only one decent opponent in Broly's eyes, and that is Vegeta. And it is Vegeta after transforming into a giant ape, with the strength of Vegeta who has not transformed at present. Broly is really a little unlike. Just when Broly was excited, on the battlefield on the other side. In addition to Son Goku and Bike, several other Dragon Ball warriors are being abused. And the three of Vegeta looked condescendingly at these Dragon Ball warriors who were abused by the vegetable people, 2 vegetable men against Sun Wukong, 2 against Bic, and the remaining 2 joined forces to attack Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Klin, and Yamcha. In addition to Sun Wukong and Vic who fought evenly with the vegetable people, the other 4 Dragon Ball warriors were directly beaten by the 2 vegetable people. Because the 3 of Vegeta arrived on Earth more than 3 years earlier at this time, although Sun Wukong's strength was much stronger than the original because of Broly, He had reached 1500 upward combat power at this time. But because he did not pass through the snake road to cultivate under the gravity of the Realm King, nor was he instructed by the Northern Realm King and practiced the Realm King Fist and the Yuan Chi Bomb, so at this time, Wukong could only have the upper hand in the fight between the two vegetable people, but he couldn't take the two vegetable people for a while. Not to mention the other Dragon Ball warriors. If the three of Vegeta did not come to Earth in advance, these vegetable people would not pose any threat, but 3 years in advance, these Dragon Ball warriors would only be hanged. But Vic is different. At this time, Vic, who temporarily joined forces with Sun Wukong and them because he was also threatened, became more and more anxious, but the vegetable people planted by the 3 scions were so difficult, you can imagine how strong those 3 scions will be. Especially the shortest scion in the middle of the 3, but with a proud and disdainful face, you can see how strong it is by looking at the respect of the other 2 scions. Thinking of this, Bike's heart became heavier. While being besieged by 2 vegetable people, I took the time to glance at Sun Wukong, and found that Sun Wukong was leisurely fighting with 2 vegetable people, feeling like competing in the world's first martial arts meeting, and there was no sense of crisis that the earth was about to be destroyed. With Sun Wukong's excited and comfortable expression, which made Bike's heart lie straight, seeing that Clin's Tianjin rice was about to be unable to support it, Vic couldn't bear it anymore. "Monkey King, you bastard, don't you see what time it is now? It's still so leisurely. The earth is about to be conquered, aren't you idiots worried at all?" "Who knows?" Sun Wukong, who heard Vic scolding, said like a child. "Onla, the earth must not be destroyed, because there is one person who has not yet made a move. That person didn't know what was delayed, and he hadn't come over until now. If he rushes over, I believe he will be able to solve this thorny problem." Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Vic secretly wondered in his heart, if he didn't know Sun Wukong's personality better, he would never believe it. Vic thought that maybe there are really people in this world who are stronger than Sun Wukong, otherwise Sun Wukong will never put hope on others, and will definitely carry this hope himself and fight to the end. Thinking of this, Vic became more and more curious, so he tilted the battlefield towards Sun Wukong, and asked out loud at the same time. "Monkey King, is there really someone stronger than you in this world? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of it? Well, wait. Could it be him? If it was really him, maybe he could really defeat these scions. P.S. Collect it. Ask for support." Chapter 025. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. Because Broly's own strength is too strong, participating in the world's first martial arts meeting is simply bullying, and it is of little use to improve his own strength. Therefore, he did not participate in the world's first martial arts meeting for 3 consecutive times, and Vic really did not expect that there was such a person in this world at first. But suddenly, Vic suddenly saw a scene from the memory of the predecessor Vic Great Devil, and was immediately stunned, and was punched from the sky by the vegetable man. But Vic didn't care, because he saw a scene from the memory of the previous generation of Vic Great Devils. It was a terrifyingly strong person. This person also had a tail wrapped around his waist, and with just a wave of his hand, he almost shot the Vic Great Demon to death, and that person's gaze did not even look at the Vic Great Devil. Although angry, although unwilling, Vic had to admit that the man was really strong, and if he really made a move, at least the earth would not have to be destroyed. Just the picture he saw from his memory brought him heavier pressure than those 3 scions, and you can imagine how strong this person really is. "Hey, Bike! Do you know who he is? He has helped me a lot to be where I am today. He is really strong. I only learned from the Tenjin many years ago when I was training in the Karin Immortals and the Celestial Gods. It turns out that he has been there for years before me. And at that time, his strength had already surpassed the heavenly god, and now after so many years, I don't know what kind of point his strength has reached." Just as the two were talking, Clin and several people couldn't support it, but Sun Wukong and Vic were entangled by vegetable men and couldn't get out to rescue. Seeing that several people were about to be killed, I saw a spiral-shaped energy beam that was very similar to the magic light-killing cannon but had different twists and slammed into a vegetable man who was about to sneak up on him. Suddenly, with a boom, the vegetable man who was hit was blown to pieces. Stepping on, a sound of footsteps came. The smoke cleared, and a handsome and masculine man with a height of nearly 2 meters walked out. Glancing at the scene in front of him, he smiled softly. "Long time no see, Monkey King." "Yes, long time no see, Broly. I knew you would come." When Sun Wukong saw Broly arrive, he no longer wasted his physical strength. Although Sun Wukong is belligerent, he is not an idiot, although he is also very unwilling in his heart, but he has to admit that even the vegetable man that the other party makes a drum cannot win, let alone the scion who is stronger than one. Which vegetable people saw that the Dragon Ball warriors withdrew from the battlefield one by one, and aimed at Broly, who had never moved. "Be careful, they're strong." Looking at Broly, who did not dodge, Klin couldn't help but shout at Broly. "Hey, is it strong?" Just when the vegetable's attack was about to fall on Broly, Broly's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and then appeared behind several vegetable. Bang! 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 5 sounds like eggs bursting sounded, and it turned out that when the 5 vegetable men were passed through them at a very fast speed, each of them received a dark punch created by Broly. On the surface, several vegetable people are quite complete, but the inside of the body has been bombarded by Broly's fist, and then the fist force broke through the bodies of several vegetable people from his body and killed him directly. This scene made everyone present, including the 3 scions, stunned, to say that it was nothing to kill 5 vegetable people at the same time in an instant, which Vegeta could also do. But a split second of kill, and even Vegeta not being able to see Broly's trajectory, is scary. At this time, the proud disdain on Vegeta's face, the strongest of the 3, had already been put away, and his confidence had begun to waver. Vegeta saw Broly's calm expressionless face, and her heart flooded with unease. "Nappa, Raditz, kill him with me." At this time, Vegeta had long lost the mind to tease which Dragon Ball warriors, and although he didn't know where the uneasiness in his heart came from, he also decided to fight quickly. Looking at Broly in front of him, although he was like an ordinary person, he did not leak a little chi from all over his body, but this kind of suppression was what made the 3 of Vegeta irritable the most. Looking at the 3 Vegeta who rushed towards him, Broly's expression still did not change at all. Until the 3 of them were about to approach themselves, suddenly, Broly's chi burst out of the body without warning, and the powerful airflow instantly blew the 3 scions out. "I know that high-level warriors can make artificial full moons by themselves, you better transform into giant apes, otherwise with your current combat strength, you will never be my opponent. If you don't change your body, don't say that I don't give you a chance when the time comes. You! This bastard! I Vegeta will not lose to you." When Vegeta heard this, his hands clenched fiercely, and with Vegeta's pride imprinted in his soul, Broly's words were nothing less than a slap in the face. Bang! Vegeta, who flew towards Broly, flew out faster than just now, smashing the ground into a large hole. "It's so powerful, I didn't expect that Broly was already so strong. Just now the movement trajectory called Vegeta I didn't see at all but was sent flying out at once. Broly's strength must be much stronger than him." Sun Wukong and Vic and others were watching the battle at this time, but they were severely stimulated by the strength of the 2 warring sides, especially Sun Wukong, who was full of regret at the moment, but such a powerful opponent was missed because of insufficient strength. Abominable! It's so teasing me. Vegeta was almost mad. The other party obviously had the strength to kill him with one blow, but he just knocked it away without hurting him. Although Vegeta was extremely angry, there was nothing he could do. He knew that Broly's strength was indeed far superior to him. Standing up, Vegeta did not attack Broly again this time, but a ball of light appeared in the palm of his right hand, which gathered a part of Vegeta's energy and was thrown into the sky. This ball of light instantly swelled into a small full moon in the sky, and under the influence of this artificial full moon, all three scions began to become giant apes. Looking at the three people who transformed into giant apes under the artificial moon, Broly stood there with his hands on his shoulders, did not stop it, and certainly did not disdain to stop it. He had used genetic potions to improve the defect of seeing the full moon transform, and he could control himself and not transform. However, Broly suddenly found that with the transformation of the three scions, his own blood also began to boil, and his powerful heart bang kept beating. P.S. Collect it. Ask for support. Chapter 026. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. Broly suddenly found that with the transformation of the three scions, his own blood began to boil. Then, the combat effectiveness is also increasing, originally only about 8W combat effectiveness, has skyrocketed to about 24W before stopping. At this time, Broly suddenly realized that he had forgotten a reminder of the system at that time, that is, in the full moon state, he could control his unchanging giant ape, but his own strength would skyrocket twice on the original basis, and his strength after the surge was 3 times that of before. Originally, Broly thought that he could use all his strength to superimpose the Realm King Fist and fight with the three scions after transforming into giant apes, but he still miscalculated. Forget it, in the future, powerful enemies will emerge one after another. If it doesn't work this time, let's next time. Broly, although slightly disappointed, didn't pay much attention. After transforming into a giant ape, Vegeta's combat power is still more than double that of his current one, and he is barely a good opponent during this period. Broly, hey? I didn't notice it just now, but now I just found out that you are also our scion race. Well, I want to think. Yes, your father should be the low-level warrior of Paragus. Unexpectedly, as a low-level warrior, his son's strength was so terrifying. However, he is also an arrogant guy. If you didn't give us time to transform just now and directly killed the three of us, we wouldn't have much power to resist. But now, you'll regret it. With that, Nappa and Raditz rushed towards Broly again. Seeing that Broly did not have a tail, the three thought that he had pulled out his tail like Sun Wukong, but in fact, this was because Broly did not want others to misunderstand anything and wrapped it close to his waist. Go and die. Napana is like a hill. The hilly fist fell from the sky and smashed into Broly, but then, something happened that made the eyes of Nappa and the other three almost fall to the ground. What? That's impossible. I saw that Broly was not in a hurry, and with one hand up, he easily supported the fist of the giant ape Nappa's terrifying power. Nappa's left hand, which had gathered his whole body strength again, pressed against his right hand, but the fist and Broly under the fist seemed to be fixed, and he didn't move. Instantly, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Nappa's back, and he subconsciously wanted to withdraw his fist. But to Nappa's horror, his fist seemed to be nailed somewhere, sucking into Broly's palm. Nappa finally realized that the strength of this scion in front of him, who was supposedly also a low-level warrior, could never compete even after his transformation. Looking at Raditz, who wanted to gather energy to release Qigong waves on the side, Broly firmly sucked Nappa's fist with both hands and threw it to the right, throwing it around a few times, and then slammed into Raditz. Bang! The two huge bodies smashed together fiercely, and the violent collision instantly made the two lose their combat effectiveness. After watching Broly defeat the two in a second, a faint disdain and killing intent flashed in Vegeta's eyes, but there was no fear. Because Vegeta is too confident in his strength after being transformed into a giant ape, he is so confident that even if Frieza, normal, about 5-3W combat power, appears in front of him, he will be defeated by himself. Save me, Vegeta, save, help us. moaning in pain on the sidelines. The groaning Nappa and Raditz asked Vegeta not far away for help. Of course I will save you so that you will not suffer any more. Looking at the two who were seriously injured not far from him, a strange light flashed in Vegeta's eyes. Just when the two turned their grateful gazes to Vegeta, "Go and die, the strength has skyrocketed so many times, I can't even hold out that guy's move, Vegeta doesn't need waste." "Ah! Why, Vegeta?" Seeing that Vegeta not only did not save the two of them, but instead sent a super magic mouth shelling from his mouth towards him, the unwilling roar of Nappa and Raditz resounded in the ears of Broly and Vegeta. Seeing this scene, Broly became more and more disgusted and contemptuous of Vegeta at this time. At this time, he is still a big enemy, even if he is conceited about himself, in front of the enemy, killing his subordinates who have been loyal to him since childhood, although they are not good people, but Broly asked himself, this kind of thing he will never do. Suddenly, Broly's heart moved. It turned out that he saw Raditz, who was also seriously injured, and wanted to struggle to get up and resist. Broly saw disbelief, unwillingness, and sadness in his eyes. Broly suddenly thought of a person. This is the scene he saw when he fled the planet Vegeta shortly after he was born, and that scene gave Broly a great shock when he was born a short time. It was also this person, although Broly did not know him, but what he did made Broly firm in his desire to avenge him. It was a scarred figure, wearing a blood-stained turban, and his combat clothes were tattered, but his eyes were still as sharp and unyielding as an eagle falcon, and his spine was still straight. It's a one-man pass, and there is no way to open it. With his own strength, the momentum is like a broken bamboo, breaking through the figure of Frisia's legion like entering no man's land. It was a figure who stood tall against the heavens and the earth, knowing that he would die, still righteous, still full of wildness, and the fire of fighting spirit burned all over his body. He is not a good person, it can even be said that he is full of evil. But he is heroic, strong, wild, and dares to resist. In the face of the death of his companions, he did not shed tears, he knew that tears were useless, and only with practical actions could he let his companions rest in peace. In the face of the serious injuries he suffered, he did not fall, he knew that he could not fall, and only with the determination of life and death could he try to fight fate. Faced with the separation from his son, he put all his feelings into the call before the explosion of planet Vegeta. In the face of the ridicule of his companions, he chose to go it alone. Broly always wanted to say, this is a real man, a pure man. The eldest husband should be like that. Although Broly's strength at this time has surpassed him too much at that time, this does not affect Broly's admiration for him. He is the father of Raditz and the Monkey King, Bardock. Broly has always had kindness to the Monkey King, which can be said to have a lot to do with his father, because no matter how much Monkey King's personality looks, he is too similar to his father. Look down at his right hand, which is open with 5 fingers, and then clenched into a fist. A confident, wild smile appeared at the corner of Broly's mouth. Broly, who had been watching coldly, changed his mind, and he was able to escape from planet Vegeta thanks to Bardock attracting the attention of Frisia and others. Just for Bardock's face, Raditz must not die in front of him. P.S. Collect it. Ask for support. In addition, explain that the protagonist will not be the virgin. Chapter 027. P.S. I beg all book friends to give a collection. Ask for support. By the way, I recommend friends who have not read the chapter of Bardock to take a look. The author said that this one is indeed very burning, refractive. There are many problems we encounter in real society, and Bardock, as the protagonist, has greatly inspired the author. Looking at the super magic cannon that was about to hit him, the hearts of the Raditz duo were full of despair at this time. Just when they closed their eyes and were ready to die full of resentment, they found that there was no pain in their bodies. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and he found a figure that was not big in their eyes, but seemed to stand up to the sky, and used his left palm to block this killer blow. "Thank you. But why? Why save us? We are the enemy." After a long silence, Raditz finally couldn't help but ask. "Save? No, I don't care if you live or die, I just don't want you to die in front of me because of someone. If you have anything to thank, thank Bardock." Broly didn't twist his head, still not caring. Raditz thought of his father, his face full of complexity. "Bardock? Is it the father? Didn't he already die with the explosion of planet Vegeta? How did you know him?" Broly didn't answer. "Is Bardock dead?" "No. It's a pity that he can't travel through time and space. Bardock traveled to 1,000 years ago, not through cosmic barriers to another universe, otherwise he must meet the first Super Saiyan in the true sense of this era. Presumably, Sun Wukong's terrifying explosive potential is also inherited from his father." Not to mention Broly's musings here, Vegeta on the other side was even more angry. "Damn, it's you bastard again, who actually ruined Prince Ben's good deeds again. I'm going to kill you." As he spoke, he rushed towards Broly, smashing his fist at Broly, ignoring the two seriously injured Saiyans behind him. "Drink!" Broly floated with both hands in the air and caught Vegeta's angry blow, but was also retreated more than 10 meters by the impact of this force that was far more powerful than the Raditz 2. Of course, this is because Broly's body is too strong. Although his combat power is less than half of Vegeta's, he also took this blow unharmed with his strong body. "Is your strength just that? If this is all your strength, then you can leave your last words and accompany your waste daddy. I won't kill you." As soon as Vegeta heard Broly's deliberately provoked words, his reason was instantly overwhelmed by anger like the sea, and his power once again skyrocketed. Vegeta, whose strength has increased 10 times after transforming into a giant ape, has approached 50W, and before he transformed, this guy did not show his full strength. But after being angered by Broly, the combat effectiveness instantly increased by 1 section, reaching 53W. Finally, he showed all his strength and was ready to kill Broly as quickly as possible and wash away the shame brought to him by the former. Just when the eyes of the Dragon Ball warriors have been following the incomprehensible two people who are fighting back and forth in the air, there is a pang of loss in their hearts. Whew! That's how it feels. This feeling of hitting each other hard and punching to the flesh is so exciting. With Vegeta smashed a punch into Broly's mouth, and Broly retreated and slashed one of his legs on Vegeta's left shoulder. In this way, the fight between the two seemed to be in a stalemate, and it was difficult to distinguish the victory or defeat for a while, but it could still be seen that Vegeta had the upper hand slightly, but only slightly occupied, not overwhelming. Now it seems that it can only be seen who first exhausts his physical strength and loses, but endurance is what Broly is least afraid of. After all, the refining of the body in the past 10 years is not in vain. But will Broly, who is equally proud at heart, win this way? Broly didn't see how to fight like this, although his body was strong enough to pose enough threat to Vegeta. But it's just a threat, and if you want to seriously damage or kill, it's still not enough with your current attack power. It seems that he who does not use the Realm King Fist cannot defeat Vegeta, and thinking of this Broly can't help but be a little discouraged. As everyone knows, being able to rely on physical fitness alone can compete with an enemy who is more than twice as strong as himself for so long, and it is already scary to death when it spreads. Looking at Vegeta, who was still in a state of madness, he wanted to rush over again. This time Broly did not block with his hand first, but also rushed towards Vegeta, and a red airflow suddenly burst out of his body while rushing out. This is exactly the Realm King Fist that Sun Wukong frequently uses throughout the Dragon Ball drama, and although Broly can currently withstand 10 times the Realm King Fist, it is not necessary to deal with Vegeta at this time. Broly just burst out twice as many Realm King Fists, and against Vegeta's huge fist that slammed towards him, Broly also punched up, one big and one small, and two fists slammed together. In an instant, a circle of shock waves rose between the two fists and rushed around, and the surrounding ground was hung up again. But in stark contrast to the two fists, Vegeta's mountain-like fist connected to him himself was blasted out by Broly. Broly was unforgiving, his figure instantly disappeared in place, and then appeared under Vegeta, who was blown away by a punch, and kicked upwards again. Vegeta's huge figure rushed into the sky, and then Broly reappeared in the air to watch Vegeta getting closer and closer to him, clasped his hands together, and a cannon smashed into Vegeta's back, shooting him down at a faster speed when he flew before. When Broly fell to the ground, he found that Vegeta was dying, and seeing this, Broly was suddenly completely uninterested. "Gee, I didn't expect that just 3 strokes wouldn't work, it's really boring." Broly pouted, casually scattered the artificial moon with a single blow, and then walked over to Goku, who was fighting soy sauce. "Hey, that bald kid over there, your name is Klin, right? If you still have fairy beans on me, give me 2. At this time, several people in Klin, including Sun Wukong, are the same, unified eyes are round, mouth ba opened wide, with an incredible face. In their eyes, the 3 scions who were so powerful that desperate were so vulnerable in Broly's hands. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Chapter 028. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Ah. Yes, you wait. After a while, Klin, who finally reacted from the shock, hurriedly took out a bag, took 2 fairy beans from it and handed them to Broly. After taking the fairy bean, he did not stop, walked to the 2 of Raditz Nappa, and threw the fairy bean in front of the 2 who had changed back to their original form. This is a magical bean on Earth, and eating it can recover from its own injuries. In fact, there is still a part of the fairy beans that Broly cheated from the cat immortals last time, but they're already made, why waste fairy beans? As for their own healing ability, these 2 goods are not beautiful women, why should they use that posture to treat their injuries? The 2 hesitated, but still picked up the fairy beans and ate them. Sure enough, the broken bones of the 2 people who were collided by Broly's strange force were completely healed in just a few breaths. For Bardock's sake, and for the sake of the few scions who are also a few, you 2 leave the earth, and don't fight with your strength in the future. Scions are a fighting people, warlike and not fond of killing, although killing is essential, but bullying the weak or even slaughtering an entire planet of creatures is such a disgrace to the scions, and it is better to do less in the future. Scions are never afraid to fight, and bullying people who are stronger than themselves is what scions of the fighting nation should do. Finally, the legend of the Super Scion is true, and Raditz's father has reached that level. If the basic combat power is high enough and there is enough anger, it is indeed possible to step into which realm. Guys, do it yourself. After speaking, he turned his head to look at Sun Wukong and the others, did not wait for the 2 to reply, held his right hand, only the middle finger of the food was placed on the eyebrow, and the figure blurred for a while, and then disappeared there. Raditz looked at the place where Broly had disappeared with complicated eyes, and his lips opened and closed a few times before he could speak. In the end, it turned into a low thank you. Then, without looking back, he went to the space capsule and rushed out of the Earth. In fact, what Broly just said was not only for the 2, but also for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who didn't know whether he was really dying and had no ability to move, or was seriously injured, but pretended to be dying. Broly is also not worried about whether Vegeta will die, because with Monkey King, Vegeta can't die 9 out of 9. The plot time of this world has already started in advance. If the 2 of them are too weak in the future and are thrown away too far by Broly, then they will become soy sauce beaters like Klin and them, so it will be boring. Just as Broly arrived at home, a system alert sounded in his ears. The first ring mission has been completed, and the reward will be given 1 nerve tree fruit and 20,000 points for large, medium, and small points, and the reward will be sent directly. The second and third ring missions start at the same time, defeating Darrens and Carrick too, who arrived on Earth at the same time 2 years later. Mission rewards: 1 Spirit Tree Fruit Seed, permanent, 10 Nerve Tree Fruit, special, 60,000 points. After opening the mission of 2 rings in a row, Broly was happy to see that Dales was about to arrive on Earth. And he was worried that the Spirit Tree Fruit in this guy's hand was not a day or two. When Darren's first appeared, he was taken aback by Sun Wukong's 3W combat power that broke out with all his strength, but later because he ate a Spirit Tree Fruit planted on the Earth, his strength directly increased, about 50W, slightly stronger than the normal Frisia, hanging Sun Wukong who opened the 10 times the Realm King Fist, about 30W or more combat power. There is also the one who has been controversial about his strength under the influence of the Demon Star in his previous life, and it is suspected that it is Pilaf's long-lost brother Carrick too. Originally, at the beginning of the Z Theater version, he visually estimated that there were only a few hundred combat power, and he was beaten by Bic and Sun Wukong, and then because he underestimated Sun Gohan, he was hit by a rebound and fell into hell. However, under the influence of the Demon Murder Star, his strength skyrocketed and he rushed out of hell. After crushing Bic, whose strength has reached 150W after assimilation with Niru in the battle, although Vic cannot exert his full strength under the influence of the old god, it is enough to show the combat power of Carrick too under the influence of the Demon Star. The strength jump of these two in the theatrical version is too large, both dozens of times and dozens of times the jump. There are many bugs in this, and Broly doesn't bother to care about how much their combat power is worth. But no matter how buggy the strength of the two will not exceed 300W, with Broly's current physical fitness, he can definitely easily and continuously use 20 times the Realm King Fist. That is to say, as long as Broly reaches 15W in the 2-year civil war, he can easily suppress the two. What's more, there are still 2 years to cultivate, for Broly, who has amazing potential, even if the focus is on improving physical strength. Is it difficult to reach a combat power value of 15W? Will it be the end? Broly found that after fighting with the 3 of Vegeta of the giant ape, his combat power was stimulated to soar by 1W points. Sure enough, only fighting is the best way to improve your strength. Chapter 029. PS. Favorites. Ask for support. In this way, time passed like water again for 2 years. One day, as usual, Broly, who was cultivating the stone cultivation, suddenly felt an aura that made him very uncomfortable. Carefully sensing the source of that breath, I found that I don't know when a strange force slowly approached and enveloped the entire earth. Broly thought back, if he guessed correctly, it should be the Demon Star approaching Earth. The other ones, although well hidden, were still captured by Broly and fell on the top of the Karantat. There is Tenjin Temple. After feeling it carefully again, I found that the chi was not very strong, but it was also much stronger than Raditz. But the point is that the strength of this chi is constantly increasing as the Demon Star approaches. If expected correctly, this gas should be Carrick 2's. At the same time, somewhere in the universe, a spacecraft was speeding forward. Lord Dallas, the system has intelligently detected that the planet named Earth is about to arrive in this northern galaxy, but there are many life reactions on it. A strong man in a combat suit bowed to a scion who was dressed similar to Nappa who had come to Earth before. The only difference was that this person looked exactly the same as Sun Wukong. Oh, how so? This should be the planet where Kakarot was sent, which should have been destroyed by him a long time ago. But then again, the planet is so beautiful. Dars looked through the large screen in the spaceship at the Earth that was about to arrive. Well, Lord Darrens, I have good news to tell you. This planet has a very abundant vitality, and the soil is also the best among all the planets where we have grown spirit tree fruits before, and the spirit tree fruits grown on such a planet will definitely work very well. The strong man from before prayed to Dales again. That's great, convey it, full speed ahead. Yes, my lord. At this time, in the celestial temple, a person with a short stature and a very similar appearance to Piraf walked towards Mr. Bobo, who was trapped by the 4 heavenly kings of the demon race with his superpowers. "You, Karaktu? How could you? How did you get out of hell?" Seeing that the person who disturbed the heavenly god temple turned out to be someone who could not have appeared, looking at the appearance of the other party, it was obvious that he had been planning for a long time, and suddenly Mr. Bobo felt a heavy heart. Karaktu and the others asked for the news of the heavenly god for a long time, but they didn't ask anything, so they casually shrunk and sealed it in the shrinking vase. When the celestial god returned, Karaktu immediately appeared to attract the attention of the celestial god, and the 4 heavenly kings of the human demon realm took the opportunity to use their superpowers to control the celestial god, just as Karaktu was about to shrink it into a shrunken bottle. A flash of light suddenly pierced the bodies of 2 subordinates of Karaktu, and then continued to rush towards Karaktu. Boom! Karaktu was shot straight away and then slammed into the wall of the celestial temple. "Who is it? Get me out of here!" Seeing this, several of Karaktu's subordinates immediately made a defensive stance, but unfortunately, no matter how many of them checked, they could not feel the slightest trace. Bang! Bang! This time there were 2 explosions. And the 2 demon star people patrolling in the other direction were wiped out by the sudden Qigong wave. "Bastard! Hurry up and get out of Uncle Ben. If you wait for Uncle Ben to get you out, you must let you see you with your own eyes." Belch! Before he finished speaking, he was pinched by the neck and got up from the ground. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the eyes of Karaktu and others. "Hey! Threaten me? Ha 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 ha, I really don't know whether to praise you for being really kind or to call you stupid." Broly was now furious and dared to threaten me with Boomer. Broly wanted to directly pinch this goods, but after thinking about it, it was simply too cheap for him to kill this cheap goods like this. Let him go. Several other Karaktu's subordinates saw their companions captured and immediately rushed towards Broly. Broly didn't even move his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a powerful airflow formed an air cannon due to excessive air pressure and rushed towards several people. Snap! Syllable! 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 The faces of several people were instantly hit by air cannons and directly smashed through the entire heavenly god temple, and it seemed that they would not be able to live. After dealing with a few miscellaneous fish, Broly turned his head again to look at one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon realm who was constantly struggling in the air after he pinched his neck, and a cruel smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. Then Broly's hand loosened, and this tragic guy who was thought of a way to die thought that he had recovered a small life, but he didn't know. Snap! Broly hit the face of this tragic trash fish this time, causing it to fly out like a bullet. Enjoy the beauty of the last few seconds, okay? Gears less than a centimeter like nuts appeared in the palm of Broly's right hand, and he threw them at the remaining subordinates of Karaktu. Under Broly's intentional control, those that seemed to be miniature like Chi-Yuan slashes did not unload them in an instant, but like small chainsaws again and again, they slashed through the most surface of the body of the 4 remaining demon realm kings, taking away a little bit of flesh and skin each time. This is the price of mouth. Generally for the enemy, Broly will be very decisive to send him on the road if he wants to kill. There will be no deliberate torture, let alone torture like this. However, if they dare to threaten Boomer, Broly will definitely make his life worse than death. Please! Please, kill me, kill me! Looking at the trash fish in the distance that was almost only a bone rack still tenaciously alive, Broly waved his hand, and a light bullet flew away, completely freeing him. If you want to say why Broly came to deal specifically with these miscellaneous fish, including Karaktu, or because the fog of pressure made by these miscellaneous fish is too disgusting, if these people do not release any mist of pressure, Broly is too lazy to pay attention to these people. At most, when the demon star arrives and Karaktu's combat power reaches its maximum, then come out and clean him up. After cleaning up the garbage, Broly then turned to look at Karaktu, who had been hiding motionless in the pile of smashed ruins since he appeared. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Chapter 030. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Garbage over there, don't pretend to be dead, just your little guts and strength. Are you willing to seize the position of the heavenly god and conquer the world? Looking at Carrick too, who had been pretending to be dead not far away, Broly smiled contemptuously at him. Broly knew that before the celestial god used his trick Hell Vortex to seal it, Carrick too used the divine dragon to make a wish to obtain an immortal body, so the goods could break the seal from hell alive. P.S. Due to the advance of the plot time, Gohan is now less than 3 years old, so the plot has changed slightly. Carrick too, who knew that he was being seen, stood up, looked at Broly, and said, "What are you? As far as I know, there is no one as powerful as you on earth. Why should someone as powerful as you help the gods? If you don't stop me, wait for me." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Without waiting for Carrick too to finish speaking, Broly interrupted him. "I'll give you 2 more days. If you are still so rubbish after the arrival of the demon monster star, the trash fish in front of you will be your end. Okay, get out." At this time, Carrick too heard Broly's words of extreme disdain and humiliation for him, and Carrick too's fists were clenched tightly, and his nails pierced the palms of his hands without knowing it. The face facing the ground was extremely twisted, and the clenched teeth were already bleeding from the lips. However, he could not show it. He knew that the person in front of him was too powerful, and if the person in front of him repented and wanted to kill him directly, he would have no power to resist. "Endure, be sure to endure. After the arrival of the demon star, I must make you live better than die." Carrick too was silent for a long time without speaking, and then left the celestial temple step by step. "Wait, I'm talking about rolling. Who let you go? If you can't roll, I can help you." Broly raised his eyebrows. "I didn't expect this guy to be able to endure." That's right, Broly deliberately stimulated this guy in order to see if he could achieve stronger strength when the demon star came. "So I was ready to make a deep impression on Carrick too, but I didn't expect this house to be so tolerable," and Broly could only find some other excuses. "Damn bastard, it's a fool. Big deal, I'll fight with you." Carrick too could no longer hold back, and with determination to die, he launched a big explosion attack. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Broly's strength. Broly had reached 4-5 points of combat power at this time, and indeed qualified to defy the current Carrick too. With just a snap of his fingers, he broke Carrick too's determination to die. "Since you can't roll, let me help you." Saying that, a slap was slapped, and the palm wind formed by the rapid flow of air flung on the face of Carrick too, who had no time to dodge, and slung it out of the celestial temple and flew into the distance. After doing all this, Broly didn't look at the gods, and with a teleportation, he returned to Sigiboma's house again. On the other hand, Dales and his group, who had entered the Earth's atmosphere, had also begun to land. Not far from the place where Goku and Vic practiced, Dales and his group gathered here, and in front of everyone's eyes, there was a big pit with a small seed in it. Suddenly, the seed pulled out a bud, and then in just a few seconds, the body of the tree began to grow stronger and stronger, and the rhizome began to scatter and penetrate deep into the ground, absorbing the vitality of the earth. Ha 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 ha! Earth is really suitable for cultivating spirit tree fruits, and I really thank Kakarot for keeping this planet for me. As the spirit tree absorbed more and more of the Earth's vitality, its surroundings began to become more and more barren outward. If you look at the surface of the Earth from space, you will find the part of the spirit tree that has taken root. The area around it slowly changed from blue mixed with green to earthy yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Color, and this trend is still continuing. Broly, can you hear me? Just 2 days after Broly returned to the western capital, the voice of the King of the Northern Realm came into Broly's mind. Well, King of the Northern Realm? Are you trying to tell me that the scion with the nerve tree seed has arrived on Earth? Broly almost knew the reason why the king of the Northern Realm contacted him, but at this time, Broly did not want to make a move, because the current combat power of Carrick 2 and Dales did not reach the highest value, so Broly was ready to wait for a while to strike. At that time, it was just enough to face two opponents who could make the current Broly play his strength at the same time, and by the way, he could also harvest hundreds of nerve tree fruits. You know? So why don't you stop them? Now that the spirit tree has been planted on the earth, do you know that after a while, when the spirit tree absorbs all the vitality of the earth will become a desert? The king of the Northern Realm clearly knew about this when he saw Broly's appearance, but he looked unconcerned, and roared angrily. Carrick 2 will not say, he has always been an ambitious person who wants to rule the earth and transform the earth into a demon world. And Dales planted spirit trees everywhere and destroyed countless planets, so he was also blacklisted by our 4 realm kings. Of course, it would be best if you could eliminate both of them in one fell swoop. Even with the strength of the Northern Realm King, he couldn't see through what Broly had reached at this time, and he could only vaguely feel that this kid's current strength was terrifying, and it would be even more terrifying after using the Realm King's fist, and its potential was even more terrifying, so he didn't worry about whether he could solve those two invaders. Dissipate Chi and Dissipate Chi, once the spirit tree seeds are planted and take root, they cannot be stopped. But after I kill the Dales who is holding the seed of the nerve tree, I can completely solve the trouble, and it is a big deal to make a wish to the dragon after this matter and restore the earth. Looking at Broly, who was still lazy and did not care about the imminent destruction of the earth, the king of the Northern Realm was also out of temper. Alas! Well, the demon killer star is about to come, and the spirit tree fruit is about to bear fruit. If you don't strike early, the strength of those two people will skyrocket again. That's when it's tricky. I said everything that should be said, in short, you look at it. After speaking, the Northern Realm King's side did not move. However, Broly obviously did not listen to the advice of the King of the Northern Realm. And although the King of the Northern Realm had good intentions, Broly's arrogance did not disdain to do so. If you want to fight, just defeat the two in the strongest state, while their strength has not reached the peak. Destroying each other at peak has never been Broly's character. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Chapter 031. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Broly raised his head and seemed to look through the sky at the dark red planet that was extremely close to the Earth beyond the Earth, and the distant Earth that turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, in the very center of the withered yellow Earth in the distance, that is, where the spirit tree took root, there was a wave of chi fluctuations, and the shock wave generated by the fight. If you think about it, you can know that it should be Sun Wukong and a group of people who discovered the strange situation on the Earth, and found Dals and his group along the destroyed land. But according to Broly's speculation, although these Dragon Ball warriors have worked hard after the last blow, their strength has greatly improved. However, there was no use in front of Dallas's group, and it was estimated that it could only last a few more minutes. Except for Sun Wukong and Bike, everyone else is still abused. Hey? No way? These two can't really be so basic, right? Suddenly, Broly felt that in the distance, in addition to the Dragon Ball warriors, there was also a more familiar and powerful chi than the others other than the Monkey King. Broly's face was full of strangeness. I really don't know how Sun Wukong called him over. Sure enough, good friends are for life. That's right, this person is Vegeta. At the beginning, Sun Wukong persuaded everyone to talk evil, did not kill him, but took a fairy bean from Klin and gave Vegeta to eat, hoping to defeat Vegeta with his own strength in the future. And Vegeta is also very arrogant, and after being saved, he left a cruel word and left directly. When Broly arrived, only Son Goku and Vegeta were still fighting, and the others had lost their combat effectiveness. However, there were also casualties on Daren's side, and only 3 of the 5 warriors under Darren's were now left, and the 2 who died were the twin brothers. Looking at the 2 people fighting side by side in the distance, Broly roughly calculated that the current combat power of the Monkey King is about 5.3 W, while Vegeta's combat power is extremely close to 7 W points. Broly still understands Vegeta's combat power value, but Sun Wukong's combat power value has skyrocketed too fast. But seeing the chi around Sun Wukong's body erupting red from time to time, Broly knew what was going on. Presumably, Sun Wukong also asked the heavenly god to send him to the king of Yanluo, and after passing through the Snake Road to find the king of the Northern Realm to cultivate, his strength improved so quickly. Of course, it cannot be compared to Broly. A moment later, Dale's subordinates were defeated or killed by the 2 one by one, and the 2 approached the strange towering tree in their line of sight, which was full of red apples but covered with bulges. The strange fruit was just when Vegeta held Xiang in his hands and frowned in thought, and Sun Wukong reached out to pick a fruit to taste. Whoosh! Su! 2 energy beams shot towards the 2, and at the same time an angry shout came, "Take away your dirty hands, don't touch my things. It's not good, get out of the way." After the 2 dodged, they turned their heads to look at the person who sneaked up. I saw a burly figure in a combat uniform come out of the shadows. The man also had a tail wrapped around his waist, and a red combat power detector in his left eye. Most importantly, this person looks almost exactly like Monkey King. Looking at the other self, Sun Wukong was like seeing a ghost, and Vegeta was also stunned for a moment. You. Who are you? How can it look like me? By the way, you are also a scion. Forget it, no matter who you are, dare to make the earth like this, I will not forgive you. Saying that, Sun Wukong burst out with all his strength and smashed his fist towards Dale's face. Unexpectedly, the combat effectiveness exceeds 5 W, and it is still improving. How could it be? How could it be so strong? Damn it! Of course, Darren's was just extremely surprised that a low-level warrior's strength could reach this level. You must know that although his strength far exceeds that of Sun Wukong at this time, it is almost all the credit of relying on the spirit tree fruit, but Sun Wukong does not have the spirit tree fruit, but he still has such combat power. How can he not make Dales jealous, and even produce killing intent? At the beginning, because Dales was strong and Sun Wukong and Vegeta were strong, he could firmly gain the upper hand in the fight. But it couldn't resist the plug-in of Sun Wukong's Realm King Fist, and from time to time he opened the Realm King Fist several times, and the situation was instantly reversed, and he was beaten by Sun Wukong, who opened the state of the Realm King Fist. Realizing that something was wrong, Dales ran away instantly, just when Sun Wukong and Vegeta chased him away at the mouth of a cave in a mountain. After a while, Darren's reappeared and at the same time held in his hand a strange fruit that the 2 had seen on the spirit tree before. After eating the fruit in 2 bites, Dales smiled and said something that made the 2 scratch their heads. Hee, ha 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 ha. You don't have a chance. While speaking, the already burly Dales' muscles swelled here, and appeared behind the 2 in an instant, and his arms slammed into the backs of the 2 like iron whips and smashed them out. Sun Wukong was better, he felt bad and opened the Realm King Fist in a bad moment, and he didn't suffer much injury after the defense was greatly increased, but Vegeta was more tragic, and although he didn't lose his combat effectiveness with just 1 blow, he was also seriously injured. Although Sun Wukong had nothing to do, he was completely reduced to the abused side in the subsequent battle, even if he used the 10 times the limit of the current body to withstand the Realm King Fist. It was useless, and he was still crushed. At this time, the other party. Bastard! Damn it! Why the hell is this? Why did those junior warriors like garbage surpass me 1 by 1? Why is that? Damn it! Damn it! Arrogant! Proud was trampled again, and Vegeta, who was almost crazy from the excitement, smashed the ground madly. After eating the fruit of the spirit tree produced by the earth, Dale's combat power increased greatly, and Vegeta originally felt a little stronger than him, but now Dale's and Vegeta's feelings has faintly surpassed the feelings that Frieza brought him. "Oh, your heart is still so fragile, Vegeta." Just as Vegeta was venting madly, a playful voice came into Vegeta's ears, and this familiar voice was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire for Vegeta at this time. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. In addition, this book is mainly anime, which means that there may be many bosses that will only appear in the theatrical version in this book. And some bosses may increase their strength accordingly, and their strength does not match the original book or anime. Please don't be real. Finally, I beg all brothers to vote for a few 10-point evaluations. Recently a book friend may not like a certain plot of this book. Crazy low score evaluation, Xiao Hei can't hold it. Chapter 032. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Bastard. Broly, did you specifically laugh at me? Wait and see, Vegeta, will definitely defeat all of you in the future. Oh, it's up to you to say such things, but it depends on strength. As soon as the words fell, Broly burst out a wave of red chi, and the figure suddenly appeared in front of Dale's, and the figure in front of Vegeta before began to dissipate. After catching the heavy punch that Darren smashed at the Monkey King, Broly picked up the corner of his eye, glanced at Vegeta in the distance with contempt, and then split out with one leg, and Darluston was chopped out like a cannonball, and then embedded in the wall inside the cave. Watching Dale's, who defeated him with one blow, was also defeated by Broly with one blow, Vegeta stared at this scene with a dead heart, full of frustration. Beaten to the point of being shocked, Vegeta pounded the ground with his hands in despair, and suddenly, a red fruit that Dale's had eaten before was shaken and fell and rolled a few times to stop in front of him. Hey! Looking at the red fruit in front of him, Vegeta's mind flashed. Because he was too angry, he didn't calmly think about the reason why Dale suddenly became stronger, but he saw this red strange fruit. With a gambler mentality of pinning all his hopes on this fruit, Vegeta picked up the kiwi fruit and ate it in 2 bites. Sure enough, Vegeta guessed correctly. After eating the fruit, not only did the wounds on his body heal at an extremely fast speed, but his combat power also reached the point of nearly 50W, and as his strength also began to skyrocket, his confidence also began to skyrocket. What a powerful force, by the way, that's it. Ha 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 ha, Broly, now you are dead. Saying that, a flash of light boomed towards Broly, who was parked in midair not far away. Vegeta? You? Monkey King looked at Vegeta in disbelief. It turned out that Vegeta's purpose for coming here was not at all what Sun Wukong thought, because the cultivation environment was affected, and his cultivation was interrupted to investigate the reason. But originally came to Broly, because Vegeta knew that this time the earth was abnormal, Broly would definitely intervene in it, and sure enough, Broly did come, but the scene of the meeting was not so beautiful. Vegeta has been practicing harshly for 2 years in order to one day defeat Broly and regain the shame of being defeated by 3 moves after transforming into a giant ape. It's really not a long memory, then I will help you with a long memory. With a wave of his hand, Broly also rushed towards the flash bomb from Vegeta. After breaking it apart in an instant, he continued to rush towards Vegeta, who had already crossed his arms in front of him. Boom! Although it did not cause much damage to Vegeta, the impact still knocked him back tens of meters, and Vegeta's feet plowed 2 long ditches on the ground. Golly! Damn, my strength is already so strong, can't I still beat that guy? Just when Vegeta gritted her teeth and her heart was full of unwillingness. Suddenly, a ball of energy light floated into the air behind several people. That was artificial full moon? Perhaps, it can only be like this again. Seeing this, Vegeta's heart moved, staring at the artificial full moon. It turned out that when eating the fruit of the spirit tree, his strength skyrocketed, and his self-confidence exploded. Vegeta attacked Broly against the water. Darren's, who was sent flying before, also took advantage of the fact that a few people were not paying attention, and after finding a spirit tree fruit and eating it, his injury not only healed, but his strength also increased a lot. Originally, Dales wanted to rush out directly to take revenge, but seeing that Vegeta, who was not much worse than himself, was still defeated by Broly's move, he abruptly stopped his body that was about to rush out. Instead, the artificial full moon was created, and Dales's idea was to destroy the artificial full moon immediately as long as he received enough transformed bird's light waves, and then kill several people as quickly as possible after he transformed into a giant ape. P.S. After being irradiated by an artificial full moon, the effect lasts for an hour, and it doesn't matter if it is destroyed afterwards. Since Vegeta is an elite warrior and a Scion royal bloodline, he can still maintain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. And Darren's didn't know if he ate too much of the spirit tree fruit, and he could even maintain his sanity after transformation. And when the two transformed in an instant, Vegeta shattered the artificial full moon again. Because Vegeta knew in his heart that Broly could not only control himself to not change under the full moon, but also directly skyrocketed under the illumination of the full moon light wave, and his combat effectiveness could reach 3 times before. Although he despised Broly, a lower-level warrior in his heart, he had to admit that Vegeta did not have enough confidence to defeat Broly before eating the nerve tree fruit, and after eating, he only fought with Broly for a Kigong wave, although he did not use his full strength, but he knew very well in his heart that Broly definitely did not use his real strength. Beaten again, Vegeta, who was struck again, lowered his haughty head and chose such a humiliating method for him. Broly looked at the transformed Vegeta with pity, and his heart became more and more contemptuous of Vegeta's so-called self-esteem and pride. There is nothing wrong with a person being proud and having strong self-esteem, but the fault is that Vegeta is simply morbid self-esteem and arrogance. In order to supposedly regain the self-esteem that Broly had trampled on, Vegeta abandoned what was left of his pride. Joining forces with others does not say, it even destroys the artificial full moon to prevent Broly from improving his strength. Because he is not sure whether he can defeat Broly after improving his strength, he can use the strange move that can increase his strength several times like Sun Wukong, so he must stop all accidents. Vegeta looked at Broly's disgusted gaze, and his combat power rose a little again, reaching nearly 520W. At this time, the two people whose combat power increased explosively after eating the fruit of the nerve tree, and then their strength skyrocketed 10 times again after transforming into a giant ape, both looked at Broly. Originally, Vegeta did not disdain to join forces with Dales, but Vegeta did not believe that Broly could rival himself who transformed into a giant ape without the increase in strength of the artificial full moon. However, it didn't take long for Vegeta to be slapped in the face again. Vegeta, who crawled out of a pile of waste rocks, and Dales, who also crawled out of the waste rocks, looked at Broly, whose whole body erupted with red chi in front of them, and the two looked at each other and prepared to join forces. At this moment, "Yo, it's so lively here, don't you mind having one more for me? P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Ask for 10 points of evaluation." Chapter 033. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Thanks to a few of them for reaching out in time. Brother who came to the rescue. "Yo, it's so lively here, don't you mind having one more for me?" Just as Vegeta and Dales were about to join forces to attack Broly, an arrogant voice reached the ears of the four. At the same time, from the far cave entrance, a short figure wearing a wide cloak that exuded a strong negative evil aura walked in. Although the person who came was dressed strangely, Broly could still see at a glance that this was Carrick II, who had been severely humiliated by him 2 days earlier. When Carrick II walked up to several people, he reached out and pulled the cloak on his body, revealing his original appearance. I saw that Carrick II's appearance changed drastically, originally similar to Pilaf's appearance and blue-gray skin. At this moment, it turned black with red lines, and his face was also full of blood-red lines like ghost paintings. After the great change, Carrick too stared at Broly with vicious eyes. Hey, hey, hey! Thank you, Broly. Made me look like this non-human and non-ghost. But thanks to you, in this state, I feel stronger than ever, and in return, I will slowly torture you to death, so that you can feel 10,000 times more painful than the pain I have suffered in the past 2 days. Broly frowned for a while. This is a divine horse situation? Carrick 2's strength has skyrocketed and he understands, but how he became this ghostly look, as well as this thick negative energy, how to look at it has a sense of familiarity. Gee, it's up to you? Shouldn't it be a moment before I slap you away? But I'm wondering, how did you do this? Although his mouth is not spared, Broly did tick off his curiosity about Carrick 2's seeping look. For the sake of the true source of this great king's encounter and yours, I will tell you mercifully. Carrick 2 took out a spherical object like glass, and a red star inside, and told Broly. After learning the truth, Broly found that it was indeed his own sake, but he didn't expect that a casual shot was so accurate. It turned out that after Broly casually slapped Carrick 2 off 2 days ago, Carrick 2 fell impartially into a forest, and then smashed a large area of trees. As the force grew smaller and smaller, finally Carrick 2 stopped completely after smashing a tree, and it happened that there was a Dragon Ball in a bird's nest on the broken tree. Carrick 2 curiously picked up the Dragon Ball and looked at it, but I don't know if it was because of the Demon Star Man. Carrick 2's own breath hooked the negative energy in the Dragon Ball that had not been completely purified, and this negative energy seemed to feel that this was the last chance to live, so he rushed into Carrick 2's body. Then there was the terrifying appearance of Carrick 2 before. 2. I see that you all seem to have a feud with this Broly, but this Broly's strength is indeed strong, and it is said that there is also a move to improve combat effectiveness. How about we join forces together? Carrick 2, who had learned twice, was noticeably wiser. Vegeta didn't speak, but it was equivalent to acquiescence. Not to mention Dales, there are not a few more reinforcements. Finally, there is Sun Wukong, who sees that 3 people want to besiege Broly, so he wants to help. However, he was directly blocked back by Broly, and the reason was, "This is my fight, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, with your current strength, participating in it is only a matter of being killed in seconds." Following Vegeta, Son Goku was also hit. However, unlike Vegeta, Sun Wukong does not have any mentality that can't stand the blow and complain about this guy. "I only hate that I don't practice hard, but I can't participate in such an exciting battle." The last words are finished, it's really verbose. Dales, who had been waiting impatiently over there, finally couldn't bear it, and directly bombarded Broly with an energy bomb. This time because there was no increase in the artificial full moon, Broly directly released the 10 times the Realm King Fist with his combat power that had reached 4-5 W points. Today is your time to die, Broly. I said, I will slowly torture you to death." Carrick 2, who was full of resentment towards Broly, also began to transform, only to see that his short body began to swell, becoming strong and tall, and his skin also changed from black with red lines to grey, purple and black, with red lines. And before, because of the Demon Star, Dragon Ball negative energy, etc., the strength that reached more than 200W began to skyrocket again, and it did not stop until about 580W. I saw that the corners of Broly's mouth hooked a smile at this time, which even Broly himself did not realize that once the inner battle intent began to boil, the corners of his mouth would always unconsciously turn upward. 3 opponents with strength of at least 500W upward are enough to open up their combat power. At this time, the combat power of Broly, who opened the 10 times the Realm King Fist, has reached 470W. Yes, just now, when the battle spirit was boiling, Broly's combat power value rose by 2W points again, and naturally reached 470W after superimposing the Realm King Fist. A hand knife scattered the energy bombs sent by Darren's, and then, based on the principle of seeing who was unhappy to beat whom first, rushed towards Vegeta first. Broly, who was burning with red chi all over his body, rushed to Vegeta, and once again he took off and fell sharply. The knee slammed into the bridge of Vegeta's nose. Roar! As the most vulnerable part after transforming into a great ape. For one thing, the pain caused by this blow can definitely be regarded as a pain for Vegeta. Vegeta, who suffered a severe blow, covered his nose with one hand and swung his hand towards Broly. Broly crossed his arms above his head and took Vegeta's big hand. Unexpectedly, at this time, there were two breaking sounds behind him, two light bullets flew rapidly. Broly kicked away Vegeta's palm, turned around and two Kigong cannons met the two luminous bullets. Boom! Rumble! Broly did not stay after sending out two Kigong cannons, and the red chi outside his body burst out and dodged directly into the distance, and at the moment when Broly just flashed out, red silk threads like fishing nets appeared in the position where he was just located. Before Broly, who had just stopped, could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sense of oppression behind him. Directly turned around and held Dale's fist with both hands, Darl spit out an energy cannon from his mouth when he saw this. Broly drew his right hand and punched it, knocking it to the side. At this time, there was another burst of gas behind him. It turned out that Vegeta came behind Broly at an unknown time, and also punched Broly in the back of the heart. Seeing this, Dallas's right hand hurriedly exerted force, restraining part of Broly's power. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. I beg all brothers to support a few 10-point evaluations. Xiaohei really doesn't know how to offend that book friend. Please spare your subordinates, don't vote 8 or 6 points again. Chapter 034. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Broly reflexively kicked Vegeta's fist, blocking it. Then the three of them were deadlocked like this, but Broly had a bad feeling in his heart. Looking at the appearance of the two, although they had killing intent, they didn't seem to have killing intent, as if they deliberately trapped themselves. Not good. Broly hurriedly tried to dodge, but was unable to break through due to the restraint of Dales and Vegeta. Bang! At some point, Carrick 2, who appeared behind Broly, fired an energy bomb at Broly's back and blasted Broly out. Then the three of them joined forces again, and each of them gathered a part of the energy to emit energy bombs that converged after flying a distance, forming a large Kigong wave that bombarded Broly, who was in a weightless state. Broly. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's red chi burned violently, and he wanted to rush over to save people. However, due to the limited basic combat power, even if the use of the 10 times Realm King Fist is not enough in the eyes of the three, it was casually slapped by Vegeta, and flew back faster than before and smashed into the rubble pile. And Broly, who hit the front, was directly smashed into the mountain wall, as if to smash the entire mountain, which shows the strong impact. However, after Broly was hit, there was no movement for half a ring. That guy isn't going to die, is he? Looking at the mountain that was about to be pierced, Dales asked uncertainly. It's impossible, with what I know about that guy, it's possible to be seriously injured, but it shouldn't be dead. But it's better not to die, I will defeat him with my own hands, and then wash away my shame. Snap! Trample! 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 As Vegeta was speaking, there was a sound of falling rubble from the direction where Broly flew, and then the sound of step-by-step footsteps slowly approaching. Humph! Nice, really nice. You three are quite capable. Broly's sneer appeared in the sight of the three with his figure, and watching Broly walk out almost unharmed, the three were shocked. Is this person a monster? At the same time, he received an all-out blow from the three of us, and he didn't hurt at all? At this moment, this idea arose in the hearts of the three at the same time. Vegeta, in particular, clasped his hands, only felt that the hope of killing Broly and washing away his shame became more and more faint. On the surface, the attack of the three hit Broly head-on, knocking it out and almost piercing the inside of the mountain. But in fact, with Broly's physical strength, coupled with the tenfold increase in defense power of the Realm King Fist, this attack did not hurt Broly, at most it just looked a little embarrassed. However, it also gave Broly a clear understanding of each other's strengths. At present, with its own strength of growing close to 50W again, after opening the 10 times Realm King Fist has reached about 500W, coupled with its own physical strength, it is absolutely complete against Vegeta or Dales, even if it is absolutely superior to the two at the same time, but it is a bit difficult to add a character who has not exerted his full strength so far. That's right, Broly has long seen that character simply did not use his full strength. Of course, even if character uses all his strength, Broly is not unable to fight, but after using the 10 times the Realm King Fist, the strength is not as high as the other party, and the strength of the chi is not as high as the other party, although it can rely on the strength of the body to make up, but it is always not advantageous. What's more, they are often pinned down by two of the other party's strength, and the other takes the opportunity to sneak attack, often taking care of one or the other. In that case, then, 15 times the Realm King Fist. As soon as the words fell, the red aura around Broly's body grew violently, burning violently, and he disappeared in place. Boom! Vegeta's huge body flew out instantly, and if time could stop at this time, you could clearly see Vegeta's abdomen deeply sunken in, which showed Broly's resentment against Vegeta. Vegeta will be infected by Monkey King in the future, and the personality change will be a matter of later. But now that what you're doing disgusting to me, then I'll clean you up first. Simple. Direct. Violent. This is Broly's true character. I saw Broly standing still in midair at this time, retracting his right leg that made a knee-like collision. Turning his head and smiling evilly at Dales and character, he disappeared again. Not good, Darren's dodge away. Although Dals heard it, he also subconsciously crossed his hands in front of him on the way to dodge. But unfortunately it didn't keep up with Broly's speed. Just when Darren's blocked his hands in front of him, Broly appeared in front of him, and an iron fist slammed into Darren's arms. Only listening to the click, Dals screamed, his arms also fell limply, and then Broly's fist hit Dallas' sandalwood again and smashed it out. Before Darren's landed, Broly appeared in front of him again, his right palm aimed at Darren's face, and the energy of his palm was converging. No, please let me go. I don't dare to go against adults anymore. Please spare my life. By the way, I have treasures to offer to adults. As long as adults master this thing, they can continue to flow in the future. Is it the spirit tree fruit, and the seed? However, I don't need want. Nope. Spare your life. Spare your life. Ignoring Darren's plea for mercy, a single shot of void annihilation completely yielded him. After dealing with the two, Broly turned to character again, still with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. That trash over there. It's your turn. Come and die. Hearing Broly's extremely contemptuous and humiliating words exactly the same as before, the angry character directly burst out his full strength, reaching the level of 620W, which was enough to increase the combat power of 40W. However, such a strength Broly still did not put in his eyes. Is that all the strength? Do you have any last words to say? If you don't have a chance to do it later. Broly, yes. You will regret it, I will definitely make you regret it. You'll be the only one lucky enough to see the ultimate forbidden technique that can only be used once in the legend of my Demon Star legend. Hearing character say that the final forbidden technique sounded very high, Broly also raised his 12-point spirit and took precautions. But what surprised Broly was that character, who was still pretending to be forced just now, turned around and ran after pretending, which made Broly, who had extremely high expectations for character's final magic forbidden technique, be stunned for a few seconds, and then hurriedly chased after him. P.S. Favorites. Ask for support. Also, the protagonist's combat effectiveness will increase to varying degrees with the boiling of battle intent and the intensity of the battle, so there will often be a plot of 50W in the previous chapter and 6 or 70W in the next chapter, so everyone can understand what is going on, and there is no need to be more real. Finally, I ask all book friends and brothers to vote for a few 10-point evaluations. P.S. In addition, to explain the protagonist's combat power problem, some book friends and brothers feel that the protagonist's bloodline has been sleeping for a while, resulting in the protagonist's strength growing too slowly, and it is not very pleasant to watch. Not invincible at the beginning, some sorry for Broly's legendary super race bloodline. In fact, the author arranges this way for several reasons. First, the protagonist's legendary super race bloodline has an impact on the sanity, but after sleeping once, it is completely controlled by the protagonist, there will be no backlash, and it can be more perfectly distributed and used this energy belonging to the legendary super race. To use a common saying, that is, sharpen the knife and do not chop wood by mistake. Second, now that the protagonist has actually achieved invincibility, it may just be that some reader brothers just feel unhappy that the enemy can easily improve his strength, and the author's arrangement actually sets off the protagonist's toughness on the side. Third, the author also considered letting the protagonist's strength continue to explode and transform into a super race at the beginning, just because the author is writing a book for the first time, and his writing is quite limited, and he is afraid that he will not be able to grasp the rhythm, and he will accidentally write a crash. The author has seen many Dragon Ball fanfiction written by old drivers, and a considerable part of them are the protagonist's early strength has grown too fast, hundreds of thousands of words are nothing to write, either collapse or enter the palace, a better hasty finish. Although the protagonist did not explode in strength as soon as he appeared, he was about to usher in. The protagonist will start a big explosion of combat power at the next boss and transform into a form. Guess what it is? Chapter 035. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. In addition, thank you brothers for your 10-point evaluation during this time. Although the names of many brothers Xiao He did not see, Xiao He sincerely thanked all the brothers for their support. Broly, who chased him outside the cave, stopped because he saw Carrick 2, who had escaped earlier. At this time, Carrick 2 was looking up at the demon star in the sky, his hands raised above his head with complex handprints, and he was still chanting the words in his mouth. Break it! Demon star, bloom your last brilliance! When Carrick 2's hands stopped sealing, I saw that the dark red planet in the sky split a crack visible to the naked eye in an instant, and then this crack continued to spread around. In the blink of an eye, the demon star was covered with spider web-like cracks, and finally, the boom shattered. However, although the demon star was shattered, at the moment it shattered, crimson air surged out from the inside of the demon star, and then gathered together, forming a dark red energy ball the size of a human head, falling towards Carrick 2. After Carrick grabbed this crimson energy ball, he directly opened his mouth and swallowed it without saying a word. Looking at this scene, Broly realized, and estimated that Carrick said that the ban could only be used once. That's it. Only by shattering the entire demon star and extracting its origin vitality and using special methods to bless itself to achieve the effect of temporarily improving its strength. Broly quietly watched Carrick 2's actions on the side. Of course, the reason why Broly did not stop Carrick 2 was not only because he disdained to do so, but also because he was extremely confident in his own strength. The 15x Realm King Fist used before is not at all the limit of Broly. Broly can currently use the 20-fold Realm King Fist for a long time, and if it is a short time, the maximum can reach 25x Realm King Fist. In other words, it is absolutely impossible for Carrick 2 to win unless he can exceed the combat power value of 1300W. But no matter how much Broly overestimated Carrick 2, he would never believe that he could achieve such combat power. And there is a reason why Broly is absolutely confident in his own strength. With its own legend of the super race bloodline, and the healing skill that can passively heal injuries, as long as it is not directly killed in seconds, how many enemies Broly are not afraid. When Karak 2 ate the energy ball formed by all the vitality of the demon star, his strength began to skyrocket again, and the aura that erupted outside his body turned dark red like after blood coagulation, and at the same time, Karak 2's combat power directly skyrocketed to 800W. Karak 2 can also be regarded as a courageous person, and when he saw Broly kill Dales and Vegeta before, he knew that with his strength at that time, the final decision was not stronger than the two. That's why I made up my mind to smash the entire demon star, extract its vitality, and fight with Broly. If he can't beat Broly, then there is really nothing to say. Seeing Karak 2's soaring combat effectiveness again, Broly was still a little disappointed in his heart. With a combat power of 800W, he can easily kill it in his previous state of 15 times the Realm King Fist. However, although disappointed, the strength of this house has continued to explode. And finally reaching this height is enough for Broly to look high. That's what you said, Forbidden Devil. Are you jealous? Since your last resort has been used, then suffer death. Broly shouted, rushed to the ultimate version of Karak 2 and smashed out a punch. Karak 2 put both hands in gear, and suddenly a faint bone-cracking sound came out, and Karak 2 was also blasted hundreds of meters by a powerful force. Not only that, the punch just now, Broly was blasted out with a dark technique, although on the surface it seems that Karak 2 took this punch unharmed, only slightly advantageous, but in fact, Karak 2 also has a bitter self-awareness at this time. After receiving Broly's steely punch, after Karak 2 was blasted away by that force, another hidden punch entered Karak's arms with the first force, and the bones in his arms were shattered in an instant. After that, Broly flashed again and appeared in the position where Karak 2 was about to fall in the upside-down flight. Bang was another kick, and once again kicked it perpendicular to the ground into the air. Finally, reappearing in the sky where Karak 2 was about to rush over, Broly's right leg made a knee bump, fell extremely fast, and his knee hit Karak 2's abdomen and smashed to the ground. Boom! The moment it fell to the ground, it smashed out a circular deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. Broly, who landed on the side, looked at Karak 2, whose eyes were protruding in the center of the pit, and his body twitched from time to time, and Broly drew a circle with his hands and gathered on his right abdomen, ready to give him the final blow. At this moment, cough, cough. Awesome, really powerful. Ahem, even though I sacrificed so much, I still can't even touch you, what an unwillingness. In that case, then. In the first half of the sentence, Karak 2 still said that he survived, and the second half of the sentence flew into the sky without warning, and even Broly was deceived. Hey, hey! Die together! Broly, I want you to watch the destruction of the earth with your own eyes, watch your closest family and friends die in front of you, and accompany me to hell. Ahaha! Seeing that there was no way to live, Karak 2 extracted the origin vitality of the demon star in his body, and then gathered it together and exploded towards the earth like a Qigong wave, and his heart could not be described as vicious. Give me death! Void Annihilation Cannon! Broly was furious when he heard this. This guy doesn't have a long memory, he even dares to stimulate himself with such words. Broly directly opened the 20x Realm King Fist, and a Void Annihilation bullet rushed towards the Destruction Yuan Chi cannon issued by Karak 2. Two light waves, one blue and one dark red, collided together, but unfortunately that dark red light wave did not block for even a second, and was directly beaten into nothingness, and then rushed towards Karak 2 without slowing down. The huge Void Annihilation cannon directly submerged Karak 2, and Karak 2 had no chance to let out any unwilling wails when he was dying. In an instant, there were no cells left. Let you be cheap, you should really be glad that you were directly killed in seconds, otherwise you will also be given a taste of what is called Ling Chi. Just as Broly returned to the cave to collect the remaining spirit tree fruits, he saw Monkey King and Vegeta recuperating on the side. Hey, hey! Broly, I knew you were going to win. However, I will definitely not lose to you next time. Vegeta, who was previously transformed into a giant ape, slapped the Monkey King, who was recovering from injury, and said with both joy and loss after seeing Broly return. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Chapter 036. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Hey? By the way, I almost forgot about you. What do you say I should do with you, Vegeta? Broly didn't answer, but instead turned his target to Vegeta, who had been disgusted by him earlier. I don't know if Sun Wukong and Vegeta are really born with that kind of sympathetic and uncontrollable strong foundation. At this time, Sun Wukong actually pleaded with Broly again. Humph. Vegeta provoked me 3 times and twice, and I felt uncomfortable not killing him. Well, I can give him a chance to live. I only make one move. If Vegeta survives, I won't pursue his previous raving. What? You said you were going to do Vegeta next? Well, since you have an iron heart, then take it. As a result, Broly did not use all his strength under the normal strength, or the Turtle School Kigong wave familiar to Sun Wukong, was extremely reluctantly accepted by Sun Wukong, who used the 10 times the Realm King Fist. Of course, Broly did release the water, and by the way, he scare Vegeta, so that he can remember it for a long time. Also found a step for himself, mainly because Broly was really curious about how far the two could finally go. If he really killed one of the two, wouldn't it be a lot less fun in the future? Hee. Hey! Broly, although I know you're not using your full strength, I do follow, you have to talk. Looking at the heavily injured Monkey King who was barely able to speak in a hoarse voice, begging bitterly, Broly turned his head to look at Vegeta again, and made up some of his own brain. So what? The picture that promotes communication between good friends. Suddenly, Broly suddenly sobered up. While Sun Wukong spoke, Broly turned his head to look at Vegeta, and after seeing it clearly, Broly lay straight in his heart. I saw that Vegeta in the distance was still seriously injured and fell to the ground, but the point was that this product was crying secretly. Before Broly could think about it, Vegeta hysterically shouted at Sun Wukong, "Kakarot, you guy, let's pretend to pity me, my dignified Scion Prince has not been reduced to being begged to survive. Broly, kill if you want. You are a strong man, and I am not ashamed to die at the hands of a strong person like you." Humph. I, Broly, always speak with a word. Say let you go, let you go. Vegeta, good luck, you should really thank fate for arranging such a good base for you. Good opponent. After speaking, Broly threw 2 fairy beans in front of Sun Wukong, and then quickly picked all the remaining spirit tree fruits and teleported out of here. Broly felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be affected by the strong foundation between these two. After returning to the western capital, Urha's voice sounded in his ears again. Congratulations to the boss, complete the 2nd and 3rd ring tasks, and the rewards are as follows. 1 spirit tree fruit seed, permanent, 10 nerve tree fruit, special, 10 gene improvement elixir *, 110,000 points. The 4th ring mission will start a year later. Broly then asked Urha what the spirit tree fruit with the word special he had been wondering about meant. This kind of spirit tree fruit transformed by the system is not obvious for the improvement of strength, but it will greatly improve the life expectancy, and can maintain the appearance of immortality. It can be said that it is a miracle medicine for immortality. Specially prepared for the eldest wives. Urha introduced Broly attentively. Yo-he, the kid has eyesight, boss, I am optimistic about you. After calling the 4 women, Broly took out the spirit tree fruit rewarded by the system and asked the 4 women to eat it. Boomer and Lankai's 2 daughters had already eaten one before, so it was not strange, but although Kiki and Marin were puzzled, they still ate it without hesitation, because the 2 daughters believed that Broly would never harm them. The second daughter's action moved Broly's heart for a while, and then informed the fourth woman of the efficacy of this fruit, and the fourth woman excitedly pulled Broly and made out again. Men will never understand how destructive this thing can be to women, and the four women directly fall under the effect of this fruit. After practicing for a while, let's relax with Boomer and them for a while, and then continue to practice. Well, the gravity chamber should be changed, and the weight suit should also be changed, and then add some special equipment such as rowers and pullers to the gravity chamber. With Broly's strength once again increased to nearly 70W after several big battles before, the current cultivation environment and weight-bearing equipment should indeed be eliminated. Gee, it looks like you're going to trouble Boomer again. However, it is good to have a genius wife, if nothing else, just points can save a lot of money. Broly thought of his happy life now, and his heart was still very proud. As long as there is something about science and technology in the Points Mall, as long as its function is roughly introduced to Boomer, Boomer can analyze its principle, and then manufacture a device with extremely similar or identical functions. And Boomer is also very interested in these unknown technologies, asking Broly to ask for a large number of black technologies to study these black technologies when Broly usually cultivates. Not only that, but also pulled the other three women together to help lay down the hand over time, which led to the fact that now Lankai's three daughters are also infected with the habit of liking research like Boomer. After entering the cultivation room to cultivate for a while, the fourth girl finally got up lazily. While eating breakfast, Broly remembered that since he was immersed in cultivation, although he had also found time to accompany several women, he had not gone out with them properly, so Broly moved in his heart and said, "Boomer, Lankai, Kiki, and Marin, I am usually busy with cultivation, although I have found time to accompany you, but I have not gone shopping with you, watching movies or anything like that. This time I am ready to leave my practice for the time being and accompany you for a while. After breakfast, let's go shopping together, shall we? P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. The enemy of the fourth ring is already close to or comparable to the strength of Sun Wukong when he first turned into a super race, not Frieza. The protagonist will also transform into his first form. You can guess which enemy it is, and what the transformation form is. Chapter 037. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. After breakfast, Broly took the four women towards the largest shopping mall in the western capital. Originally, Broly planned to accompany the four women to go out and relax, watch a movie to deepen their relationship. Pity. When the five arrived at the mall, it didn't happen as Broly had planned. After arriving at the mall, the four women were like chicken blood, like divine help. The four women pedaled on the narrow high heels and walked like a fly, rushed into a women's clothing store together, picked up a piece of clothing inside and gestured around the body, and asked Broly from time to time, "Husband, do you think it is appropriate for me to wear this outfit? Husband, does my dress match my style? Husband." Broly suddenly had a bad premonition, and began to regret how he had made this suggestion this morning. "I walked around, why didn't you pull me for reference? Every time I tried on clothes, I had to comment like a master, and the most hateful thing was to sacrifice countless brain cells to review you but don't buy it. Visiting countless shopping malls, entering countless specialty stores, trying on countless clothes, and entering countless fitting rooms, Broly came all the way. Most of the reasons for not buying after trying are, the husband does not like it, feels that it is not suitable, and the second is supplemented by the price is too expensive." Broly watched the young shopping guide diligently introduce various types of women's clothing, and spent half a day in vain. Broly didn't want to go, and persuaded Boomer to buy it. "Anyway, we are not bad at these few dollars." However, the four women all glared at Broly with murderous eyes. Broly was also speechless and choked instantly. He also knew the four women very well, and when he saw the four women like this, he knew that he must have eaten the vinegar of this shopping guide. In addition to the store, the Boomer girls asked out loud almost at the same time, "Husband, who is better looking than us with that beautiful shopping guide just now? Do you like the shopping guide just now? After finally prevaricating the 4 women, Broly followed suit, full of hope to follow the women to the next location. As the morning passed, Broly couldn't understand the boomer girls at night. After a while, I was so tired that I called my father and mother, and as soon as I went shopping, I was possessed by the foolish man, and I didn't even breathe after shopping all morning, making myself a existence with a combat power of tens of millions of people ashamed of myself. At noon, I finally had time to rest, and I would rather fight 10 fights with strong enemies than go shopping once. After 2 hours of rest under Broly's repeated protests, Broly resumed the afternoon's fighting. At first, Broly could still force a smile, and gradually, I don't know if it was Broly's psychological effect, he felt that his feet were sore, his legs were soft, and then he saw that as long as he could sit on something, it didn't matter what it was. Sit down. Several women still only try not to buy. Broly couldn't help but complain after reading it. I really don't understand. Yes, obviously there is so much money in the family that you can buy dozens of shopping malls at will. Why do you all only try them on but don't buy anything? After saying that, Broly immediately regretted it. I can't wait to throw myself 2 mouths. Bazi. After hearing Broly's words, the 4 women of Boomer felt that it was also reasonable, and then whenever they entered and exited a place, a bunch of things that looked good but were actually useless were hung on Broly. It's hard to be a man. Husband, people are still losing weight, this fried chicken wings can't be eaten, you eat it for others. Come, I'll feed you. Open your mouth, ah. Marin's sweet, bone-chilling voice sounded, holding a 2-bite chicken wing to Broly's mouth. Marin, you eat slowly, my husband really can't eat. Shrewd. Marin is the most obedient and sensible. Broly felt a faintly swollen belly, so he had to coax Marin softly. No, husband, you helped me eat. Oh, I see, does my husband dislike what I have eaten? I saw that Broly ate the food of the other 3 women, but not his own. Marlin's ruddy silky little one. When my lips pursed, I felt like I was about to cry. The corners of Broly's mouth twitched when he heard this. Here it is again. What kind of logic is this? Boomer is so, Lankai is so, the period is so, and now Marin, the most considerate and sensible little girl, has also been damaged by Boomer and them. Broly's mouth and stomach didn't stop all afternoon, even the Scion's stomach couldn't stand it. The afternoon passed in Broly's torment, and finally. My God, I'm finally going home, and if I don't go back, I really won't be able to hold on. After returning to the car, Broly leaned directly on the seat, and had a thought in his heart, Emma, I will never go shopping with a woman in the future, and it is tearful to go shopping with a woman once, let alone directly with 4. A woman's talent for shopping really knows no borders, young and old. I really don't know how the men in the world who can accompany women to shop every 3 to 5 carry it. These men are simply role models for me. Just as Broly and the others loaded a pair of large bags and accessories on the car, a voice that made Broly frown slightly came. Hey! Marin, I haven't seen you for a long time, I just felt like you all the way away, but I didn't expect it to really be you. I thought I was wrong. Just as his words sounded, I saw an open-top sports car coming quickly in the distance, and a beautiful drift stopped in front of Broly and the others. When Broly's gaze focused on the comer, he lay loudly in his heart. I saw that the person in front of me was dressed in a black suit, yellow hair, a big back, and a pair of black sunglasses, but no beard. This image is more familiar, and Broly almost wanted to ask, what is your relationship with the host of the world's first martial arts association? Well, I don't know who these are. My name is Salad, please advise more. Before coming, I only noticed Marin, and only now did I find out that in addition to Marin, there were 4 people with a man, 3 women, and Maron. Looking at the other 3 peerless beauties comparable to Marin, Salad's eyes were blazing, originally thinking that Marin was already a first-class beauty, so he had been persevering in pursuing Marin before, until he recently heard that Marin had run away from home and gave up temporarily. I didn't expect to take my female companion out to consume today, and when I saw Marin from afar, I quickly left my female companion and rushed over as quickly as possible. Who would have thought that there would be an extra gain in addition to Marin? If you can take down these beauties together. Hey, hey, hey. As for Broly, he was directly ignored by him, and just as Salad was immersed in his fantasy and his intentions became more and more obvious, Broly's hair began to fly and his eyes narrowed slightly. The women who were very familiar with Broly knew that Broly was really angry. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. In addition, thank you brothers for your evaluation and support during this time. Chapter 038. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Looking at Salad, who is immersed in fantasy and has a lewd light in his eyes. Marin was worried for a while, and his eyes were full of disgust. Salad, why are you again? How many times have I warned you? I don't feel anything for you, don't bother me anymore. Otherwise, my husband will definitely not let you go. Feeling Broly's long hair flying, Marin, who was already extremely angry, walked to Broly's side very well behaved and sensible, picked up one of Broly's arms and clinged it tightly to his soft snow peak, and the whole person was attached to Broly's body. Marin, who is this person? The way he looks at us is disgusting. At this time, Boomer stuck to the other half of Broly's body and asked Marin. Boomer. Husband, I'm sorry, please forgive me. The reason why I haven't told you before is because I'm afraid you will get angry when you know and hate me. I thought this matter would pass like this, but I didn't expect it to run into it. Marin hugged Broly's arm nervously, crying, afraid that Broly would abandon her if he was unhappy. How can I hate my most well-behaved and lovely Marin baby? It's just that you don't believe that your husband is the place that makes your husband angry the most, and your husband will punish you well at night. No matter what happens in the future, you can't hide anything from your husband, got it? Broly saw that he was just angry and was afraid that Mullen would be scared like this, which shows that Marin really loves himself, not to mention that he is not angry with Marin. Even if he is angry, he can't send it. Seeing Broly's appearance, Marin knew that Broly was indeed not angry with himself, and his heart relaxed and suddenly broke into a smile, telling everyone about his previous situation about Salad without reservation. It turned out that Salad was originally a classmate with Marin, and his uncle Timo was really the host of the world's first martial arts association, and there were some forces in the family, and I don't know how many female students' feelings were played with by the scourge. Originally, this product also had a lot of ideas for Marin, but the power of the Marin family was not weaker than that of the Salad family. Therefore, he has not dared to use any disgusting means against Marin. Hey? Boomer? It turns out that you are the chairman of Universal Capsule Company, Dr. Brives, that genius Maishao. Woman? When Broly and the others were talking just now, Salad was stunned after overhearing Boomer's name, and then compared it and found that it was really the same person as the Boomer he knew. After knowing Boomer's identity, Salad looked at Boomer's eyes even more angry. Hot, and at the same time determined to find a way to take Boomer by all means. If successful, the huge industry of Boomer's family will eventually fall into his own hands. Nachi. Naked, almost unabashed desire. It is hoped that all 4 girls of Boomer have a killing intent. Scraps over there. Give you one last chance to live, if you immediately kowtow to me and Boomer and Marin now, and then get out of our sight, maybe you can even pick up a small life. Otherwise, I must let you know, die. It's a happy thing. Broly said this, even if this miscellaneous Salad really did it, Broly would not let him die easily. Hey? What kind of thing are you that dares to threaten me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my uncle is? Garbage is not worthy of the company of beauty, only I am qualified to have the company of these beauties. Instead, you should get out of my sight, or I'll kill you. You know, in my background, wanting you to die is as easy as crushing a bedbug. That salad noticed Broly when he first came, and he was surrounded by 4 big beauties, which had long upset Salad. Now he seized the opportunity and taunted Broly so that the women could notice him. Ha ha, ha ha ha. You really have a kind. You know, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that, you're the first. Hopefully, you'll still be able to do so in a while. Didn't your uncle warn you that there is a kind of person in this world that must not be messed with? Forget it, why did I talk so much to a dead man? In Broly's eyes at this moment, this Salad is already a dead man, but not immediately, but... Good. You guys wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Broly whispered to the 4 women, probably because Broly was afraid of polluting the eyes of the 4 women, so he didn't say what to do. But with the intelligence of the 4 women, it is not difficult to guess that this idiot named Salad will end up very miserable. After explaining the 4 women, Broly glanced at Salad, who had already felt wrong on the side, and since he said that just now, Salad not only did not wait for the adoring gaze of the women, but saw suppressed anger and pity in the eyes of the 4 women. This made Salad have a strong sense of unease in his heart, as if he had done something very stupid and stupid. Broly's figure appeared in front of Salad in an instant, carrying his collar and flying high into the air. At this time, Salad realized why Broly said that there was a kind of person who must not be messed with, and he also remembered that his uncle had indeed warned him again and again, but it was a pity that Salad had never paid attention to it, and when he regretted it, it was too late. Broly, say that letting you know that death is a happy thing will definitely make you feel it. Broly looked at Salad, who was held in his hands like a chicken boy, and smiled grimly. As for Salad, when he heard this voice that seemed to come from the 9 yellow springs, his heart suddenly felt like death. He knew that he was finished, and no one could save him. He knew that his uncle had seen too many big scenes, and heard him say that in this world, there were too many existences that he could not provoke, and often advised himself to keep a low profile and not to mess with people he could not provoke. Who would have thought that he would not only provoke now, but also offend him to death, and now Salad does not have the luxury of living, just hoping that the other party can let him die a happy death. Unfortunately, with Broly's domineering, "You punch me, I cut you 10 times, plus Salad does not understand how stupid he has done, the idea of dying is doomed." P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. In addition, thank you brothers for your evaluation and support during this time. Explanation: the next chapter will return to the plot of the battle again. The author mainly takes into account that the brothers of the book friends have been watching the plot of the fight will have visual fatigue, so write 2 chapters to ease up daily, will not write more. Chapter 039. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. After spending 500 points, he exchanged it for a completely unsealed instrument and threw Salad in, and in an instant Salad was immobilized by the instrument. There is no special effect together, it is strong, and it is said to be the hardest alloy steel in the universe. Then looking at the points that had been enriched, Broly willfully spent 1000 points for a large spirit tree fruit as the energy of the instrument, and the energy to ensure Salad's immortality was stored in the instrument. After leaving Earth and entering space, a protective shield developed by himself to isolate space appeared outside Broly, firmly protecting Broly inside the protective shield. Broly then hid Salad in a meteorite in space, and finally strengthened it so that it would not collide with other meteorites and cause it to break. As for how to breathe in space, it's none of Broly's business, as long as this Salad is kept undead until the spirit tree energy is exhausted. Banished in endless space, adrift non-stop. In the endless loneliness, only touch and consciousness remain. The pitch black is unable to see anything, make any sound, breathe any air, and most importantly, it can only float in space until the energy of the spirit tree fruit is exhausted. But using energy completely as energy is only to maintain the vitality of the spiritual tree fruit, and no few decades are absolutely inexhaustible. This is not counting after provoking Broly, and I don't know whether I can touch Broly's anti-scales and be thanked by Broly. Such a miserable end can only say that this product is too back, if usually, Broly estimates that this product will try the feeling that life is better than death, and it will be liberated in a few minutes. But this product was just in time for Broly to accompany the women for a day of shopping, and when he was depressed, he hit the muzzle. When he finished taking care of Salad's affairs, Broly teleported and returned to the women, and Boomer and the other 4 women were also sensible and did not mention Salad's situation again. When everyone rushed home, Broly, who was about to rest, did not rest. My husband has always spoken in a word, saying that if he wants to punish you, he must punish you well. Viciously picked up Marin and rushed to the house. Marin saw Broly's rough and domineering side, and instantly fell into Broly's strong domineering, and he was immersed in Broly's arms without a little strength. Marin could see that Broly was not completely angry with himself, but he suppressed the fire for the sake of his timely admission of mistakes, sincere attitude, and usually the most well-behaved and sensible, but in case this kind of thing happened again in the future, there was no guarantee that Broly would not really be angry. At the same time, he also vowed in his heart, this kind of thing will not happen a second time. This thought did not only appear in Marin's heart, but also in the hearts of the other 3 women. All in all, this night was the happiest night in 20 years, without one. It simply made Broly feel like it would never be dawn again. The next day, when Broly woke up and found that the women who had been crazy for a night were still asleep, he gave several women a light peck on the face and got up and started the morning practice, which is a habit that Broly has developed for many years. Not long after Broly stepped into the cultivation room, his heart suddenly moved, so he asked about the situation of the 4th ring mission of Urha. Boss, the 4th ring mission was originally to start in a year, but in view of the enemy's combat power leap this time, even if you don't ask, I am ready to release it in advance. The system releases 4/6 of the continuous mission, kills the young Super Namex who arrives on Earth 2 years later and recovers the young Super Namex Shrag, and the next mission will be automatically triggered after completing the mission. 4th ring mission completion reward, Love Determination 3 Lifeline, 4 billion Argentine pesos, 80,000 points. Well, Shrag, the combat power has indeed increased greatly, and this time the enemy is much more interesting. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 040. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. By the way, that name sounds good, but I don't know what its function is. What is the emotional determination 3 lifeline? Broly saw the 3 lifeline in the reward that he didn't know how to use. Emotional 3 lifeline. Tying one end of this line to one finger of the user and the other end to the finger of the user's spouse will change unexpectedly. Effect: this line disappears when bound by a pair of lovers, turning into a long lock of fate that firmly ties the fate of the binders at both ends of the line. If the user cannot age or die, his spouse will share the immortality with him. Even if the user unfortunately dies, it will not have any effect on the spouse, and it can be automatically teleported to the user when the spouse is in danger, limited to one-hit fatal danger. If it is dangerous but not fatal, this effect will not be triggered. It can be triggered 10 times a month, and this line is only eligible for use if you are truly in love. Good stuff, but why are there only 4? Seeing the effect of the 3 lifelines of love, Broly's eyes widened suddenly. Broly, who had been worried that fighting with the endless stream of enemies in the future might affect all the women, also let go of his heart at this time. Although the earth and all the women can make a wish to the dragon to recover, but Broly is uncomfortable in his heart. At this time, with this 3 lifeline, Broly has no worries. Moreover, the future battle may only affect the women, and Broly doesn't bother to care about other earthlings, but for behaviors such as destroying the earth that may affect the women, Broly will definitely not let it happen. The only unpleasant thing is that there are 4 of this good thing, which is enough now, but what to do later? Don't worry, Boss. With me, how can there be fewer good things? After the boss has a new wife, there will naturally be a corresponding number of love 3 lifelines. Of course, who has followed Broly for so many years, knows what Broly is thinking, so he answered Broly in time. Broly thought about it too, what is the use of thinking so much? After praising Broly immersed himself in cultivation. Fast forward to 2 years. Broly in cultivation was once again awakened by the movement in the bloodline. Broly, who had recently cultivated, did not know what was going on in his body, and as his strength increased, he found that from time to time there were violent energy in the depths of the bloodline, as if he wanted to break through the blockade and rush out. Broly frowned. It stands to reason that the bloodline is completely under control, and this should not happen. Broly couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it, and Broly's perception of the body's bloodline was still quite confident. In the induction given to him by his body, Broly felt that even if this force really broke through the blockade in the battle, it would not bring him any trouble. At most, it would have a slight impact on his personality, and it might become a little more violent, just like turning on the legendary mode. Just when Broly wanted to enter the cultivation again, he suddenly stopped again, and it turned out that Broly sensed a planet crashing straight towards the Earth. Broly ignored it because he knew someone would take care of it. Sure enough, Sun Wukong and Klin appeared. Well, no. How is it Monkey King and Vegeta? In short, with the combined force of the two, the unknown planet deviated from the Earth at the moment of the attack, and after running for a while, it still could not escape the fate of the explosion. But that's not all. Not long after the explosion, a black fog filled the sky, accompanied by a giant spaceship landing on Earth. Some of the cosmic people dressed in combat suits came out of it and shouted at the surrounding humans. From now on, this planet already belongs to Lord Slug, the great universe king. The galaxy will also be ruled by Lord Shrag. If you surrender, you can still be left with your lives. As the cosmic man's voice fell, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what kind of great universe king does this person say? What an idiot! This man won't run out of the mental hospital, will he? Seeing that the surrounding humans were indifferent, and even laughed at themselves and others, they directly gave orders and slaughtered the crowd of onlookers. After cleaning up the surroundings, these cosmic people knelt half on the ground, clenched their right hands into fists across their chests, and respectfully said in unison against the hatch, "Greet the great universe king, Lord Shrag." When the words fell, a tall figure dressed in black robes walked out of it. If you can carefully see the face of this figure, you will find that this person is very similar to the old Vic Great Devil. He is Slug. Shrag, whose lifespan has gradually approached, has not given up invading other planets. This time, he set his sights on Earth and prepared to invade, but he found a message that it was said that something that seemed to be called Dragon Ball in the depths of his memory had appeared in Earth. So Shrag came to Earth with his subordinates and came to Earth, and Shrag had two purposes. One is to find Dragon Ball to make a wish and regain his youth. The second is to transform the Earth into an astral navigation ship suitable for the survival of the demon race. On the other side, Klin, who was the first to rush to the location of Shrag and the others, also had a child who resembled Gohan in the original anime, and his eyes were red with anger when he saw the dead and injured humans. "You bastard, die!" Klin hit Shalag with a turtle Kigong wave, but Shalag didn't move, and a subordinate on the side appeared in front of Shirag and waved his hand, and the turtle Pi Kigong wave bounced back and exploded towards the two. "Hey!" Shrag's right hand stretched forward, and the body of the child who came with Klin flew towards Shrag involuntarily. "Gohan! Damn, let go of Gohan!" Klin, who had just recovered from his recovery, rushed towards Shrag again, only to be sent flying again without accident. "Damn, you scoundrel, let me go!" Gohan struggled over and over again, bombarding Shrag with Kigong waves from time to time, but unfortunately, Gohan's combat power at this time was really similar to tickling Shrag. The reason why Shrag caught Gohan was because he saw the 4-star Dragon Ball on Gohan's hat and asked Son Gohan about the Dragon Ball, but he couldn't ask anything from Gohan's mouth. No way, after reading Gohan's memory, I learned everything. Hey, that little bald head over there. If you want this imp to live, take the remaining 6 Dragon Balls and exchange them. I'll only give you half a day, and if I haven't seen the Dragon Ball after half a day, you'll wait to collect the corpse of this little ghost. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Thank you brothers for your evaluation and support during this time. Chapter 041. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. After half a day, if I haven't seen the Dragon Ball, you can wait to collect the corpse of this little ghost. Shrag pinched Gohan's neck with one hand and laughed at Klin. Uncle Klin, leave me alone, you must not let him get the Dragon Balls. Yes. Slug pinched Gohan's left hand by the neck, and suddenly, Gohan's words behind him were no more. Hey? Since that's the case, then you collect the corpse for this spineless little ghost. Looking at Klin's still hesitant look, a yellow color appeared in Shrag's right hand. The colored light wave aimed at Son Gohan, who was still struggling. Wait a minute, don't hurt him. I immediately went looking for Dragon Ball. But in the meantime, you must not hurt him, otherwise you will not want to get the Dragon Balls again. Klin struggled for a long time, and finally gave in under the threat of Shrag. On the other side, Broly, who was cultivating, felt several powerful chi rushing towards his side. After a little sensing, I knew that it was Sun Wukong, Vic, and Klin. At that moment, Broly greeted Boomer and asked her to prepare a few Dragon Ball radars. Boomer didn't ask why, did as Broly said, and just a moment after Boomer was ready, the 3 of Sun Wukong arrived. Looking at the Dragon Ball radar in Boomer's hand, Klin wondered, "Hey, Boomer. How did you know we came to you to borrow Dragon Ball radar?" "Hey? Broly asked me to prepare this, and just now I was wondering why Broly was preparing this." Boomer was stunned for a moment and then returned to normal. In Broly, he saw too many incredible things. Boomer said that he had achieved the point of calmness. Did he know we were here to borrow the Dragon Ball radar? Oops, forget it, it's important to save Gohan. Then let's go first. After getting the Dragon Ball radar, after Sun Wukong said hello, the 3 flew in 3 different directions. After almost an hour, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls had been collected by all 3 and flew in front of Shrag's spaceship. Seeing that Shrag still used Gohan as a threat, he made a wish exactly the same as the Vic Great Demon King in front of everyone. Just when Shrag used the power of the dragon to regain his youth, Bike, who was more like his own father than his own father, saw the opportunity and snatched Gohan back from Shrag's hands. Shrag was also unimpressed, and he was about to return to his youth, and he no longer put these people in his eyes. Finally, Shrag, who had absorbed the power of the divine dragon, burst out, and a violent chi erupted around his body, shattering the black robe that had been shrouded him. Ha 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 ha, it's a wonderful feeling to be young, this power I have missed for too long and too long. Just so let's try it out with you. Saying that, a casual Qigong wave hit Vic who was holding Sun Wuhan. Gohan, be careful. Looking at the incoming Qigong wave, his father Vic subconsciously turned around and protected Sun Wuhan in his arms, blocking this big explosion Qigong wave with his body. Wait until the smoke clears and press. The figure of the tattered Vic on Gohan appeared in everyone's eyes. Gohan, Bike. You bastard. Turtle Pie Qigong wave. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and Klin were furious, and the turtle Qigong wave played by the 2 flew out a distance and fused into a larger Qigong wave and hit Shrag. However, there was no feeling of joy in the hearts of the 2. Because in the perception of the 2, the breath of the invader named Shrag did not weaken in the slightest. Ha 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 ha. It seems that your turtle defeat Qigong is just a cool breeze for me, and it is of no use. Now, it's my turn. Bang! Klin flew out instantly, and Shrag's figure appeared in Klin's position just now. Klin! It's hateful, Sun Wukong angrily rushed towards Shrag, but unfortunately, under the strong strength of Shrag, Sun Wukong was at an absolute disadvantage. Even if he broke out of the Realm King Fist, he was still invincible under the terrifying strength that Shrag had improved with it, and he was beaten all over his body. Is this the strength of the Scion? It seems that I overestimate you Scions too much. After smashing the Monkey King through a building again, Slug said with disdain. What a shame, Cockroach. Haven't you practiced well in the past 2 years? Just as Shrag was preparing to use the final blow on the Monkey King, Monkey King's good friend, Becetta appears. Oh, interesting, another Scion? However, it is useless to come with the strength of your Scions. Humph! What a big breath, look down on us Scions, but you have to suffer. Chapter 042. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Humph! What a big breath, look down on us Scions, but you have to suffer. Vegeta clasped his hands to his chest and stood there with cool words. Hey, is that so? Shrag smiled disdainfully, reached out and aimed at Vegeta, and suddenly sent out a continuous wave of energy from his hand. Just as Vegeta was trying his best to dodge these continuous energy waves, Shrag took the opportunity to rush to Vegeta's back, and a huge Kikong wave hit Vegeta. Vegeta, watch out for the back. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately reminded Vegeta. What? Vegeta, who immediately reacted, turned around, crossed his hands, and blocked in front of him, defending most of the energy. Embarrassed, Vegeta rushed towards Slug in a rage, and at first he was on par, but unfortunately he fell to the same end as Sun Wukong in a few seconds. Vegeta, who was beaten violently, flew upside down to where Sun Wukong was, and was caught by Sun Wukong. Has my dignified Prince Vegeta been defeated by the enemy again? Hateful, really unwilling. Vegeta clasped his hands, but this time he was much more rational, and he must have been used to being hit. Just when Shrag was about to end the lives of Sun Wukong, Vic, and the others, a tall figure appeared in front of Vic and the others. I saw that this person suddenly appeared with the index finger and middle finger of his right hand placed in the center of his eyebrows, with long black hair and a special weight-bearing training uniform in white and red. And on his neck, wrists, waist, and 2 boots are weight-bearing equipment made of special metal. It was Broly, who had been begged by Kiki before, who arrived. Broly. Although unwilling, I have to say that this time it depends on you again. That guy is really strong, you must be careful. The seriously injured Monkey King barely arched up and looked at Broly, weakly reminding him. Hey! It's very arrogant, did you just look down on us Scions? Broly, who had just arrived, glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, and then turned his head to look at Shrag defiantly, and said to him contemptuously. Gee, you Scions are really like rats, but this is fine, solve all of you at once, save me trouble. Velch! You have too much nonsense. Broly didn't wait for Shrag to finish speaking, and Broly drank loudly and appeared in front of him. Subconsciously, Slug wanted to hide to the side. But the eyes can clearly see every movement of Broly's Shrag's body, but he can't keep up. As a result, he was hit solidly, and Broly's steely punch seemed to pierce Shrag, sinking his abdomen deeply. Ahem, ahem. He he he, I didn't expect your strength to be much stronger than those 2 Scions. In order to show respect for the strong, I will show my true strength. Shrag covered his abdomen that was almost pierced in pain, slowly stood up, and with a loud roar, the abdomen that had been deeply sunken puffed up again. Then he took off 2 bracers and helmets, revealing features very similar to those of Vic. What? You? Are you also a Nami nemesis? Hard. Do you say? Sun Wukong and the others looked incredulous. Nami nemesis? In the back of my memory, there really is such a place. However, none of this matters, the important thing is that I will show all my strength. I saw that Shirag's chi burst out, and the figure suddenly expanded rapidly, and with the expansion of the body, the strength also began to explode, and in just a few seconds, he became a giant tens of meters tall, and the strength reached tens of millions. At this time, Broly was so petite in front of the gigantic slug, but Broly did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, the battle spirit is unprecedentedly high. This Shrag is the first strong enemy Broly has encountered with a strength of more than 10 million, and the combat power amplitude is too much more than the enemy of the previous 3 rings, which makes Broly excited. Broly, who was excited, did not notice that as his fighting spirit became more and more high, the energy of the legendary super race in his body began to concentrate and grow. Hey! What's wrong? Are you scared stupid when you see my real strength? Looking at Broly, lost in thought, motionless, Shrag began his path to death. Afraid? In my Broly size, I have never been afraid of this word. Broly, who was already in a state of excitement, directly opened the 20-fold Realm King fist and blasted towards Shrag, and the two people with terrifying combat power began a fierce hand-to-hand fight. However, if you look closely, you will find that every time Shrag hits Broly, a large part of it will be removed by Broly's shaking, causing great damage to the surrounding environment. And Broly's power on Shrag is very concentrated, and he rarely dumps his power around. In this way, even if Broly, whose combat power reaches about 4000W after opening the 20 times Realm King fist, is still slightly inferior to Shrag in terms of combat power, Broly, whose combat power increases extremely rapidly in battle, plus the power of his bloodline and the skill that automatically recovers from the Jebit God after strengthening, Shrag also began to be overwhelmed after a long period of hard fighting. Hurry! As Broly's fighting intent continued to boil, the energy in his body grew stronger and stronger, until the energy converged to a certain moment, snap! The sound of glass shattering sounded in Broly's mind, and a part of the potential in Broly's body seemed to be liberated with the sound of this sound. In an instant, the aura that erupted from Broly's whole body suddenly turned golden, but strangely, Broly's hair and eyebrows did not turn golden, but turned blue-purple, and the pupils in his eyes did not disappear, but turned grey. Feeling the characteristics and external manifestations that were very similar to those of Super Saiyan, Broly immediately understood what kind of state he was in. Mimic Super Saiyan. Strictly speaking, this form can also be counted as a form of Super Saiyan, which is a stage of the transition of Saiyan to Super Saiyan, and is the initial form of Super Sai. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. There may be no Super Saiyan in Chapter 40, but let's start with a Mimic Super Saiyan. At that time, the King of the Northern Realm said that Frieza or Super Saiyan could not beat the gigantic Shrag, which should refer to Frieza under normal conditions and Sun Wukong who mimics Super Race. In the author's opinion, the gigantic Shrag is really not so hanging, but the combat effectiveness here is set slightly higher. Lower than Frieza, higher than the Super Race state that Sun Wukong mimicked at that time. In addition, thank you brothers for your evaluation and support during this time. Please keep it up. Chapter 043. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. But strangely, Broly did not lose consciousness for a short time after transforming into this form, and even his consciousness was not disturbed in the slightest. Broly probably knows what the reason is, that is, when Urha wanted to completely activate the system, absorbing most of the energy to make his legendary KSI energy sleep once, when he awakened again, this power was completely controlled by himself, and it would no longer have any effect on him. This form is not just a mimic Super Saiyan for Broly, and this form of Super Saiyan is not something that can be changed. Generally, once transformed into a mimic Super Race, it will temporarily lose consciousness, such as the Monkey King and Broly in the original work. While fighting, he will transform into a mimic Super Saiyan, which is already something that Broly never expected. As everyone knows, there is another point that Broly is not aware of. In the stage of the mimicry super competition, when the bestiality and humanity in the bloodline reach the most balanced, you can still maintain your sanity. It is this inconspicuous but crucial point, so that after Broly reaches the limit of Super Saiyan 3 in the future, whether it is the road to becoming a god or the road to Super 4, it will be unobstructed. Even if you go two roads together, you can cross many detours. What? This Scion's chi actually skyrocketed dozens of times in an instant. What the hell is going on here? Shrag's cold sweat was shocked in an instant. The combat power broke through the 6000W Broly in an instant, and his long hair was blown up by the powerful airflow around his body. To be reasonable, Broly was also stunned for a few seconds under the sudden burst of his terrifying bloodline and bottomless potential, clenched his fists, and felt the majestic power in his body that was about to explode, and Broly always felt very awkward while satisfied. It seems that there is still a considerable part of energy and potential locked in the body, and there is no way to guide it out, and it always feels like something is missing. Probably because of the limitation of strength, or the lack of angry traction, so it can't be developed for the time being, Broly muttered to himself there, and then looked up at Slug, who was trembling there. Broly smiled at Slug. How? Don't you dare to make a move? Then change me to attack. As soon as the words fell, Shrag concave into a U-shape, smashed through a row of buildings, and flew out again. It turned out that because Broly's speed was too fast, before Shrag could react to what was happening, he was hit by Broly on one knee and flew out. Ahem, ha. Ha. Struggling to get up from the ruins, Slug, who was half kneeling with his hands on the ground, had difficulty breathing, as if he had been stuck in the throat by a demon with that death hand. His chest fell together, he gasped heavily, and the cold sweat on his head kept dripping. So, my lord, your name is Broly, right? I wonder if you can let me go. As long as you let me go, I will leave the earth immediately, and I will never step into the earth for half a step in my lifetime. What do you think? It seems that Shrag is relented, but the eyes full of malice and jealousy in his eyes looking down at the ground are in the dead corner that Broly can't see. His arms keep lengthening, penetrating the ground. Slowly approaching Broly. As if he hadn't noticed Shrag's small movements, Broly lowered his head and was there, as if he was considering whether to let Shrag go. Seeing this, Shrag was overjoyed in his heart, but his face did not miss a single bit, and he said to Broly more and more flatteringly, Lord Broly, if the chips are not enough, I Shrag can swear allegiance to Lord from now on. Let's see if you can think about it a little more. Well, so, just halfway through Broly's acting. Haha, you hit the plan, go and die. Shrag, who originally begged for his life with low eyebrows, instantly reversed his attitude, and at the same time, the ground trembled, as if some behemoth rushed out from the ground. Che, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Playing tricks with me will make you even more miserable. Broly clasped his hands to his chest, stomped on the ground with his right foot, and suddenly an invisible and strange energy fluctuation entered the ground, meeting the behemoth that was about to break through the ground. How so? How so? How do you know? With a scream, Slug, who had his arms broken, looked at Broly in horror. As I said, if you play tricks with your heart, 10 of you together is not my opponent. As for how I know, go to hell and ask Hades to go. You can be proud to die under the new moves I developed. Heaven Earth through piercing fist. With a word, Broly turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Shrag, only to see an iron fist that seemed to cross heaven and earth smashed towards Shrag with an unparalleled posture. Sun Wukong and the others, including Shrag, when Broly sent out this punch that penetrated heaven and earth, everything in his eyes seemed to disappear, leaving only this domineering iron fist of heaven and earth in his eyes that was constantly enlarged and enlarged. Just when Bro used the heaven and earth penetration fist to rush towards Shrag, a blurry figure appeared behind Broly. Although it is not clear what it really looks like, it is certain that this blurry figure is not a giant ape or a golden dragon. It is a Super Saiyan figure with long hair and waist. No, it should be a Super Saiyan figure with long hair and legs. You can vaguely see that there is a tail swinging back and forth behind this blurred figure, but it is not clear which form of Super Saiyan this blurred figure is. But at the heavy and oppressive power that this blurred figure inadvertently exuded and the monstrous battle intent that seemed to break through the sky, we can be sure that this figure's true body is extremely strong. Hiss! So powerful, so terrifying. My body, couldn't help but start shaking. Shake up. No, it's not trembling. Shaking, but surrendering. Why does my body give me such a response? How could this happen? I'm a Saiyan royal bloodline, why the hell? Could it be that he was really already so powerful? Vegeta was horrified when he felt the response from his body and bloodline, and then said in disbelief. Whew! It was so powerful that it was desperate, and it was impossible to raise the courage to resist. Have you reached this point, Broly? Do I still have any hope to catch up with you? No, even if I am left far behind by you, I will not give up. Wait, I'll definitely catch up with you, Broly. Broly also felt the horror and toughness of the figure behind him, but Broly's heart not only did not waver at all, but was full of expectation and strong fighting spirit. Because Broly knew that someday, he will definitely be able to reach the strength of this figure. After Broly broke through Shrag's heart, he penetrated through his hind heart. This process is as simple as piercing a layer of paper under the explosive and penetrating power of the heaven and earth penetrating fist, which is so strong and unreasonable that it is unreasonable. Heaven and earth through the fist, as the name suggests, even heaven and earth can penetrate a punch. It was developed by Broly based on the punching technique used by Sun Wukong to defeat the great demon king of Vic in the original work, and the dragon fist that Sun Wukong used a few times. This punch is not exquisite, there is only one core meaning, that is, domineering, crushing the domineering that sweeps everything. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Set here, the Mimic Super competition is 30 times the normal combat power. As for the figure behind the protagonist, it is a certain stage that the protagonist can reach in the future. You can refer to the appearance of the cover. Thank you brothers for your evaluation and support during this time. Please keep up. In addition, Chapter 39 has already been released, well, almost half deleted. If there is a penguin skirt in the future, I will share it. Finally, I explained that the work was busy in the past 2 days, the codeword often stayed up late, the homework was too sleepy, I fell asleep with the code, and then I decisively caught a cold. Well, if nothing happens today, it may be this guaranteed chapter, please forgive me. Chapter 044. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. After Broly broke through Shrag's heart, he penetrated out from behind it without hindrance, and landed not far in front of Shrag, still looking cold since he transformed. I, the Shrag King, have not yet fulfilled my wish to rule the entire universe, how can I fall in this place? Shrag's heart was full of extreme unwillingness, but he couldn't stop his faster and faster vitality from draining. Finally, Shrag calmed down, he also knew that the general trend was gone, and he no longer had any hope of survival. However, although he calmed down, the crazy look in Shrag's eyes did become more and more intense. Hey! Since I can't live anymore, then you will all accompany me to hell. Ahaha! Shrag, who had fallen into a state of madness, was determined to die, and only wanted to pull a few more cushions before he died. I saw a black energy bomb gathered in Shrag's hand, and I saw that this energy bomb began to quickly absorb the black fog in the sky after condensing. A moment later, the sky that had been shrouded in black fog was restored. At the same time, the black energy bomb that Shrag originally condensed had turned into a giant energy bomb at the moment, and then Shrag threw the energy bomb at Broly, who had been standing there without moving, ignoring all of Shrag's actions. Broly had long seen that Shrag at this time had reached the point of running out of oil, and issuing this move was estimated to have drained almost all of Shrag's vitality. Just when the giant black energy bullet was about to hit Broly, the corners of Broly's mouth were raised, and his left hand was stretched out, gently pushing up. Suddenly, the black energy ball was forcibly frozen there. Gee, is this the move you ended up with? It seems to me that it is not as strong as your previous ordinary heavy punch. Oh, yes. Shrag's expression was not the slightest moved, as if he had expected such a result, but a strange light flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, this strange look happened to be noticed by Broly. Ah, it seems to have been deceived. I saw that the pitch-black energy ball suddenly exploded, scattered into small pieces of black light waves. Most of them surrounded Broly, and the remaining few shot towards the surrounding Dragon Ball warriors. With his strong body, Broly completely ignored these energy bombs, but which Dragon Ball warriors, because of physical exhaustion and serious injuries, so they were all injured, almost to the point of dying. Broly suddenly felt a little bored in his heart at this time, and always felt that something was wrong. Although these energy bombs are very strong, they can be completely ignored with their body resistance, and they are not a threat at all, but more like the feeling of confusion, attracting one's attention. Hey! Thinking of this, Broly suddenly turned his head to look at Shrag, and found that Shrag, who was already tens of meters tall after the original giganticization, became even more huge at this time, almost exceeding 200 meters. But the difference is that at this time, Slug's whole body is bloated, like a balloon that will explode at any time. Hey? Balloon? Explode? Not good. Broly reacted instantaneously to what had happened, and what Shrag wanted to do. Hurriedly used teleportation to take Shrag out of Earth. But unfortunately, Broly had just arrived at Shrag using teleportation. But before he could transfer out of Earth, Shrag began to detonate the energy in his body. Ahaha, ahahaha. Broly, you've finally fallen for me. I know that my self-detonation will not pose any threat to you, but all other humans on this planet will be buried for me. I want you. Although the strength of the Mimic Super Saiyan Broly exceeds that of the gigantic Shrag, Shrag gave up all the energy and vitality to condense the whole body and self-detonated. Coupled with the huge size, Broly's fluorescent shield must become larger with it, which reduced the defense of the fluorescent shield a lot. So although it blocked most of the energy impact when Shrag self-detonated, a small number broke through the fluorescent shield and rushed out, although it was only a part of the top and bottom leakage. Unfortunately, Broly and the Dragon Ball warriors happened to be affected. Broly doesn't say anything, it's not lazy to defend at all. But because Broly was still suppressing the energy that was still boiling after the explosion, there was no way to save people, but fortunately, the Monkey King Vegeta was not far behind Broly, and fortunately he saved a life. And Bike, Klin, and Son Gohan are not so lucky. However, at the critical moment, it was still the moment when the existence of Bik, who was closer than his own father, next door, was about to engulf the three of them when that violent energy was about to engulf the three. As if forgetting the pain, a force that appeared out of nowhere, dragged the broken and seriously injured body, pierced the ground through a deep pit, threw Son Gohan down, and then sacrificed himself to block the whole entrance, blocking this killer blow for Son Gohan. Uncle Vic, Bike, Gohan, Klin. Son Gohan's harsh and Son Goku's worried and anxious shouts sounded at the same time. When everything calmed down, the smoke cleared, revealing where the three had been before. I saw that the ground where the three people were originally located had sunk nearly 2 meters together, and the three of Vic and Klin had disappeared. Yay! Play big! If you already knew it, you wouldn't give Shrag a chance, and directly killed him. Careless for a moment, miscalculation, miscalculation. Broly rubbed his temples with a headache. Gohan! Vic press! Colin. When Sun Wukong saw this, he could no longer control his emotions, and without him realizing it, his combat power was rising wildly. When Sun Wukong flew to the position before the three, Sun Wukong gouged the soil with his hands like crazy, while constantly comforting himself in his heart, hoping that the three were still alive. After gouging for a long time, I finally found a little white rag of the same material as Bike's cloak, but as I dug deeper, I found nothing. It's just a piece of rag that survived after the energy swept away. Dead. All dead. I'm really useless. I can't protect the earth, I can't protect you, I can't protect anything. Monkey King changed from initial hope to disappointment, and then became more and more desperate. The last one stumbled and sat on the ground, muttering to himself. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Chapter 045. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Gaku stumbled backwards and slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. Looking at Sun Wukong's eyes lost in focus, I don't know if Vegeta didn't want to see how Jiu's so sad in his heart, and he stopped talking several times, and finally couldn't help but say. Humph. Kakarot, doesn't your earth have a strange wish bead? In that case, why not just make a wish and resurrect them? What an idiot. Oh, yes. Why didn't I expect it? It's all because I was so sad just now, so I ignored it subconsciously. Thank you, Vegeta. After hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately jumped up from the ground and instantly returned to normal. Humph. For the sake of a few wastes like this, what a disgrace to our science. Vegeta turned his head and said arrogantly. It's a pity that the Dragon Ball has just been used, and it can only wait a year later. It didn't take long for Sun Wukong to think of this and become distressed again. Well, long pain is not as good as short pain, I have to remind you again to cut off your hope again. After a pause, Broly added. Because Vic and Tenjin are one, now Vic is dead, so Tenjin should also die, and after Tenjin dies, the Dragon Ball will turn into stone, and it will lose its function. Just full of hope, Sun Wukong was disappointed again. Just as he was about to say something, he was suddenly interrupted by Broly. Wait a minute, I feel that there is still a faint chi intermittent, maybe someone is really not dead. Saying that, Broly flew to the place where the faint chi came from, and lightly touched the ground with his right foot. Suddenly, a large pit was shaken out of the ground, and a child dressed in black with a tail was revealed in the center of the pit, but only a small part of his body was exposed, and most of it was still buried in the soil. Gohan. Thankfully, Gohan is really alive. Sun Wukong also felt Son Gohan's extremely weak but still existing chi, and hurriedly dug up the soil around him and took Son Gohan out. Whoosh! Broly threw 3 fairy beans at Son Goku, and after Son Goku received it, he threw one to Vegeta, ate one himself, and fed Son Gohan one. Well, Dad. Am I still alive? By the way, what about Uncle Vic? Where did Uncle Vic go? And Uncle Klin? Son Gohan, who woke up, was confused for a while at first, but then remembered the last scene in his memory and asked Sun Wukong urgently. He's dead. After saying these 6 words with difficulty, Sun Wuhan suddenly cried. Looking at the sad Gohan, Sun Wukong's heart was also heavy. Damn, is there really nothing you can do? Not necessarily, I've heard that Tenjin and Vic are from Nami Nemesis, and Vegeta should know about this. As long as we can go to the homeland of the gods and find the remaining Nami Nemesis, maybe there will be a way to resurrect the 2 of them. But do you know where Nami Nemesis is? I don't know about this. Without waiting for Monkey King to speak, Broly continued. But I have a way to know. Broly said confidently. Hey! King of the Northern Realm, stop watching the play. Have you heard it all? Can you find the coordinates of Nami Nemesis? Cut, as the King of the Realm, how can I not know? You wait a minute, I will check the information and test the position. The voice of the Realm King reached the ears of everyone present, hearing that there was really hope of resurrecting the Vic too. And the Monkey King father and son instantly regained their radiance. After a while, the King of the Northern Realm acted as an interpreter, contacted everyone present, explained the origin of the god and the history of Nami Nemesis, and finally detected the coordinates of Nami Nemesis with an antenna and informed everyone. Several people present heard that it was as big as a fight. King of the Northern Realm, you wait a little first. Saying that, Broly disappeared with a teleportation, and appeared there again a few seconds later, but Broly was still holding another slender jade hand in his hand. Boomer, what coordinates is this? I can't understand it and I'll hand it over to you, you see how you can get there as quickly as possible. Well, King of the Northern Realm, please repeat the coordinates again. After pulling the student Boomer over, Broly immediately handed over this daunting task to Boomer. The orientation is probably determined, but I just calculated that Nami Nemesis is far away from the Earth, and with the current technology of the Earth, it is estimated that it will take more than 4,000 years to fly to Nami Nemesis. Boomer said to Broly, embarrassed, and he was secretly angry in his heart, which can be said to be the task that Broly gave him in the true sense, and it would be the result of such a strong and unsatisfactory situation, and Boomer's unhappiness was inevitable. Oh, don't worry about this, it's not Vegeta's spaceship, you can study it and see if you can make a large spaceship. I wonder if Vegeta are willing to contribute your spaceship? Broly looked at Vegeta playfully. Broly originally wanted to redeem a spaceship directly, but then dismissed the idea after thinking about it. The exchanged spaceship is too many times to look at, and the higher level is not worth the loss, because it is estimated that he will not be able to use it in the future if he has teleportation. Another point is to find something for Boomer girls to do to pass the time, so as not to be bored. Vegeta, you, before Sun Wukong could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Swoosh! A black shadow smashed towards Sun Wukong's face, and Sun Wukong connected it and found that it was a device like a remote control. Humph! It's really boring enough, it's really delaying my cultivation time. Vegeta raised his head arrogantly and flew away. What is it? How do you use it? Where is the Monkey King, who is left confused, wondering? Boomer, who returned home, said hello to Kiki, Lankai and Marin and went to study the transformation of the spaceship together, and Broly was idle and ready to go to space to become a mastery of the mimicry super race. Just as Broly arrived in space, a system prompt sounded in his ears. The fourth ring task is completed, and the reward is determined by the 3 lifeline, 4 items, with 80,000 points. The fifth ring mission begins when the ship is about to leave for Nami. Just after the 4 women of Boomer were busy for more than 2 months, they finally combined the advantages of the spaceship left by the Scions and the gods when they came to Earth to make a new spaceship. Well, a spaceship shaped like a squid. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Chapter 046. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. After the spaceship was ready, Broly had planned to go find Nami's nemesis himself, gather the Dragon Ball to save Vic and Klin, and by the way, Frieza. Broly guesses that the enemy of this 5th ring mission is Frieza. But then I thought about it, wouldn't it be better to let Sun Wukong and them arrive at Nami Nemesis first, and then just look for his chi and move directly over? Of course, Broly went to Nami Nemesis not because of the abuse of good people, but Broly felt that he did bear part of the responsibility for the death of the 2, when he obviously had the ability to easily kill Shrag, but because he was too confident, he fell for Shrag, resulting in the death of the 2. Such is the case with Broly's personality. He doesn't like to owe favors to others, but he doesn't like to owe anything to others. If the death of the 2 was not due to his own sake, Broly would not bother to pay attention to these trivial matters. After the spacecraft was ready, the registration for flying to Nami Buster began. Monkey King was the first to sign up. Monkey King is a single-celled creature, after the death of Big Clin before, Monkey King quickly came out of his grief, and this kind of adventure is also Monkey King's favorite one, and the first to sign up is not surprising. Secondly, Sun Gohan also had to sign up, and later learned the news that Persha, Sun Gohan's mother, Sun Wukong married the rich lady, went crazy on the spot, and finally under the repeated assurances of Sun Wukong's father and son, Parisa, who was originally extremely docile and weak, reluctantly agreed to Sun Gohan to go with her. With the relationship between Sun Gohan and Bike, the special father-son relationship, Sun Gohan is basically expected. Finally, there is Vegeta, who originally left the spaceship that originally belonged to him 2 days after the 4 women of Boomer researched it, and did not know what to do. But then Sun Wukong didn't know what exactly to say to Vegeta, and actually let Vegeta come with him. Broly shook his head, did not dare to continue thinking, deeply afraid of thinking an evil, what terrible deal came to mind. When the spaceship was ready to start, Sun Wukong's father and son and Vegeta were confused. It turned out that this was a spaceship modified according to the habits of the Earthlings, and the 3 could not pilot, even Vegeta, who used to use spaceships often. And even if you can drive, but in case the spacecraft breaks down when sailing halfway, it is the most scary. Luckily you can make a forced landing along the nearest planet. Bad luck, you will really die in space. Later, it was unanimously decided to recommend a person who knew more about the operation structure of the spacecraft to go to Nami Nemesis together, and this candidate was Boomer. And Broly had to follow because he was not worried about Boomer. Broly knew that this trip to Nami's Nemesis was indeed not so smooth, due to the butterfly effect caused by himself. Clin is now hanging, in case of encountering Frieza, who knows if what will happen in the original book will happen again. So if Boomer wants to go, Broly must follow to protect Boomer. At this time Broly couldn't help but complain in his heart, if only teleportation could reach the highest level, the universe is so big, you can go anywhere. After spending so much effort now, I don't even know what Nami Nemesis looks like. Now the highest level in teleportation is still 2 layers away, and then 1 level higher, and when you complete the 6th ring task, you can get a reward, reaching the level of Jebit's God, but the last layer can only rely on your own comprehension. Once comprehended, the mind can reach any corner of the universe with a movement. Husband, be sure to protect Boomer and Gohan. And think of us every day. Boomer, then my husband will please give you during this time. Before leaving, the 3 girls reluctantly hugged Broly, and it would take at least a few months to go back and forth to Nami Nemesis. The women chattered to Broly and Boomer, especially Kiki. Under Broly's intention or guidance or hint, her personality and dress were completely judgmental as in the original book. Got it, don't worry. I miss you every day. Broly rubbed the women's heads fondly. That night, because Broly and Boomer were about to leave for Nami Nemesis, the other 3 women except Boomer desperately squeezed Broly, and Boomer was very sensible and did not fight with the 3 women. Unfortunately, under Broly's powerful body, it was tantamount to hitting a stone with a pebble, and in the end, Boomer was begged to join the camp of fighting Broly. For a whole night, Broly let the 4 women experience death, and then countless times, the 4 women finally couldn't stand up to begging for mercy. Before leaving, Broly tied the 4 love and 3 lifelines rewarded after defeating Shrag to the white jade fingers of the women, so as not to have any accidents for the women. Broly, when you defeated Shrag that day, it seems to be very different from your usual appearance, and the strength has increased dozens of times in an instant. This is not the effect of the Realm King Fist, can you tell me how to do it? At this time, on the spaceship, Sun Wukong still didn't hold back the curiosity in his heart, so he asked. Vegeta's ears, who had been closing his eyes and pretending to be cool, moved, and he also wanted to know what was going on with Broly at that time. That type is called Super Saiyan, but it's not a full Super Saiyan. It's a stage in the transition from Saiyan to Super Saiyan, which I call Mimic Super Saiyan. Broly didn't hide anything either, and he didn't think there was anything to hide, and he didn't bother to hide it. Anyway, with the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, even if they don't say it, they will know sooner or later. In this form, a part of the potential in the body will be developed, and the combat power will be greatly increased, which is expected to be about 30 times the combat power under normal conditions. However, there is a disadvantage after transforming into this form, that is, consciousness will disappear briefly, and if consciousness is restored, this state will be lifted immediately. But according to my observations, you seem to be sane at that time, right? Vegeta, who had been closing her eyes and slept, suddenly opened her eyes like Broly. Yes, otherwise how could you intercept almost all of Shrag's self-detonating energy? That's because my bloodline is a little different from yours, and I can still stay sane when I transform, but you may not be able to, so I suggest you two go straight to the Super Saiyan form. Broly also did not intend to tell the two about their own bloodline, but many times not saying it often does not mean that others do not know. Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan. I remembered that there has indeed been such a legend among our Saiyan family. Is it the legend that after being born, even if you don't have to cultivate, you can finally reach the Super Saiyan? Is that person actually you? P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Chapter 047. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. That legendary Super Saiyan warrior, is that you, Broly? Muttering to himself, Vegeta went from initial doubts to sudden realizations to shock. That's right, I'm the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly admitted it crisply, without any concealment. This sentence should have felt very honorable, proud, or frivolous. But the actual situation is not like this. Broly's face is flat, without the slightest ostentation, as if he is just saying that I am just an ordinary junior warrior. Hearing Broly admit it himself, Vegeta only felt the sky spinning for a moment. Although Vegeta had always said that he would defeat or even kill Kakarot with his own hands, with Vegeta's inner pride, he still did not look at the bloodline of Sun Wukong's low-level warrior. In Vegeta's heart, he never gave up surpassing Broly, and finally defeated him with his own hands. At this time, hearing Broly personally admit the legendary Super Saiyan, the deep shock in his heart can be imagined. According to the description of the legendary KSI that the Saiyan family has been circulating in his memory, his heart became more and more desperate. Cut. When you encounter something that makes you feel hopeless, you will always only feel self-pity and dare not even fight, never looking for a way, chasing hope. Talent is only a prerequisite. Even if you know that talent is important, what can you do? Talent is difficult to change, and the only thing that can change is hard work. What's more, in my opinion, most people ignore the fact that hard work is also a talent. How many people can persevere for years? Sun Wukong, who had been listening to a book from heaven, stood up at this time. Broly is right at all, although that legendary Super Saiyan sounds very powerful, I don't know how talented and powerful he really is. But I've always believed that talent is important, but acquired effort is equally important, and I believe that if I work hard enough, I won't be left too far behind by Broly. Seeing that Broly was strong and his efforts were not much worse than his own, Sun Wukong was also slightly discouraged. However, although discouraged, he still firmly believes that with his own efforts, he will never be left too far behind by Broly. See, Vegeta. This is the gap between the two of you, not strength, but mentality. Do you think, Monkey King? No. How does Kakarot's talent compare to yours? But why is his progress always much faster than yours? Have you thought about this carefully? You're so fragile that you can't take a big blow. Even I am doubting myself. I don't have the determination to become a benevolent without success, and what is so strange about being gradually overtaken by others? Remember my words, talent determines the upper limit you can reach, and the level of effort determines the lower limit you can reach. Without hard work, you won't even be qualified to reach the lower limit. Obviously, Broly is still in a pretty good mood today, and the heart that reprimanded Vegeta is very refreshing, so he can patiently educate Vegeta well. Next, let's talk about the shortcut to transform into a Super Saiyan, one of which is the requirement for combat effectiveness, at least 100W or more, the more the better. This is the minimum requirement. If you don't meet it, don't waste your time on transforming into a Super Saiyan. The second point is anger. The lower the combat effectiveness, the more anger is needed, and vice versa. When the combat power can reach 1000W, it can be transformed naturally without anger. Well, the method has been handed over to you, it will be up to you in the future. Today I am in a good mood to tell you so many things about Super Saiyan, I hope you too don't let me down in the future. The proud Broly is confident, even if he tells the two of them the shortcut to transform into a super race, avoiding that the two may waste a lot of time in the future. He is not afraid that the two can surpass themselves with the bloodline of the legendary super race. It's certain that you have talent, and you not only have talent, but also work hard enough, and most importantly, you also have system assistance. If you can still lose to Monkey King Vegeta and the two, it's better to crash. First, it will always be me Broly. Broly, who was full of spirits, had such a thought in his heart. At this time, after changing clothes, Boomer, who had been eavesdropping outside the door for a long time, pushed open the door and walked in, greeting everyone with a smile. Yo! Broly, are you lecturing? I didn't bother you, did I? Without disturbing the three of them at all, Boomer sat down next to Broly with a smile. Calling her husband in private and calling Broly by her name in front of people is a consensus reached between Broly and all women. By the way, Broly, and are you hungry? Do you need me to make something to eat? Goo. As soon as the words fell on Sun Wukong's stomach, he responded, making Boomer giggle. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go prepare something to eat. By the way, Broly, you go and tidy up the necessities in the back, lanky and they really are. With that, he got up and walked to the kitchen. Looking back at the pile of daily necessities at the back of the spaceship, Broly is also big. These are the masterpieces of Kiki, Lankai, and Marin. The three girls were afraid that the two would have some inconvenience in the journey, and they carried almost everything that the two could use onto the spaceship, and they couldn't wait to move the whole family to the spaceship. Just as Broly began to tidy up, Urha's voice sounded. The fifth ring mission opens, killing the third full power Frieza. Mission completion rewards, 100,000 points, 1 chance to travel through 1,000 years ago, the one Bardock crossed. Boss, in addition, I will secretly tell you the sixth ring mission has a bigger surprise. Really fake? The reward of this mission can travel through time and space is already a surprise to me, and the sixth ring mission has an even bigger surprise? By the way, since you can travel through time and space, can you bring other people back with you at that time? Broly forced himself to endure the excitement in his heart, and asked Urha, if he can bring someone back, he will bring Bardock back. With Bardock's talent, it is a pity to put it 1,000 years ago. Of course, but it costs a certain amount of points. Urha immediately gave an answer that made Broly quite satisfied. It's all right. Don't ask me how much it should cost then, you can deduct it directly. Broly, whose pockets had bulged up, arrogantly let go of power to Urha. Unfortunately, what Broly didn't know was that this move made Broly's hard to puff up pocket suddenly return to before liberation. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Chapter 048. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. According to Boomer, it would take about a month to reach Nami's star, and Sono Broly began to cultivate in a cultivation room on the spaceship. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are in another room for gravity training, and because the two can fight against each other from time to time, the speed of progress is much faster than cultivating alone. In this month's cultivation, Broly's combat effectiveness has exceeded 300W and is still improving rapidly. In addition, Broly once again felt the energy and potential in his bloodline that had reached the mimic super match before, and felt another part of the blocked energy and potential. It seems that as long as you burst with all your strength, you can develop this part of energy and potential, transform into a real Super Saiyan, and even add the 4 words legendary to the former's form as a prefix. The combat power of the Monkey King is extremely close to 70W, while Vegeta has reached 80W. It's just that because the two of them are increasing their combat power value at full speed, they do not have the slightest effort in physical fitness, and they only rely on the improvement of strength and passively improve, so the speed of combat power improvement is even faster than that of Broly. However, everything has pros and cons. Without strong physical fitness as support, just simply improve combat effectiveness. The more you cultivate in the future, the more obvious the drawbacks. At the beginning, Broly sacrificed a lot of time just to lay a good foundation. It seems that 2 years of cultivation is not as great as the strength that Sun Wukong and the two have improved in a month, but would Bullet and Rory really do such a stupid thing? That's because Broly has a long-term vision, or Broly's ambitions. The advantage of a strong body may not be obvious in the early stage, and it seems that it is very unwise for Broly to spend almost all of his time on tempering his body. But this is not the case, and this hidden advantage will slowly be revealed after Broly reaches the Super Saiyan, and may already begin to show itself now. To use an analogy, the powerful body is like a container for water. If Broly really wants to improve his strength, he can fill this container with water at any time, because the volume of water in Broly's container has always been far less than the volume that the container itself can hold. Of course, this is not to say that there is less water in the container, but because Broly's container is too large, it seems that there is too little water against the background of the container. Monkey King Vegeta and others are different. Their containers are much smaller than Broly, and it takes time to expand the container again every time after filling the container with water, and it is directly clear who is higher and who is below the two. So since Broly's transformation into a mimic super match and the battle with the gigantic Shrag, his strength has begun to increase rapidly without any need to adapt, which is because Broly's body is too strong. The foundation is too stable and solid, and you don't need to adapt to it before you can gradually master the skyrocketing power. It was also in this month that the good friends of Sun Wukong and Vegeta teamed up from time to time to challenge Broly, and as a result, they interrupted Broly's bad treatment of Boomer several times with great eyelessness. Seeing that the cooked duck really flew away, Broly walked out with a black face in Boomer's laughter, and the result was self-evident. Broly directly beat the pair of friends so that they couldn't recognize each other. After a few times, Vegeta felt too humiliated and didn't want to come to abuse anymore, but Sun Wukong's little strong mental attack, every day he had to pull Vegeta's persistent challenge to find Broly several times, and almost wrote "I'm here to find abuse" on his face. Broly got used to his anger from the beginning, and then Broly felt like he was about to have a nervous breakdown. Once Broly was bored, so he suppressed his strength to about the same level as the two, and fought fiercely for half a day to defeat the two, and then Broly suddenly found that his strength had increased a little. Broly, who discovered this, suddenly felt that his long-weakened nerves not only immediately returned to normal, but also became excited, and even lost his original sleepy energy, and couldn't wait for the two to challenge again to confirm his guess. At the beginning, Broly was able to gain the upper hand when fighting with the Monkey King with the same strength as the Monkey King. Slowly, whenever Broly was able to tie with the two with a combat power lower than the two, he would slowly press down until it reached about 50W and could no longer be suppressed. Because not only Broly is improving his strength, although the Monkey King Vegeta and the two are not as perverted as Broly, their strength is still improving at an amazing rate. Later, the three of them simply fought directly in the cultivation room to turn on 10 times the gravity, until a few days later, the gravity had become 100 times that of the Earth, and the three of them fought under such circumstances. A month later, Boomer, who had confirmed the coordinates of Nami's star for a long time, suddenly said excitedly, "Great, I finally found it, I can be sure that it is the planet in front of us with emerald green in the whole white, it is Nami Nemesis. Really? Then let's land quickly, collect the Dragon Balls early and resurrect Uncle Vic and Uncle Vic earlier. Okay, you guys sit tight. Is this Nami Nemesis? Does it feel like Earth? Boomer took Broly's arm and pointed curiously at his surroundings, unhurriedly as if he were traveling. Anyway, it has already arrived at Nami Nemesis, and there is no rush at this time. On the other side, on top of a hill that seems to have been cut into a cylindrical shape, sits a strange little castle. And inside this strange little castle, a tall, or huge Nami Nemesis lay down on a chair, his eyes closed. Unlike the emerald green skin of other Nami Nemesis, this Nami Nemesis skin is already grey-green, and the wrinkles on his face are layered, plus the layer of rich dead chi that surrounds his body. All the characteristics on this person show that this Nami Nemesis lifespan is coming to an end, and he is the Great Elder of the Nami Nemesis. The Great Elder's eyes opened with great difficulty, and he looked at a young man kneeling on the ground below and a large and a small Nami Nemesis on the side who was still a child. Niru, I already had a premonition that my Nami Nemesis would have a major disaster in the near future, but there will be a noble man to help us resolve this great disaster. Now that noble man and several other distinguished guests have descended on my Nami Nemesis at the same time. And you take you to greet them every day. Remember, be respectful of them. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. I forgot about Son Gohan in these chapters. Chapter 049. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. I feel that I am almost unable to support it, and I only hope that Nami Nemesis can survive while I am still alive, so that I can pass on the position of Great Elder. So, be sure to respect a few distinguished guests. Please come back. The Great Elder's old voice sounded. Yes. Niru, who was kneeling on the ground, responded at the same time as Tian Tian and then saluted the Great Elder respectfully, got up and left the hall. Alas! Variable, although this noble person is the lifesaver of my Nami Nemesis, I predicted 20 years ago that the noble person who saved my Nami Nemesis is definitely not him, but why? Just after the two left the hall, the Great Elder felt Broly's peculiar fate muttering. So the Great Elder, who couldn't help but be curious, used his few lifespans to predict the true future of this Broly. The Great Elder sensed from his ability to predict that Broly was not without a future, but that Broly's future was not fixed, and his future could only be walked out step by himself. Of course, it was not really that nothing was predicted. The Great Elder still spied a picture of the future. There was nothing in the picture, only a figure, and it was this figure that brought the Great Elder a great shock. That's a figure that looks at the world. At this time, if you can see that picture, you can see that this is clearly the figure that appeared behind Broly when he used heaven and earth to penetrate boxing to kill Shrag. However, the figure that the Great Elder spied on was clearer. It was a matchless domineering spirit that could be felt just by looking at the figure, with long blue-gray hair hanging down the waist, and even the tail behind it was blue-gray, but its body was still the same as before. There was no change. At most, the muscles were more developed. The corners of his mouth evoked an evil charm, and his eyes were full of the feeling of staring at the world. There were no aura fluctuations emanating from his body, but on the contrary, his body was covered with a full blue-purple furious lightning, and the Great Elder's intuition told him that even this small lightning bolt was enough to destroy the entire Nami Nemesis. SHHH, this is? Is this terrifying figure the future him? Just one picture is so depressing. But fortunately, before I die, I hope to make a good relationship for my Nami Nemesis, and the inheritance of Nami Nemesis must not be broken in my hands. At this time, the Broly 5, who had just arrived at Nami Nemesis, felt that they were walking too slowly, and before they arrived, everyone discovered that this is a planet much larger than the Earth, and God knows when they will meet living people. So Broly picked up Boomer and the other four began to hurry with air dancing. Finally, the few people who flew for a while finally saw a group of Nami nemesis who were cultivating in the field below, who looked very similar to Bike, and a group of childhood Nemi nemesis outside the field were playing together, or learning something with some older people. Looking at the picture below, Broly couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the peach blossom source written by a great poet in his previous life was just that, but unfortunately he didn't know if it could be preserved soon. At this time, some young and middle-aged Nami nemesis who were working noticed the abnormality in the sky above. Looked at Broly and the others defensively, and the harmonious atmosphere was suddenly broken. Just as Sun Wukong was about to communicate with the following Nami nemesis, there was a sound of chi in the distance. I saw a Nami nemesis with good combat power holding a childhood Nami nemesis flying towards the Broly people and stopping in front of the Broly people. Welcome a few distinguished guests to my Nami nemesis. The Great Elder already knows the reason for the arrival of several distinguished guests, due to the physical reasons of the Great Elder who are inconvenient to move, specially sent me and Tian Tian to greet a few. Please follow me. In this way, it will be much more convenient, then let's go. Broly knew the Great Elder's ability, and he was not impressed. Yes, please follow me. Knowing that several people would save Nami Nemesis in the future, as the first battle genius of Nami Nemesis, Nira did not dare to offend in the slightest, and turned around and flew back towards the residence of the Great Elder. Soon, we reached the top of the cylindrical mountain and walked into the strangely shaped little castle. Looking at the Great Elder in front of him who seemed to swallow his breath at any time, Broly frowned. Reasonable, this Great Elder should not be weak at this point. At least it's okay to open your eyes and talk or make a simple gesture like raising your hand. But looking at the current appearance of the Great Elder Nami Nemesis, don't say that he is doing actions, and he may not even be able to say the words. Great Elder, your distinguished guest has arrived. After hearing this, the Great Elder spent a long time to finally open his eyes. Looking at the Great Elder weakened into this look, Broly said in his heart that it was not a way. Don't collect the Dragon Balls. This Great Elder hung up first, and when the time came, if he couldn't make a wish, then he would be fucked. So with a movement in his mind, he took out a spirit tree fruit from the system space and handed it to the Great Elder. Oh, eat him. This can keep you alive for a long time. Thank you so much. Seeing the spirit tree fruit, the Great Elder's eyes lit up, and he was not polite, because Nami Nemesis is currently in a special period, and he must not die now. With the help of Nero and the others, the Great Elder finished eating the spirit tree fruit with great difficulty, and the vitality that had just been replenished was instantly absorbed by the Great Elder's body, which was completely depleted. Of course, the effect was also immediate, and after the Great Elder ate the spirit tree fruit, his spirit was refreshed. Smiled kindly at everyone. I know all of you, Dragon Ball I have already asked people to prepare, but it will take a while. In order to repay this gentleman's generosity, I will also give you a few small gifts. I have the ability to develop potential here, but the strength of the three gentlemen is beyond my ability, so let's develop it for this young lady and this child. That's really good, then please develop the potential of this child first. Broly immediately said, how good this Great Elder's ability is to use Broly. Now that he had this opportunity, Broly had already figured out how to open a hang for Boomer, and just when Son Gohan received the potential development of the Great Elder, Broly pulled Boomer to the side. Here, open your mouth. Eat this. Broly took out the energy made of 100 spirit tree fruits sealed together to feed Boomer, and before the vitality dispersed, it was sealed in Boomer's body, waiting for it to be turned into potential and developed by the Great Elder for a while. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Chapter 050. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. After eating it for Boomer, Broly felt that with the current state of the Great Elder, it was still a little hanging if he wanted to develop all the potential of the spirit tree fruit energy in Boomer's body, so he gave the Great Elder another spirit tree fruit just in case. As for the spirit tree fruit, anyway, Broly now has seeds that can be planted indefinitely. If there is a lack of fruit, just find an uninhabited planet, plant it and wait for the fruit to bear fruit for a long time. Just as Broly and the others were impatient, the Great Elder seemed to sense Broly's thoughts. Don't worry, because the energy in this young lady's body is too huge, it will take a corresponding amount of time to fully develop her own power, about 2 minutes. Finally, the energy of the large amount of nerve tree fruit in Boomer's body was finally completely absorbed, turning into Boomer's own strength, and the combat power reached 30W in an instant. Vegeta and Sun Wukong's eyes almost glared to the ground, and for a moment there was a feeling that so many years of cultivation had been cultivated to the dog. It only took a few minutes for Gohan to develop, and its strength skyrocketed to nearly 5W. And Boomer took nearly 20 minutes, and his strength improved several times more than Gohan, and the results of our hard work for a month were actually achieved by Boomer in a few minutes. What an envy! Monkey King felt the anger of Boomer and Gohan after being exploited, and was quite shocked. However, Sun Wukong only complained. Before on the spaceship, Sun Wukong and Vegeta listened to Broly explain the key points of Super Saiyan for the two, knowing that this kind of strength obtained by stimulating potential by external forces has never been easier to control than the power that they cultivate bit by bit. And it is easy to cause the instability of the foundation, and Broly just wants to be just in case, so that Boomer has a power to protect himself, and does not expect how strong Boomer can become. In the past month alone, the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has increased by more than 30W, not to mention the strength, just talking about the sense of battle, the two have gone up a level as a whole. The strength has changed drastically. The three of them have been cultivating and fighting in the Boomer Special Cultivation Room for a month, and the combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, and the current strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta is very close. The former is close to 100W, and the latter is more than 100W. Especially Broly, when he transformed into a mimic super race before, a small part of the energy in Broly's legendary super race's bloodline suddenly broke through the blockade and was freed, and it was constantly rushing out, and began to provide Broly with a steady stream of energy. This also just confirms that Broly's guess is not wrong. Every time he reaches a realm of the super race, part of the bloodline energy will be stimulated, and Broly is using this huge energy, and his body at this time has been strengthened to an extreme that can be reached at present. You can temporarily put aside your physical cultivation and go all out to increase your combat power. Therefore, in the last days of this month, Broly has comprehensively increased its combat power value, which has now reached 396W, which is extremely close to 400W. And Broly also felt that whenever the strength increased by 50W, the energy in the bloodline that was still blocked would impact once, and at this rate, Broly even felt that his strength reached about 600W, and the bloodline energy of the legendary KSI would not be able to suppress and burst out. You don't need the stimulation of anger at all, and you don't need to increase your strength to 1000W to naturally transform into a real Super Saiyan. At this time, the other side. Somewhere in the universe, an extremely large spaceship is moving rapidly in one direction. King Frieza, a few years ago we installed a bugging device in Vegeta's detector, and then eavesdropped on the beat he said when he was on Earth. It is said that this is a magical beat of Nami Nemesis. There are 7 in total, and when they are assembled, they can summon the dragon to make a wish, and can fulfill any wish. Inside the spacecraft, 3 aliens in combat suits knelt on one knee and said with trepidation to a petite figure sitting on a chair, "Oh, kind of interesting. Can any wish come true? The king is about to see and see. However, it took so long for such a small thing to be found out, and your ability to do things can make me very dissatisfied." A playful voice came from the mouth of the petite figure, and the thick tail behind it slapped the ground from time to time. King Frieza forgives. Please give your subordinates a chance to atone for their sins, and their subordinates will definitely find and reach Nami Nemesis as quickly as possible, as long as 1 star at most. No, just 5 days at most. Belch. When the three subordinates heard Frisia's playful tone, they immediately knelt on the ground in fright, and their heads slammed the ground like pounding garlic. One of the subordinates of the little leader was about to say it for a week, but before the words were finished, he saw Frisia frown, and he knew that it was not good, and before he finished speaking, he was shot through the heart by a ray of light and died. King Frisia, spare your life! When Frisia turned his head and before he could speak, the remaining two subordinates almost collapsed. The wine glass held by Frisia shook gently, put it on the tip of his nose and gently sniffed the aroma in it, and his tone was still playful. So tell me, how long will it take to reach Nami Buster? 3 days, as long as... No, just 1 day. King Frisia is angry, please wait patiently for a day, and definitely reach Nami Nemesis in a day. So. Well, seeing that you two are working so hard, King Ben will forgive you once with mercy, and King Ben will give you the privilege of allowing all scientific research and operation personnel to fully cooperate with you. But if you don't arrive in a day, the king, rest assured, the two subordinates are willing to guarantee with heads. If you don't arrive a day later, then, the subordinates will retreat first and prepare. The two subordinates saw Frisia's frowning and pensive look, and assured Frisia with trepidation. Seeing Frisia wave of his hand, the two of them were amnestied, and after respectfully leaving Frisia's sight, the body that had been tense just relaxed, and directly collapsed to the ground. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Chapter 051. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. In a short time, 7 dragon balls the size of a basketball were gathered together, and they began to echo each other and shone with light. Tien Tien, you come to call Polenga, learn more about Polunga, it will be useful to you in the future. At number UN %. Tien Tien obediently walked to the 7 dragon balls, stretched out his palms to face the 7 dragon balls, and a large list of Nami Nemesis dialects were pronounced. Why didn't you react at all? Did the mantra be mispronounced? Boomer curiously poked his head out of Broly's arms. It took nearly 10 seconds for Boomer's words to fall, and the light emitted by the 7 dragon balls reflecting each other gathered together and rushed into the sky. Not long after, in the surrounding sky that had darkened, a dazzling yellow light flew out. Well, the same divine dragon as Aladdin's lamp god. The one who gathered the 7 dragon balls. Name your wishes, I can help you fulfill any wish, but only make 3 wishes. Sun Wukong looked shocked when he heard Shenlong's words. 3? Shenlong actually said that he could make 3 wishes. Polunga means the god of dreams in the Nami Buster language. Every time you appear, you can fulfill 3 wishes. Tell me what wishes you have, I make a wish to Boranga. Tien Tien patiently explained to everyone that after knowing the magic of the Nami Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong no longer couldn't wait to jump out and say. Well, the first wish is, please resurrect. Wait a minute. Don't let me contact them first. Just as Sun Wukong was about to make a wish, Broly suddenly interrupted. King of the Northern Realm, King of the Northern Realm, I know that you have been spying on us, and Vic and Klin are cultivating from you, right? Is Vic having something to say? Broly's right index and middle fingers were pressed to his eyebrows, calling out to the King of the Northern Realm, who had previously contacted Broly to interrupt Sun Wukong's wish. You smelly boy, you really can't speak. What is voyeurism? The king of this realm is. The two of them are indeed practicing with me. Vic, come here. I have connected your consciousness together, ask him something. After the king of the Northern Realm finished speaking, there was no sound. Vic, what's the matter? Broly, I want to ask you something. If you can bring me to Nami Buster after I am resurrected, I want to go back to my hometown to see, and if I can, bring the gods back with me. Okay, I'll try to see if I can directly resurrect you in Nami Nemesis. After speaking, Broly cut off the call and wanted to say every day. Every day, the first wish I want to make is to resurrect all the lives that died on Earth because of the Shrag. At number UN%. I'm sorry, this wish cannot be fulfilled. A wish can only resurrect one person. The wish you said needs to be resurrected too many people. If you want to be resurrected, choose someone. Broly, who had expected this for a long time, was not surprised. In that case, then please resurrect the killed Vic and Tenjin in Nami Nemesis. Well, this wish can be fulfilled, but it has to be counted as 2 wishes. Uncle, kill you, Broly scolded secretly in his heart. Then only resurrect Vic well. Your wish has been fulfilled. Please name your next wish. The second wish is that I want to have the ability to develop potential for others like a great elder. This skill was prepared by Broly for the Boomer girls, holding the spirit tree fruit and eating it as a meal, and then developing it, properly opening the plug-in. In the future, if you are in a good mood and develop it for those original Dragon Ball warriors, let them contribute if there is any dragon set. Originally, Broly wanted to make a wish to learn the skill of the Old Realm King God to develop his potential, but when he thought of the ritual before the Old Realm King God used that skill, he felt a chill. That kind of skill, don't say no, even if you learn it, Broly will definitely not use it for a lifetime. Yes, please wait a minute. Well, please say your last wish. I want to have the ability to manipulate time. After thinking for a long time, Broly said this wish, because Broly really had no wish to grant, so he simply tried to see if he could take advantage of Polenga through the trap of words, so as to master a series of skills about time. This wish is troublesome, but it can be fulfilled. However, I should remind you that the effect of this skill about time is determined by your strength, and if the strength is weak, this skill is almost useless. When the words fell, a silver light flew out of Polenga's eyes into Broly's body, and at the same time, Broly also felt 3 skills appear in his mind: time acceleration, time stasis, and time backwards. It really succeeded, and it didn't cost me to toss for so long. What a big profit! Since your wish has been fulfilled, then, goodbye. Saying that, Polenga's huge body flew into the air and reformed into 7 large Dragon Balls and scattered around. It's really troublesome for you, there are still great elders every day. Boomer, you wait for me here, I'll go back to Earth. After making his wish, Broly thanked the Great Elder and Tien Tien and began to contact the King of the Northern Realm. King of the Northern Realm, can you hear me? Nami Nemesis is too far from the Realm King, it is too troublesome to capture your chi, you let Vic burst out his chi, I'll go over and pick him up. Broly, it's already started, come here. Good. Broly put the 2 fingers of his right hand on his eyebrows, captured it for a while, blurred his body, and disappeared in front of Boomer and the others. When he arrived at the planet, Broly glanced at it and found that the aperture on Bike's head had indeed disappeared. Without waiting for a few people to speak, preemptively said, "No more nonsense, grab my shoulders." And that. Klin, stay in this realm for a while longer, now that the gods have been resurrected, they will resurrect you with the Dragon Balls soon. It's okay. The progress of practice here is very fast, but don't forget me then. Then, Broly moved to the celestial god and took it to Nami Nemesis with Bike. Anyway, it didn't take much time, it was just a matter of teleportation. In fact, it was Vic who contacted Tenjin first before and proposed to return to Nami to take a look. That's because Tenjin already has the idea of reuniting with Vic at this time, so he wants to go back to Nami Nemesis to see the hometown where he was born. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Chapter 052. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. After returning to Nami Nemesis again, Vic and Tenjin met the Great Elder, as well as many Nami Nemesis people with the same route as themselves. Broly's skill is so convenient, I really want to learn. Wow! Watching Broly receive Vic and Tenjin to Nami Nemesis in less than 1 minute, Sun Wukong was simply envious and jealous of Broly's ability to teleport. If he didn't know that the skill of teleportation was obtained by Broly from the Divine Dragon and could not be taught to others, it is estimated that Sun Wukong could really be entangled until Broly taught him. After Broly returned to Namek with the two, everyone dispersed, and after Vic and Tenjin learned his origin and the reason for coming to Earth from the Great Elder, the two separated and began to wander around. Boomer feels that it is difficult to travel to other beautiful planets in the universe, not to mention that he is alone with the person he loves the most, so he forcibly dragged Broly around in Nami Nemesis, ready to return to Earth in some time. As for Monkey King and Vegeta, they found an empty place again and began to cultivate feelings. Before you know it, the day's work is over. Meanwhile, in the boundless space, a huge space battleship is located far from Nami Nemesis. Getting closer. King Frisia, I have less than half an hour left to sail to Nami Nemesis, please prepare for landing. 3 weird aliens in battle suits and a list of handsome-looking men said to Frisia on their knees. Good, I, Frisia, have been waiting for this moment for too long. Sob, after arriving at Nami Buster in a while, with you as the leader, bring me the Dragon Balls to me as quickly as possible and bring them to me. Frisia, who had been waiting impatiently, finally heard the good news, abruptly stood up from his chair, the excitement on his face could no longer be suppressed, and said to the only human-looking man among the 4. Yes, King. The subordinates must live up to their mission. On the Nami Nemesis, Sun Wukong, who had just rested, pulled Vegeta to fight again, and just when the two were inextricably fighting, suddenly Sun Wukong stopped the fist that was about to be punched out and looked up at the sky with Vegeta. Vegeta, do you feel it too? You feel it all, how can I not feel it? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta roared madly at Sun Wukong. What Vegeta couldn't stand the most was that although there was no malice, it could always make Vegeta feel that Monkey King was mocking and despising his tone. Hey? Frisia, are they finally coming? It's a lot faster than I expected. Broly, who had long felt the chi of Frisia's group approaching in his direction, muttered, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Husband, what are you muttering? What came a lot faster? Is there anyone else coming to Nami Nemesis? Boomer is an ice and snow smart girl, looked up and saw Broly's slightly solemn look. Boomer knew that the person who came was not good, so he said to Broly with understanding. Husband, if I am here to distract you, why don't you send me back to Earth first? Anyway, you have already been to Nami Nemesis, and if Lankai and I want to come to Nami Nemesis for vacation in the future, you can always bring us here. After listening to this, Broly stretched out his hand and gently brushed the bangs on Boomer's forehead. Leaned over and pecked Boomer's white and smooth face gently, and a reassuring smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is why Broly likes Boomer the most. Usually when he is with Broly, he always likes to be coquettish to Broly and likes to stick to Broly, but this degree Boomer grasps it very well and will not make Broly have any bad emotions. And whenever a strong enemy appears or for some other reason, Broly's expression begins to become serious, Boomer will be very sensible and look far away from Broly, taking on the role of the Lord of the Harem to protect himself and the other sisters. At different times, there will be different performances, which can always firmly grasp Broly's heart. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Broly, who sent Boomer home and returned to Nami Nemesis, asked Sun Wukong and the others if they wanted to go back together. The result was unanimous, no return. Monkey King and Vegeta are also counted, even Vic is the same. Seeing Vic like this, the slightest hesitation of the heavenly god also dissipated, and he was more sure of his previous thoughts. Boom! After the huge space battleship landed in the distance, after a while, the hatch opened, and Sob, Dodolia, Chuyi, and Apura walked out first, followed by a large group of cannon fodder. Chuyi looked at the Monkey King who had flown in, and after receiving the extremely low combat effectiveness detected by the detector, he asked with disdain. Hey! Who are you, garbage? It doesn't look like your nemesis. Chuyi? I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, your mouth is still so smelly. Hey! Vegeta? I didn't expect you to die on Earth, but it's good to be alive, but it saves us a lot of things. Let me ask you, what you said on Earth a few years ago, that magic bead called Dragon Ball can make a wish, and the magic bead called Dragon Ball is in Nami Buster, right? This is what King Frieza asked for by name. You quickly tell everything you know. I can be in front of King Frieza. No need, the Dragon Ball you said was used up a day ago, and it will take a long time to use it again. And even if he used it again, it wouldn't be his turn to be Frieza. Also, the tone of your speech really upsets me. I have put up with you for a few years before. Now, go and die. As soon as the words fell, a yellow ball-shaped energy bomb shot towards Chuyi rapidly, and the ash that was blown up was not left in the moment before he could react. SHHH. After a few years, is Vegeta already terrifying? It seems that King Frieza's choice to destroy planet Vegeta was really wise. Otherwise, sooner or later, this group of scions will rebel. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. This chapter has just come out, and I will try my best to code out the second chapter in the evening. Chapter 053. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Seeing Vegeta's terrifying strength in killing Chuyi in seconds, Sob, Doria, and those Legion cannon fodder all stood in place and trembled, and the whole person was frightened and stupid, and his face was full of disbelief. Especially Sob and Doria, these two clearly know Chuyi's strength, not much worse than themselves, but they are still killed in seconds without even reacting. You can imagine Vegeta's current strength. If Vegeta really wants to kill himself, it is estimated that the fate of himself and the others will definitely not be better than Chuyi. So it is. It turns out that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. It's really hateful that Frieza and you bunch of miscellaneous people have deceived me for so long. Let's start with you guys and collect some interest for which dead scions. Originally, with Vegeta's indifference, even if he knew the real cause of Vegeta's planetary destruction, his feelings were estimated to not fluctuate. But now under the subtle influence of Sun Wukong, his personality has quietly changed a lot without Vegeta herself. However, the Tsundere Vegeta still found an excuse for himself to be deceived by Frieza, and was ready to kill Sob and the others to avenge the scions. Not good, run. Vegeta's strength at this time is no longer something we can resist. Go and inform King Frieza, only he can subdue Vegeta. Sob and the others looked terrified, turned their heads and prepared to flee. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he saw Vegeta standing not far away with his hands on his chest, looking at the three of them coldly. Damn, there is no way, fight with him. As long as we can hold out until King Frieza comes out, we can be saved. Sob said, telling some of the people to go separately to report to Frieza, while he and Dodoria and Apura rushed towards Vegeta with most of the legionnaires. Vegeta, we're here to help you. Seeing Vegeta, who was about to be flooded by the sea of people, Sun Wukong couldn't help but fly towards Vegeta. Bang! An energy bomb shot towards Sun Wukong, which was dodged sideways by Sun Wukong and hit the mountain rock in the distance. Vegeta, what are you doing? Monkey King, who had dodged over, protested disapprovingly at Vegeta. Humph! Kakarot, this is my business, you don't meddle. I must kill these bastards with my own hands. While speaking, Vegeta was also constantly killing Frieza's cannon fodder troops. Seeing that Sob was about to disappear from sight, Vegeta's anger exploded violently, directly swept away which miscellaneous soldiers around him, chasing the three. Seeing that the three figures in the distance in front had reached the space battleship, Vegeta no longer chased, and sent out a huge Qigong cannon in the direction where several people fled. Only listening to three harsh screams coming, directly crushing several people into pieces, and then there was no movement. Oh, good, really good. Vegeta, I haven't seen you in a few years, I didn't expect you to reach such a point. Just as Vegeta and the others came around the battleship, a voice that made people feel uncomfortable came from hearing it. As the voice fell, a short figure walked out of the battleship, followed by 5 aliens of different sizes, each wearing a uniform combat uniform, and a dark green detector in front of his left eye. How about Vegeta? Do you want to consider doing things for me again? With your current strength, why care about those low-level warriors like garbage? I guarantee that you are definitely under 1 person and above tens of thousands of people. The status is only below me. Alright. An inexplicable look flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and he was silent for a long time, walked towards Frieza, and stood behind Frieza. Vegeta. You, Monkey King pointed at Vegeta with an incredulous look. Ha ha ha. That's right, the one who knows the time is Junja. From now on, you Vegeta will be me. Before he finished speaking, Vegeta behind him suddenly pierced Frieza's body with an afterburner cannon. Because Frieza was not very vigilant about his own strength, he did not expect Vegeta to be so bold. The most important thing is that Frieza could not have imagined that after a few years, Vegeta's combat power has reached about 1 million, more than double his current state. Vegeta, you! How dare you? Frieza, who was severely injured by the blow, looked incredulous and shocked. Humph! As I said before, this is just interest, and it should be used to deal with people like you. In short, today you, dead. It turned out that the demagogy of power and status thrown by Frieza had no effect on Vegeta at all. If Vegeta didn't know what kind of person Frieza was, and really thought that Frieza was fancying Vegeta's strength and cherishing his talent. Before, on the way to Nami Buster, I heard the legend and secret of the Super Saiyan from Broly, and now I am full of the desire for strength, hoping to reach the realm of the Super Saiyan as soon as possible, and everything else cannot impress Vegeta at all. Vegeta was originally a very intelligent person, and after the legend of the Super Saiyans explained by Broly, and a series of plans by Frieza to maliciously target the Saiyans, and even finally directly exterminated almost all the Saiyans, the problems that he couldn't figure out before were all solved at once. Why did Frieza exterminate Saiyans? Why did he not have the slightest emotion when he saw Vegeta kill a few of his right-hand men, and even wanted to win over Vegeta? I'm afraid that Frieza never thought of really wooing Vegeta, but he has always firmly remembered the words handed down by his frozen ancestors, and is wary of the Saiyans, coupled with the strength and potential that Vegeta is now showing makes Frieza jealous, and has already had killing intent, wanting to relax Vegeta's vigilance and kill him. Unfortunately, he was recognized by Vegeta, so Vegeta pretended to be seduced, and when he was close to Frieza, he took advantage of his unpreparedness and hit Frieza hard with all his strength. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that I, Frieza, also had a successful day. I was just surprised that the potential of the Saiyans was so terrifying. I was really glad that I made the decision to destroy planet Vegeta. But do you really think that this will bring me down? I don't want to talk nonsense with you, so let you see my true form before I die, which your father and no dead Saiyans have ever seen. P.S. Hurry up, finally the code is out. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Not surprisingly, the next chapter of the protagonist transforms into a real super race. Chapter 054. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. The aura around Frieza became stronger and stronger, and I saw that Frieza's body suddenly began to grow, and his short body rose more than 10 or even tens of meters in just a few seconds. Hey? Already against Frieza? Then it is estimated that the two of them will not be able to withstand it in a while, and then it will be time for me to appear. Broly, who was napping on a towering tree, was woken up by the fluctuations of Frisia's transformation and muttered to himself. On the other side, when the aura on Frisia's body slowly stopped fluctuating, the greatly changed Frisia got up and said to Vegeta, "I myself have forgotten how long it has been since the last injury. Today you once again made me feel the feeling of injury. In order to thank you, I will break every bone in your body, make you painful, and then kill you." Hey, hey! After transforming, not only did his strength double, but the wounds on his body were also healed. "It's funny, killing you like this makes you feel revenge." Saying that, he rushed towards Frisia again, and when the two really fought each other, Frisia knew how terrifying Vegeta had raised. "I have already started the transformation of the first stage, but I am still completely behind." After Vegeta caught Frisia's whip-pump tail with both hands, a wave of light smashed into Frisia's face, then tugged on his tail tightly, spun it around a few times, and threw it like a mountain. Looking at Frisia, who was beaten all over again, Vegeta slumped on Frisia's face and mocked mercilessly. "What's wrong, Frisia? Is this your new form?" "In my opinion, it's still just that." Seeing this, Vegeta, who was once nothing more than an ant in his eyes, step on his face and trample on his dignity, which made Frisia, who had always prided himself as the emperor of the universe to dominate his life and death, stay there without reacting. "Die, I want you to die, Vegeta." "Yes." Frisia's anger, who reacted a few seconds later, almost burned through the sky, and the furious Frisia began to transform again. When the smoke dissipated when the energy was emitted, Frisia appeared after transforming again, and his tall and strong body became short and lean again, the horns on his head disappeared, and the surface of his body was almost white. The angry Frisia actually stepped over the second stage of transformation and directly opened the third stage of transformation, and the combat power also exceeded 300W in an instant. "Vegeta, I said I want you to die." After the transformation, Frisia dropped a cruel word and rushed directly to Vegeta. "How come?" Vegeta, who was still in shock, was punched and flew out, and after several repetitions, Frisia pulled Vegeta's tail back to the ground, and a huge red energy bomb fell, ready to beat Vegeta all over his body and was about to kill. Realm King Fist. Turtle Pie Kigong Wave. There is no doubt that it was Sun Wukong who made a move at a critical moment. "Hey? I didn't see that you are also a scion. You fucking wild monkeys, give me all death." Frisia no longer had any intention of playing at this time, seeing that his energy bomb was fixed. His strength began to break through the seal and increase rapidly, covering the turtle faction Kigong Wave again in an instant. 10 times the Realm King Fist. Seeing the energy bomb slowly approaching him again, Sun Wukong directly burst out the 10x Realm King Fist without reservation. The ancestor is right, the talent and potential of the Scion race is really terrible. At this time, my strength has been at least tens of millions. I didn't expect to be able to confront me. Since that's the case, then... Watching Sun Wukong, who burst out into a 10-fold Realm King Fist, block his energy bullet again, Frisia was completely shocked, so he increased some of his combat power again. 20 times the King of Realm Fist. Sun Wukong, who burst out with a 20x Realm King Fist, once again reluctantly supported the decline of the energy bullet. "Humph! I'd rather see how much more you can improve." This time, Frisia directly used half of his strength, and the energy bounced straight down on Sun Wukong. Abominable! The body has reached its limit. Is there really no way? I'm really unwilling. This time it's up to you again, Broly. The Monkey King, who was already extremely struggling, once again forcibly burst out 25 times the Realm King Fist, and still couldn't stop the landing of the energy bomb. Hehe, it's already very good to reach such a point in a short time. Maybe defeating the enemy this time, you will receive a surprise. Broly's surprise is, of course, about Bardock, and Broly plans to travel back to that time and space 1000 years ago after Frisia is solved, and talk to Bardock, the first warrior to transform into a Super Saiyan again in the true sense of the declining Saiyan race. Hey! It seems that you can't support it anymore, I'll help you. Saying that, Broly transformed into a mimic Super Saiyan, an array of light scattered Frisia's energy bomb. Oh, it's over to me here, you go and solve the 5 trash fish under Frieza in the distance. Remember, you must be careful of the person with the strongest fighting power, he has a very disgusting light skill, he can exchange bodies with others, so it's best not to give him any chance and kill him directly. After speaking, Broly, who transformed into a mimic super race, rose into the sky and stopped opposite Frisia. Hey! Unexpectedly, another Saiyan appeared, and the strength of this Saiyan turned out to be not much worse than when I was in my heyday. Hateful! Is the potential of Saiyans really so terrifying? Is my grand universe evil emperor about to be surpassed by a wild monkey? Looking at Brolinabe's Vegeta, the two of them were simply worlds apart, almost both of them had their own strength in their heyday, and Frisia was extremely unwilling to believe it. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. There is also a vote launched by the author, whether the protagonist wants children or not. If you want to, the protagonist will travel through time for some reason, that is, the time and space where the future Trunks is located, and Boomer when he was a girl. You know. At that time, there will be not only multiple children, but also multiple harem members, so the author is currently soliciting ideas from book brothers. I hope everyone will participate. You can vote, and if you have any ideas, you can also leave a message in the book review area. The author of every message will read it attentively. In addition, the author has some things today, it will be late to come back in the evening, maybe only this one is more, or the author is ready to be late for work in the afternoon and come out hard-coded, please forgive me. This book should be on the shelves in these 2 days, and the author has already taken a leave of absence from the leadership to come to Codewords. There will be an outbreak then. Chapter 055. P.S. First Order Support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Frisia, hey? Why, is it scary to see my strength? It's really hard to imagine, with your current instigation, how you controlled most of the universe and lived until now. You know, there are countless strong people in the universe who are stronger than you and me. Forget it, why tell you so much? Now change me to be your opponent, with your current strength, it is a shame to bully 2 Saiyans with a combat power of about 1 million. Broly looked at Frisia playfully and said defiantly. In fact, Broly regarded Frisia as a good sparring partner, with Broly's current combat power of nearly 4 million, it was just about 120 million after transforming into a mimic super match, and Frisia's 100% power form was just 120 million. Although Frisia's combat power is a bit unsatisfactory for Broly, it can also help Broly improve some of his strength and meet the conditions for transforming into a true Super Saiyan. Damn it, you damn wild monkey! If you underestimate me so much, then let me see if your strength is worthy of what you say. Frisia was holding his mouth hard, but his heart was drumming, because Frisia was really not sure that he would be able to win this Saiyan in front of him. So, their frozen family can be sensed when the distance is not far away, especially the direct blood relatives, and the distance and range of perception will be much larger. Frisia, on the other hand, sensed his father. So the words before the attack were just delaying time, and without Broly noticing, they used their special secret method to quietly contact his father to send a signal. After confirming that the Kurdish king had received the signal, Frisia no longer retained his strength, and his combat power was fully opened, and a flamethrower catapulted towards Broly, and at the same time said fiercely in his heart. Fortunately, the distance is not far, as long as you hold on for an hour at most, Dad, he will rush over, and then this Saiyan who exudes a disgusting aura all over his body will be dead. I don't know if the aura of the Super Saiyan is born to suppress the frozen family, and Frisia always feels that the layers of golden aura on Broly's body at this time make him irritable. Humph. Give me a little more serious. Broly casually slapped his hand and shot back the flamethrower sent by Frisia, and then the whole person flew forward towards Frisia, and instantly appeared next to Frisia. The left hand grabbed Frieza's right hand, which was ready to fire the death beam again, and then shook it hard, only to hear crunch. A bone-shattering sound sounded. Aha! Before Frisia could finish screaming, Blee closed his right hand and slammed another punch into Frisia's abdomen. Gag! Damn bastards! Fusa, who endured severe abdominal pain, swept his left leg towards Broly's waist, but was instantly kicked by Broly's strong and powerful kick, directly kicked his knee, blocked it back, and kicked it out, smashed on a mountain wall, and cut a ravine of more than 10 meters on the ground with both feet. Looking at Frisia, who was sent flying out, Broly didn't give Frisia any respite. Flash in front of Frisia was another explosive iron fist smashed into his abdomen, and Frisia's tight abdomen was deeply dented. 1, 2, 3. Punch after punch, hitting Frisia in the abdomen. A punch is also heavier than a punch. He really is. That's awesome. Once again, far more than us. At this time, the Monkey King Vegeta and the two who had already solved the Kinnit team were stupid when they saw the battle between Broly and Frisia, and they couldn't help but say in shock. Gag! Burst! Frisia couldn't bear the sharp pain, and let out a painful scream while spitting purple-black blood in his mouth, and his strong and tight abs gradually became relaxed. Because Broly's strength was too great, and the dark energy technique he practiced inadvertently spread the power into, the cells around Frisia's abdomen were directly necrotic due to this force, and the entire abdomen was almost penetrated, and the mountain wall behind Frisia also sank deeply. Cut! What a shit cosmic evil emperor, so unbeaten, what a waste of my time. Snap! Syllable. Looking at Frisia who was so unbearable in front of him, Broly gradually lost interest. Frowning pondered, with what Broly knew about Frisia, Frisia shouldn't be so weak. Suddenly, Broly raised his eyebrows, probably thinking of the reason. In the original work, Sun Wukong unfolded 10 times and 20 times the Realm King Fist can fight with Frisia for half a day, but as the fight began, Frisia became stronger and stronger, and began to slowly crush Sun Wukong. According to Broly's guess, this should be because Frisia has sealed his strength for too long, although now Frisia has burst out of 100% power form, but only about half can be exerted. Therefore, it takes some time to slowly adapt to the recovery of your full strength, and if you can engage in intense battles, this time should be greatly shortened. Thinking of this, Broly was ready to stimulate Frisia to help him adapt early, and then 2 humiliating slaps lightly slapped Frisia on the face, and said dismissively, "Ah! It turned out to be so. Dare to humiliate me like this? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." Frisia was deeply stimulated by Broly's 2 slaps. Frisia went crazy, and for a moment Broly carefully sensed that Frisia's strength at this time had almost increased by 20 million at this time, and had recovered to about 80 million. Yes, that's it. Looking at Frisia, who has been burned by anger and temporarily lost his mind, Broly does not want to bully people with mimicry super matches. After all, if his own strength is too much higher than the other party, even if he fights for a long time, it will not have much effect on improving his own strength. Then, 20 times the Realm King Fist. Saying that, Broly withdrew from the state of the Mimic Super competition, and the body that had been raised by 3 or 40 centimeters was lowered again, and his blue-purple hair, eyebrows, and grey pupils turned back to black, and then opened the 20-fold Realm King Fist, raising his strength to the point where it was not much different from Frisia. This time, the 2 sides were evenly matched at first, but as Frisia's strength slowly improved, he slowly began to suppress and open the 20-fold Realm King Fist Broly, but Broly didn't care at all, and even looked excited. Soon, I feel that I am extremely close to the Super Saiyan, just a little closer. PS, First Order Support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Expected mistakes, Super Race 1 in the next chapter. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 056. P.S. First order support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Because, Broly felt that his normal strength began to increase, and it was at a speed visible to the naked eye, and when the more he differed from Frisia's strength, the faster the speed of improvement. Hey? Something is wrong? I used the 20x Realm King Fist to fight while my combat power could always increase, so I deliberately made the battle situation stalemate, but Frisia didn't seem to care, but seemed to be holding some kind of purpose like me to delay time. Why is that? After a while, Broly, who also saw that something was wrong, pondered the reason why Frisia did this, but after thinking about it, he couldn't understand it, and simply didn't want to. Anyway, in Broly's view, as long as it is in the face of great strength, all conspiracies are paper-paste. It turned out that Frisia was angry at the beginning, as if he was about to lose his mind, and now he has gradually calmed down. Because Frisia found that although his strength began to recover rapidly, no matter how he attacked, the scion in front of him seemed to have no limit, and he could firmly block his attack. Frisia found that although the scion in front of him did not improve his strength as fast as he came, he must know that his strength is not improved, but restored. And this scion in front of him is really improving his strength rapidly. If this speed continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before he will be surpassed. Is there no limit to this scion? Looking at this scene, Frisia's heart was full of fear and jealousy at the same time, and the idea that he had always felt that he had asked his father for help and was extremely humiliated was also dissipated at this moment. Frisia also looked away, although he could see that Broly was deliberately using himself as a whetstone, but Frisia really didn't have any uncomfortable thoughts. Because he knew that if Broly directly used the previous form, he would definitely not be able to win. So, just cooperate with Broly to get the fight into a glue. It's just that on the one hand, I want to take advantage of this to improve my strength, and on the other hand, I want to delay time and wait for reinforcements. About another hour passed, and the two people in the fight suddenly separated. It turned out that both of them felt that another powerful chi approached at an extremely fast speed. Frisia was beaming, while Broly was aware. Not long after, like Frisia's battleship, the same giant battleship landed not far from the two, and at the same time, the hatch opened, and a tall, similar figure to Frisia's first transformation slowly walked out of it. Frisia, how did you get like this? There are only a few people in this universe who can hurt you to such an extent, as far as I know, but they definitely don't include him. The Kurdish king got off the battleship, saw the embarrassed Lisa, frowned, and arrogantly stretched out his finger to Broly and said, "The specific information the Kurdish king has passed the letter from Frisia. You are Frisia his old son, the king, the strength is good, and it is not in vain that Frisia has waited for you for so long. I don't talk nonsense with you. If you two can't help me today, then you will definitely die, so quickly show your strength." After speaking, without waiting for the two to reply, Broly leaned forward and kicked towards the Kurdish king's face, which was blocked by the Kurdish king's hand, and then Broly fought 1 against 2, and the 3 fell into the battle group again. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were watching the battle from afar, were very self-aware and did not participate, and Frisia and King Kurdish did not pay too much attention to the two. Both of them want to kill Broly as soon as possible, when the planet can be rounded and flattened by itself. At this time, Broly also felt different from the battle with Frisia alone. At this time, under the tacit joint attack of Frisia father and son, Broly felt unprecedented pressure and wanted to open a higher multiple realm king fist, but Broly thought about it and dismissed this idea. Because although Broly is facing great pressure at all times, but under the stimulation of this pressure, the breakthrough of strength is getting faster and faster. Damn, why is this wild monkey so difficult? I have already used all my strength. As time passed, Frisia's heart couldn't help but become anxious, thinking that after the Kurdish king rushed over, the two should be able to kill Broly, but he didn't expect. Until a certain moment, with the full help of the Frisia father and son, finally, Broly's combat power exceeded 600W, and Broly's body burned with golden flames again, and at the same time, he couldn't help but become a state of mimicry super competition, and the powerful airflow around blew the Frisia father and son out. Feeling the cheers and shouts from the depths of the bloodline and the huge energy that was about to gush out, Broly knew that when his combat power increased before, the energy that had been blocked in the depths of the bloodline several times was about to break through the blockade and burst out again. The Frisia father and son looked at Broly, who had transformed into a mimic Super Saiyan again, in shock, and their pupils contracted for a while. Do Saiyans have this form of transformation besides turning into gorillas? Although the whole body exudes golden aura, the color of the hair is not correct, which is not the same as the description handed down from the ancestors. However, looking at you, it seems that there is going to be an amazing move next, but whatever you are going to do next, it seems to be against us, so we won't let you succeed. Oh? Is it? Then give it a try. Looking at the Frisia father and son who were attacking him, Broly smiled wickedly, stretched out his hands, pointed their palms at himself, and placed them on either side of his forehead. Sun Fist! Ah! So dazzling, my eyes! The screams of the Frisia father and son rang out. Broly found that the Sun Fist seemed to be particularly useful to the Frozen One, and it seemed to cause much more damage to the eyes of the two than to the others. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Broly's mind sank into his body, triggering the energy that was about to erupt in his body, and at the same time that the energy broke through the blockade and burst out, his own terrifying potential was also released. In an instant, the sky of Nami Nemesis, who had never been dark, directly darkened, and the silver snake in the sky was raging, and the thunder flashed. The ground beneath Broly's feet also formed a spider's web-like crack in an instant, and the surrounding vegetation and hills were shaken into powder by the powerful airflow that Broly inadvertently emitted. P.S. First Order Support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 057. P.S. First Order. Collect it. Ask for support. The natives of Nami Nemesis hid in the houses one by one. Shake. In the palace where the Great Elder lived, the Great Elder's face instantly changed when he felt the powerful aura exuded by Broly. Is it finally about to start? Is the terrifying figure I saw before the future you? What a thrill! Just when Broly's energy and potential were released at the same time, Broly's hair and eyebrows changed from blue-purple to blonde in an instant, without the slightest pause or continuous color alternation due to instability in physical fitness, potential, strength, etc. And if you look closely, you will find that although Broly has only just transformed into the first form of the Super Saiyan, Broly's body already has blue-purple lightning flashing from time to time that only appears in the second form of the Super Saiyan. At the moment when Broly was completely transformed successfully, the sky boomed with a loud sound, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. The sky suddenly darkened again, just enough to reflect Broly's star-like eyes. The Great Elder, who was half a Nami star away, naturally also saw the sharp look in Broly's eyes, and muttered, "Yes, yes. It's really him." Although his eyes at this time were not as strong as the look of the terrifying figure brought to me, the eyes of the two were almost identical. And Son Goku and Vegeta's sighed, Is this the Super Saiyan that Broly told us earlier? Could it be that he can already be simply too powerful? Vegeta, you see, it won't be long before I reach this realm. Seeing the vision generated by heaven and earth when Broly transformed, Sun Wukong was infected by the powerful transformation of heaven and earth, and he was full of excitement. Sheikh said to Vegeta, "Cut. So what, Kakarot, don't be proud too early, I'll definitely get there first than you." Having said that, from Vegeta clenched and trembled. Shaking hands, you can see that Vegeta's heart is also extremely shocked. You should not be an ordinary scion, as far as I know, although the scions are called a fighting nation, there is absolutely no such combat power as yours among them. Hey! Ha 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 ha! Of course, I'm not an ordinary scion, and it doesn't hurt to tell you, because I am, the legend of being born, super-level Saya human. What are you kidding? Although your current appearance is very similar to the appearance of the super scions handed down from my clan, do you really think that legend of your scion clan exists? It's a joke, it's funny that you really take it seriously, haha, ha 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 ha. Although the Frisia father and son said so, it can be seen from their chestnut bodies and the last few dry laughs that these two are also insincere and deceive themselves into giving themselves some heart. Broly also ignored the two who had lost confidence, and at this time, the purpose was achieved, and Broly did not want to continue to idle with the two, intending to kill the two as soon as possible and then return to Earth to consolidate the realm. To thank you father and son for working so long hours to bring me to the realm of a true Super Saiyan. In return, I'll show you the true power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Before you die, I will use my newly developed new skill, which is also my strongest move, to give you the most decent way to die. Although the Frisia father and son wanted to open their mouths to taunt Broly, the words were forced back when they came to their lips, because the two knew that Broly was indeed not joking, and from the anger that burst out from him that made the two feel so powerful that they almost suffocated, they could tell that Broly did have this strength. I saw a wave of chi coming out from the solace of Broly's feet, and the whole person rushed towards the Frisia father and son, and when the two saw this, one after another death beams and continuous energy bombs shot towards Broly. However, Broly's speed did not decrease in the slightest, and he did not even dodge, and he rushed forward. As a legendary super race, even if he did not open the legendary form, after transforming into a super race, not only his strength increased, but even his defense increased significantly. The already strong body and defense, and then superimposed on the defense brought by the transformation super race, so the energy beams and energy bombs that Sun Wukong and Vegeta seem extremely terrifying to Broly, are as painful as raindrops hitting the body for Broly, so Broly is too lazy to defend. When the Frisia father and son did not react at all, Broly had already appeared in front of the Kurdish king, and then smashed a punch into the Kurdish king's abdomen. The powerful fist combined with a very penetrating dark energy directly pierced the back of the Kurdish king into a fist-sized wound, but it was strange that the Kurdish king's abdomen could not see the slightest wound. Then Broly kicked out and directly kicked the Kurdish king, who spurted blood out of his mouth like no money, and smashed it on Frisia's body, and the two slammed into the wall of a large mountain together. Knock knock knock. The weight of this kick made the two directly smash through the mountain, from one side of the mountain to the other. At this time, Frisia's father and son were dying like dead dogs, and Frisia's condition was slightly better, but the Kurdish king really survived. Broly looked at the two indifferently like dead dogs, without a trace of fluctuation in his heart, and then drank word by word. 8 Square Club extinguish. As the words fell, an extremely violent and terrifying fluctuation emanated from Broly's body in an instant. I saw that a brilliant golden light appeared in each of Broly's hands and began to flicker, and then the seals of his hands converged in front of Xiong, and a brilliant golden energy enveloped Broly's whole body, and then rushed towards the Frisia father and son. In fact, this move was originally to impact in all directions, but there are only two enemies at present, so there is no need to waste excess energy, and because this energy is extremely destructive, if you confiscate your hand, if you hit the surface of Nami Nemesis, it will also cause great trouble. Seeing that terrifying golden energy getting closer and closer to him, the Frisia father and son were full of despair in their hearts, but they did not sit still, and forced their already broken body to gather all the strength of their bodies to form two purple balls of light ultimate destruction bombs fused together to resist the strongest killing move from Broly. The two also knew that whether they were dead or alive was in one fell swoop, so they both took out 12 points of strength to resist. And at the same time regretted that they did not escape before Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan. P.S. First Order. Collect it. Ask for support. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 058. P.S. First Order support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. The father and son made a decision at the same time. At this time, if the two could resist it by luck this time, they would definitely turn around and run without saying a word. Although escaping is a great shame for the two, as long as they escape to space, they should be able to retrieve a life, and when they escape, they are planning to take revenge. It's a pity that the idea of the two is destined to fail. Whether the two can block Broly's attack this time is not said for the time being. Even if the two really block and successfully escape to space, it is still not a problem for Broly. Once Broly, who has the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, successfully transforms into a Super Saiyan, it is a very random thing to survive in the universe, not to mention that the fluorescent protective shield developed by Broly early on is specially prepared for survival and fighting in space. Hey! Can a strong sense of survival slightly ease my advancing speed in all directions? Unfortunately, you still have to die. Broly, who originally did not use much strength, saw that the Frieza father and son played beyond the level under the strong desire to survive, and the speed of golden energy advancement slowed down slightly. Broly frowned, and directly used half of his strength. In an instant, the output power of all directions skyrocketed several times, directly crushing the ultimate destruction bomb used by the Frieza father and son, and quickly crushed towards the Frieza father and son without the slightest pause. At this time, Frieza's father and son were truly desperate, and Frieza's heart gushed with endless unwillingness. Why? Why did my dignified cosmic evil emperor have to be beaten to the point of being beaten by a wild monkey, and even die in his hands? I, King Frieza, have not conquered the universe, have not yet become the strongest in the universe, and I am going to die in this place like this? Hateful! In that case, let you and the entire planet be buried for me. Saying that, Frieza was fierce in his heart, withdrew his right hand, quickly condensed a planetary destruction bomb, and was ready to smash it to the ground, but before it could be smashed out, there was a piercing pain in his right hand. Turning around, I don't know when Broly appeared next to Frieza, reaching out and grabbing his right hand that was about to drop the star-destroying bomb. It's worthy of being an evil emperor, it's really vicious enough. Fortunately, I have long guarded against your hand. Broly squeezed his right hand vigorously. Click! Click! The sound continued to come out, and the bones of Frieza's right hand were all crushed by Broly, and the condensed destruction bomb also dissipated. Then Broly stepped on Frieza's body. Ha! With a loud gulp, Broly's right hand forcefully tore Frieza's right hand off him. That's right, with tearing. In an instant, a feeling of pain spread throughout Frieza's body, and the intense pain made Frieza's consciousness begin to blur. Enjoy the last few seconds of your life, you may miss the feeling you feel now. Naturally, Broly said that after Frieza's death, he was assigned to a heaven like hell for Frieza, and was hung on a tree and listened to a bunch of small animals sing every day. That sour feeling. Broly just thought about it and was saddened by Frieza's future situation. After eliminating the Frieza father and son, Broly just wanted to withdraw from the super game. But suddenly the figure stopped. It turned out that Broly sensed from his bloodline that there was another energy that was constantly struggling. This force was more violent than the original energy, and the second violent energy in his body was not the same as the first. This second energy seems to only begin to react after he transforms into a super race, as if his current super race state has an inexplicable attraction to this energy. Broly felt this energy carefully, pondered for a while, and almost guessed it. According to Broly's speculation, this energy should be the energy that transformed into the legendary super race. So, Broly maintained the form of super race and carefully induced the energy, only to see that the energy seemed to have been stimulated by something, and began to frantically impact the blockade of the bloodline. Because Broly could not suppress, I saw that energy burst out at a lightning speed. At this moment, in the feeling of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, there seemed to be something terrifying in Broly's body in front of him that was about to wake up. Unexpectedly, getting stronger again? What kind of monster is he? Damn, that feeling from last time has reappeared. Previously, when Broly transformed into a mimic super match, the two felt that Broly had suppressed their bloodline, and now, this feeling came again, and it was even stronger. I don't know when, the sky that had returned to clarity was cloudy again, and a series of wrist-thick silver-purple lightning bloomed with dazzling light, hovering near Broly, constantly flashing, more spectacular than the scene when Broly transformed into a super race before. I saw that Broly's originally golden hair and eyebrows began to change to grass green, and his pupils did not disappear, but turned blood red. The muscles all over the body began to expand dramatically. Aside from his eyebrows and eyes, Broly's current state is very similar to Super Saiyan Stage 3. The golden flames burning above and below his body were covered with blue electric arcs, and the powerful chi formed a strong airflow that swept the clouds around Broly to pieces, forming a desperate domain. At this moment, to outsiders, Broly seems to be adapting to this powerful energy. No one knew that with this burst of energy, Broly, who transformed into a legendary form, constantly surged in his mind one after another of the desire for violence and destruction, impacting Broly's reason. Broly's instincts told him that this was much more serious than when other Saiyans first transformed into super racing. While Broly secretly scolded Urha in his heart, he was also wondering, this damn Urha, how can this be? As my bloodline sleeps and then awakens again, isn't my bloodline energy already controlled by me? Why is this? Boss, this pot really can't let me carry it. The bloodline is indeed controlled by you, so even if you don't control your sanity this time, nothing will happen, and the current situation should be regarded as a test for you by the legendary KSI bloodline. After all, everyone has arrogance, not to mention the legendary KSI bloodline. If you follow an incompetent master, it is better to fall silent completely. However, if you can completely surrender it with your own will, there will never be such a situation in the future, and there will even be surprises. Maybe he heard Broly curse at himself, or he felt the danger of the host, and Urha, who fell into a deep sleep from time to time, appeared in time and explained to Broly aggrievedly. P.S. First Order Support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 059. P.S. First Order Support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. The fifth and last change, to the limit. So that's the case, that's really embarrassing, blame you. Hearing Urha's explanation and knowing the cause and effect, Broly was also quite embarrassed. After calming Urha, Broly focused his attention. He is in the bloodline of the legendary super race, his genes have been improved, and he has helped Urha. He has already obtained too many things that others can't get even if they work hard for a lifetime. What reason is there to lose? If you really can't even pass this little test, you still talk about what to become the strongest in the universe. The indomitable will in my heart was completely ignited, and I calmed down my mind to resist the endless flow of negative emotions in my mind. A full hour passed, and at first, Broly just tried his best to stick to the clarity in his mind, allowing those tyrannical emotions to impact, quite a feeling that he was strong, and the breeze was blowing the hill. Later, Broly not only remained clear while fighting back from time to time, driving some of the negative emotions out of his mind. By the end, the negative emotions in my mind have almost all been driven out. Until the last trace of negative emotions was cleared, a majestic energy instantly appeared in the body flowing throughout Broly's body, warm and comfortable, almost making Broly snort. Broly felt an affinity in this majestic energy. And surrender. Yes, Broly actually felt emotions in this energy, although in Broly's opinion he was still the violent force. But when this furious energy acts on Broly's body, it is only cool and soft. That feeling, like an extremely tired person sleeping until he woke up naturally and stretched out, a word. Refreshing. Broly looked at his hands and clenched his fists. Feeling the unprecedented powerful energy in his body, Broly smiled with satisfaction. After transforming into a super race, the physical qualities that Broly has always focused on show its power. The powerful body can ensure that Broly Wireless continues to be in an ordinary super race state, and the super race that transforms into a legendary form is not to mention. With the blessing of the legendary super race bloodline energy, it can be said that it is easier than the ordinary super race state. And this time Broly has obtained the true recognition of the bloodline, and the most obvious benefit is that it has greatly improved the normal combat effectiveness, and after the baptism of bloodline energy, the combat power under the normal has exceeded 10 million. That is to say, Broly's combat power will directly reach 500 million after transforming into a super game, and it will directly increase to 1 billion after turning on the legendary mode. All of the above are only superficial benefits. And the hidden benefit, which is also the biggest benefit, is that Broly's spiritual power has become unfathomable after this large number of high-intensity negative emotional impacts, and after the washing and warming of bloodline energy. As for how strong the spiritual power has become, this bro came up, because Broly can be said to know nothing about spiritual power. But Broly's intuition and experience told him that although divine power seemed useless at present, it would definitely be of great use in the later stage, and it would be an essential prerequisite. As everyone knows, it is precisely because Broly tempered his body and spirit by chance, so in the future, he has gone to a strongest road that has never been seen before, and there may not be a comer. After understanding the condition of his body, Broly withdrew the state of the legend super race and returned to normal. Flew to the two of Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the distance before. The two had been watching the battle before, and then Broly transformed into the legendary KSI, expelling negative emotions because of his mental thoughts, and the powerful chi in his body was unconsciously emitted because no one controlled it, plowing the surrounding environment over and over, and the two were also blown away from afar. In the distance, the two people who had just crawled out of the rubble pile looked at Broly, who was slowly flying in front of him, and there was no breath on his body, but he gave people a sense of heaviness and oppression, and his heart was still filled with bitterness. Although Broly's state just now was a little wrong, just with the aura emanating from his body, it brought great pressure to the two, and they couldn't support being scraped out, which can be imagined that Broly's strength is strong. Broly, who knew that the two were hit by himself again when he saw the appearance of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, smiled casually and said with rare comfort. Looking at the dejected looks of the two of you, are you still a scion of the fighting nation? I told you a long time ago, my bloodline is different from yours, even if I don't cultivate, the speed of strength improvement will not fall much behind you, not to mention that my efforts are no less than the two of you, and what is so strange about my strength far exceeding you. Some people, like me, and what others can't find in their whole lives are within my reach from birth, which is the so-called proud son of heaven. Although it is suspected of boasting to say this, it is a fact. So it's okay to use me as a target to chase, but be prepared to be hit at any time. In fact, your progress can already be said to be divine speed, but you don't pay attention. You can recall how many opponents who were far superior to your opponents before, now you can kill them effortlessly, such as the ones in front of you on the left, and the one on the right that has been pretending to be dead. Seeing that the two were actually beaten like this by themselves, Broly persuaded this pair of good friends who were improving rapidly in a good mood due to the many benefits he obtained. That's right, it's because I'm too obsessed and drilled the tip of the bull's horn. I didn't expect that my Monkey King would have such a day. But then again, Broly, your talent is really too perverted, and using you as a goal of transcendence is really self-inflicted. Listening to Broly's words, Sun Wukong, who was originally quite shocked, lit up his eyes, thought about it and recalled it in his heart, and found that it was indeed the same as what Broly said. So he regained his fighting spirit and joked with Broly. Vegeta on the side was the same, although he was still arrogant and silent, but the originally clenched hands were slowly released, and his brows were no longer wrinkled. "You're right, Broly, using you as a target for chasing is indeed a regular hit. So, I just need to stay ahead of Kakarot." Suddenly, Vegeta, who had been silent, made a rare opening to admit that he was inferior to Broly. "Vegeta! You guy!" Seeing that the two regained their fighting spirit so quickly, Broly was also relieved. If the two lose their confidence by their own blows, it will not be fun in the future. Of course, the real idea in Broly's heart is quite narcissistic. The invincible days are very lonely. In case you can't find someone to talk to if your hands itch in the future, you will really be held back. So do you want to train them sooner? P.S. First order support. Collect it. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 060. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Oh, I almost forgot. Feed. The one who pretended to be dead over there. How long are you going to lie down? Seeing the two who rekindled their fighting spirit, Broly changed the topic and led to the captain of the Kinet combat unit, Kainu, who was playing dead on the side. What? He wasn't even dead yet? But I clearly remember that he was indeed dead at that time. Stupid. You have always been so careless, it is too easy to underestimate the enemy. Monkey King heard Broly say that Kainu was playing dead, and his face was incredulous, while Vegeta looked angry. After hearing Broly's words, Kainu, who was pretending to be dead, his body trembled slightly, but he still did not move, for fear that Broly was deceiving himself. Hey? Since you refuse to get up, then I'd better send you to hell. Saying that, a silver-purple light appeared from Broly's hand and aimed it at Kainu. Don't, spare your life, my lord. The small one does not intend to hide from the adult, the small one will not dare to do bad things in the future, please give the adult a way to live. Kainu, who pretended to be dead before, knew that Broly really recognized the secret method of pretending to be dead, and immediately jumped up and ran close to Broly, kneeling on both knees, kowtowing like pounding garlic, crying to Broly with a handful of snot and tears and begging for mercy. Although Kainu said that he had been playing dead at an early age, he could still feel that the powerful existence of Evresia and his father had been killed by the scion in front of him. Therefore, he had no doubt that the person in front of him would kill himself easily. Oh. Then I'll consult you about something, answer well, I can consider it. Looking at the humble ant-like Kainu in front of him, thinking that this guy had taken Boomer's body in the original book, Broly never thought of letting him live. Adult, if you know, the little one must know everything. After hearing Broly's words, Kainu smiled flatteringly at Broly, but in fact, Kainu's heart turned countless conspiracies in an instant. Because Kainu suddenly found that the strong man who killed Friesia's father and son was so close to him, if he took advantage of his lack of attention to suddenly sneak attack and use the exchange light, he really had a considerable chance of success. So Kainu was moved, and after hesitating for a short while, Kainu decided to gamble. Losing is a big deal, but if you win the bet, then... For some reason, since the previous serendipity made the spiritual power extremely stronger, Broly's perception has become more and more acute. Although Kainu was kneeling on the ground at this time, even his head was tightly pressed to the ground and did not dare to lift it to show respect. Broly's keen perception suddenly captured Kainu's rich greed and excitement that almost overflowed. Humph! I really don't know if I live or die. If you cooperate well, it will give you a pain, but it's a pity. Now I've changed my mind. Broly thought in his heart how to deal with this. At this time, Broly just saw and didn't know if it was the frog with tentacles in the original book, and jumped not far away, so he smiled mischievously. "Okay, then I'll ask you," asked the pretend Broly, but the words weren't finished. "It's now, exchange." Seeing that Broly did not pay attention to himself, Kainu, who had the courage to bet on everything, used the exchange light that made Broly feel the most disgusting. "Broly, be careful." The two of Monkey King Vegeta saw that Kainu was playing a trick and hurriedly reminded Broly. "Humph! Just waiting for your trick." Since the strength, physical strength, and mental power are far beyond Kainu, the effect of exchanging light does not have any effect on Broly. And Broly wanted to move quickly and grab the frog to block the gun for himself, but suddenly remembered the 3-time system skills he had obtained when he made a wish to Polenga before, and with the idea of testing his power, he used one of the 3-time series skills he had made a wish to get before to stop time. Time stops. Sure enough, the exchange light instantly stopped in front of him, and at the same time that Bro used this skill, a message appeared in his mind: if the range of this skill is larger, the shorter the time of rest, the smaller the range of action, the longer the time of rest, and the longer as its own strength grows. So Broly decisively only acted on Kainu alone, and learned that he could directly stand still Kainu for 10 minutes. Broly walked to the side without hurrying, grabbed the frog and slowly walked back to Kainu, using the frog to block in front of him and firmly cling to the fixed exchange light. Time stop, lift. Instantly, the exchange light hits the innocent frog directly. And then, Kainu experienced the most desperate thing in his life, and then began his thousands of years and possibly tens of thousands of years of inhumane frog-born. Broly wanted to throw it on a lifeless planet, but I'm afraid it wouldn't be fun if Kainu stepped on luck and ran into a tragic trick like Tagoma and escaped. Broly's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly smiled evilly at Kainu, who turned into a frog. This smile only scared Kainu, who had turned into a frog, into fear, and a sense of unlovable despair could not help but appear in his heart. I saw Broly casually exchange out several bottles of powerful wound-healing glue, broke open the frog's mouth, squeezed all the bottles of glue in, carefully controlled the glue to fill every place in the frog's mouth, and then waited for the glue to start working. This glue is used to heal wounds, and only a small amount of a bottle can completely heal the wound of deep visible bone, but there is no harm to the human body, which shows the powerful effect of this glue. And this Kainu, which had already exchanged bodies with the frog, was directly poured several bottles, and the consequence was, its mouth doesn't want to open again in this life, and Broly is full of blessings for the new life that Kainu is about to start when he thinks about it. Humph! Dare to calculate me, it is too cheap for you to die after this life not to let you experience a tragedy that makes people sound desperate and make you forget for 10 lifetimes. With that, Broly casually threw Kainu, who had turned into a frog, into the river next to him. Young strong man, I can feel that you seem to have undergone a transformation. The strength has become stronger, the potential is even more than I can no longer see the limit. I hope you can always stick to your heart and don't be shaken by anything. The great elder looked at the few people who had left in front of him kindly, and said to Broly kindly. The great elder has thought too much, my future can only be decided by me. And nothing can affect me. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 061. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. A few minutes later, Broly, who had returned to Earth, forcibly resisted the idea of meeting the other 3 daughters except Boomer, who had been separated for a long time, and plunged into the cultivation room to cultivate the realm of stable super race and legendary super race. As for why it was a few minutes to return to Earth, it turned out that Broly was eager to return to Earth to consolidate his strength, so that Sun Wukong and several people got on the spaceship, and Broly grabbed the spacecraft with one hand and teleported directly back to Earth. Just as Broly was about to start cultivating Urhana's long-lost system, like a mechanical prompt, sounded. Congratulations to the boss for completing the 5th ring mission and defeating Frisia. System reward, 100,000 points, a chance to travel back to the time and space traveled by Bardock 1,000 years ago. Because the boss killed the Kurdish king by the way, he overcompleted the task, rewarded 100,000 points, and an additional follower card. Open the 6th ring. When the artificial man appears half a year later, he will forcibly disrespect number 18 3 times without being slapped and will not be hunted down by the world. Mission reward, number 18 favorability 50, 100 is full value, easier to be rated by the boss. Tip: the system will determine whether the boss's behavior is rude. Groove. This is the big surprise of the 6th ring mission you said before? It's just a loss, gan, heart, disease, piao, madness, 1iang. Seeing the strange mission requirements of the last link, Broly couldn't help but burst into foul language. On the surface, Broly is speaking forcefully and righteously. Above, Broly is already happy in his heart, now he can tease number 18 in an upright manner, and teasing can also easily get the girl in hand. How can such a task not come more? Oh, I don't understand. Boss, you humans are too strange, what you say is completely opposite to what you think in your heart, too false. I'm a merry character in a quest that is published according to the truest thoughts in your heart. Ah, what do you know about a little fat ball? Get out of here and sleep your sleep. Broly, who was mercilessly exposed by roared angrily at Broly, who returned to Earth again, spent a few days working hard not only to stabilize his strength, but also to increase his strength by a small amount again under the impetus of the legendary KSI bloodline. After leaving the customs, I was complained by the 3 women, and if I leave for a long time next time, I must bring a few women. Broly, who began his early morning cultivation after eating breakfast, was struggling in his heart. Should I go to Bardock now or wait until the 6th ring mission is completed? After thinking about it, Broly still plans to use the opportunity to travel through time and space now, because Broly feels that after the start of the artificial man plot, Shuru will appear immediately after, and it is also from that time that the combat power system of the Dragon Ball begins to collapse. If the time to bring Bardock back is too late, Bardock is estimated to be only a powerful dragon set. Forget it, let's go now. Little fat dunner, are you there? How do I cross it? Oh yes, I almost forgot, you said earlier that I have an extra reward that is a follower card. What is that thing? Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 062. PS, favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Little chubby? How do I cross it? Also, what is the use of that follower card? Broly, who had already made up his mind, asked like and as Broly's voice fell, Urha's lazy voice appeared. The so-called follow card is a tool that allows people to change only the allegiance in the hearts of others without knowing it, change the effectiveness of loyalty to the user, and will never betray forever, and there is no negative impact on the user. If the boss meets a strong man with amazing potential and you want to take him as a subordinate, you can use the following card on him within 10 meters of him and take out the following card to pronounce his name. As for traveling through time and space, when the boss finds an empty place, it is best to go to space, and crush this black one after arriving at the place. After Urha finished speaking, Broly felt that there were 2 more things in the palm of his right hand, and when he spread his hand, he saw that it was a black and a white, 2 small hourglasses. A closer look at the hourglass revealed that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Little chubby, how do I feel that the following card was specially prepared for Bardock? But it's quite to my heart's content. Okay, you go on sleeping. Humph, I think of me every time I encounter difficulties, and I always like to bully me when I have nothing to do. Remind you, no matter how long you stay after traveling to 1000 years ago, if you come back, the time of this main space-time will not change. Also, don't call me fat anymore, otherwise I'll be angry and I'll ignore you. Hehe, it's quite arrogant. Although he couldn't see Urha, from his tone, Broly could also imagine Urha's breathy appearance, and couldn't help but quip. Humph. I'll go to sleep, don't call me if it's okay, and don't call me if you're fine. After Broly said hello to his 4 little wives, he thought about it and felt that what if because of his butterfly effect, the future Trunks did not come to this time and space on a time machine, and he returned because of an unreliable Urha, what if Sun Wukong was already hanging? Still left a bottle of enhanced heart disease drugs produced by the system. After instructing a few women, a fluorescent protective shield appeared on his body and flew towards space. After arriving in space, Broly took out the small black hourglass from the system space and cracked it with force. Just after the hourglass was cracked, a familiar and vast fluctuation came from the place where the hourglass shattered. In an instant, the hourglass was completely shattered into powder. The familiar power that Broly felt was of course powerful, but in front of this vast mighty force, his time power was like a firefly light beside the bright moon. And compared to this vast power of time and space, Broly always felt that the time ability he mastered always seemed to be missing a lot of things. After a while, the time force that burst out slowly gathered together, forming a vicissitudes and ancient portal, and at the top of the portal were engraved 4 big characters: Gate of Time and Space. In fact, it was inappropriate to say that it was engraved, because these 4 words gave Broly the feeling of being naturally formed. Generally, no matter what the word, no matter how beautifully written, there is always a trace to follow. And these 4 words that Broly saw above the ancient portal gave me a feeling that Broly had no trace, as it should be. Urha, come out quickly to explain what is going on in this time-space gate. Broly, who was extremely shocked in his heart, finally did not hold back and called Urha out. Wow, boss, didn't we say that we wouldn't disturb my sleep if something happened? You this, Urha, who was the same as Hysteria, was interrupted by Broly before he finished speaking. Stop talking nonsense, come and explain what this is all about. How can there be so many deists through time and space? You see that the person Bardokoto is simply neat, and directly crosses the past. There is also Trunks of the future space-time, who also directly came to this space-time by time machine. Why did you become so troublesome? After hearing Broly's words, Urha seemed to have been poured with cold water, and he sobered up in an instant and fried his hair again. I'll go, boss. Do you think that traveling through time and space is a very simple and easy thing? Do you know how awesome it is for me to let you travel back to time and space 1,000 years ago through normal channels? Although the 2 space-times are in one universe, there are very few things that the entire large universe, a large universe containing 12 universes, can do just 1,000 years in the unit of time. Bardock's passage through time and space is purely coincidental, because Bardock resisted Frisia's death energy bomb at that time, while emitting violent energy fluctuations, and I don't know how many times he was lucky to be forced by Lady Luck, which was extremely lucky to resonate with the power of surrounding time and space, and travelled back to time and space 1,000 years ago. The last time this example appeared was more than 100,000 years ago. As for the future space-time Trunks travelled to this space-time, it is because the space-time where the 2 of you are located is originally in a universe, and the time difference is not far away, and the other party is only a parallel space-time. With this level of crossing, even Weiss and Bardos can easily do it. However, I have to admit that Boomer is indeed a genius, and with the wisdom of ordinary people, he can achieve the level that only gods can achieve. Next, I will summarize for you. There are 3 ways to travel through time and space. The first is like the boss, you are now summoning the regular crossing of the gate of time and space. The second is to use a terrifying force so strong that it ignores all rules, directly tearing through time and space and forcibly crossing it. The third is a person like Bardock, who is lucky enough to go against the sky. Before crossing, the frequency of energy vibration in itself or around itself is exactly the same as the frequency of space-time vibration in that second, causing resonance and crossing, and this crossing is the most unstable, and no one knows where you will cross. The first is the most formal, like buying a ticket to where you want to go. The second scenario is like someone with a private jet and can go wherever they want. The third scenario is like smuggling without danger, but where you get is not up to you. After Urha's small mouth was clear, and like Gatling, he explained the stakes of traveling through time and space, Broly was shocked and suddenly felt that something was not quite right. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 063. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. After listening to Urha's words, Broly, who suddenly felt that something was wrong, thought about it carefully, so he asked tentatively. Hey, Urha, through the formal channel, summoning the gate of time and space to do such an anti-heavenly thing as crossing time and space, you can do it so easily. Also, secrecy is extremely rare. To the last time it happened was hundreds of thousands of years ago, how do you know so clearly? Quick, honestly, how much more things are you hiding from me? Broly looked at Urha suspiciously. In fact, Broly wanted to ask Urha's origin from the time he just crossed over, but out of trust in Urha, he had been forcibly not asking. Hey? Oh, I was so excited just now that I was like a leaky mouth. Belch. Is this one? Ahem, can't say yet. In short, when the boss is strong enough to a certain extent, you can get in touch. In short, boss, you have to believe that I will definitely not harm you. Broly was silent, staring at Urha for a long time, only staring at Urha all over his body, nervous, and finally sighed. Alas! That's it, since you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. I believe that one day, I will find the answer by myself. The things that can be carried through by themselves are definitely not ordinary things, and the secrets hidden in the body and can only be known when they reach a certain strength must also be extremely important. If Urha wants to tell himself, he will definitely tell himself. Now, only by redoubling his efforts to improve his strength can he occupy more initiative in the future. Because, Broly's heart had an inexplicable intuition that told him, in the future world, the whole king is definitely not the focus, and there are more powerful beings above the whole king. And that one that stands at the top of the entire Dragon Ball world. The peak exists, and himself, only by defeating him, can he be qualified to be called the strongest. As Broly thought more and more, his thoughts drifted farther and farther. Hey! Hi! Boss, come back to your senses. What a beautiful beauty you thought of this, and the Hara flowed out, looking at Broly, who was stunned. Urha, who was often teased by Broly before, couldn't help but tease Broly once. You care about me. After hearing Urha's words, Broly, who had returned to his senses, subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth, and then found that the fooled Broly roared at Urha in shame. Ha 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 ha! Boss, I find that sometimes you are very cute. Urha, who has been bullied for many years, takes revenge, rolling happily, and at the same time, his heart seems to have fallen a big rock, and he is relaxed. To be honest, Urha and Broly have known each other for so many years, and their relationship is getting deeper and deeper day by day, and Urha is really afraid that Broly has some gap in his heart, and what rift will appear between the two? Well, it should be a person. I don't know what Broly will think then, anyway, he will be uncomfortable. But seeing Broly's appearance now, with what he has done to Broly for many years, Broly seems to really have no problem with himself. Roll on, don't talk to you. I ask you, what is the situation in this time-space gate? So much has been explained just now, but there is almost no explanation of space-time. In the end, Broly, who couldn't stand it, finally couldn't help but divert the topic. The gate of spacetime is the general hub that controls the forces of the 12 cosmic spacetime, and is located at the center point of the XYZ axis of the quadrant of spacetime, that is, the very center of the intersection of the 12 universes. If the 12 universes enclosed in a circle are regarded as a circle, each universe is a non-parallel string, then the gate of spacetime is located in the string of the 12 universes, and the vertical bisector made is just at the intersection point, that is, the position of the center of the circle. The power of the gate of time and space covers all the time and space of the big universe, including the entire 12 universes, and the past, present, and future are intertwined with existences beyond time and space. Each of the 12 universes can teleport to any other space-time by summoning the gate of time and space. However, through the door of time and space, you must pass through the permission of that existence and the door of time and space, otherwise if you forcibly pass through it in an instant, you will be torn to pieces by the raging turbulence of time and space around you, and your body and soul will completely disappear. Whether it is in the original universe, the relative universe, or any time and space, it will not exist, and even the wish made with Super Dragon Ball cannot be recovered. Once the door of time and space is closed, the interconnected channels between the 12 universes will be blocked and no longer communicate, and they can only reach other universes through cosmic barriers. These are only the angels around the god of destruction, and the higher gods will know the existence of the gate of time and space, and even the god of destruction is not clear. After listening to Urha's meticulous explanation, Broly said again, "It sounds so noble, since passing through the gate of time and space requires the permission of the Great Being and the gate of time and space, but why can you let me pass?" Well, because the Supreme Being had fallen, it was possible to pass without his permission. As for the gate of time and space, as long as you have the ability to summon it, people generally won't deliberately jam you. Also, don't ask me who the fallen existence is, you will naturally know when your strength is strong. Urha, who knew Broly's character very well, held back the question that Broly was about to export with a word, and after Broly took a breath, he continued to ask. "Then how do you pass through the door of time and space?" "This is simple, I have already positioned the coordinates for you. When the time comes, when the door of time and space opens and enters directly, with the guidance of coordinates, the door of time and space will directly teleport you to the corresponding time and space. In that case, come on." In a short period of time, he learned about things that were not described in the original book of Old Bird, which brought Broly a great shock, no less than when he knew the fact that he had crossed in the beginning. Broly needs a while to digest and absorb it, and it just so happens that this journey back in time and space 1,000 years ago is a good opportunity. Looking at the open door of time and space, there was a dazzling white light inside the door. Broly flew to the door and simply jumped in firmly. "Bardock? Let me meet you." The first Scion to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan in this time and space. Although Broly, who jumped into the door of time and space, was in a dazzling white light, there was darkness in front of him. Not long after, Broly's consciousness was blurred for a while, his eyes were dark, and he completely lost consciousness. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. It took so many words to introduce the gate of time and space and Urha, not for the number of water words, but because the two are really important in the later stage, so it is necessary to describe more. The gate of time and space will be the main function of the system in the future. And Urha. I won't spoil it. Finally, the skirt number of this book is 6.2.7.0.8.3.8.3.6. Welcome to Chat and Spank, _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 064. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. As he jumped into the door of time and space, Broly gradually lost consciousness. In a dense forest, one of the figures was lying quietly on a towering giant tree. I don't know how long it took, suddenly a shock from a fight not far away came, waking up Broly, who was still in a coma. Broly discovers that he is already on an unknown planet. Hey? If you take a regular channel to travel through time and space, you will lose consciousness? Although only the first time it will be like this service. It's too bad. Although Broly grumbled, in fact, Broly was satisfied in his heart. Coupled with the fact that he had already felt a powerful fluctuation not far away, Broly flew towards the center of the fight, ready to check it out. Hey? Isn't that Bardock? In this way, this planet should be the planet Vegeta 1,000 years ago, or the planet Prant. At this time, the gate of time and space is really reliable, and directly teleports himself to the destination, saving himself from slowly finding it according to the coordinates. Broly, who rushed to the place, did not appear in a hurry, but temporarily hidden. As a result, Bardock witnessed the evil deeds of Frieza, Frieza's ancestor, who looked very similar to Frieza, and then recalled the companions killed by Frieza's subordinates and the home planet destroyed by Frieza, and became a classic scene of Super Saiyan under extreme anger. Hey? Who is where? Come out for me! As Bardock transforms into a super race, his strength has increased countless times, and he is not as inkblot as his son Kakarot fought in. After a few moments, he had completely abused Frieza's ancestor Zild, and he took his attention back from Zild, followed by once again keenly aware of Broly, who was hiding on the side and watching the battle. Of course, this is also the result of Broly's lack of deliberate hiding, otherwise Bardock would not really be able to find the hidden Broly. Broly, who was discovered, walked out generously, looking at the headscarf that had been dyed dark red after blood coagulation, a cross-shaped scar on his left face, and a trace of lightning in the golden aura exuding from his body, and the whole person was full of madness. The wild and unyielding Super Sai Bardock, and then casually ended the surviving Zild with a void annihilation cannon. As for Zild's failure to warn his descendants, it is necessary to be careful whether the rumors of the Saiyan family will be passed on, or whether it will change the future and cause any serious consequences. Then it is none of Broly's business, afraid of this and that, and it has never been Broly's style to do things. Hey! Your name is Bardock, right? First meeting, introduce yourself. My name is Broly, like you, I am also a Saiyan, and I am also a traveler through time and space, and the most important thing is, I came specifically to find you. Broly saw that Bardock still had a similar appearance even after transforming into a super race, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the same father and son, why does Ratty and Bardock look different, but they are so similar to Vegeta? Oh, so how did you get over? What is the purpose of coming to me? And why should I believe you? When Bardock heard this, he saw Broly wrapped around his waist, and he already believed a little in his heart, but he still asked warily. I can't tell you how I came here for the time being, as for the purpose of my coming here, I just said it, that is, to meet you, a brave man who dared to resist Frieza, and bring you back to the time and space before traveling. Oh! Speaking of Frieza, I forgot, Frieza has been killed by me, and it can be regarded as avenging the extermination of our Saiyans. Broly didn't mind Bardock's tone, and inexplicably traveled to an unknown time and space alone, and Broly could understand a little vigilance. Of course, the most important thing is that in Broly's eyes, Bardock will soon be his most loyal subordinate, so Broly does not mind letting Bardock know a little of his secret. What? Shouldn't Frieza have been killed by Kakarot? Or did my hunch go wrong? However, do you already have the strength to kill Frieza? Knowing that Broly had actually killed Frieza, Bardock directly put the prophecy behind, and for a moment he said in disbelief, is there such a strong person in the Saiyan clan? That's right, not only Frieza, but also his father, King Kurdish, has been wiped out by me. Even in the future, his brother Kvira will follow both of them and be killed by me. However, I only killed the Frieza father and son more than 20 years after the destruction of Vegeta. When planet Vegeta was destroyed, it wasn't long after I was born. Patiently answering Bardock's question, Broly continued. Bardock, I said before, I have a way to bring you back to the original time and space. Are you willing to go back? What? Do you really have the ability to take me back? So what do I have to pay? Bardock was only excited for a moment, then asked calmly again. Ha ha ha. I like to talk to smart people. I want to bet with you, and we will have a duel. The gambling contract is according to the rules of our Scion clan, and the losing party surrenders to the winning side, but whether you win or lose, I will take you back to the original time and space. How, do you want to block? Broly asked, but was 100% sure that Bardock would meet the battle. Bardock is a pure Scion, and if this duel does not follow, it will not be Bardock. Hey! Is it that simple? It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Then it is so decided. In the battle to decide the victory, the weak submit to the strong. Isn't it always the case with us Scion people? Oh, this is for you, eat him. You've already had a fight before, and it took a lot of physical effort. I don't want to take advantage of you. If you're afraid of what I'm doing, you don't hear it. Broly, who was also proud in his heart, did not want to take advantage of the danger and threw Bardock a fairy bean. Ha ha ha, I can see that you are a person with a heart higher than the sky, and you will never abandon the pride and dignity of a Scion. I believe you are definitely not that kind of person. Bardock smiled boldly, said, and ate the fairy bean. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 065. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Just after Bardock ate the fairy beans to recover his body, Broly felt Bardock's strength, about 180 million combat effectiveness, roughly estimated. Bardock's basic combat strength should be about 3.6 million. This is already very amazing in Broly's opinion. With less than 4 million basic combat power successfully transformed into a super race, there is no unstable phenomenon, not to mention, the surrounding body is too fast and a trace of blue lightning appears. It shows that Bardock's potential is indeed amazing, and in the first transformation of the super race, there were some extremely subtle characteristics of super race 2, and after the transformation super competition, Zild was destroyed without the slightest ability to fight back. Broly also thought carefully about the problem that Bardock's strength span was too large. The only time Bardock's combat power is explicitly stated is when Bardock and his companions invade Konoha Star, when he was injured in the head by one of the surviving Konoha Starmen with the magic fist. After that, he had the ability to predict the future, and then raised it during the discussion of several medical staff during treatment. At that time, Bardock, who was still injured, had a combat strength of 10,000 upwards, and after his injuries were completely healed, it should be between 12,000 and 15,000. Later, with the killing of his comrades, the home planet about to be destroyed, and the final fate of the Scions learned from the prophecy, his strength climbed. In the end, in order to change the fate of the Scions and maintain the glory of the Scion fighting nation, anger mixed with the determination to die burst out sharply, and once again took a death energy bomb from Frisia, traveling back 1,000 years ago. Under this series of major stimuli, coupled with repeated serious injuries and even near death and then healing, it is simply normal for the bloodline characteristics of Scions to have a earth-shaking change in combat power. In Z, Sun Wukong has just arrived at Nami Nemesis, and when his combat power is still 90,000, he only reappeared after recovering from a serious injury, and his strength directly soared to 3 million. In contrast, Bardock's soaring strength is indeed nothing unacceptable. P.S. This. According to the author's visual estimate, Bardock should not be so strong, but due to the needs of the plot, it is better to strengthen it a little. Can we get started? I'm going to attack. Bardock, who had fully recovered after eating fairy beans, looked at Broly with a strong fighting intent in his eyes, and in Bardock's perception, there was not a trace of chi emanating from Broly in front of him. It seemed to be very weak, but Bardock's beast-like fighting intuition told him that although Broly in front of him did not look inconspicuous, there seemed to be a violent energy brewing in his body like a volcano about to erupt. For Broly at this time, as long as he transforms into a superstate, his combat power will reach 500 million in an instant, and he can easily crush Bardock at this time. But Broly wasn't prepared to use that kind of side, and the suspenseful battle didn't mean anything to Broly. Due to his own bloodline, although his strength is growing all the time, Broly found that his strength still grew the fastest in battle. And this is also Broly's favorite way to improve his strength. Therefore, Broly intends to use the Realm King Fist to defeat Bardock under the premise of not changing the super match. Not only will his own strength increase again with the help of the bloodline and the pressure of Bardock's nearly 200 million combat power, Bardock can also stabilize his strength through a battle that can go all out to stabilize his strength that has leaped forward by a large margin. Come on, 15 times, Realm King Fist. In an instant, Broly's combat power reached the level of 150 million, although it seemed to be 30 million worse than Bardock's. But Broly didn't care. With his extremely powerful body and the degree of control over chi, this gap in strength was similar to nothing. Looking at the fact that his strength had increased to only slightly inferior to himself in an instant, Bardock's heart was more solemn. Because just from the strength that Broly is showing now, Bardock feels a strong threat of death. What's more, Bardock could guess from Broly's relaxed face, which was definitely only a small part of Broly's total strength. Then you be careful, ha! Before the words fell, Bardock had already disappeared in place, appearing above Broly's head and falling quickly. At the same time, 2 light projectiles appeared in Bardock's hands and shot towards Broly. Bang! The same 2 blue-purple light projectiles emerged from Broly's hand, detonating the light bomb in Bardock's hand, and the powerful energy fluctuations cracked the ground in an instant, setting off smoke in the sky. Crackle! A loud and deafening sound of body collisions came out of the smoke one after another, and this kind of fist-to-flesh fight was the favorite of Scions. 10 minutes passed, and as the battle between the two slowly escalated, Broly's strength improvement speed began to slowly accelerate. Bardock's continuous combination punches continued to swing towards Broly, punching fiercer than the next. While blocking with both hands, Broly's body occasionally dodged left and right, creating opportunities to counterattack several times from time to time. 1 blow, then decline, 3 exhaustion. Generally speaking, fighting people is to avoid the edge when the enemy is in full swing, and then counterattack when its momentum is about to run out. But Broly did the opposite, and just as Bardock's courageous momentum was about to reach its peak, the movement became slightly incoherent for a moment. And Broly took advantage of Bardock's flaws at this moment, and firmly grabbed Bardock's most powerful punch with his right hand. In an instant, he leaned up and approached Bardock, and then turned around. First the left shoulder and the left elbow collided hard in turn, and then the left hand clenched into a fist to form a hammer shape and smashed it again. All 3 attacks hit the heart, and suddenly smashed Bardock into the air, smashing countless obstacles along the way, and then fell to 100 meters away. Ahem, ahem. Phew phew. Sure enough, I didn't expect you to be so strong that after fighting for such a long time, I didn't even touch you. After a short while, Bardock, who was breathing less, barely stood up with his chest covered, gasping for breath. Okay, now it's time to talk about the gambling contract, in other words, do you want to submit to me? While speaking, Broly threw Bardock a fairy bean again, although he said so. But Broly knew that with Bardock's personality and pride, he would not disdain to pay the bill. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 066. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. Broly. You underestimate me, Bardock. I have long said that Bardock is not a person who cannot afford to lose. Since you are also a scion and much stronger than me, and you have eliminated the Frisia father and son and avenged the extermination of the Scions, there is no shame in submitting to you. Most importantly, you should be the strongest among our Scions. Since the Frisia incident, I have seen that surrendering to other strong people will never be as strong as us Scions ourselves, to dominate the life and death of others. From the time when we Scion clans submitted to the strong outside our clan to seek refuge and serve as eagle dogs for others, our Scion clan had begun to degenerate, abandoning the pride that belonged to our fighting nation. I Bardock will never allow this to happen again in the future. I don't know if Bardock remembered the fate and dignity of the Scion clan who was trampled by Frisia's casual play. Bardock said that in the end, the chi in his body began to fluctuate violently again. Think about it, the Scions have always been loyal to Frisia, slaughtering and occupying countless living planets, and their hands are stained with blood, only to end up returning to such an incomparably chilling fact. Although Broly had not experienced anything similar, he could probably imagine Bardock's mood at this time. If he hadn't appeared, Bardock might have set his sights on improving his strength and finding a way to return to the future, hoping to one day blade Frisia. But now that he appeared, Bardock learned from here that Frisia's father and son were dead, and that the revenge of the Scion clan had been rewarded, and some hesitation appeared in his heart. Feeling Bardock's strangeness, Broly frowned, seeing that although Bardock had vented Frisia's anger on his ancestors, he was still unwilling after all. Bardock, look at you like that, do you still look like a scion of the fighting nation? I stand up and want revenge, and there are many opportunities. It is said that Frisia also has an older brother, and if I meet him in the future, I can let him be killed by you. What's more, maybe one day, Frisia will be resurrected again, and then as long as you can fight, you can kill as you like. Broly looked at Bardock like this: he would follow his subordinates in the future. If he didn't resolve his grievances in time, it would be extremely unfavorable to improve his strength in the future. Wouldn't it be a waste of this following card? What? What you said is true. Does Frisia still have an older brother, and will he even be resurrected later? After hearing Broly's words, Bardock excitedly held Broly's arms and said, "That's right, if you don't get it, this guy will be resurrected. If you die unfortunately, maybe you can still see him in hell, and then you can take revenge. However, the premise is that you have the strength to defeat them when you wait for him, and I have to say that the talent of their race is indeed amazing." Really? That's really exciting, and when the time comes, I'll definitely tear them to shreds with my own hands. P.S. The hell where the evil people who once appeared in the Hell GT mentioned here gathered. When Bardock's words were finished, he felt that Bardock's breath in front of him changed, and it seemed that the man who was in charge more than 20 years ago, and Bardock who was incomprehensible, had returned. Seeing Bardock, who had a goal again and was full of fighting spirit, Broly still took out the following card, silently recited Bardock's name in his heart and used it on Bardock, only to see that the following card turned into a milli-light that only Broly could see and burrowed into Bardock's body. Since Bardock was truly subservient to himself, he did not pause due to the obstruction of Bardock's own will. Of course, Bardock is not aware of all this. Broly's goal of coming here has been achieved, so he notified Bardock and prepared to return to his original time and space. Bardock went to say goodbye to the Star who seemed to be named Bailey, who had saved his life at the beginning of the crossing, and the two came to the sky, and Broly crushed the remaining small hourglass. This time, because there was already a space-time tunnel left by the coming, the door of time and space did not appear, and I saw the two figures disappear in the star of plant in a flash. I don't know how long it took for the two to feel down to earth again. Broly looked around for a moment, making sure that it was on Earth at this time. It's a lot easier. Let's go, Bardock. I'll take you to meet the Monkey King. That is, your son Kakarot. After returning to Earth from time and space 1,000 years ago, Broly took Bardock along Sun Wukong's chi and another guess was Vegeta's chi, teleported over, and found the pair of good friends who were fighting, and another fighting sound in the distance, slightly sensing the other strange combination of Son Gohan and Bike. "Hey, It's rare. Broly, why are you free to come to me? And this one? What they? What's going on? How does this person look exactly like me? Seeing Broly coming, the two who had been fighting also stopped. It wasn't until he greeted Broly that he glanced at Bardock, who was subconsciously ignored. Then let Sun Wukong, who was drinking water, almost choked to death. Hey! I didn't say I was going to surprise you before I defeated Frisia, but now I bring it to you. If you have anything to say, ask him directly, let him live with you in the future, and by the way, you can also guide your practice. After Broly answered Sun Wukong, he turned to Bardock, who had been staring at Sun Wukong, and said, Bardock, this is your second son, Goku, and the grim-looking one next to him is the prince of the original Scion, Vegeta. By the way, your eldest son Raditz also came to Earth before, and then left, and now I don't know where. As for the present, you should live with the two of them for the time being. Anyway, you will also settle on Earth for a long time, it doesn't matter where you live. Anyway, Goku married a rich woman and the family has money, and it is nothing to raise one more person. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 067. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. As soon as Broly finished speaking, Bardock, who had been staring at the Monkey King since he came here, spoke. I'm very gratified, Kakarot. I really didn't expect that you, who were weak at birth to the point of only 2 points of combat effectiveness, can now reach this level of strength. I am your father and my name is Bardock. Just when Bardock and Sun Wukong's father and son recognized, Urha's lazy voice suddenly sounded in Broly's ears again. Boss, open the side quest and defeat Kvira, who arrived on Earth half a year later to avenge the Frisia father and son, and the mission rewards 250,000 points. Looking at Urha, who suddenly appeared to release the task, Broly was already surprised, but the only doubt was the mission reward this time. Little Fat, why are there so many point rewards this time, and no other rewards? Because the boss, you took Bardock back from time and space 1,000 years ago, and used up a lot of points, and now the points are about to be consumed, so I released side quests to give you additional points. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing that there were more than 30,000 points left, the corners of Broly's mouth twitched fiercely a few times, and he roared towards Urha. You said it yourself before, let me deduct it casually, no need to notify you. Urhan's cute voice came out. Looking at Urha's innocent expression, Broly really didn't have anything to say, he was in the mood at that time, as if he really said it so casually. Hey, forget it, anyway, the strong men who appear in the future will become stronger and stronger, and it is not a big deal to earn back the points. Bardock, I just have something very clever to tell you. The rival you've been waiting for, Frisia's brother Kvira, will arrive on Earth in about half a year to avenge his brother and father. However, his strength is much stronger than when you were at your strongest, almost 3 times your strength, so if you also want to take revenge, take advantage of this half a year to improve. After speaking, without waiting for Bardock to speak, he teleported back to the western capital. Due to the gate of time and space, there was no change in the time of the main space-time, that is, Broly was delayed in the Monkey King for a few minutes and Boomer and they did not care, thinking that Broly just had something to go out. When he returned home, Broly began to have a headache, how to improve his strength. To be reasonable, Broly is a bloodline with the legendary super race, and can automatically improve well, but 1 yard to 1 yard. Broly's favorite is to improve his strength in battle, and he can endure it when he was weak in the past, but now his strength is invincible, but he can also sweep all the previous existence of complete body Shuru. That's right, as long as Shalo doesn't reach the complete body, he can win with Broly's current full strength in the overlay realm King Fist, but it only slightly damages the body. Because Broly found that after turning on the legendary mode after his transformation into a super match, his own physical strength, defense, endurance, etc. will rise again by a large margin. Originally in the ordinary super match state can only open twice the Realm King Fist, to the transformation legend super match can open 5 times the Realm King Fist. After discovering this, Broly was not in a hurry to temper his body. Only a small part of the bloodline energy continued to polish his body, and most of the remaining energy began to improve his strength in full force. For the time being, let's learn the Monkey King and Vegeta in the original book to cultivate with gravity. Anyway, there are still many spiritual tree fruits left by Dale's last time, plus the bloodline of the legendary KSI, and I am not afraid of any minor dark injuries in my body. Boomer, please. You and Kiki will help me make a gravity cultivation room with the higher the gravity as soon as possible, and my husband and I will be of great use. Oh, this is the drawing. Make the materials in a while. I will vacate it for you in the next warehouse, and make a mysterious surprise on the evening of my husband. After thinking of it, he began to do it, and after finding Boomer, he casually exchanged a drawing of the gravity room cultivation and fighting room produced by the system and handed it to Boomer. I don't know what Boomer thought of from Broly's painting, and his face quickly turned red. Just as Boomer took the drawing, Broly scratched Boomer's white and tender palm twice, causing Boomer to be embarrassed. Husband, you are so bad in the daylight, it's really bad, you know, to bully us. I'll do something. Ignore you, Really unable to stand Broly's provocative gaze, the already shy Boomer arrogantly dropped a sentence and fled. After redeeming a bunch of special materials for drawings in the warehouse next door, Broly entered the old gravity cultivation room with many restrictions before and began to practice. It was precisely because of various restrictions that Broly couldn't let go of his hands and feet to devote himself to cultivation, so he exchanged Tuzzy from the system to let Boomer make a new cultivation room. The cultivation room made according to the drawings and materials produced by the system has absolutely no words, and the price is quite low. Somehow, the price of the finished product exchanged from the system is hundreds or thousands of times more expensive than the drawings, even the skills. Since Boomer they can make it very freely according to the drawings, and they like to do this kind of high-tech things, and they are currently shy, it is necessary to find something for Boomer to study in any way. Sure enough, under the full firepower of the 4 women of Boomer, a new type of gravity cultivation fighting room was developed that afternoon. At night, Broly, who was extremely satisfied with the production efficiency of the 4 women, directly fulfilled his promise. Time flew by from his fingertips, and half a year later, Broly, who was wearing a weight-bearing suit and cultivating hard in the special gravity cultivation room, suddenly felt a powerful energy fluctuation flash not far from the north of the western capital. What followed was bang. A violent explosion sounded. That is? Where is the Monkey King their home? P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 068. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. That is? Where is the Monkey King their home? Probably Kuvira has arrived, I just don't know if Bardock and the 3 of them can do it. Broly muttered, but didn't go over to make a splash either. According to Broly's speculation, the strength of the 2 of Sunbei not long after reaching the Super Tournament is definitely no match for Kuvira, but Bardock is estimated to be able to hold out for a considerable period of time. Of course, if Bardock really wins, Broly won't have to go. Anyway, as his follower, Bardock will also be rewarded with points for winning the game. With Kuvira's final transformation into less than 500 million combat power value, Broly at this time is really a little unlooking. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Broly's strength originally far surpassed Kuvira, not to mention that Broly at this time was after half a year of high-intensity cultivation in the gravity cultivation room, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. However, Broly still hopes that it is best to make Bardock suffer, because Broly has long felt that Bardock's state is not right. It is good to have an object of revenge and the motivation to become stronger, but if you are blinded by hatred, and you do not have that strength but always want to take revenge, it is really dangerous. At this time, on the other side, the outskirts of the city where Sun Wukong's home is located. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's whole body was full of golden chi, and their hair and eyebrows all turned golden, which was exactly the form of a Super Saiyan. It turned out that the two reached Super Saiyan not long ago under Bardock's training and guidance, but the two combined could not match Bardock. So the two joined forces every day to fight against Bardock, which can not only go all out to master the realm faster, but also improve the strength of both sides. Just when Sun Bei and the two of them united again to attack Bardock today, Kuvira, who had been lurking for a long time, was ready to take the lead in killing Sun Wukong because he could not find the gas of the person who killed his brother and father. Originally, it was a move to destroy the light and sneak towards Sun Wukong, but unexpectedly, although Sun Wukong did not reflect in time due to carelessness, Vegeta beside him has been vigilant, and a sky-piercing cannon saved Sun Wukong. Seeing that his hopes were dashed, Kuvira turned his target to Sun Gohan, who had a weaker breath, and shot a destructive ray towards Sun Gohan. As a result, under the protection of his grandfather Bardock, he still served his purpose. "You bastard, you are so despicable, I will never forgive you." The furious Monkey King rushed towards Kuvira, and saw that he couldn't sneak up on his son. Even if Sun Wukong's temper was good, he couldn't help but be angry. "Hehe, you can go together, I don't mind." Kuvira smiled disdainfully when he saw Sun Wukong's strength, and after a few rounds, Sun Wukong was sent back. "Damn it, are you looking down on us Saiyans? You bastard!" Vegeta, too, lasted a few rounds and was also pumped back by a tail. "Kakarot, Vegeta. You guys stand down, even if you join forces before, you won't be the opponent of this person in front of you." After a pause, Bardock continued. "Look at your fucking face that resembles Frieza, you should be Frieza's brother Kuvira." "Oh? You still know me? However, Your Excellency seems to be too rude, several of them should be Saiyans, right? I didn't expect that the Saiyans who should have been exterminated by my brother had so many wild monkeys survived, so I really want to congratulate a few." Although Kuvira's tone was very kind, the viciousness of the words he spoke made Bardock fall into a state of rage in an instant. "You bastard, you even dare to mention this matter and give me death." The scarred wound was opened by Kuvira again, and the golden aura on Bardock's body instantly soared, and Bardock, who shot out with hatred, rushed towards Kuvira, and the anger in his eyes seemed to really burn. Bang! 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 Boom! Several terrifying loud noises came out in a row. The first few were the sound of Bardock's fists and feet smashing on Kuvira's body, and the last one was the sound of Kuvira flying upside down smashing through the mountain rock. After the smoke that blocked the line of sight stopped, Kuvira, who had changed his appearance, slowly walked out. "Very good, no one has ever forced me to use my last form, you should be honored for it, because you are the first person to see and die under my strongest form. You have too much nonsense." Feeling that it rushed towards Kuvira again, the aftermath of the violent energy collision raged everywhere, and several mecha subordinates brought by Kuvira couldn't stand this energy fluctuation, and they were almost shocked out, but unfortunately Vegeta didn't give them this opportunity, and a wave of light solved it all. Although the current situation seems to have the upper hand for Bardock, as Kuvira's strength breaks out more and more, the battle situation begins to gradually change. Although Bardock's strength has also been greatly improved, but it is still a little worse than Kuvira's final transformation, which was initially revealed to be 470 million combat effectiveness. What's more, Kuvira's current strength has surpassed this number and is still growing. Hey, wouldn't it? Is it a mistake in calculation, and after the transformation, you can continue to improve your strength? Sure enough, This product actually has hidden strength, but it's good, so it's worth my shot. It's really hateful, do you have to experience the same powerlessness as when planet Vegeta was destroyed? Well, is this an illusion? Sure enough, he is the person to whom I surrender. Bardock seemed to see Kvira being punched in the jaw by Broly, who exuded a red aura all over his body, and flew quickly into the air, and then Broly held it in one hand, blocked the death energy bullet that was about to fall there, and then swung it in the direction of Kvira in the air. Suddenly, Kvira, who was still in the air, was hit by his own trick and fell straight down, smashing the ground out of a deep pit. Hey! It's time to wake up, what hysteria in broad daylight! Looking at the fragmented thoughts in Bardock's mouth, Broly was also speechless for a while. Alas! Sorry, I said I wanted to take revenge before, but I didn't have the strength to defeat the other party, so I made this embarrassment. Just see your own strength, the most common law in this universe is the strong is king. Plus, this evening's update may be delayed by a few hours. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 069. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. Just see your own strength. After eating this lesson, don't blindly say things like revenge in the future. In the future, it is better to concentrate on improving strength. Revenge requires strength. After all, the most common law in this universe is the strong are king. Leaving Bardock with a pensive face, Broly took a few steps forward, as if the legendary shrinking ground into an inch, and crossed the space and appeared directly in front of Kvira, who stood up. There was another surviving scion who dared to hurt me while I was unprepared, although it seems that you are much stronger than a few of them, but you still have to die. Well, wait. The way you look. I ask you, are you called Broly? Kvira, who was originally talking cruelly, saw Broly's appearance, his face changed, and he hurriedly asked. That's right, I'm Broly. I know what you want to ask, you don't have to ask. Your brother Frieza and your father King Kurdish were both killed by me. If you want revenge, don't talk nonsense, quickly use all your strength to attack me, otherwise when I get serious, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Seeing Kvira's expression and the last words he said, Broly instantly guessed what Kvira meant, and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Kvira and admit it generously, and provoked Kvira. You actually... How dare you provoke me so much? I'm going to kill you, Hearing Broly's disdainful words, Kvira's anger almost exploded his chest, and his originally purple and white face was red with anger and violently twisted. The terrifying killing intent emanating from his body shrouded Broly, as if he was going to smash Broly's corpse into 10,000 pieces, and a wave of energy that was originally blocked because his body could not withstand it was released again, and the powerful chi was pulled out from Kvira's body, and the clouds above the two were quickly blown away. Interesting, that's fun. I didn't expect that. I had always underestimated you, and you are qualified for me to show my strength to fight you. As Kvira's strength improved, Broly, who had not opened the Realm King Fist in an ordinary state, began to feel a burst of pressure. However, as the pressure continued to increase, the fighting spirit in Broly's heart became more and more high, and it became more and more boiling. Fighting, nothing excites Broly more than a fierce battle. As the owner of the legendary KSI bloodline, Broly's own warlike nature seems to be several times or even dozens of times stronger than other scions, just like Du, so that Bulleten can't control himself at all. Similarly, if you fight with a top powerhouse that is not much different from your own strength, or more than yourself, then the strength that Broly has improved in the battle is also unmanned. As Kvira's more and more intense energy pull, Broly also involuntarily transformed into a super race state. Seeing that after lifting the seal, Kvira's fist that exploded with anger after the explosion of strength was getting closer and closer to him, Broly clenched his hands into fists on both sides of his waist, and then also condensed his whole body strength out. Boom! There was a loud sound like two giant mountains colliding, and Broly was pushed out tens of hundreds of meters by this irresistible counterforce, cutting the ground into two deep and long traces. Looking at Kuvira again, he was directly shocked by the force generated by the collision of the two forces and involuntarily tumbled towards the distance, and finally, he still crashed into a small mountain to offset this force. Bastard, that guy's power turned out to be so terrifying, no wonder he could kill both of Father and Frisia. However, although that guy's chi is stronger than my current one, it is not much stronger, but why is his strength so great? Of course, Kuvira, who was very puzzled, would not know how terrifying Broly's body was, and the reason why he was able to knock Kuvira away just now, and Broly only retreated tens of meters, relying on most of the growth of strength and endurance driven by Broly's powerful body. With the sound of gravel falling to the ground, Kuvira slowly stood up again and flew in front of Broly. You are indeed very powerful, and you have the strength and qualifications to provoke me. Father and Frisia, that fool lost at your hands is not a loss. However, if you only have such strength, then you can say your last words. Because next, even if I spell the consequences of the collapse of my body, I will bring out the full strength of my seal. I can't ask for it. I warned you before, but I have to be beaten before I show my full strength. Hurry up, I can't wait. After speaking, Kuvira looked calmly at Broly, and so did Broly. But in fact, the chi emanating from Kuvira's body became stronger and stronger, and it pressed towards Broly, and Broly also fought back without showing weakness. The two powerful chi fought fiercely in a silent way, and under the seemingly calm gaze, the atmosphere between the two was becoming more and more depressed. It seemed that the air had become heavy due to the impact of the collision of the two breaths. As Kuvira's strength increased rapidly again, but gradually, after the strength increased to a certain point, Kuvira's expression began to appear painful, and in the end, even the entire face was directly distorted and deformed. However, this painful feeling for Kuvira in exchange for the strength is also extremely strong. Broly even feels that Kuvira's forcibly unsealed strength, the highest value or maximum limit of its strength, may have exceeded the current transformation of the super race himself. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. In addition, many friends of recent book reviews have mentioned the character aspects of the protagonist, especially the first few chapters. Actually, the author also found this problem. It's just that at that time, the author was just trying to write a novel, and the idea was not mature and not well adjusted, so he always substituted the ideas of the protagonist with the concept of modern people. I apologize to all my fellow book friends. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 070. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. According to Broly's judgment, the strength that Kuvira forcibly exchanged, the maximum upper limit of strength fluctuations may have surpassed his current transformation into a super race, although it is extremely limited, but it is indeed beyond himself. Of course, to say that the maximum upper limit of Kuvira's energy fluctuation exceeds Broly, this refers to the premise that Broly does not open the super transformation of the legendary mode and does not open the Realm King Fist. As for why the word upper limit is used, it may be because the energy is too huge. Kuvira is similar to Frisia, cannot control this force, or may be affected by the ultimate pain at every moment, so he cannot concentrate on controlling this force. Therefore, Kuvira's strength is constantly fluctuating, high and low, but even according to the lowest degree of energy fluctuation, it is directly catching up with Broly. Perhaps, this is one of the reasons why the original Kuvira fused with the Bikota star after being defeated by the Monkey King and turned into a metal Kuvira, thus bursting in strength. Of course, this is also Broly's secret speculation in his heart, because Kuvira's constantly bursting strength has indeed surprised Broly again and again. Damn, I paid such a heavy price, still can't I win? Give me back! Kuvira's face shouted viciously from extreme pain and anger. Suddenly, a deep purple aura erupted from his body, and the suddenly increased aura pressed towards Broly in an instant. Insect carving trick, break it for me. The moment the chi of the two collided, although there was no slightest sound, the two were shocked out again. Ha 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 ha. It was this feeling that the fighting intent in my heart began to burn violently, which was really an exciting feeling. As if feeling Broly's emotions, the legendary KSI bloodline in his body seemed to be greatly encouraged, and an extremely powerful energy came out of the bloodline, and Broly did not forcibly control this power, but let it spontaneously circulate in the body. Feeling that under the pressure of Kuvira's uncontrolled strength, Broly's own strength is growing at a rocket-like speed with the support of high fighting spirit and bloodline. You must die today. Kuvira's almost irrational voice sounded, and before the words fell, the next second, Kuvira's figure blurred and appeared in front of Broly. Bang! 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 Violent fists, joints, and other collisions, loud cheers, explosions and other sounds of fighting, accompanied by the sound of ground or mountain collapse from time to time. You can imagine how fierce the fight between the two is. As the fight between the two escalated, the surrounding energy fluctuated violently, and even the three Bardoks, who were watching the battle, were affected by this violent energy and could not withstand the pressure, and quickly took Bic and Sun ran away from Broly and Kuvira, who were still fighting. With the energy bombardment in the battle between the two, various energy waves, energy light bombs collided, and the terrifying energy fluctuations turned everything around into powder, and the two of them exuded that powerful chi in their bodies, completely dissipated. The sky was also flickering and dimming for a while, bombarded by the energy light bombardment of the two, and the world where the two fought was filled with all kinds of incomparably shining light. And the dazzling light would compare with the light emitted by the Lang Lang sun hanging in the sky. Is this guy a monster? As the battle time passed minute by minute, this guy's strength was constantly improving, getting stronger and stronger. Are the scions really so terrible, abominable? In fact, as the battle slowly escalated, Kuvira became more and more comfortable with the forcibly improved strength, but unfortunately, the sharp pain of life and death has always existed, and it has become more and more intense. SHHH. It can't go on like this, my body is almost unable to hold on, and if I fight like this, without waiting for this guy to make a move, my body will collapse first. What's more, this guy is too lapy, the strength seems to be endless, the physical strength and defense are also amazing. The most bullying thing is that the strength is still rapidly improving in the battle, no matter what, it must be a quick victory. As Broly's strength became stronger and stronger, Kuvira's heart became more and more anxious. Just after a punch temporarily shocked Broly, Kuvira flew into the air, raised her hands above her head, and instantly gathered a dark purple energy ball, and the center of the energy ball was a black energy, thrown towards Broly below. Pick me up, Death Energy Cannon. Humph! Don't you know that the scions will die miserably against energy waves? Compressed Air Gong Cannon, ha! Just when the purple-black energy bullet condensed by Kuvira was about to fall to the ground and hit Broly, Broly placed his palms opposite his chest, and then an extremely rich and pure energy was gathered between the palms of his hands and instantly formed. Then rushed towards the purple-black energy ball in the sky, and a golden-white energy wave stopped the rapidly falling energy ball, and it froze where it was for a while. Just when the two energies were facing off, due to the violent friction between the two terrifying energies, radioactive tiny electric sparks were formed. And Broly's mind at this time was all focused on the death energy cannon of Kuvira in the sky, completely unaware that as he continued to fight with Kuvira with the realm of ordinary super competition, his strength had approached a new bottleneck with the support and impetus of the bloodline energy and talent of the legendary super race. With just one more stimulus, you can break the bottleneck and make your own strength or the realm of the super race reach a higher level. It's really powerful, this power is really exaggerated, I am too excited to see it. If it weren't for the big gap in strength, I would definitely have a good fight with them. In the distance, Several people of Sun Wukong were still looking in the direction of the battle between Broly and Kuvira, feeling the devastating aura fluctuations and terrifying power generated by the collision of the two energies, and several people were stunned. Sun Wukong's eyes were extremely hot looking at the fierce battle between the two, but because he knew the gap in his strength, Sun Wukong forcibly pressed the strong fighting intent in his heart, and shouted involuntarily excitedly. Vegeta, on the other hand, didn't say anything, just bit her lip tightly, clasped her hands, and stared at the two who were stalemating in the distance. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 071. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. Although Vegeta didn't say anything, looking at the subtle movements under Vegeta's calm exterior, it could be seen that his heart was definitely not calm. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the person I follow, although I know that at that time, he definitely did not use his real strength, but I did not expect. Perhaps, at this time, he should still not show his full strength. Bardock looked respectfully at the mighty and tall figure of Broly in the distance, and secretly said to himself in his heart. Dad, who do you say will win this battle? After watching the two who were still in a stalemate for a long time, Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask Bardock. The end result will always be Broly winning. You pay attention to Kuvira's expression, such a violent and full power continuous output of energy, in addition to enduring the severe pain of his body about to collapse, he is almost unable to hold on. On the contrary, you look at Broly's expression, although it is slightly dignified, but his breathing is steady, there is no feeling that his physical strength has been exhausted, nor does he have any panic, and even my intuition tells me that at this time, he still has not used his full strength. Bardock thought for a moment, then replied, even the speculation that Broly might be hiding strength had informed several people. That's right, I was also present in several battles in Broly, and I observed the whole process, and there were also things that could cause Broly's expression to move during the battle, but there was never anything that could make Broly's face look worried or even irritated. Looking at his unhurried appearance now, I think he has a way to solve it 9 out of 9. Among the Dragon Ball warriors, Vic with the highest IQ picks up Bardock's words and speaks his speculation. It has to be said that Bardock and Bike's speculation combined is almost close to the truth. Broly does have the strength to kill Kuvira, but he finally encounters a fairly strong enemy, and Broly wants to kill Kuvira after squeezing out all of his use. You must know how long Broly and Kuvira have only fought, and the strength that has increased dramatically in the battle has almost caught up with the effect of hard cultivation alone for half a year before. From the beginning, the Kuvira who turned on the full power caused the combat power to lose control because of his inability to control the power, and every attack was the greatest force. At that time, Broly was slightly at a disadvantage, and then with the pressure of Kuvira's strong strength, Broly's strength began to grow rapidly, and then in a very short time, he caught up with Kuvira's footsteps, and it didn't take long to overtake it. This is the legend that the bloodline of KSI is powerful, and the bloodline of ordinary Saiyans also has this characteristic, but it is not as obvious as Broly's like a bludgeon. It can be said that even if there is a strong force in this universe, as long as it is not able to directly kill Broly, Broly can use the magic of the legendary KSI bloodline and the special strength of the Saiyan family to get endless and unlimited improvement, if as the fire of battle intent in his heart burns more and more vigorously, the degree of strength will soar wildly again. Time passed minute by minute, and as the strength got closer and closer to the bottleneck, Broly actually felt its presence. Until a certain moment, Broly seemed to hear a crisp sound in his body, and then a huge energy gushed out from the depths of his bloodline again, flowing all over his body. In an instant, the exhaustion and physical strength consumed by the previous battle were filled again, and the golden flame burning outside the body suddenly skyrocketed again. At the same time, Broly's muscles, which were already 2 meters away after the transformation super race, swelled again, as if he had turned on legendary mode. This is... Before I knew it, I had reached the second form of Super Saiyan 1. It turned out that Broly, who thought that he would maximize his strength with the help of Kuvira, may usher in a big breakthrough in strength after breaking the bottleneck. But what I never expected was that the strength not only made a big breakthrough, but also directly allowed himself to reach a new super realm. P.S. Note that this is the second stage of Super Saiyan 1, not Super Saiyan 2. At this time, Broly felt that his body was filled with an explosive force at this time, and he was extremely uncomfortable in his body, and he wanted to vent it, so Broly looked up at the Kuvira who was about to be unable to support it in the sky, and mourned for it in his heart for 0.001 seconds. In an instant, Broly formed a compressed Qigong cannon that seemed to explode and pushed towards Kuvira to send a death energy bomb. With the new power blessing, the compressed Qigong cannon directly ignored Kuvira's few remaining power blessings, and pushed the death energy bomb to quickly hit Kuvira, who was already unable to dodge. After 2 energy bullets that had been stalemated for a long time, filled with extremely rich energy and became huge burst out at the same time, Broly believed that even if he was hit, he would not feel too good, let alone Kuvira at this time. Kuvira, who was still dying, knew that there was no way to live, and all the experiences of her life quickly flashed in front of Kuvira's eyes as one after another. Finally, the image of the destruction of planet Vegeta more than 20 years ago is frozen again. As the 2 capsules fled one after the other, seeing the young figure in the second capsule, Kuvira seemed to understand something. Broly, can you answer my last few questions before I die? I just suddenly remembered that more than 20 years ago, when my brother Frieza was about to wipe out the entire Saiyan race, several ships escaped before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Was it you? Hey, what do you say? Ahem, I knew you could reach the point where you are today, when I said I would kill you and everything, but unfortunately. It's funny that I once laughed at Frieza's carelessness, it turns out that I myself am the stupidest one. The Saiyans who once let our father and son control life and death, but now they have killed all 3 of us, is it retribution? Hehe, you are right, as long as the strength is strong enough, you can control the life and death of others at will. But I can't control my life and death. In my eyes, although you are very strong, but not strong enough. Don't be careful in front of me, what are you running when you come? Since you still have the strength to escape, then take me another move, Heaven Earth through Where Fist. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites. Recommendations. Chapter 072. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. It turned out that Kuvira wanted to take advantage of the question to divert Broly's attention and take the opportunity to escape to outer space, so that the other party could not help himself. I have to say that it really deserves to be a family, and even the escape route and method have thought of a piece. It's a pity that this trick is not worth mentioning in Broly's eyes. Kuvira's idea was seen through by Broly, and Broly himself is a decisive person who kills, and directly uses the lethality to penetrate the punch that is one of the best among all Broly's skills. As Broly's words fell, a domineering iron fist continued to enlarge in Kuvira's eyes, and it seemed that only this iron fist remained in the sky and on the earth, approaching him. Kuvira was very conscious, saw clearly, and tried her best to dodge, but as if she couldn't control her body, she watched this fist penetrate through her chest and back, and punched herself through. I'm not willing. I'm going to die at the hands of the wild monkey that used to be like an ant. As the screams fell, the death energy bomb, which no longer had the strength to resist, was pushed onto Kuvira's body by Broly's compressed Qigong cannon in an instant. Seeing with his own eyes and feeling it personally, both Kuvira's body and chi disappeared. Broly was extremely sure that Kuvira was absolutely crushed into powder by the death energy bomb he sent out and the compressed Qigong cannon sent by Broly. Never again step on, rely on the high technology of Bigsta Star to survive, become a metal man, and greatly increase combat power. Woo! After finishing work, go home to secure the new realm, and start preparing for the 18th raiders. Well, the energy of this legendary super race seems to be much richer. Let me feel what my strength is now. After killing Kvira, Broly clenched his fists and carefully felt his strength under the second form of the first order of the super race that he had unconsciously reached due to the increase in combat power. I only felt that the body was warm, and it seemed that there was a steady stream of powerful energy gushing out, flowing and washing in Broly's body, warming the body, and then being completely absorbed by the body. Broly could feel the strange comfort of slowly enhancing his body, and his strength had changed drastically again. Ha! Broly clenched his hands into fists and hung at the sides of his waist, and suddenly, a majestic and magnificent roar came out of Broly's mouth, and the entire valley was filled with the echo of Broly's long roar, which lasted for a long time. It turned out that after Broly gathered all the breath around his body, with a long roar, the terrifying power hidden in his body suddenly burst out again. In an instant, a terrifying coercion emanated from Broly's body. As Broly's magnificent and domineering roar teleported out from afar, his strength increased sharply, and the long hair on his back flew in the wind, but the blonde hair directly above his head stood up, leaving only 2 strands of bangs on the left and right sides of his forehead. The golden flame burning on its body gradually formed a jet from the flame shape as it became more and more dense, accompanied by small blue-purple electric sparks. This has actually appeared most of the signs of the second order of the Super Saiyan. In fact, it is not surprising that Broly appeared. Because Broly attached great importance to physical exercise when he first stepped into cultivation in the early days. The time spent sacrificing was spent on refining the body, and now when it really stepped into the realm of super competition, it was finally about to start accumulating. Otherwise, with Broly's bloodline, he may have reached the realm of the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan by now. Having said that, Broly never regretted his decision to strengthen his body. With Broly's current physical strength, he directly crossed the last realm of Super Race 1, Full Power Super Race. Therefore, Broly only needs to improve his strength well, and when his strength reaches a certain level, he can naturally reach the 2nd level of Super Saiyan. If you don't leave your body behind at the same time, you can also cultivate until the 3rd level of the super competition, and the realm of God, or the 4th order super match equivalent to God, in this case, Blue. Even without relying on the help of the other 5 Saiyans, they could directly cultivate to the stage of Super Sai God, Peach, or Super 4 Full Power. The violent airflow emanating from Broly's body formed a storm wind, sweeping in all directions with Broly as the center, and the energy under his feet was shocked out of a circular deep pit, and the upward airflow rushed straight to the sky. Broly's long golden hair was blown into the sky, and the black clouds in the sky that had turned into layers with lightning were swept away in an instant by this violent airflow one after another. Under the influence of Broly's all-out explosion, the valley was directly shaken to the ground, and the ground under everyone's feet cracked a huge lacquered deep gap. After Broly released the strength of his whole body to the maximum, the distant Monkey King and Bardock were no longer able to stand safely under the maximum release of Broly's strength, and even Bardock was deeply sunk in the ground with his legs deep in the ground, his waist slightly bent, barely supporting. Everyone was stunned to look at Broly's majestic figure shrouded in golden light in the distance, like a golden god of war, and was shocked by the amazing strength it erupted. Sure enough, if you want to quickly improve your strength, you still have to have a hardy battle, which is much faster than the cultivation of a single person. After this eerie silence between everyone lasted for a short while, as Broly's roar stopped, the terrifying force withdrew from his body. The terrifying coercion that filled the valley disappeared in an instant, and the originally burning golden aura around Broly also dissipated, if it were not for the scene of complete destruction around him. All this was done in an instant, and he was calm about his own strength, which showed Broly's amazing control. Hey! A few of you, adjust your state these days. If my expectations are good, a new strong enemy will appear in a few days. And you, Gaku? Remember the medicine they sent to you before. If you feel that there is a problem with your heart, you will quickly take it, don't die of a heart attack at that time. When some of them calmed down, Broly said hello to a few people who were gasping violently in the distance, and then teleported out of here and returned to the new realm of stability in the western capital. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. In addition, it may be very late to come back tonight, so the update has to be postponed, sorry. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 073. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. Looking at Broly's disappearing figure, Sun Wukong actually quipped to Vegeta with a calm face, "Vegeta, do you think we can still catch up with him?" Boom. Kakarot, haven't you lost faith in yourself? I can now successfully transform into a super race, so will I be far from where Broly is now? As long as you work hard enough, I believe that I will not say surpass the demon of Broly, but at least you can always follow behind him and see his back. As long as I don't get thrown off by Broly, my strength improvement speed will not be slow. At this time, Vegeta, who had been hit by Broly many times, seemed to have really seen it. I don't want to surpass Broly, I just want to be able to not be left too far. Of course, it is still necessary to just surpass the Monkey King. Well, Vegeta, I didn't expect your mentality to be so upright now. If I don't pay attention, I will really be surpassed by you. Humph. As if he had reacquainted with Vegeta, Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta in surprise, but in exchange for a cold snort from Vegeta's arrogance. At the same time, the heavenly realm, on the temple. Vic looked at the god with a calm expression. Have you really decided? I can put the ugly thing ahead. Even if we are reunited, the dominance of the body is still mine. Of course, according to time, the newborn you are not yet young, and my life expectancy is running out. If we fuse, my role is simply to act as a lead to increase your strength, and all I can bring to you to help you is a wealth of knowledge and agile wisdom. Now, you who control the dominant power, come and absorb my power. Tenjin straightened up and said flatly to Bike. Vic hesitated for a moment and clenched his hands into fists. After a moment, Vic regained his firmness in his eyes, nodded lightly at the celestial god, did not speak, but just put his left hand on the celestial god's chest. Vic Kerr, I can feel that since you met the Monkey King father and son, you have changed more and more, and your current strength is thousands of times stronger than mine. Before I die, I want to ask you, after we merge, under the premise that you have the ability, please help me protect this planet, you and my second home, can you? God, you. Mr. Bobo, don't grieve for me, now the enemies that appear on the earth have become stronger and stronger, and what the earth needs most now is not the gods, but the need to have strong people. Thank you for taking care of me in the past, Mr. Bobo. Heavens! God! Listening to God's tone of having made up his mind to go, Mr. Bobo couldn't help but burst into tears. Ha! Ignoring Mr. Bobo, who was crying sadly, a strong white light appeared on the Tenjin's body for a moment, and after a few seconds, the Tenjin's body began to gradually become illusory. After a few breaths, the heavenly god turned into Deo white light and entered Bike's body. Suddenly, the celestial realm was shrouded in a strong white light, and when the white light faded, Mr. Bobo opened his eyes and found that the celestial god in front of him had disappeared. And Vic was half kneeling on the ground, and his body even emitted a dazzling white light that kept flickering and flickering. After a moment, the breath on Vic stabilized, and then he opened his eyes that had been closed tightly. Heavenly God, since you sacrificed yourself to fulfill me, then I will naturally do my best to protect this planet for you. Feeling the chi in his body that seemed to be tens or hundreds of times stronger in an instant, it was a lie for Vic to say that he was not surprised in his heart, but then he thought of the heavy price behind this strength, but the surprise in Vic's heart was directly diluted, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, muttering to himself. But thinking about what Broly said, in about a week, there may be an enemy more powerful than Kuvira, the androids. Every time he thought of this, Bike's heart was heavy. Although his strength at this time is already very strong, even stronger than the Kuvira who turned on full power at that time, it should be enough to deal with the situation after the appearance of artificial humans. However, there has always been a lingering feeling of unease in Vic's heart. The uneasiness made Vic more and more irritable in his heart, ready to return to Sun Wukong and fight and train with several people to continue to improve his strength, so he suddenly took off into the air, and at the same time a voice floated from Vic Away's figure. No matter who it is, I will definitely protect the earth. Mr. Bobo, we may have to trouble you after a while, we may have to use that thing that can warp time. When the artificial human thing passes, I will take Gohan and come to the celestial realm to practice. God, is Vic influenced by your will? After hearing Vic's words, Mr. Bobo couldn't believe his ears. Because of the words of Broly before killing Kuvira, all the Dragon Ball warriors who were notified by Sun Wukong's father and son and Vic were full of strength and tried to improve their strength. The people immersed in the practice of selflessness completely lost track of time, and soon, a week flew by in the blink of an eye. At this time, the Dragon Ball warriors led by Sun Wukong gathered at the Celestial Temple, but Broly, Bardock, and Vegeta did not come. Prepare to start first, go to find the island where the artificial human is located before Broly, find the artificial man, and use the island as a battlefield to clean up the artificial man. So, don't you need to inform Broly, and Vegeta. Klin was strange from the time everyone gathered in the Celestial Temple, and at a glance he could see that Vegeta, who was comparable in strength to Goku, and Broly, the most powerful, did not come, and he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Because Bardock is relatively low-key, and the informed Vic and others will not be idle and bored to publicize, most of the Dragon Ball warriors do not know that Sun Wukong has a father and has already recognized him. Well, when we find the android after we set off, I think Vegeta should appear. Because Monkey King has been with Vegeta for a long time, he knows what Vegeta thinks very well. P.S. Favorites. Ask for a review. Ask for support. In addition, the author uploaded several super pictures about the protagonist, chapters 71 and 72. Interested book friends can cooperate with the first picture and the fifth picture to make up the protagonist's appearance at that time. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 075. P.S. Favorites. Ask for 10 points of evaluation. Ask for support. Hey! They were fooled. On the 20th, your strategy has taken effect, and these people have now scattered. Who do you think we are going to attack first? Just when Sun Wukong and several people entered the city and began to look for artificial people separately, well, it looks very similar to the supreme leader who is in charge of a certain country. The fat man said to an old man who seemed to be half buried in the loess. Although I don't know how they know of our existence, since this great enemy who destroyed our Red Ribbon Legion, Sun Wukong, is here, let's collect some interest first. Aren't we planning to create a moment of flaw for them, and then break each one? Have I endured the humiliation and studied it for so many years, and finally I can take revenge? Among these people, we will start with the weakest and pack up. Let me look for. Well, there you have it. Let's start with the Earthling with a cross scar on his face, and he has the lowest combat ability among these people. The old man creator number 20 heard the previous reminder of the bloated artificial human question, and then his eyes narrowed, and a burst of essence flashed in his eyes, and he spoke. This person, when he saw that the situation was not good, took advantage of Sun Wukong's focus on the commander of the Red Ribbon Legion, and took the opportunity to escape Dr. Gro. Compared with Sun Wukong and the others who were discovered by artificial people just after approaching the island, Bardock and Vegeta are much smarter in comparison, and these two have been following Sun Wukong behind their backs, but they have not shown up at all. Therefore, they were not discovered by the artificial people, and after watching Sun Wukong and his group fly into the city after chasing artificial people, they slowly fell to the top of the mountain where Sun Wukong landed before, calmly overlooking the situation below. Vegeta was still dressed in a blue and white combat suit, with his hands folded in front of his chest, and asked Bardock with a puzzled look. "Bardock, looking at the way you look, you don't seem to be worried about that cockroach guy at all. Haven't you noticed when you are training with him these days, that guy's combat power often appears strong and weak? Don't say you didn't notice it, I don't believe this. The funny thing is that even we found out that there was a problem with his body, and the guy with big nerves didn't notice it at all." Combined with what Broly said before he defeated Kuvira and left, I'm 100% sure that the cockroach guy definitely has a heart problem. But what puzzled me the most was how did Broly know that Cockroach's heart would have a problem, and let people send the special medicine to Cockroach's hands? Cockroach? Before Persha also advised him to take a few special pills in advance to prevent it, but it was a pity that Cockroach was completely inappropriate. Anyway, the effective medicine and fairy beans are there, Cockroach can't die, this time should let him remember for a long time. Bardock also knew his son's character very well, and knew that if he felt physical discomfort, he would never listen to anyone. Sodak didn't say much, but he was determined to teach his son a lesson, which worked better than anything. At this time, in the city below, the No. 19 artificial man and the number 20 artificial man quietly approached Yamcha, who was still unaware of the surrounding situation, just when there was still a short distance behind the left of the two people Yamcha. Ugh! An ear-piercing scream sounded, causing Yamcha to be alert. It turned out that two artificial people blocked the passage of vehicles on the road, causing dissatisfaction among the owners, but they did not expect to bring disaster to themselves. That scream was made by a passing girl who saw the scene of murder. By the time Yamcha arrived at the scene, the two artificial people had already fled, and number 19 and number 20, who were parked in mid-air, looked at Yamcha who was looking around below to check the traces, and number 19 turned to Dr. Gro and said, "Number 20, strike? He is just adding energy to us. Let's go, the energy in this person's body is still okay, kill him first and collect some interest." So, the two fell from the air and stopped behind Yamcha. As if sensing the appearance of someone behind him, Yamcha turned his head to look at the strangely dressed two, suppressed the strange feeling in his heart, and asked the two. "Hey, you two, did you see where the strange duo that killed these ordinary people went?" After a while, the two were still silent, and Yamcha, who had been filled with a sense of unease in his heart since the two appeared, finally sensed that something was wrong. Then he looked at the two carefully. Finally, on the hats of the two opposite, a strange red sign was seen, and in the middle of the logo were two white lettering R letters. Seeing this familiar sign, Yamcha instantly felt that his throat was dry, and he pressed down a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Red Ribbon Legion, the two of you turned out to be people from the Red Ribbon Legion. Hiss! Then you two should be. The more Yamcha thought about it, the cooler his heart became, and his heart slowly sank. Hey! That's right, that's us. When Yamcha, who was already highly tense, heard this, he immediately stepped back and distanced himself from the two. However, due to the big difference in strength, Yamcha, who had just stood firm, saw the artificial man in the image of the old man stretching out his hand and rushing towards him. Fortunately, Yamcha is not as wasted as in the original book, and in the process of being attacked by artificial humans, he noticed that his aura was getting weaker and weaker before attracting other Dragon Ball warriors. In this time and space, although Yamcha's practice in martial arts was not as hard as that of Tianjin Fan and others, it was never abandoned. So in the moment before being covered by the artificial man number 20, the breath on Yamcha's body suddenly burst out. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to alert everyone. Feeling that Yamcha's aura burst out for a moment and suddenly disappeared, the Dragon Ball warriors who were originally looking for artificial humans flew towards the place where the aura erupted before. Yamcha, whose mouth was covered and unable to make a sound, and felt that the power of his body was almost absorbed by the artificial human in just a few seconds, his heart was already filled with despair, and he couldn't stop struggling. Unfortunately, this residual power is similar to that of Artificial Man 20, feeling that Sun Wukong and others have approached his side. And Artificial Man 20 smiled cruelly at Yamcha. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations.